In a parallel world on Blue Star, Lin Chen was deceived by the brother he trusted most and lured to America, where he became a sacrifice in an underground experiment. On the brink of death, he awakened the infinite Death Soldier system. Every day, new loyal Death Soldiers are refreshed with no limit to their number. From that moment on, an ordinary Chinese man became the most terrifying existence in America's underworld. Crime syndicates bowed in submission, financial conglomerates lowered their heads, and global mercenary organizations rose at his command. Concealing his identity, he founded a vast commercial empire, seized control of the world's darknet, and became the most enigmatic mastermind on Blue Star. When the system upgraded and unlocked the world-traversing function, Lin Chen led his infinite Death Soldiers into a parallel World War II timeline, reshaping the course of history. Afterward, he commanded his invincible legion to wage war across myriad worlds. Parallel world. 10 hours earlier. Chicago International Airport in America. Standing at 181 meters tall, Lin Chen happily walked out of the airport, dragging his suitcase behind him. Just as he reached the pickup area, a long unheard, yet familiar voice called out to him. "Chinga, over here." Following the sound, Lin Chen saw a familiar figure. His university classmate and sworn buddy Zhang Wei, whom he had not seen for 2.5 years. Zhang Wei wore an Armani suit and a green submariner on his wrist, looking every bit the successful man. Lin Chen walked over, sized him up from head to toe, and could not help praising him. "Wei, you've only been in America for 2.5 years, and you're already doing this well." Zhang Wei laughed loudly. "Didn't I tell you I wasn't lying? America is paved with gold. It's hard not to get rich." Yet only he knew the truth hidden in his heart. To deceive Lin Chen into coming, every piece of his attire was rented, costing him $1,000 that made his heart ache. He had indeed been in America for 2.5 years. But not long ago his life had already reached the execution threshold, and then he went to gamble. In the end, he fell into heavy usury owed to the mob. To stay alive, Zhang Wei could only smother his conscience and lure Lin Chen over as a human Gundam. At that moment, Lin Chen had no idea he was being betrayed. His face was alight with joy. "Not bad. From now on, I'll be counting on you to come and rely on Zhang Wei." He had abandoned everything back home. It showed how deeply Lin Chen trusted Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei patted his chest and made a firm promise. "Chinga, rest easy. I'll make sure you get rich." Then he eagerly took Lin Chen's suitcase. "Come on, I'll take you to see my company right now." "All right." Lin Chen nodded, a little excited, and followed him out. The two stepped out of the terminal. A black Mercedes S-Class was already waiting at the entrance. The driver was a burly white man with special tattoos on his neck, his cold eyes fixed on Zhang Wei and Lin Chen. Lin Chen's brows furrowed, something felt off. Inwardly, he thought, why does this driver look so much like a mob enforcer? But seeing Zhang Wei beside him, he let his guard down. Back in university, Zhang Wei had been his closest buddy, the one who would practically share a single pair of pants with him. There was no way he would deceive him. "Wei, thanks for still remembering this brother of yours," Lin Chen said from the heart. At that moment, he still did not know he had been tricked. "It's nothing," Zhang Wei replied, patting his shoulder with feigned warmth. "We're brothers. If I don't look out for you, who would I look out for?" The two continued chatting about America. Lin Chen asked about Zhang Wei's company and also about rumors of America's execution threshold and human Gundams. But Zhang Wei never gave a direct answer. He only claimed those were all online rumors. Overwhelmed by excitement, Lin Chen did not think too much about it. It never occurred to him that Zhang Wei would betray him. Time slipped by bit, yet the car kept driving farther off course. They drove all the way from the city toward the outskirts. Seeing this, Lin Chen finally felt something was wrong and frowned. "Wei, isn't your company in the Central District?" Zhang Wei's eyes flickered, but he forced himself to appear calm. "Yeah, our company is rather special. It's in the Southern District. We'll be there soon." Lin Chen nodded and did not press further, but suspicion had already begun to take root in his heart. Though he had never been to America before, he had learned a few things in advance. In America, companies that were even slightly decent were usually clustered downtown. What kind of respectable company would be based in the outskirts? In Chicago, the skyscrapers were concentrated in the Central District, where public safety was relatively good. The Southern District, however, was the stronghold of gangs with the worst security and the highest crime rate in the entire city. Coupled with the driver's clear gangster demeanor, his wariness intensified. Yet after thinking it over, he still chose to trust Zhang Wei, for he no longer had any way out. Moments later, the car stopped in front of an old small factory building in the Southern District. Two burly men in black stood at the entrance, looking nothing like security guards. Instead, they looked more like enforcers guarding turf. At this sight, Lin Chen's unease surged stronger. This was no company at all. It was clearly more like a bandit den. Could Zhang Wei truly be involved in something sinister? Just as Lin Chen was about to question him, Zhang Wei spoke first. "Can you get out of the car?" His tone was distinctly different, devoid of the earlier warmth. "Wei, what exactly is this place?" Lin Chen demanded. "And have you been lying to me?" By now, even a fool would understand what was happening. Zhang Wei had unquestionably betrayed him. The so-called company did not exist at all. "You'll understand once you're inside," Zhang Wei replied, refusing to answer directly. As Lin Chen was about to protest, the two burly men approached, sneering. "Kid, get in there." They seized Lin Chen by both arms and dragged him toward the factory. His heart plunged to rock bottom. He struggled with all his strength, but it was futile. With his slight build, he could not break free from the grasp of two hulking men nearly 9 meters tall. Just like that, Lin Chen was hauled into the building's main hall. The hall was hazy with smoke. Several tattooed thugs lounged about bragging. On the central sofa sat a man in his 50s, bald, his face thick, with fleshy folds, rolling 2 walnuts in his hand. This was Chun Hu, the boss of the Black Snake gang that ruled this area. Zhang Wei hurried over to him, bowing and scraping. "Hi, I brought the person to you. See if he meets your expectations." Chun Hu lifted his gaze and looked Lin Chen over, then nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, Zhang Wei, you've done well." Lin Chen's mind roared in shock as he stared at Zhang Wei. "Zhang Wei, what the hell are you doing?" Zhang Wei did not dare meet his eyes, lowering his head and stepping back. Chun Hu rose and walked up to Lin Chen, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Your friend owes me $100,000. He's using you to pay the debt. Any problem with that?" "Zhang Wei owes you money." Lin Chen glared at Zhang Wei. "And he's using me to pay? On what grounds?" He could not accept it. He had truly been betrayed by a friend he once trusted. The feeling was suffocating. Zhang Wei finally raised his head, his eyes conflicted. "Chinga, I'm sorry. I was forced into this. 3 months ago I lost money at the casino and borrowed a 100 Sandaler usury from Hai that I couldn't repay. Hai said as long as I could trick someone into coming over to be a human Gundam for them, he would cancel my debt." Human Gundam. Lin Chen's voice trembled. No wonder this bastard had been dodging his questions earlier, because every word of it was true. He had actually trusted this bastard Zhang Wei, and this was the result. Chun Hu ignored Lin Chen's fury. Smiling, he revealed a mouthful of gold teeth. "That's right. Because your blood type is rather unique, I happen to have a job that requires someone with your special blood type to match certain core components. So, you need my special blood type for core components." Lin Chen roared. "Why should I agree to that?" "You don't get a say in this," Chun Hu replied, turning back to his seat. "Once you've come here, you've already lost your freedom. So much for freedom in America. That was nothing but nonsense. Fists and money. That was the only reality that mattered." Lin Chen, enraged, struggled wildly, but the 2 burly men pinned him down so firmly he could barely move. At that moment, Zhang Wei spoke coldly. "Lin Chen, just cooperate. Hai and his people are only—" "Shut up." Lin Chen cut him off with a furious shout. "Are you even human?" "I'm not human," Zhang Wei suddenly roared back, eyes rimmed red. "But what choice do I have? If I don't agree, I die. You're an orphan, but I have a family. I have to stay alive and go back to them." Lin Chen froze. He could not believe that the friend of his past had become this unfamiliar stranger. He recalled how 3 months earlier Zhang Wei had suddenly messaged him, painting a glorious picture, claiming it was easy to make money in America. Although there were many videos online exposing various problems in America, he had chosen to believe Zhang Wei. Only now did he realize that so-called brothers were meant to be sold. He had resigned from his domestic job that paid over $8,000 a month, flying over filled with hope. What awaited him, however, was a friend's betrayal. A vast sense of absurdity surged in his chest. Lin Chen suddenly laughed, tears streaming down his face. "Zhang Wei, you really are ruthless. I used to see that joke online, countryman meets countryman, 2 shots in the back. Today I've finally seen it for myself." Faced with Lin Chen's mockery, Zhang Wei felt no remorse. On the contrary, he believed everything he had done was justified. Better the Taoist dies than the poor monk. Better the friend be sold than oneself. Friends existed to be. Zhang Wei no longer paid any attention to Lin Chen. He turned instead to Chun Hu, bowing and scraping. "Huge, I've completed the task. About my debt, could it be?" "Your debt?" Chun Hu's gaze turned icy. "You'd better repay the money you owe us as soon as possible, or you can wait to become a human Gundam yourself." Zhang Wei's face instantly went pale. He collapsed to his knees, screaming hoarsely, "No. Huge, that's not what you—" Chun Hu cut him off without mercy. "Drag him out. Keep an eye on him. If he doesn't repay on time, sell him to those Gundam recycling centers. Even trash can still cover costs." "No. You bastards, you break your word." Zhang Wei howled in despair. But he was carried off by 2 burly men like a dead dog, even more pathetic than Lin Chen had been moments earlier. Watching this, Lin Chen felt it was karma. Serves him right. And a strange sense of satisfaction rose in his chest. But he knew his own turn was coming next. This time Lin Chen no longer struggled. He let the 2 burly men drag him into the basement and throw him onto the concrete floor. The iron door clanged shut, plunging everything into darkness. Sitting on the icy ground, Lin Chen pondered bitterly. How could he have been so foolish? So naive. To truly believe there were friends in this world who would bring you wealth. If someone really had a path to riches, why would they not offer it to their family or relatives? Why would they choose him? This clearly he had not yet received enough of society's cruel beatings, and thus ended up now betrayed, still helping others count the money after being sold. At least Zhang Wei had received his retribution. But it still was not enough. Lin Chen closed his eyes, thinking of how he was only 25 yet was about to become a... His heart swelled with fury and unwillingness. "No, I can't stay trapped here. I must escape. I am going..." Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Host detected at the execution threshold. Option 1, infinite wealth system. Instantly obtain $10 billion. and automatically receive $100 million per day. Option 2. Infinite Death Soldier System. Upon binding, receive 10 Death Soldiers each day with physical fitness twice that of peak ordinary humans with no upper limit. As the system upgrades, the number of daily Death Soldiers increases accordingly. Please make your choice within 10 seconds. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Infinite Wealth System. Infinite Death Soldier System. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned as the voice continued to count down in his head. With no time to think, he chose the Infinite Death Soldier System without hesitation. Option 2. I choose Option 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the Infinite Death Soldier System. It really bound his system. Lin Chen tried silently calling out to the system in his mind. In an instant, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Infinite Death Soldier System. Host Lin Chen. Age, 25. Physical condition, ordinary human, healthy, to be enhanced as the system level increases. Wealth, $1,500. System level 1. Next level requires 1,000 points. Function 1. A Death Soldier panel level 1 activated, refreshes 10 Death Soldiers per day with twice the physical attributes of an ordinary person. With no upper limit, increasing as the system upgrades. Daily refresh time for Death Soldiers, 0,000. Note: Death Soldiers possess legal identities, absolute loyalty, and twice the physical attributes of ordinary people. The host must provide food, clothing, shelter, and daily needs. Function 2. Space panel level 1 activated, initial space of 100 cubic meters. Function 3. To be unlocked upon system upgrade. Function 4. Remark points are obtained by converting currency. A $1 equals 1 point. Lin Chen stared at the system attribute panel and the information displayed upon it. His entire being grew excited. He tentatively called out in his mind. System. The Infinite Death Soldier System is at your service. Would you like to open the binding gift pack? Lin Chen heard the mechanical voice echoing in his mind and was instantly overjoyed. As a modern young man, he had read countless novels and naturally understood what a so-called system was. He had never imagined that one day such a thing would descend upon him. Lin Chen forcibly suppressed his excitement. Fortunately, he had just chosen the second option. Otherwise, given his current situation, if he had chosen the first Infinite Wealth System, he would not even live long enough to spend it. Only the Infinite Death Soldier System could give him a chance to survive. Now that he had a system, the very first task was to escape from here and avoid becoming a human-shaped Gundam. Only after that could he slowly plan his future development. But he needed to understand the situation clearly first. Lin Chen looked at the binding gift pack listed on the system panel, his eyes gleaming. System, open the binding gift pack. Binding gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mastery of all languages on Blue Star, multiple legal identities in various countries, and multiple gun licenses and driver's licenses from several nations. All identity-related documents have been stored in the system space. As the words fell, Lin Chen felt countless unfamiliar linguistic structures and knowledge surge into his mind. Languages that had once been obscure and incomprehensible, their rare words and complex grammar now seemed etched into his very bones. At the same time, the system space gained many small booklets. Although this differs somewhat from what I imagined and hasn't turned me into a Superman in an instant, it's still quite good. Adjusting his mindset, Lin Chen began to carefully study the system panel, reading every rule several times over. Death Soldier panel. The refreshed Death Soldiers possess legal identities, absolute loyalty. 10 are refreshed each day, with the number increasing as the system upgrades. What did this signify? It meant that as long as he lived another day, he would gain 10 more powerful, completely trustworthy helpers. Moreover, these Death Soldiers came with legal identities in the United States, so he did not need to worry about their status. Crucially, they also came with various legal documents and could be upgraded. There was also the 100 cubic meter system space, whose usefulness hardly needed explanation. Anyone with access to such a system space would understand how invaluable it was. And all of these features could be upgraded. The only issue was that upgrading required points, which in turn demanded US dollars. That meant he had no choice but to madly rake in money. Now that he had infinite Death Soldiers and system space, making money would be far from difficult. All the more so in the notoriously crime-ridden south side of Chicago. As long as he set aside moral constraints, everything would become trivial. At this moment, Lin Chen's entire mindset transformed. 10 minutes earlier, he had still been an unlucky man, betrayed by a friend, locked in a basement and waiting to die. Now he held in his hands a system capable of changing everything. Infinite Death Soldiers system space. Lin Chen murmured under his breath, the corners of his mouth slowly lifting. This was the United States, the so-called land of freedom where gunfire echoed every single day. On this American soil, what could a squad of absolutely loyal men accomplish? Street gangs. That was child's play. What he sought to build was something truly. Yet for now, such ambitions were still far off. At the moment, the most important thing was to escape safely. Lin Chen walked up to the iron door and peered out through the crack. Outside the basement was a corridor. A light glowed at its far end, and there were no cameras in sight. At the doorway stood a burly white man, a distinctive tattoo coiled around his neck as he leaned against the wall, playing with his phone. Only one guard. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and began to think. This was gang territory. He had no idea how many people there were in total. If he made too much noise, it would definitely draw more men over. Most crucially, they possessed tools of so-called equality for all, guns. So he could only rely on 10 death soldiers in a sudden ambush. Lin Chen looked toward the system panel. Refresh death soldiers. He silently commanded in his heart. Refresh 10 death soldiers. Location. That corridor outside the basement. Have them directly take out that enforcer. Command confirmed. Refreshing. 10 death soldiers have been refreshed. In the corridor, the air suddenly 10 figures materialized out of thin air. They were all male between 20 and 30 years old, each with American features. Their clothing varied. Hoodies, jackets, workwear. Yet every pair of eyes was the same, calm, resolute, carrying a steady composure that put people at ease. They turned simultaneously toward the basement, as if they could see Lin Chen through the wall. The burly white man heard the disturbance and lifted his head. Seeing 10 figures suddenly appear in the corridor, he froze. What the? You guys? Before he could finish, the closest death soldier sprang forward like an arrow. His speed was terrifying, the doubled physical attributes of an ordinary man unleashed to the fullest. The burly man had just started to reach for his gun when his wrist was seized. A crack sounded. The next instant, pain lanced through his neck, and he returned directly to the embrace of God. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, clean and decisive. Twice the physical attributes of an ordinary person were no joke. Even a so-called king of soldiers could not compare. The death soldier searched the burly man and retrieved a key, then opened the iron door. Lin Chen stepped out and looked at the 10 men before him. Master. The 10 spoke in unison, voices not loud, yet perfectly aligned. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand. From now on, just call me boss. Yes, boss, they answered. Lin Chen sized them up. Their bodies were strong, their spirits vigorous. With twice the physical attributes of ordinary people, they were far superior to any common man, enough to make him almost envious. But when he remembered that he too could improve as the system upgraded, his heart filled with anticipation. Next, he would have to make money, upgrade the system, and take revenge. They had wanted to turn him into a human-shaped Gundam. Not one of them would escape unscathed. Lin Chen glanced at the burly white man who had already gone to meet the Reaper and felt no discomfort. It was not that he was heartless, it was simply that these men deserved to die. Surveying the surroundings, Lin Chen ordered the death soldiers, 2 of you search his body, then throw him into a corner of the basement. 2 death soldiers moved at once, their actions swift and practiced. In short order, they stripped the burly man clean. They obtained a handgun with a full magazine, $125, and a phone. Boss, this is all we found. Miser, Lin Chen muttered when he saw only $125. He then took the so-called equalizer of all beings, weighted in his hand. Not bad. I'll use this for self-defense first. Lin Chen handed the gun to one of the death soldiers, then stored the phone in the system space. He lifted his gaze toward the stairs leading up. He still did not know how many men were keeping watch outside. He looked at the 10 death soldiers, then at the basement exit. For the sake of safety, it was better to wait until after midnight to act. At that time, he could refresh another 10 death soldiers. With 20 men whose physical attributes were doubled, he would finally feel secure enough. Night fell. A single dim bulb swayed overhead in the basement. Lin Chen leaned against the wall, gazing at the 10 elite warriors before him. His confidence steadied considerably. He retrieved the white man's smartphone from his system space and checked the time. 9:30 p.m. 2.5 hours remained until the next batch of warriors refreshed. Seconds ticked by in silence. The basement was so still that heartbeats echoed like distant drums. Lin Chen kept his eyes closed, feigning rest, yet his mind raced with relentless precision. How to amass wealth swiftly after escaping. Shoplifting. Far too slow. Robbing a vault. His current force was woefully insufficient. Perhaps, someday. Enough deliberation. He would decide once outside. First, he'd assess each warrior's unique aptitudes, then act accordingly. Lin Chen glanced at his warriors, his gaze brimming with quiet certainty. With these warriors at his side, wealth was no longer a concern. Boss, it's 1130, one whispered softly. Lin Chen opened his eyes and rose, stretching his limbs. Send 2. Ascertain how many are upstairs, their exact positions, and whether they're armed. Understood. 2 warriors slipped soundlessly toward the iron door, peering through its narrow seam into the world beyond. Minutes later, they returned with their report. Boss, the ground floor holds only 5 gang members, all idling in the main hall, drinking and boasting. Their armaments remain unknown, but each carries a firearm at his waist. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Only 5. Yes. Their positions. 4 lounge around the center table, 1 sleeps on a nearby sofa. The hall has a single entrance, but numerous windows. Lin Chen's mind dissected the situation instantly. 5 armed gangsters versus 20 warriors, each possessing double the physical prowess of an ordinary human. A frontal assault would assuredly prevail. Yet firearms introduced lethal unpredictability. Casualties were inevitable in a gunfight. Though enhanced, his warriors could not evade bullets. After all, fallen warriors could not be resurrected. Preservation was paramount. Moreover, gunfire risked drawing reinforcements. other gang affiliates, or even local law enforcement. Then, we wait until midnight for the refresh, Lin Chen resolved. 10 warriors will materialize directly within the hall, neutralizing all 5 instantly. At last midnight arrived. Ding. Daily warrior refresh activated. 10 warriors refreshed. Master select their deployment location. Lin Chen drew a deep breath and silently commanded, deploy them inside the hall, surrounding the 5 gang members. Eliminate them immediately. Command confirmed. Deploying. 10 warriors deployed. Inside the ground floor hall. For tattooed behemoths clustered around a table, beer bottles scattered haphazardly. Drink. All of you, drink, roared a bald brute, slamming his fist upon the wood. The other 3 grumbled as they raised their glasses. A 5th lay sprawled across a sofa, snoring thunderously. Then, reality warped. 10 figures manifested simultaneously, each occupying a strategic point, 1 beside each drinker, 2 at the doorway, 2 beside the windows, 2 flanking the sofa. Silence froze the room. The bald thug's bottle clattered onto the table, his mouth hung open, voice strangled mid-breath. What the fuck is this? His words died as a warrior seized his shoulder, a grip of terrifying force. He strained to break free, yet his body refused to obey. Shadeen. Before he finished, a sharp crack echoed. Pain exploded in his neck, then darkness swallowed him. The remaining 3 instinctively reached for their weapons. But the warriors moved faster, twice human speed unleashed to its apex. 1 blow apiece. Necks snapped with brutal surgical efficiency. Within 5 seconds, the 4 drinkers lay lifeless. Awakened by the commotion, the white, portly man on the sofa blinked groggily into consciousness. 2 unfamiliar faces loomed over him. Who the hell are you? His question choked off as a warrior clamped a hand over his mouth and wrenched his head sideways. Another sickening snap. His eyes bulged, then glazed over forever still. In under 10 seconds, all 5 armed gangsters had been eradicated, without a single shot fired. No resistance had been possible. Back in the basement, Lin Chen exhaled as the system interface flashed. Ascend. He led 10 warriors up the stairs into the hall. There they stood, silent sentinels, while 5 corpses sprawled beneath their feet. Lin Chen surveyed the scene, nodding in quiet satisfaction. Clean. Precise. No gunfire. No casualties among his warriors. As for the bodies, he regarded them with icy detachment. Each had long stained his hands with countless sins. This end was mercy itself. Even Lin Chen himself had yet to fully grasp it. From the moment Zhang Wei's betrayal pierced his heart, his inner world had shattered and reformed, utterly transformed. And the warrior system had sealed that metamorphosis. He was now cold, unyielding, yet never without moral boundaries. Ruthlessness did not equate to wanton slaughter. A new resolve had taken root within him, though its fulfillment awaited greater power. Search them thoroughly. The warriors complied instantly. Within 2 minutes, the table overflowed. 5 handguns, scattered ammunition, 5 smartphones, and a thick wad of cash. Boss, the cash totals 3200, reported one warrior. Lin Chen frowned. That's all. A gang stronghold, barely over 3 grand. Pathetically destitute. Then again, no sensible criminal carried fortunes on his person. Search deeper. Look for safes, or hidden caches. Understood. They overturned cabinets, tore through drawers, until one returned breathless. Boss, we found a small wall-mounted safe. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. Can it be opened? Tried, locked tight. Requires either password or key. Let me see. He approached the safe, touched its cold surface, and willed inward store and system space. It vanished. It truly worked. Lin Chen's pupils dilated with fierce excitement as he commanded mentally, system, open the safe. His system space held one supreme advantage. While living beings could not enter, everything placed within bent entirely to his will. Inside the void, the safe sprang open, its contents appearing instantly in his inventory panel. Lin Chen scanned the items, and his gaze ignited. Cash, stacks upon stacks, and several small bags filled with white powder. He cared little for the substance now, but its future utility would be immense. Once accumulated in quantity, he'd dispatch warriors to deliver it, free of charge, to certain neighboring islands, or seal entire districts in smoke. He withdrew the cash and handed it to the warriors. Count it. Yes, boss. They tallied swiftly. $12,300, boss. A faint knowing smile curved Lin Chen's lips. Now that was more like it. A gang stronghold couldn't possibly lack wealth. Add the earlier 3200, and the total surged to 126200. Converted to points 126. 2. Still far from the 1000 threshold, but this was merely the beginning. Clean the scene. We leave, now. Lin Chen stored both cash and firearms in his system space. Boss, what of the bodies? Asked a warrior gesture. Lin Chen studied them, then decided, leave them here. Their own will discover and dispose of them by dawn. We withdraw. He knew the Black Serpent gang would not rest easy, but that was tomorrow's reckoning. For now, safety came first, then strategy, then wealth. 20 warriors followed Lin Chen out of the warehouse. He paused, eyeing the black Mercedes S-Class and pickup truck parked at the entrance. Keys still jutted from the ignition. He smiled. Perfect, we need transport. Drivers, take the wheel. One warrior slid into the driver's seat, Lin Chen claimed the passenger seat, while the rest packed tightly into the rear and the pickup. Engines roared to life, and the vehicles melted into the night. Lin Chen glanced back, watching the warehouse shrink into darkness. A dozen hours earlier he'd been betrayed by a friend, left to rot in that basement awaiting death. Now, he commanded 20 unwavering warriors and 126 in cash, not to mention 6 handguns. Zhang Wei, Black Serpent Gang. His whisper was glacial. This debt would be settled, in full. And from this moment forward America would soon know a new terror, one whose name would chill even the bravest souls. The car sped through the night. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the dark suburban road outside, finally feeling a sense of safety. "Boss, where are we going?" asked the driver. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Where to?" "A hotel. 20 people would attract too much attention." "Renting a place. Who would rent at this hour?" "Which of you is familiar with Chicago?" Lin Chen turned to ask the assassins in the back seat. One assassin in a gray hoodie spoke up. "Boss, I'm Jason. I rented a warehouse near South Garfield Park. It's secluded, spacious enough for a temporary stay." "Warehouse?" "Yes." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The system had arranged it well. "Lead the way." The car turned around and headed towards Garfield Park. An hour and 40 minutes later the car stopped in an industrial, surrounded by abandoned factories and warehouses. Most of the streetlights were broken and the road was riddled with potholes. The assassins parked the car and opened the warehouse door. Inside the space was quite large, about 300 square meters, empty and desolate, with some old wooden boards piled in the corner and a strong odor of dust. Lin Chen covered his nose and walked in, looking around. "Everyone make do for one night. We'll search for a better place tomorrow, but let's clean up first." "Yes, boss." The assassins immediately sprang into action. Some grabbed brooms to clean while others moved wooden boards to lay on the floor. Lin Chen found a relatively clean corner to sit down, feeling much more at ease watching the busy group. He also arranged for Jason to buy food and some daily necessities. 20 minutes later Jason and the others returned with a large pile of items. Bread, hot dogs, bottled water, blankets, towels, toothbrushes. "Boss, it cost a total of $320. Jason handed over the bill. Lin Chen waved his hand. "No need for reimbursement from now on. You can make your own decisions on these small matters." "Yes." After a simple meal Lin Chen arranged for shifts. Jason, take 5 people to guard for 2 hours, then switch shifts for the night watch, and be alert to any movements around us. "Yes, boss." Lin Chen used some bottled water to wash up, simply wrapped himself in a blanket, and lay down. The ground was hard and uncomfortable, but he was so exhausted that he fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the warehouse's broken holes, blinding Lin Chen. He sat up and noticed that he had an extra coat draped over him. He didn't know which assassin had covered him. "Boss, you're awake." Jason came over, handing him a cup of hot coffee and some bread. "We bought this outside, it's still warm." Lin Chen took a sip of the coffee, feeling revitalized. It reminded him of working late back home, where coffee was. Looking at the assassins before him, aside from their absolute loyalty, they seemed almost indistinguishable from normal people. "What time is it?" "It's 9:30 in the morning." "I slept for so long." Lin Chen rubbed his eyes and stood up to stretch. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. These assassins all had double the physical capabilities of ordinary people, but surely there were differences in strength, right? "Jason, gather all the assassins." "Yes, boss." The 20 assassins quickly lined up in 2 rows, perfectly synchronized. Lin Chen walked in front of them, scrutinizing each one. "I need to understand each of your specialties. Start from the left and introduce yourselves." The first was Jim. "Boss, I'm Jim, skilled in combat, proficient in all close quarters fighting techniques." Lin Chen nodded. "Show me." Jim turned to the other assassins. "3 of you come at me together." 3 assassins rushed forward and Jim moved. His speed was so fast that Lin Chen couldn't even see it. Within 3 seconds, all 3 assassins were down on the ground. It was clean and decisive, with every punch hitting home. Lin Chen was astonished. Impressive, even better than a special forces king. "From now on you'll be my personal bodyguard." Jim replied, "Sure, boss." Lin Chen said, "Next." Jason stepped forward. "Boss, my name is Jason. Besides daily affairs, I understand firearms, can disassemble and assemble all kinds of guns, and hit the bullseye at 100 meters. Expert in firearms." Lin Chen became interested, pulling out the pistol they had seized the previous day. "What kind of pistol is this?" Jason took the gun, glanced at it. Browning high-power pistol made in Belgium, with a magazine capacity of 13 rounds and an effective range of 50 meters. After saying that, he disassembled the gun into parts within seconds and quickly reassembled it. The entire process was seamless. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, you'll be in charge of shooting training from now on." The remaining 18 assassins introduced themselves one after another. None had particularly outstanding specialties, but their basic abilities were well balanced. Reconnaissance, driving, combat, shooting. All had some skills. However, none specialized in anything. Lin Chen now had a grasp of these assassins. Among the 20 there were 2 core combatants, and the other 18 were versatile assistants. This configuration was sufficient. "Let's start breakfast. After we eat, we'll discuss the next plan." Lin Chen took out his phone to check some information about Chicago. The entire city was divided into 4 districts. The central district was downtown with office buildings and tourist hotspots. The northern district was affluent with well-developed public facilities and a high safety index. The western district was a mixed area for the middle class with poor public safety. And the southern district where he was located had the worst public safety and the highest crime rate, a chaotic mix with gang concentrations. What was dangerous for others could be an opportunity for him. He also learned that a standard apartment in Chicago had a monthly rent of $3,000 and 20 people would need at least 5 units totaling $15,000 each month. For 20 people, daily expenses would be at least $200 totaling $6,000 a month. Adding in other expenses, it would amount to at least $25,000. Lin Chen calculated that $120,000 would only last 4 to 5 months. He immediately felt that this $120,000 was hardly sufficient. He needed to make money quickly. Jason, do you know about online loans? Lin Chen suddenly asked. Jason was taken aback. Does the boss want to borrow money? These online loan companies charge exorbitant interest with annual rates generally over 200%. Lin Chen smiled, seemingly unconcerned. So what if we don't pay it back? Jason instantly understood the boss. Exactly, it's black, eat black. Lin Chen stood up, arms crossed. Even if we don't pay them back, what can they do? This was Lin Chen's idea for quickly obtaining his first chunk of capital. Jason's eyes lit up. Boss, you're brilliant. The owners behind these online loan companies are often gangsters or capitalists who are inherently predatory. Jim next to him seemed eager. Boss, when do we start? Lin Chen continued to inquire. Jason, how exactly do we operate this? He didn't understand the procedures here. It probably wasn't too different from back home. Jason pulled out his phone and opened several websites. Boss, American online loans are straightforward. You just need to fill out personal information, guarantor details, upload identification, and once approved, the funds are disbursed. The amount can range from a few thousand to 100,000 with better credit yielding higher amounts. Lin Chen nodded, continuing to ask, how much can one person apply for? If done properly, a person can apply for around $50,000. $50,000 per person. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, but he quickly calmed down. No, if we apply for too much, they will definitely investigate. Jason nodded. Exactly, so we need to spread the applications across different platforms. Plus, we can't apply for everything at once, so we need to stagger them, applying in batches every few days. After hearing this, Lin Chen found it feasible. Though $1 million was still far from $10 million, this was startup capital. With this money, bigger things could be accomplished. Jason, you're responsible for researching the specific operations and compiling a detailed process for me. Yes, boss. Using online loans could be a long-term money-making strategy. Adding 10 assassins daily could yield $500,000. But he also needed to think of other ways to make money. Should he let the assassins work? That would take too long. In America, aside from formal workers earning over $20 an hour, all temporary workers made between $10 to $15. Therefore, many ordinary Americans often needed to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. As for becoming a formal dream on, capitalists would never allow them to become formal workers. Once they became formal workers, they would have to buy various insurances and bear multiple responsibilities. Thus, these capitalists typically only hired temporary workers. This also meant that many ordinary Americans lived worse than dogs. So letting the assassins work was out of the question. Lin Chen had a persistent thought in his mind. He wanted to recreate the iconic scenes of heists seen in American movies. But that was definitely not possible now. He needed to wait until more specialized assassins were refreshed. By then he would be able to. Little did he know Chen, who from the Black Snake Gang had already learned about his rescue and was furious. Black Serpent Gang's headquarters. Chen, who stood in the main hall, his face ashen with fury. 6 corpses lay sprawled across the floor. Each had been killed by a brutal twist of the neck, resulting in mechanical asphyxiation. Worthless. A pack of worthless fools. Chen, who roared. Men dead, and my cargo gone. It must be our sworn enemy, the Black Rat Gang. Only they would dare strike at my men. Another underling nodded. Boss, the Black Rat Gang has indeed been encroaching on our territory lately, running illicit operations. Rumor has it they've just imported a fresh shipment from Mexico. Chen, whose gaze turned icy. I knew those vermin were behind it. He turned and sat down. Go. Bring Zhang Wei, that scoundrel, to me, bound and gagged. He must have brought in tainted contacts. That's why my cargo vanished. And take these 5 trash bags to Gouda Recycling. See if they're still salvageable. Yes, sir. The underling dared not protest and immediately obeyed. 1 hour later, Zhang Wei was hurled onto the floor, trembling uncontrollably. Boss, you summoned me. What do you want with me? Chen, who rose, strode forward and stamped his boot hard onto Zhang Wei's hand. Ah! Zhang Wei shrieked in agony. Who exactly is this man you brought in? Chen, who demanded coldly. Zhang Wei sweated profusely in pain. I don't know. He was just my classmate back home. An orphan, utterly ordinary. Ordinary. Chen, who crouched down. Shit. Would ordinary people draw rescue teams from the Black Rat Gang? Zhang Wei blinked, stunned. Black Rat Gang rescued him. Playing dumb. Chen, who slapped him across the face. Last night intruders broke in and extracted him. highly trained operatives. My men didn't even draw their guns before they were slaughtered. Zhang Wei was utterly dazed. Lin Chen, rescued. Impossible. Lin Chen was an orphan. How could he possibly be tied to American underworld syndicates? This defied all logic. Something had gone terribly wrong. Boss, I swear, I truly don't know. Zhang Wei wailed. Lin Chen is just an ordinary man. A corporate office worker, an orphan. Enough, Chen Hu said, rising. No use squeezing answers from him. He turned to his men. Sell him to Gouda Recycling. Even garbage fetches some scrap value. No, Zhang Wei screamed. Boss, you promised to spare me if I delivered him. Chen Hu sneered. I changed my mind. Is that forbidden? Take him away. Zhang Wei was dragged out, still shouting, Boss. Lin, spare me. I can bring you more people. Chen Hu ignored him entirely. He then convened with his lieutenants to plan retaliation against the Black Rat gang. This humiliation demanded vengeance. No compromise, no delay. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse, Lin Chen reviewed the peer-to-peer lending strategy compiled by Jason. Boss, we analyzed over a dozen platforms. Conservatively, each person qualifies for roughly $50,000. Jason pointed at his smartphone screen. Good. Let 20 of our brothers apply today. Lin Chen paused thoughtfully. Each goes out, buys the cheapest possible phone, and registers with a new number. He handed Jason 5,000 US dollars. Understood, boss. The death squad departed in staggered groups, returning every half hour. 3 hours later, all had returned. Each now held an outdated Apple smartphone, the most budget-friendly model available, priced at $100 apiece. Lin Chen almost chuckled. That spec sheet is downright austere. Let's begin. Yes, boss. 20 operatives sat cross-legged on the concrete floor, each diligently filling out digital forms on their devices. Lin Chen paced slowly, glancing occasionally over their shoulders. Jason, how's your progress? Boss, I've completed mine, uploaded ID documents. Now awaiting approval. How long? Fastest cases 10 minutes. Slowest 2 or 3 hours. Lin Chen nodded and waited patiently. 10 minutes passed. Jason's phone chimed. Boss, my loan's approved. $50,000. Jason exclaimed, elated. Lin Chen leaned in. Truly deposited? Yes, it's already in my account. Excellent. Everyone else, continue. For the next several hours, the warehouse echoed with constant smartphone notifications. Ding dong, ding dong, ding ding ding. One notification after another, funds flowing steadily into accounts. Lin Chen watched the figures on his system interface leap upward, and a faint satisfied smile touched his lips. By 11 a.m., all 20 operatives had submitted their applications. Jason tallied the results and reported, boss, total proceeds $1,100,000. What? Lin Chen thought he'd misheard. 1.1 million. Lin Chen drew a slow, deep breath. Adding the prior $12,600 and deducting expenses totaling over $2,000, the net balance stood at $1,224,000. Converted to points 1224. He remained 8,000 points short of the 10,000 threshold, equivalent to $8 million. So money wasn't quite as elusive as he'd assumed. Not bad. Tomorrow assign the 10 new recruits to the same process. Lin Chen smiled faintly. His sole regret, U.S. lending platforms forbade multi-platform applications. Once approved by one lender, and until repaid, others automatically rejected further requests. Also select one operative with exceptional reconnaissance skills, and infiltrate the Black Serpent gang as a mole. I need full intelligence, their structure, operations, movements, everything. Lin Chen surveyed the pile of $1 million bills, and began planning his next move. After a moment's reflection, he issued orders. Jason, secure affordable, strategically suitable housing. Also select one operative with exceptional reconnaissance skills, and infiltrate the Black Serpent gang as a mole. I need full intelligence, their structure, operations, movements, everything. Understood, boss. Jason replied respectfully. James, he's a former reconnaissance specialist, honorably discharged. Ideal for deep cover. Lin Chen nodded. He recalled James vaguely. Agreed. Send him in immediately. Uncover every secret about the Black Serpent gang, and prepare for its total annihilation. He delegated the operation fully to Jason. A true leader delegates wisely, never micromanages. To do otherwise would exhaust him beyond endurance. He allocated $20,000 to Jason as operational capital, and stored the remainder securely within his system's spatial vault. Then he opened his laptop and began searching for ideal accommodations. Within minutes, he found a farm straddling Chicago's south and west sides. It featured a secluded manor house, 10 bedrooms, and 20 acres of land. Jason, lease that farm immediately. It will serve as our provisional headquarters. Lin Chen sent the rental listing link to Jason. Yes, boss. I'll handle it right away. Jason departed instantly to negotiate with the landlord. Lin Chen leaned back against a stack of rusted crates in the warehouse, his mind already mapping the next phase. This first round of unsecured lending had yielded vital startup capital, yet it was only the beginning. Now he awaited James's intelligence, patient, precise, relentless. To learn the Black Serpent Gang's true operations and seize the moment for retribution. Afternoon. The farm has finally been rented. Lin Chen stood at the entrance gazing at the old house before him, feeling a mix of emotions. A two-story wooden structure with peeling white paint on the exterior, the wooden floor of the porch creaked underfoot. Yet the overall framework remained sturdy. Boss, the landlord, said this house has been vacant for nearly 2 years and needs some simple repairs before it can be lived in. Jason approached with the rental contract. How much? $5,000 a year with a $5,000 deposit. Lin Chen nodded. That price is acceptable. He pushed open the big door and stepped inside, where everything was empty and a layer of dust covered the floor. The living room was spacious, capable of accommodating at least 4 long tables. The kitchen stove was still usable, though the faucet was a bit rusty. There were a total of 12 rooms upstairs and downstairs, enough to house dozens of people. Jason finds someone to check the water and electricity and fix what needs fixing. Lin Chen pulled out $2,000 and handed them over. Also buy some beds, blankets, pots, and dishes. Anything that can be used to live, nothing too fancy. He did not intend to stay here for long. He only considered it a temporary stop. Eventually, he would need to establish a formal organization with a dedicated base. Yes, boss. Jason left with 5 of the elite soldiers. Lin Chen walked to the farm behind the house. The 20 acres had become overgrown with weeds. Jim followed behind. Boss, what are we going to plant? Nothing at all. Lin Chen kicked at the grass. It will be converted into a training ground. Train them all to be sharpshooters. Jim's eyes lit up. Okay, boss. Lin Chen nodded and continued to stroll around the ranch. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jason arrived with the renovation team, consisting of 10 Mexicans who were quick and efficient. They replaced several leaking faucets, repaired the water heater, and thoroughly checked the electrical circuits, changing all the necessary light bulbs. By evening, all the repair work was finally completed, costing a total of $800. Jason then arranged for people to go to the furniture store, purchasing 20 simple double-decker iron frame beds, mattresses, blankets, as well as long tables and benches for dining. In the kitchen, they bought pots, pans, a refrigerator, and a microwave. Adding it all up, it came to $2,300. By the time everything was moved into the farm, it was already 6 in the evening. The elite soldiers worked together. Some made the beds, some cleaned, while others prepared dinner in the kitchen. Lin Chen stood by the window on the second floor, looking at the distant town, finally feeling a sense of stability. This is more like a place for people to live. Last night's warehouse was cold and dirty. Lying on the ground made him feel sore all over. Jason approached. Boss, James called. What did he say? He has successfully infiltrated the Black Snake Gang. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. Have him gather detailed information on the Black Snake Gang as soon as possible. Time rewinds to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Near the Black Snake Gang's base in Chicago's South Side, James, dressed in an old jacket with messy hair, squatted at the street corner, smoking a cigarette. He was waiting for an opportunity. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A black SUV stopped at the entrance of the base, and 2 muscular men got out, members of the Black Snake Gang. James flicked his cigarette butt and walked over. Hey brothers, are you hiring here? The 2 muscular men exchanged glances, one of them sizing him up. Who are you? My name is James, a retired veteran looking for a job. He waved his discharge certificate. I'm okay with any job as long as it pays. The muscular man hesitated, took a quick look at the certificate, scrutinized James, confirmed it was real, and then tossed it back. Wait here. He turned and entered the base. 5 minutes later, a man emerged, around 40 years old, with a face full of flesh and a black snake tattoo around his neck. It was Tony, a small leader of the Black Snake Gang. I heard you want to join us. Tony squinted as he examined James. Yes. James stood straight, his gaze calm. A retired veteran. Have you been in combat? I spent 2 years in Afghanistan. Tony nodded, suddenly throwing a punch at James' stomach. James did not dodge, taking the punch head in without even flinching. Tony laughed. Interesting. He turned and walked inside. Follow me, let's see what you can do. James' eyes flickered with a glimmer of light as he followed into the base, arriving at the backyard. A few people were practicing boxing. Tony pointed to one of the muscular men and said to James, fight him. If you win, you can stay. The muscular man was 6 feet tall and weighed at least 200 pounds, bare-chested with fists as big as sandbags. James took off his jacket and warmed up his wrists. The muscular man had a fierce look in his eyes and charged in with a heavy punch. James sidestepped and dodged, elbowing the opponent in the ribs, followed by driving his knee into the abdomen. The muscular man grunted and bent over. James seized his arm, executed a shoulder throw, and slammed the 200-pound man to the ground. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. The physical prowess of 2 ordinary men was not to be taken lightly. These gang members, while strong, still fell far short compared to James. The surrounding gang members were stunned. Tony's eyes sparkled as he clapped and laughed. Good, good, good. We need more like you in the Black Snake Gang. He walked over and patted James on the shoulder. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll have a good life. Thank you, brother Tony. James lowered his head, his eyes calm as still water. For the next few hours, James stayed at the base, working while observing. He quickly grasped the details of the Black Snake Gang. During this time, he found an opportunity to call Jason and report. At dinner in the afternoon, Tony had a few drinks and became more talkative. James, you arrived just in time. We've been having serious issues with the Black Rat Gang lately, and we need manpower. The Black Rat Gang. James pretended not to understand. Our archenemy, a gang of little Japanese, stole a batch of our goods and took one of our men. Tony cursed. Tiger is furious and is preparing to take revenge on the Black Rat Gang. James' heart stirred. He instantly understood what was going on, but he did not show it and continued to ask, Brother Tony, what kind of business does our gang actually do? Tony lowered his voice. Primarily lending. We give loans to gamblers, the poor and addicts at high interest, very high rates. As long as they can't pay, Do we have any other side businesses? James casually asked. Side businesses. Tony chuckled. We help those corporations find supplies. James frowned. Supplies for those corporations? Those are unfortunate souls with special blood types who are healthy but can't pay their debts. Tony took a sip of wine. Each one can sell for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. A chill rose in James' heart. Just as the boss had said, these people were all scum. He continued to probe. How many brothers does our gang have? 50 core members, over 200 peripheral ones. Tony patted his shoulder. With your skills you can definitely. After dinner, James excused himself to use the restroom, sneaking into a stall and dialed Jason's number. Jason, I've gathered specific information about the Black Snake Gang. Go ahead. The Black Snake Gang is a small gang with 50 core members and over 200 peripheral ones. How many people are at the base during the day? About 30 permanent members. Average weapons, mainly handguns with a few rifles. Good, keep an eye on them and report any movements promptly. Be careful. Understood. At the farm, Lin Chen listened to Jason's report and nodded in satisfaction. 50 core members, 200 periphery, and they have guns. He muttered, not large, but not small either. Boss, we only have 20 brothers right now, Jason reminded. I know. Lin Chen stood up and walked to the window. We definitely can't confront them head-on right now, we need a different approach. He turned around, a smile on his face. Jason, don't they lend money? Yes. Then let's borrow some money, the kind we don't intend to pay back. Jason was taken aback and then laughed. Boss, that's brilliant. Lin Chen went downstairs and gathered all the elite soldiers. Jason arranged for them to borrow money from the Black Snake Gang tomorrow. One soldier asked, Boss, how much should we borrow? Borrow as much as possible, high interest, doesn't matter. Lin Chen grinned. Anyway, we don't plan to pay it back. Jim clenched his fist. What if they come to collect? I want them to come knocking on our door. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. At that time we can gradually deplete their men. Jason and the others instantly understood Lin Chen's intentions. Their eyes were filled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the moment the Black Snake Gang would come to collect. Lin Chen gazed out at the scenery outside, silently calculating in his heart. The Black Snake Gang Zhongwei. This debt will soon be settled. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Lin Chen climbed out of bed on the farm, feeling much more comfortable than last night. At least he had a bed and didn't have to lie on the concrete floor anymore. After washing up, he went downstairs where the Death Warriors had already gathered in the living room. Have the new brothers been arranged? Lin Chen had refreshed the new Death Warriors just past midnight. He instructed Jason to make the arrangements for them and then went to rest. Everything's arranged. They're staying in the empty rooms on the first and second floors, Jason replied respectfully. Lin Chen nodded and walked to the center of the living room. 30 Death Warriors stood in 3 rows, neatly aligned and full of spirit. He glanced over and smiled with satisfaction. New brothers, please introduce yourselves, starting from the left. The 10 new Death Warriors began to speak one by one. The first few had ordinary skills such as combat, driving, and reconnaissance. When it got to the last one, a young man with glasses stepped forward. Boss, my name is Jack. I used to be an accountant, proficient in numbers, computers, and hacking skills. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. A hacker. Can you break into other people's systems? It depends on the difficulty. The defenses of ordinary companies are no problem. Jack adjusted his glasses. Banks and defense systems are out of my league, but I can give it a try with those of gangs or online lending companies. Good. Lin Chen clapped his hands. From now on you'll be in charge of our finances, managing all income and expenses. Every penny earned and spent by the others must be accounted for. Understood. Jack nodded. Understood, boss. Lin Chen took out $5,000 from the system space and handed it over. Go buy a computer, get a decent one, and use the rest as office expenses. Yes. Jack accepted the money and went out to make the purchase. Lin Chen turned to Jason. Have you found out the specifics about the Black Snake Gang's loan company you mentioned yesterday? Jason took out his phone and opened the map. Boss, the Black Snake Gang has a small loan company in the south of the city. On the surface it looks like a legitimate business, but in reality it's usury. What are the interest rates? If you borrow $10,000 you'll receive $8,000 with a weekly interest of 20%. If you don't repay on time, the interest compounds daily at 10%. Lin Chen nodded. That's even harsher than online loans. Exactly. Their main clients are gamblers, addicts, and those in urgent need of money. Jason continued. If they can't pay back, they are beaten, and after that they are forced to sell their organs or blood. If that fails, they are treated as expendables. Truly ruthless. Lin Chen's expression turned cold. However, the darker it is, the better. Such high-interest loans are often illegal. They wouldn't dare to use legitimate collection methods. They usually resort to underground means to force debtors to repay. So he wasn't worried at all. Boss, how much should we borrow? Borrow as much as we can, the interest doesn't matter. Lin Chen grinned. After all, we don't plan to repay it. Jason smiled. I'll arrange it right away. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jack returned with the computer along with a printer and a bunch of office supplies. Boss, I spent a total of $1,200. All right, you'll be responsible for all accounts from now on. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. First, record yesterday's income and expenses. Jack opened the computer and his fingers danced over the keyboard. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had the 10 new Death Warriors start applying for online loans following the same procedure as yesterday. Filling out forms, uploading documents, and waiting for approval. Jack specifically created a table to record each person's application progress and fund disbursement status. By noon, all funds had been received. Boss, today's online loan disbursement is $520,000. Jack reported. Adding yesterday's total, we have $1,720,000. Lin Chen calculated, realizing he was still $828,000 short of $10 million. He needed to continue making money. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jason walked in. Boss, we've clarified the situation. How much can each person borrow? For the first loan, the maximum is $100,000, but collateral is required. Yes, a car or property, Jason said, but it can also be done without collateral, in which case you can only borrow $20,000. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then let's borrow $20,000 without collateral to avoid complications. After all, 30 people means $600,000. Even if the interest is high, it won't be too bad. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. As long as the money comes quickly, that's all that matters. Jason nodded. That's what I was thinking too. Moreover, without collateral, their review will be lenient, or just an ID and a signature will suffice. All right, go ahead. Lin Chen waved his hand. Remember, everyone else must fill in false addresses. Write down places no one lives, and you can fill in the address of your old abandoned warehouse. Understood, boss. Oh, I will arrange it well. Jason set off with the first batch of 10 people. They were still driving that black Mercedes and pickup truck. As for whether the Black Snake Gang would recognize them, Lin Chen wasn't worried at all. He did it on purpose. He just hoped the Black Snake Gang wasn't filled with fools. Otherwise, his good intentions would be wasted. Arriving in the south of the city, the loan company was located in a 2-story small building with a sign reading "Quick Loans" at the entrance. The glass door had advertisements saying low interest, fast disbursement, no collateral. Jason pushed the door open. Inside was a small hall with 3 windows and several staff members seated. A business license hung on the wall, looking quite legitimate. A black man in a suit sat behind the counter and glanced at Jason. Need a loan? Yes. Jason walked over. I want to borrow $20,000, no collateral. Do you know the interest? Yes, 20% weekly. The black man nodded and took out a contract. Fill out the information, sign here, and the funds will be disbursed immediately. Jason quickly filled it out, writing his real name and the address of the abandoned warehouse. The black man took a glance, carefully verified the ID information, and confirmed there were no issues. Just wait. With that, he took the contract and went inside. 5 minutes later, he came out holding a bundle of cash. $20,000. You'll receive $18,000 with $2,000 as the service fee and first period interest. You'll need to repay $24,000 by this time next week. Don't blame us if you can't pay. Jason took the money and counted. Understood. He turned around and left, swift and decisive. The black man watched his back and sneered. Another one going to die. His colleague nearby chuckled. Does he really think our money is so easy to use? Looks like there's going to be another expendable. They weren't worried at all about whether the borrowers could repay. It was best if they couldn't repay. That way they could use it as an excuse to gather more consumables. Over the next hour, the Death Warriors came to borrow money one after another. Each followed the same procedure: fill out form, sign, and take the money. The staff only needed to briefly check the ID information. As long as they confirmed that the person was an American citizen, it was good enough. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, all 30 people had borrowed money. Even the loan company staff were a bit puzzled. Why are so many people coming to borrow? The black staff member looked a bit curious. Another staff member replied nonchalantly, who knows? We only verify the authenticity of identities and disperse funds. The collection is another team's job. The black staff member was still uneasy. No, this seems a bit odd. Oh, I need to notify the supervisor. He was worried about potential problems. He didn't want to take the blame if things went awry. Meanwhile, Jason brought everyone back to the farm to tally the funds. Boss, we borrowed a total of $600,000, but received only $480,000. Each person was deducted $2,000 for service fees and interest. Lin Chen waved his hand. $480,000 is fine. After all, we don't have to repay. Jack recorded beside him. Boss, the total funds now amount to $220,000. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, calculating in his mind. $220,000, still $780,000 short of $10 million. After a day's work, he had made $1 million. He was now a man who made $1 million a day. After all, whether it was the online loans or the Black Snake Gang's money, if it was there to be taken, why not take it? Jason, when will the loan companies start collecting? In a week, Jason said, but if they find out the information is fake, they might check sooner. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. It's best if they come check early. Hee. Jim beside him clenched his fist. Boss, let me go first when the time comes. Lin Chen smiled. Don't rush. You all need to train hard. Familiarize yourselves with shooting skills and basic combat. They'll train alongside you. Okay, boss. Jim and the others responded excitedly before heading outside to Lin Chen joined them. Although Jim was there to protect him, he needed to grow stronger for his own safety. Especially in terms of shooting, it was imperative to learn. Otherwise, having a gun without knowing how to use it would be pointless. As for going out for a stroll, let's hold off. He would consider it when he became stronger. Before his safety was guaranteed, staying low-key was the hard truth. Next, he would continue to make money while waiting for the Black Snake Gang to come knocking. The Black Snake Gang Loan Company. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. Supervisor Martin had just returned from a busy day outside and was about to enjoy a cup of coffee when an African-American staff member walked in saying, "Martin, we have a situation today." Martin put down his coffee, furrowing his brow. What's the problem? This afternoon, suddenly 30 people came to borrow money, all unsecured loans, each for $20,000. Martin frowned tightly. 30 people. The same group. They shouldn't be. Their identification information is all different, and they look quite normal. Martin remained silent, walking over to sit at the computer. Pull up today's loan records for me. The staff member operated a few commands, and the screen displayed 30 records. The loan started from 2 o'clock in the afternoon and continued until 4 with one every few minutes. The more Martin scrolled through them, the more uneasy he felt. All the loan amounts were identical, each $20,000. The loan term was set to 1 week. The reported income levels and workplaces were all formatted similarly. Do these people know each other? Martin asked. The staff member shook his head. It doesn't seem so. They came one by one, and I didn't see them talking to each other. Martin flipped to the identification information page, comparing closely. The addresses of the 30 people were distributed across different areas, looking fine. But he had a nagging feeling that something was off. There was definitely a problem. In their loan company, it had never been the case for so many people to come borrow money in a single day. After all, loan companies in America are everywhere. Almost everyone from the time they start school has already taken on significant debt. Many people never pay it off in their lifetime. It is precisely because of this that many become homeless, and eventually even legitimate loans can be suffocating. Not to mention the high-interest loans from the Black Snake Gang. Martin had been in this industry for over a decade and had seen all kinds of shady dealings. Ordinary people would never come to a predatory loan company like theirs. Only those who were truly desperate, who could no longer survive, would attempt to borrow. However, these 30 individuals today clearly did not exhibit that kind of desperate demeanor. Instead, they all appeared quite calm. He didn't believe for a second that there was nothing wrong. Bring me their original application documents. The African-American staff member pulled a stack of forms from the filing cabinet and placed them on the table. Martin flipped through them one by one, his fingers slowly gliding over the forms. Suddenly he stopped. He picked up 2 application forms and placed them side by side, staring at the workplace section. One was for a warehouse manager and the other for a logistics driver. The company names were different, but they both had the same address listed. He pulled out the 3rd and 4th forms. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. The addresses of 10 people's workplaces were all near West Garfield. Although the company names were different, the address ranges overlapped significantly. Martin leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. Fuck, this is definitely a gang. The African-American staff member looked tense. Supervisor is someone organizing malicious loans. Martin exhaled a puff of smoke. Of course, who in their right mind would have 30 people come to borrow high-interest loans on the same day? This matter must be reported to Master Who. If a group malicious loan incident occurs, he wouldn't be able to handle it. That was $480,000. If he had to fill this hole, it would be the end of him. Martin picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly connected. Master Who, there's something going on with the loan company. On the other end of the line, Chen, whose voice came through. What's the matter? Martin explained the situation and all the suspicious findings he had discovered. Master Who, I suspect someone is deliberately targeting us, trying to scam the scammers. Chen, who fell silent for a few seconds. Send me the addresses of those people. Oh, I will have someone investigate. Understood. Martin hung up the phone, organized the 30 addresses, and sent them over. Still feeling uneasy, he walked to the door and pulled up today's surveillance footage. In the footage, one person after another walked in, filled out forms, took money, and left. Their movements were brisk, and there was very little communication throughout. Martin fast-forwarded, suddenly hitting the pause button. In the frame, a Mercedes parked not far from the entrance. If one didn't look closely, it would be easy to miss. But that car seemed familiar. Martin zoomed in on the image for comparison. It was indeed the same one. A few days ago, their gang's hideout was attacked, and 2 cars had gone missing. One of them was this Mercedes from the video. Fuck, I really walked into a trap. Martin felt a chill running down his back. He quickly captured this segment of the surveillance and sent it back to Chun Hu. At the Black Snake Gang's base, Chun Hu was discussing how to deal with the Black Rat Gang with several leaders. His phone vibrated. Martin sent another message. He opened the attachment, glanced a few times, and his expression grew darker. What's wrong, Master Hu? The subordinate beside him asked. Chun Hu didn't answer, continuing to look at the address list sent by Martin. Suddenly, he spotted one of the addresses. West Garfield Park, or Chicago, a certain community, a certain warehouse. Chun Hu jumped up abruptly, his face pale. He quickly pulled up the surveillance footage from the loan company's entrance and began to watch frame by frame. In the footage, a black Mercedes was parked at the entrance. Several people got out of the car and walked into the loan company. Chun Hu's pupils contracted. That Mercedes. It was the same one he had lost. He rewound the footage a bit more, and another pickup truck appeared. All of them were his. Damn. Chun Hu slammed his palm on the table, knocking over the teacup. So it was this group of people. They robbed me, stole my goods, and now they dare to come to my territory to borrow money. He was so enraged that the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Tony stood up. Master, who should I take some men to investigate and see which god is behind this? Chun Hu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Take a few more people and take your weapons. If you find them, don't act rashly. Find out their background before reporting back. Understood. Tony left the hall, gathered 8 brothers, and along with James, there were a total of 10 people. 2 vehicles headed to Garfield Park. James sat in the passenger seat, pretending to be nonchalant. But inside he was calculating quickly. Taking advantage of the others not paying attention, he secretly sent a message to Jason. The Black Snake Gang has sent 10 people heading towards your abandoned warehouse. I'm following them, and should arrive in about. He quickly deleted the record after sending the message. At the farm, Lin Chen was practicing punches in the backyard with Jim. Sweat streamed down his face as he struck the sandbag with his wrapped fists. Boss, lift your hands higher, turn your waist, don't just use your arms. Jim instructed from the side. Lin Chen adjusted his posture, panting, and threw another punch. Although the system hadn't enhanced his body, it had improved his learning ability. After an hour of practice, he at least knew how to exert force. Suddenly Jason ran over. Boss, James sent a message. Lin Chen stopped, took a towel to wipe his sweat, and the Black Snake Gang has 10 people, and they will arrive at my abandoned warehouse in 2 hours. James is also in the group. Lin Chen was startled for a moment, then laughed. They're acting so fast. I thought we would have to wait a week. It seems the people on the loan company's side are not stupid. They discovered the problem so quickly. Jason's eyes sparkled. Boss, shall we start acting? Lin Chen threw the towel aside, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Of course we will. But we need to plan it well. He walked into the house and summoned all the Death Warriors. Brothers, we have work to do. The Black Snake Gang has 10 people preparing to investigate us. Let's collect some interest. Jim, let me lead the charge this time. Lin Chen thought for a moment. You can't go. You need to stay by my side to protect me. Jim looked dejected. All right, boss. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and looked at Jason. Jason, take 10 people. Remember, let James coordinate and rescue that little leader. This way James's status will be elevated. Saying that, he took out 6 handguns from the system space. You all take these guns. You are allowed to shoot directly. Understood, boss. Jason responded respectfully. Then he had the Death Warriors grab the guns and set off with 10 Death Warriors. 600 p.m. Near Field Park in Chicago's South Side. Jason and 10 assassins had arrived at the warehouse an hour early. Hurry, move swiftly. He circled the warehouse, selecting optimal ambush positions. You 4, take cover behind the shelves. You 3, go to the mezzanine upstairs, keep your heads down. The remaining 3, follow me behind the scrap pile on the left. Once they enter, strike immediately. Prioritize neutralizing anyone armed. Shoot without hesitation. The assassins swiftly assumed their positions, each taking cover. Jason retrieved several items from his pocket and distributed them: black balaclavas and tattered jackets emblazoned with rat motifs. This disguise had been specifically instructed by Lin Chen to make the Black Serpent Gang believe they were the Black Rat Gang. Pull on your balaclavas and wear the jackets. Jason donned a black balaclava himself, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. One assassin, unarmed, approached. Brother Jason, where are our weapons? Use this. Jason lifted an iron pipe from the corner. Those with firearms are to eliminate any armed opponents instantly. Then the rest move in. The assassin nodded and accepted the pipe. Jason glanced at his phone. A message from James, arriving in 20 minutes. Brothers, prepare. Remember, except for Tony, the gang's junior lieutenant, and James, cripple everyone else. Strike fast. Deny them even a chance to draw their guns. All assassins nodded in unison, their gazes icy and vacant. The warehouse fell into absolute silence. Only the mournful howl of wind through broken windows pierced the stillness. 20 minutes later, 2 vehicles halted before the warehouse entrance. Tony disembarked with 8 men, with James the group numbered 10. He raised his eyes to survey the derelict building, brow furrowing. This is the place. A subordinate stepped forward. Brother Tony, the address matches exactly. The loan documents confirm it. Tony scanned the desolate surroundings, then nodded. Let's go inside, and stay sharp. Don't drown in a puddle. James, stay in the car. He drew a handgun from his waistband and gripped it tightly. His men followed suit. James sat motionless in the vehicle, face calm, as he sent Jason a final message. Arrived. 10 men, all armed. He erased the message instantly upon sending. Tony pushed open the half-ajar metal door and entered first. The warehouse lay shrouded in gloom. Discarded planks and crumpled cardboard boxes cluttered every corner. A thick, musty odor hung heavy in the air. Is anyone here? Tony called out. His voice echoed hollowly across the cavernous space. No reply came. He gestured sharply. Fan out. Search thoroughly. The 8 subordinates dispersed, advancing in different directions. At that instant, the armed assassins opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots cracked like thunder. Black Serpent Gang members collapsed instantly, weapons clattering onto the concrete floor. Ambush. One unhit gangster barely managed to cry out. Bang! A single shot tore through his forehead. Blood bloomed crimson as he dropped lifeless pistols slipping from his hand. Another gang member reacted swiftly, raising his weapon to return fire. But the assassin was faster. A bullet shattered his wrist. Oh! He clutched his mangled hand, writhing in agony as his gun clattered to the ground. Then, gunfire erupted from all sides. Within 10 seconds, all 8 Black Serpent gang members, not one had fired a single shot. Tony stood frozen near the entrance, stunned, his pistol raised yet aimless, uncertain whom to target. It had happened too fast. These shooters moved unnaturally swift. He'd spent years in the underworld, fought countless brawls, witnessed speed before, but never such blinding surgical velocity. 8 armed men, neutralized in under 10 seconds. No time even to draw their weapons. Fuck, they're too strong, we must flee. Tony whirled and sprinted. Jason seized the moment, stepping forward with theatrical intensity, dare provoke the Black Rat gang. You court death. After them, spare no one. He charged forward with 2 assassins in tow. Tony burst from the warehouse, racing desperately toward the parked cars. But Jason closed the gap with terrifying speed. 30 meters vanished in seconds. Tony glanced back and broke into a cold sweat. Was this man some kind of phantom sprinter? Just as Tony reached the vehicle, hand grasping the door handle, Jason fired from afar, striking him squarely in the lower back. Had Lin Chen not expressly ordered otherwise, to allow James to seize this opportunity and earn the Black Serpent gang's high command's trust, Tony would already be dead. Tony crumpled against the car, face contorted in agony, screaming, "Ah! James, help me!" His shriek tore through the night, body convulsing, voice raw with pain. Jason raised his pistol, feigning readiness to fire again, then paused, realizing his magazine was empty. James materialized from the car, shoving Jason aside. "Brother Tony, I've got you." He hoisted Tony onto his back and bolted down the street. Jason gave chase for a few steps, then deliberately slowed, shouting after them, "Run! You may flee, but your den remains rooted in place. Tell your Black Serpent gang, if they dare trespass on Black Rat gang territory again, we'll kill them on sight." James vanished into a narrow alley with Tony slung across his shoulders, disappearing into the shadows. Jason halted, catching his breath, before turning back toward the warehouse. Inside, 8 Black Serpent gang members lay sprawled across the floor. Some moaned in pain, others had already crossed into oblivion. Jason swept his gaze over them and commanded his men, collect their firearms and their phones. Bind the survivors, and leave them here to fend for themselves. Every action served James's infiltration. Otherwise these living men would have been silenced forever. The assassins moved with ruthless efficiency, disarming, searching, binding. Jason approached a conscious gang member, crouching low beside him. "Carry this word back to your Tiger Lord. The Black Rat gang is not to be trifled with. This was a warning. Next time it will be fatal." The gangster's face glistened with sweat, teeth clenched in silent defiance. Jason rose, brushed dust from his hands, and declared, "Brothers, withdraw." 10 figures exited the warehouse, boarding a black Mercedes and a pickup truck. Engines roared to life and melted into the velvet night. Elsewhere, James ran nearly 2 kilometers with Tony slung across his back. Only when certain no pursuit followed did he pause, lowering Tony gently onto the roadside, breathing heavily. "Brother Tony, are you all right?" Tony's face was ashen, his right leg bent at a grotesque angle. "Shot in the... Quick, get me to a hospital. Use my phone. Call the gang for backup." James took the phone and dialed, briefly relaying the situation, then embellishing the Black Rat gang's threats with chilling emphasis. On the other end, Chun, who erupted in fury, "Damn Black Rat gang, daring death itself. James, is that you? Hold position with Tony. I'm dispatching brothers to retrieve you immediately." James acknowledged and ended the call. Looking down at Tony's tortured expression, he felt nothing, only serene certainty. Everything unfolded precisely as Lin Chen had orchestrated. He had saved Tony, not out of loyalty, but to forge trust. Only then could he ascend within the Black Serpent gang, gaining access to its deepest secrets. "Hold on, Brother Tony. Their arrival is imminent." Tony leaned against the wall, drenched in cold sweat, yet his eyes now held quiet gratitude as he met James's gaze. "Brother, you saved my life today. From now on, you're my blood brother. Whatever I eat, you'll share." James shook his head. "It's only right, brother." He knelt, feigning concern for Tony's wound, while inwardly contemplating Lin Chen's next maneuver. This was merely the first installment of interest. Next time, there would be no mercy. A reinforcement convoy from the Heish gang arrived like a thunderbolt. 5 vehicles, 30 men, all clad in black suits. Their leader, Ma Ku-chun, whose capable lieutenant was in his 40s, with a hard, merciless gaze. He stepped out, cast a glance at the warehouse door, and waved his hand. "Go and see what's happened." 20 men drew their pistols and filed inside. The warehouse was dim. The air hung heavy with the metallic tang of blood. Maka switched on his phone's flashlight. The beam swept the floor and then froze. 8 bodies lay on the ground, all shot, limbs broken. 2 were already dead, blood still seeping from their foreheads. "Fuck," Maka cursed. He strode over and crouched down. He recognized them as his men. One was still conscious. Seeing Mako, his voice trembled. Brother Mako, you finally came. Who did this? Mako asked coldly. I don't know. The wounded managed. They wore black hoods, mouse pattern jackets. Said they were Heishu gang. Mako rose, his face turning stone cold. He looked around. Several shells had toppled, iron pipes lay scattered, and shell casings glinted on the floor. In other words, a firefight had erupted. Yet the outcome was baffling. His men were killed and maimed while the attackers appeared unscathed. How could that be? Search. Mako ordered. See if they left any clues. The men fanned out to scour the warehouse. Mako went to the door and dialed Shenhu. Boss, we found them. 8 brothers, 2 shot in the head, the other 6 badly wounded. There was a moment of silence on the line. Who did it? The brother who's awake says it was Heishu gang. Mouse jacket, Heishu gang. Shenhu's voice was as cold as ice. What about Tuoni? They said Tuoni ran out. We haven't found him yet. Find them, get the injured to the hospital, and then everyone back to me. Understood. Mako hung up and barked at his men. Find Tuoni. 20 minutes later, a subordinate came running. Brother Mako, we found him in an alley. His subordinate Zenmushi is... Mako stubbed out his cigarette and hurried over. At the alley mouth, Tuoni leaned against the wall, his waist soaked in blood, his face deathly pale. Zenmushi knelt beside him, using his clothes to staunch the wound. Tuoni, are you all right? Mako crouched to examine him. Tuoni sweat and gritted his teeth. I want die. But I'm shot. Get him to the hospital. Mako waved. 2 men lift Tuoni into the car. A few men carefully hoisted Tuoni into the vehicle. Zenmushi rose, dusted himself off, and followed. Mako stopped him. Are you Zenmushi? Yes. I heard you saved Tuoni. Zenmushi nodded. It was chaos. I could only sling him on my back and run. Mako appraised him from head to toe, a hint of approval in his eyes. Not bad. Come back with us. Boss. All right. Zenmushi climbed into the car beside Mako, a palpable relief in his chest. The first step was at a private hospital. Tuoni and the 8 injured were rushed into the operating room. Doctors and nurses swarmed. This was the clandestine hospital that cooperated with the Heishu gang. All of their wounded were treated here. Across my legion, any gang with even a hint of standing quietly arranged alliances with private clinics. Mako left 2 men to guard the hospital and returned to the Heishu gang's headquarters. In the main hall, Chun, who sat on the sofa, his expression so gloomy it seemed to drip menace. A shattered teacup lay on the floor. The stain of water had not yet dried. Mako entered. Boss, who they've brought the people back. Chun, who glanced at Zenmushi. You're the newcomer who saved Tuoni. Zenmushi stood straight and unbowed. Boss, who? Yes, it was me. Tell me exactly what happened. Zenmushi drew a breath and recounted the scene with vivid detail. We arrived at the warehouse. Tuoni led his men in to inspect. I was told to wait in the car. Not long after they went in, I heard fierce gunfire. Then I watched Tuoni run out with people chasing him, and I seized my chance. Shinhu frowned. How many attackers? About 10, but every one of them shot like hell, felt fiercer than special forces. Zenmushi's face still bore fear. I saw the situation go south and jumped out to help, but Tuoni had already been hit in the side. I had no choice but to carry him and run. People were chasing us, shouting things like, how dare you come into Heishu gang territory, and other threats. Luckily they ran out of ammo, or we would have been finished too. We ran nearly a kilometer before shaking them off. Chunhu fell silent for a long moment after hearing the account. Then a subordinate entered. Boss, who the hospital just called. Tuoni has woken up. What did he say? Tuoni insists the attackers called themselves Heishu gang, wore mouse pattern jackets and black hoods. There's no mistake. Chunhu closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. When he opened them, his gaze was filled with murderous intent. Heishu gang. Very good. He rose and paced the room. They robbed my goods before, killed my men, seized my cargo. And now they've killed and maimed 9 of my brothers. If this debt is left unsettled, how am I supposed to keep operating in GGH? Mako asked. Boss, who? What shall we? Chunhu stopped pacing, his eyes cold and hard. In 5 days we strike directly. Take out their venue. There was a protest, but Chunhu slammed the table. No buts, he roared. Whatever the outcome, we must settle this score. Mako nodded. Understood, boss. Who? Chunhu turned his gaze to Zenmushi. It had changed. Kid, you saved Tuoni today. You've done a good thing. It was my duty, boss. Who? Zenmushi replied quickly. Merit deserves reward. Chunhu considered, then decided. From today on, you'll be a junior boss. Command 20 peripheral men. You'll be outfitted with a car, guns, and money. Zenmushi remained outwardly composed, but his face betrayed jubilation. Thank you, boss. Who? Chunhu patted his shoulder. Work hard. Good things await you. I will not betray your trust. Zenmushi bowed his head. A cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Then he secretly sent a message to Jessen. Elsewhere at the farm, Jessen returned with his death squad. Lin Chen sat in the parlor playing chess with Jimo. Seeing Jessen come in, he set down his piece and asked, how did it go? Jessen recounted everything, omitting no detail. Boss 8 Heishu gang men, 2 killed, the rest maimed. I shot the junior boss in the waist, and Zenmushi managed to save him. Our people, not a single injury. Clean and swift. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Well done, you've earned great merit. Jessen asked, boss, what do we do next? Lin Chen was silent a moment, then asked, How did the Haish gang respond? Zenmushi sent word that Shunhu already believes it was the Heishu gang and plans to move in 5 days. Lin Chen turned eyes alight. 5 days? Too slow. What do you mean? Add fuel to the fire. Make it burn hotter. Lin Chen paced the parlor and then stopped to Jessen. Tomorrow you and a few brothers will impersonate Haish gang members and go rob a Heishu gang venue. Jessen's eyes brightened. Boss, you want to sow discord? Exactly. Lin Chen grinned. Haish already suspects Heishu, we'll help cement that suspicion. Rob anything, money, goods. If it belongs to Heishu gang, take it and beat whoever you find. Leave traces that point back to Haish gang. Jessen nodded. Got it. I'll arrange it now. Lin Chen called after him. Remember, don't reveal yourselves and don't go too far. Maim only. If it's too brutal, the two gangs will erupt into full-scale war, and that would be pointless. I want them to eat at each other slowly until they're weakened, then I will finish them off. Jessen laughed. Clever, boss. Lin Chen chuckled and added, have Jekka use black tech to map Heishu gang's strength, and meanwhile get hold of some silencers. Gunshots that ring too loudly will ruin the plan. Understood, boss. Jessen turned and left the parlor to make arrangements. Lin Chen began to scheme. The Haish gang would be extinguished, an enemy to be erased. The Heishu gang, a small-time outfit, could not be allowed to remain either. Rather than handle them one by one, he would set the dogs to bite each other. When both were bloodied and broken, he would step in and reap the spoils. Lin Chen ordered Jekka to employ his hacking craft to probe the extent of the Heishu gang's influence. 1 hour later, Jekka, a flicker of excitement on his face, reported that he had located dossiers on the Heishu gang. So fast, Lin Chen rose immediately and strode to Jeek's side. The computer screen was carpeted with dense streams of information. Jekka pointed at the display and narrated the findings. The Heishu gang, headquartered in a street of Jijiaj Southern District, was a small syndicate with 60 core members and more than 300 peripheral affiliates. Their hidden boss was a Zairizhi named Tianxia Tailang. Their principal enterprises: bars, nightclubs, underground casinos. Covertly, they trafficked powdered drugs, abducted women, and dealt in high-value supplies. Lin Chen's gaze hardened. No wonder they're trouble, he murmured. Jekka switched the screen. There were 3 strongholds. The most lucrative was the Sangha Bar. A photograph of the bar filled the monitor. Officially a regular tavern, the Sangha Bar functioned in truth as a distribution hub for the Heishu gang. Women abducted for trafficking and the illicit powder were routed from here to other locations. Lin Chen asked who ran the place. Jekka opened a photo. Tianxia Tailan, a mid-level Heishu gang, lieutenant, 40 years old, a former self-defense officer, ruthless and cold-blooded. How many people usually work the bar? Lin Chen inquired. 15 regular enforcers, all armed. Nights were worse, swelling to 20 or 30. Lin Chen fixed his eyes on the screen, his mind calculating rapidly. After a moment he spoke. Jessen, moved tonight. Jizen's eyes lit up. Tonight? Excellent. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. He instructed, you will pose as members of the Haish gang. Do not spare bullets. Do everything possible to keep our people unhurt. And the Zairizhi boss must die. Understood. Jessen nodded heavily. Though he did not entirely comprehend the reason for such a specific order, he felt the hatred in Lin Chen's tone when he mentioned the Zairizhi. It was as if that hatred were engraved into bone. Lin Chen emphasized again, remember, the Zairizhi must be silenced, handle the rest as you see fit. He added, when you leave, bring back all the bar's valuables. Jessen nodded. Understood. He'll prepare. At 10 in the evening, in the farm's backyard, 20 sworn men stood in 2 ranks, uniformly clad in black tracksuits with black hoods. Iron pipes were tucked at their waists, and there were 14 pistols among them. Jessen inspected their gear at the front. Put your hoods on, do not reveal faces. Remember, when you enter, shout that the Haish gang is handling business, and clear the guests out first. Once the room is clear, then act. The men assented in unison. Lin Chen approached, holding a stack of photographs. This is Tianxia Tailang, tonight's target. He distributed the pictures. Find him, confirm his identity, and eliminate him. Yes, boss. Jessen glanced at his watch. Move out. A black van and a pickup rolled out of the farm and melted into the night. Sangha Bar Street at 11 o'clock. The street had fallen quiet and most shops had shut. Only the corner bar burned with light, a dozen cars idling outside and boisterous music seeping into the night. Jessen sat in the passenger seat, watching the bar's entrance from a distance. 2 Heishu gang enforcers stood by the door, cigarettes between their lips as they chatted. 3 cars stopped at the mouth of the street. 20 sworn men disembarked and dispersed toward the bar. Jessen led the way, his black hood already up. At the door, the 2 enforcers froze at the sight of the approaching group. Who are you? Jessen wasted no words and fired a shot. A single burst, instant headshot. The other enforcer, stunned, reached for his gun, but a bullet struck his forehead. He crumpled without a sound. Jizen's eyes were ice as he pushed the door open. Inside, cigarette smoke curled through dim light. The dance floor held dozens gyrating to the beat. Booths were full of patrons drinking and talking. Behind the bar, bartenders hurried. Jessen scanned the room, but saw no sign of Tianxia Tailang. He strode to the center of the dance floor and kicked over a speaker. Clatter. The music died. Everyone froze and turned toward him. Jessen bellowed that the Haish gang was on business and ordered all unconnected persons to get out. Patrons terrified at the sight of weapons screamed and fled. Run, gang fight. Don't block the way. Let me out. In less than 30 seconds the bar was emptied. Only a dozen or so Heishu gang thugs and the bartenders behind the counter remained. Footsteps sounded from the stairs to the second floor. A man of about 40 descended dressed in a black suit with a small mustache at his upper lip. It was Tianxia Tailang. 10 or so thugs followed him, each armed. Seeing Jason and the others, his face darkened, and he sneered angrily, accusing them of trespassing on his turf. He raged that they must be courting death by stirring trouble on his territory. Jason said nothing, he only watched coldly. Tianxia Tailang waved his hand and barked an order, shoot them. Shoot them dead, and he'll take responsibility. He counted on 30-odd shooters in his bar. The intruders numbered only 20. He believed victory was his and vowed to teach the Heishu gang a lesson. The 30-odd men drew their guns and opened fire at the sworn men. Move. Evade. Jason shouted, leading by example, darting and firing as he went. Their extraordinary physicality manifested now with brutal clarity. Silence shots rang out. PFF, 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 one after another. Each shot felled a Heishu gang enforcer. Jason's marksmanship was lethal. The other sworn men were no less. They moved with swift, efficient violence. Nearly every strike a fatal blow. The Heishu shooters, untrained and lacking real skill, could barely aim accurately. Hitting those swiftly moving sworn men was nearly impossible. The few sworn men without guns crouched behind a sofa, watching enviously as their armed comrades fired relentlessly. They began to gossip helplessly. Once we return, the boss must issue us firearms. Life without guns is intolerable. Another insisted they should seize some guns by killing a few and taking them. 5 unarmed sworn men searched for an opening. Seizing the chaos, they attacked nearby shooters. With their doubled physical prowess, the shooters barely had time to react before being clubbed in the head. One sworn man jeered, asking whether having a gun made one great, and declared the weapon now his. He scooped up a fallen Heishu pistol and joined the fight. The other 4 soon dispatched a thug, seized another gun, and entered the fray. The outcome was inevitable. In under 2 minutes, the Heishu gang shooters lay scattered across the floor. Some clutched wounds in their hands or legs, most hit multiple times, each rendered incapable of fighting, sweating cold with pain as they wailed on the ground. Those who survived to live were fortunate. A dozen or so had been executed with single shots to the head. Among the sworn men, only a few suffered grazes, the rest emerged unscathed. Tianxia Tailang cowered in the stairwell corner, his face ashen. In all his years in the underworld, he had never seen such deadly accuracy from supposed gangsters. They were sharper than elite marksmen in the military. His 20 or 30 men had collapsed in less than 2 minutes. This was not a shootout. It was a one-sided massacre. Tianxia Tailang trembled uncontrollably, dropping the gun from his hand into some corner without noticing. Jason climbed the stairs with his weapon. Panic-stricken, Tianxia Tailang reflexively pulled out his phone and dialed. Boss, help. The Heishu gang has attacked the Sangda bar. Send men. After hanging up, he tried to steel himself and bluster through his fear, threatening that his boss would soon arrive and none of them would escape. Jason paused and regarded him coolly. Are you a Zairizi? He asked. Tianxia Tailang's face flickered. So what if I am? Jason smiled grimly and said that proved everything. He raised his gun and aimed at Tianxia Tailang's forehead. Tianxia Tailang begged and tried to flee, but he was too slow. A shot tore through his head. His eyes widened in a final uncomprehending stare as life fled him. Even in death, he could not fathom why reinforcements did not frighten off their attackers. Jason stood and ordered the sworn men to quickly pillage the bar's valuables and withdraw before any help arrived. They answered in unison and set to work ransacking the Sangda bar without delay. The death warriors immediately scattered. Some rummaged through the cabinets behind the bar, others searched the pockets of the thugs, while some ran upstairs. Jason walked behind the bar and opened a drawer. Several stacks of cash were neatly arranged along with a ledger. He flipped through it, all of it containing records of illegal transactions by the Black Rat gang. Not bad, finally some gains. At that moment, a death warrior rushed over from behind. Brother Jason, there's a locked door behind the bar. It seems there's some noise coming from inside. Jason frowned. Lead the way. He followed the death warrior to the back of the bar, and indeed there was an iron door. A large lock hung on the door, and faint light seeped through the crack. Jason pressed his ear against the door to listen. Inside he heard a woman's voice as if she were crying. Smash the lock. A death warrior swung a metal pipe and broke the lock in 2 hits. Jason pushed the door open, revealing a staircase leading down with dim yellow light. He descended with 3 death warriors. The basement was not large, around 20 square meters, with damp and moldy air. In the corner lay several worn-out mattresses on which sat 10 women. Their hair was messy, and their faces were filled. A few of them shrank back in fright upon seeing Jason, and the others desperately pressing against the wall. Please don't. Let me go, I have children at home. I beg you, I really don't want to die. A woman in her 30s instinctively knelt down, tears streaming down her face. The others also began to cry and shout. Jason frowned tightly, somewhat impatient. Shut up. If you want to live, keep quiet. The women instantly fell. A younger woman raised her head, her eyes swollen. You really mean it? Do we still have a chance to get out? Jason remained expressionless, too lazy to explain. He glanced at the women. Some looked like they had been kidnapped, while others might have been collateral due to high-interest loans. Each of them had hollow eyes, clearly having been tortured. You all wait outside first. The women looked at him in disbelief, unable to believe their ears. At first no one dared to move. Finally one woman gritted her teeth and was the first to stand up and walk outside. The others realized it was really fine and slowly stood up, supporting each other as they made their way upstairs. Once all the women were upstairs, Jason glanced at another compartment in the basement. Go open that compartment. Several death warriors forcefully broke the door. After breaking open the door, they saw several travel bags piled there. Captain, it looks like there's something. Jason's eyes lit up as he walked over to unzip one. It was all cash, neatly stacked in piles. There were also several small bags of white powder, at least 5 to 6 kilograms. Not bad, not bad. Finally, it wasn't a wasted trip. Jason nodded in satisfaction. He zipped the bag back up and instructed the death warriors to carry everything upstairs. This operation was about stirring the waters, but most importantly, it was about making money. Upstairs, the 10 women sat anxiously in the booth. Jason looked at the women, unsure how to arrange things. He could only walk to the side and pull out his phone to call Lin Chen. Boss, there's been a situation. What kind of situation? Lin Chen asked. We found 10 women who were trafficked in the bar's basement along with a lot of cash and 5 to 6 kilograms of powder. There was silence on the other end of the line for 2 seconds. How much cash is there? I haven't counted the cash yet, but it should be quite a bit. Jason replied, then couldn't help but remind, Boss, what about these women? He was worried that his boss was so focused on the money that he would forget about the troublesome women. After his reminder, Lin Chen seemed to finally notice, what about those women? Give each of them some travel expenses and let them fend for themselves. Jason nodded, understood, boss. By the way, what about the leader of that little gang? Lin Chen pressed for details. He has already been sent to meet Amaterasu. That's good, collect the things and hurry up and withdraw. Lin Chen hung up the phone. Jason walked back to the bar and counted out a stack of cash. He walked to the women. Now I'll give each of you $100 as travel expenses. Take the money and find your own way home. Be careful from now on. Don't fall into the hands of those bastards again. The women were stunned. An older woman couldn't believe it. You really are willing to let us go? Jason handed her the money. Take the money and hurry up and leave. The woman took the money, tears falling again. Thank you. Thank you. The other women also came over to receive their money, each one expressing their immense gratitude. Some knelt down to bow, while others cried that they could finally go home. Jason waved his hand. Stop dawdling, hurry up, and leave. The reinforcements from the Black Rat gang might arrive soon. Upon hearing this, the women finally took the money, supporting each other as they walked outside, disappearing into the night. Jason took a deep breath and shouted to the other death warriors, brothers, grab the loot. We must withdraw within 3 minutes. Little did he know it was this operation that completely disrupted a plan of the Chicago FBI, bringing them under FBI scrutiny. Jason had just left the bar with his death warriors. 11 black SUVs were parked at the entrance. The doors opened simultaneously, and over 50 men in black descended. Their faces were grim, wielding handguns, automatic rifles, and even Gatling guns and rocket launchers. From the last vehicle, a man in his 50s stepped out. He stood just over 1.70 m, dressed in a sharp black suit, his hair meticulously styled. He was Ichiro Yamamoto, the leader of the Black Rat gang. His expression was calm, but a chilling intensity flickered in his eyes. What's going on inside? Ichiro Yamamoto asked in Japanese. One of his subordinates rushed over. Mr. Yamamoto, Terataro is dead, and more than a dozen brothers were shot in the head. All the others were shot as well. Ichiro Yamamoto's pupils constricted as he hurried into the bar. The scene inside was chaotic. Tables and chairs were overturned, and there were several pools of blood on the floor. A dozen henchmen lay motionless on the ground, each with a bullet hole in their forehead. Additionally, there were over 10 others sprawled haphazardly, groaning in pain. Ichiro Yamamoto reached the staircase and saw Terataro's lifeless body. Leaning against the wall, he had a bullet hole in his forehead, his eyes wide open, death refusing to claim him. Baka. Ichiro Yamamoto finally lost his composure and kicked over a nearby chair. Who did this? A wounded henchman struggled to sit up. Mr. Yamamoto, it was the Black Snake Gang. The Black Snake Gang. Ichiro Yamamoto squatted down, staring at him. Are you sure? The leader shouted at himself. They were wearing Black Snake Gang uniforms. The henchman was sweating profusely from the pain, and they took the women from the basement, as well as the flour and cash. Ichiro Yamamoto stood up, taking a deep breath. The monetary loss was trivial. The key issue was Terataro was dead and the goods had been taken away. If this got out, how could the Black Rat Gang hold its head high? He turned to another subordinate. All the women from the basement were not a single one left. What about the flour? 6 kilograms all gone. Ichiro Yamamoto closed his eyes, the veins on his temples throbbing. He remained silent for several seconds. Opening his eyes, his gaze was as cold as a blade. The Black Snake Gang. Good, very good. Mr. Yamamoto, should we hit back now? A subordinate asked. Hit back. Ichiro Yamamoto shot him a cold glance. Do you even know how many of them there are? What kind of firepower? The subordinate lowered his head, silenced. Ichiro Yamamoto lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. First clean this place up, leave no traces. Yes. Over 50 subordinates began to act. Some carried the wounded henchman to the backyard for temporary bandaging. Others cleaned the blood from the floor, repeatedly mopping. Some righted the overturned tables and chairs, sweeping away the broken bottles. The more Ichiro Yamamoto thought, the angrier he became. Damn, he muttered under his breath. This debt must be settled. Just then a subordinate rushed in. Boss, the police have arrived, 2 patrol cars already at the door. Ichiro Yamamoto frowned. So soon? He walked to the entrance and indeed saw 2 patrol cars parked outside the bar. 4 police officers got out, led by a white sheriff in his 40s. Ichiro Yamamoto put on a smile as he approached. Sheriff Carroll, what brings you here? Carroll replied in a businesslike manner. We received a report of a gang shootout, so we came to take a look. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Ichiro Yamamoto offered him a cigarette. A few guests drank too much and caused a scene, but it's already been handled. Were there any injuries? No, just a few bottles of liquor were broken. Ichiro Yamamoto smiled. It's a small matter, no need to trouble you. Carroll stared at him for a few seconds. Ichiro Yamamoto remained expressionless, pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket and stuffing it into Carroll's hand. Thanks for your hard work, Sheriff. Have this for the brothers to enjoy some tea. Carroll glanced at it, at least $2,000. He pocketed the cash, a smile appearing on his face. Since it's a misunderstanding, well be leaving. Sorry for the trouble, Sheriff. By the way, Carroll took a couple of steps back and turned. Things haven't been peaceful around here lately, be careful. Certainly. Carroll turned and got into his car, and the 2 patrol cars drove away. Ichiro Yamamoto watched the police cars disappear around the corner, his expression darkening once again. Close the door, we're not open for business today. The subordinate pulled down the rolling shutter, completely closing the bar. Ichiro Yamamoto sat on the sofa, calling several core leaders over. Investigate the recent activities of the Black Snake Gang for me. Also keep a close eye on Shun, who I want to know what time he leaves and returns home every day and who he meets. One leader asked, Mr. Yamamoto, should we strike first? Not yet. Ichiro Yamamoto shook his head. Let's figure out their background first before making a move. As for the grudge against Mr. Tara, of course we'll take revenge. Ichiro Yamamoto's eyes turned cold. The Black Snake Gang dares to touch my people and steal my goods. I will remember this debt. Now take people and smash the Black Snake Gang's place. On the other side, at the farm, Jason had returned with the Death Warriors. Lin Chen was sitting in the living room when he saw Jason come in and asked, Jason, you're back. Was it smooth? Boss, everything went smoothly. Jason wiped his sweat. The leader of the Little Sun Gang has been eliminated. What about the gains? This was what Lin Chen cared about. Jason smiled. Boss, this time the haul is substantial. He opened a backpack and poured bundles of cash onto. This is the total haul, amounting to $320,000. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. 320,000. That's a lot. Yes, and 6 kilograms of flour, all of it is here. Well done. Lin Chen stood up and patted Jason on the shoulder. He directly stored the flour in the system space. Adding to the previous 172,000, the total funds have now reached 204,000. Although it is still far from 1 million, it has only been 2 days. Lin Chen calculated in his heart, if this pace continues, he would soon be able to upgrade the system. At that time, his physique would improve. He could also unlock new system functions. Jason continued, Boss, there's one more thing. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. What is it? Ichiro Yamamoto is not that simple. Lin Chen smiled. Is there anyone who can become a gang leader? By the way, is there any news from James? James has no latest news. Probably the Black Snake Gang is still preparing. Haven't they moved yet? Lin Chen shook his head. It seems we need to speed things up. What do you mean, boss? Later you take 10 brothers, impersonate Black Rat Gang members, and go smash up the Black Snake Gang's place. Jason's eyes lit up. Boss, are you planning to spread the rain and do evenly? Exactly. Lin Chen smiled. Just let them both believe it was done by the other side, that way they can engage in an all-out war. Jason, boss is brilliant. Lin Chen nodded, instructing, go execute the plan, and remember to be careful. Jason turned and left the living room, starting preparations with a few Death Warriors. Jim beside couldn't help but ask, boss, when are we going to wipe out those gangs? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with an imperceptible glimmer. Soon. Chicago. FBI field office. Though deep into the night, the building blazed with light. A striking blonde woman, features finely chiseled and clad in a sleek black business suit, strode into the office area, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor, a briefcase held firmly in hand. She was Ivanka, a team leader of the FBI. Captain, the group leader wants you in his office, a colleague called out upon seeing. Ivanka nodded and made her way toward the group leader's office, then knocked. Come in, came a middle-aged man's voice. She entered to find a white man in his 40s seated behind the desk. Anderson, head of the FBI's operations. Have a seat. Anderson gestured to the chair across from him. Where's the report on the case I assigned you? Ivanka sat down and withdrew a printed dossier from her briefcase, handing it over. Here's the full account, sir. Anderson took the report and flipped through its pages, his brow furrowing deeper with each turn. The Black Rat Gang safe house has been raided. By whom? Who carried it out? I'm not certain. Ivanka shook her head. Possibly rivals of the Black Rat Gang. Anderson held her gaze for several long seconds. Are you sure? Absolutely. In truth, based on leads she'd uncovered, the raid had been executed by another entirely distinct group. These details had come from women rescued from that very safe house. Yet Ivanka chose, strategically, not to disclose the existence of those enigmatic operatives. She had rehearsed her narrative in advance. No word, not even a whisper about those mysterious figures. Still, curiosity burned fiercely within her. She longed to uncover their leader's identity, personally and definitively. Anderson fell silent for a moment. He sensed she wasn't telling the whole truth. Yet he dared not press further. For this young woman's background was so formidable. Even the FBI director at federal headquarters treaded warily around her. What chance did a mere field division chief stand? Very well, Anderson sighed. This operation qualifies as an unforeseen incident. Go home and rest. You'll be summoned if another assignment arises. Thank you, sir. Ivanka rose, turned, and exited the office. Anderson watched her retreating figure and slowly shook his head. This woman's connections were unassailable, so ironclad that no one within the entire FBI dared challenge her. Meanwhile, South Chicago, Black Rat Gang headquarters. Yamamoto Ichiro sat in the conference room, flanked by 5 senior lieutenants. A large map of Chicago hung on the wall, marked with territorial claims of rival factions. Has everything been confirmed? Yamamoto asked coldly. One lieutenant stepped forward. Yes, Mr. Yamamoto. The Black Serpent Gang is indeed recruiting heavily, preparing for something major. Are we certain they seized our premises and cargo? 90% certain, the lieutenant affirmed. Moreover, our informant reports Chun, who recently declared he intends to dismantle our operations entirely. Yamamoto rose and approached the map. The Black Serpent Gang. Chun, who? Does he truly believe Yamamoto Ichiro is easy prey? He turned to his lieutenants. We strike tonight. Which venue, Mr. Yamamoto, one asked. Yamamoto pointed to a location on the map. Their underground casino in South Chicago. It's a vital. Raise it. Take every dollar inside, and kill anyone who resists. This time Chun, who must feel. Understood. All 5 lieutenants bowed in unison. 100 p.m. South Chicago. Black Serpent Gang's underground casino. A modest 3-story building, unassuming from the outside, yet lavishly concealed within. The ground floor housed a bar, the second a gambling den, the third administrative offices. 4 Black Serpent enforcers stood guard at the entrance, smoking and chatting. Farther down the street, 10 black SUVs rolled silently to a halt at the corner. Doors opened. Over 50 burly men in black descended, each gripping a firearm. At their head stood Sato Ken, the most trusted lieutenant of Yamamoto Ichiro. Sato checked his watch, then signaled sharply, move out. In unison, the 50 charged forward. The 4 guards barely registered the threat before collapsing to the pavement. Inside now, Sato kicked open the main door. Dozens of patrons lounged in the first-floor bar, sipping drinks and conversing, until armed intruders flooded in, freezing them in terror. Black rat business, leave or die. Screaming guests stampeded toward the exits. Chaos erupted. Upstairs, gamblers at poker tables leapt to their feet upon hearing the commotion. Sato and his men stormed the second floor, shouting, "Don't move." The casino's manager, a white man in his 40s named Mike, paled instantly. Call backup. Now, he barked at his men. 20-odd Black Serpent enforcers rushed forth, guns drawn. Fire, Sato commanded. Gunfire erupted instantly. Crack after crack, bullets flying wildly, bodies dropping one after another. But the Black Rat Gang had struck with ruthless precision, ambushing the unprepared. Within 5 minutes, all 20 enforcers lay motionless on the floor. Some died outright, struck in vital organs. Others writhed in agony, limbs shattered. A dozen Black Rat operatives sustained injuries as well. Mike cowered behind the bar, trembling as he fumbled for his phone. Just as he connected the call to Chun, who the device was kicked aside. Sato seized his hair and yanked him upright. Tell Chun who this was merely interest. Next time won't be so lenient. With that, he fired once, into Mike's thigh. The man collapsed unconscious from shock and pain. Search the place. Take every cent. His men tore through the premises, stripping the casino bare. Meanwhile, South Chicago, another Black Serpent nightclub. Jason stood beside 2 vehicles flanked by 10 elite operatives. Brothers, swift and clean. Smash and vanish. 10 men disembarked, each wielding a pistol loaded with 50 rounds. 2 bouncers stood at the entrance, faces tightening as the group advanced. Who are you? Jason answered with silence, and 2 precise shots. Thump, thump. Both men crumpled into crimson pools. Inside now, at Jason's command, the 10 surged through the doors. Deafening music pulsed through the dance floor, where dozens gyrated under strobing lights. Jason raised his weapon and fired a single round into the speakers. Thwip. The music died mid-beat. Stunned silence fell. Black rat business. Leave or perish. Panic erupted. Patrons fled screaming. Within 30 seconds, the club emptied completely. Only the staff remained, a dozen bouncers and a few bartenders. A bald man descended the staircase. Black Bull, the club's manager. His expression darkened. Who sent you? Do you know whose territory this is? We do, Jason smiled. Chen, whose? And precisely because it is the Black Rat Gang is leveling it. You're dead. Black Bull roared, signaling his men. Dozens drew weapons. Jason reacted first, his pistol already roaring. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Each shot dropped a man. His comrades followed suit, gunfire erupting in disciplined waves. The outcome was inevitable. 10 peak condition operatives versus a dozen ordinary thugs was like adults confronting children. Within 2 minutes, all lay broken on the floor. Some had met death instantly, others were incapacitated beyond recovery. Black Bull's face drained of color. He reached for his waistband. Jason spotted the motion, raised his pistol, and fired. Thwip. A clean shot shattered the wrist. Arg. Black Bull howled as his gun clattered to the floor. Jason planted his boot atop the man's hand. A gun. You dare wield one. You claim to be fearsome. Tonight witness true ferocity. He crouched, eyes locked onto Black Bull's. Where's your money? What money? The man gasped, sweat drenching his brow. Don't play dumb. The club's earnings. Where's the vault? Black Bull clenched his jaw, silent. Jason rose, then stamped hard on his other hand. Crack. Third floor office. Black Bull shrieked. That wasn't so hard, was it? Jason waved 5 operatives upward. 5 minutes later, 2 dragged down a heavy safe. The others carried bundles of Lucio.'s currency. Got it, Jason. He nodded. Take it. Then he turned back to Black Bull. Tell Chen Hu, this is only the beginning. Dare threaten the Black Rat Gang, and the Black Serpent will cease to exist. With that, Jason and his men vanished into the night. Black Serpent headquarters. Chen Hu slammed down the phone, face livid. What? The casino raided. The nightclub looted. Who did this? A voice replied, the Black Rat Gang. They announced it themselves. This was merely interest. Chen Hu hurled his fist onto the desk, splintering the wood. Yamamoto Ichiro, you haven't heard the last of me. The Heishi Bang headquarters. Smoke hung thick in the main hall, cigarette butts strewn across the floor. Chen Hu sat on the central sofa, his face brooding like the sky before a storm. A shattered ashtray lay on the ground. No one dared sweep away the fragments. Are all the men assembled? He asked in a quiet voice, each word edged with chill. A subordinate stepped forward. Lord Hu, there are 48 core brothers, 45 have arrived. 3 are outside watching the venues and cannot return in time. The outer ranks number 210, the rest are guarding the spots. Chen Hu nodded, rose, and cast a sweeping glance across the hall. 45 core members sat in their chairs. More than 200 peripheral men packed the hall, crowding, even. Listen closely, Chen Hu raised his voice. Those scoundrels from the Heishi Bang smashed 2 of our venues last night, and beat to death, or maimed more than 20 of our brothers. Shall we repay this grudge? Yes. Over 200 voices roared in unison, the sound making the windows tremble. Chen Hu moved to the map and pointed to several Heishi Bang strongholds. Tomorrow night, we will split into 3 columns. First column, Make will lead 20 core men and 100 peripheral fighters to smash their underground casino. Make stood and replied, understood, Lord Hu. Second column, Zanmusi will take 15 core and 80 peripheral men to take out their nightclub. Zanmusi nodded, leave it to me. Third column, I will lead personally. The remaining brothers follow me to their headquarters to settle accounts with Shanban Ilong directly. Chen Hu turned his gaze, sweeping every person. Bring all your firearms. Strike at 10 o'clock tomorrow night on the dot. Remember, life or death aside, I will bear the responsibility for whatever happens. Understood. Everyone replied in one voice. Zanmusi stood at the back with his head bowed, his expression calm, while he secretly committed every detail to memory. 3-pronged assault. Time, place, numbers. He had it all memorized. After the meeting, slipping unseen into a bathroom stall, he took out his phone and sent Jessen a message. Tomorrow night at 10 the Heishi Bang will mobilize in 3 columns. He deleted the record after sending it, and walked out as if nothing had happened. At the same time, in Jijuj South District at the Heishi Bang headquarters, Shanban Ilong sat at the tea table with a cup of sake before him, untouched. A subordinate hurried in. Boss, we just received word. The Heishi Bang is mustering its men. How many? Shanban Ilong lifted the cup and swirled it lightly. At least 200. All their core members are present. He set the cup down and walked to the window. Night lay heavy outside, and the streetlights were dim. Chen Hu was prepared to go all out, he observed, turning with no panic on his face, only a faint cold smile. Boss, shall we strike first? No need, Shanban Ilong waved a hand. They smashed our places last night, we smashed theirs. We're even. Boss, but Chen Hu will not see it that way, a lieutenant said. I know, Shanban Ilong replied as he returned to the table. If he wants a fight, then let it be a fight. Call all the brothers back. Tomorrow night we wait for them at headquarters. Not strike preemptively, the lieutenant. Shanban Ilong took a sip of sake. Let them come, the home field advantage is ours. Send the orders, everyone assemble before 8 tomorrow evening, and distribute the guns, have them in position. We will set an ambush, let them enter, and do not let them leave. The lieutenant nodded, understood. Shanban Ilong set down his cup, his eyes hard and merciless. If Chen Hu wishes to court death, then let us grant his wish. Prepare the cash from the safes in the basement. Oh, after the fight, tomorrow hand out bonuses to the brothers. Yes, the men sprang into motion. Some making calls, others hauling weapons. The entire He Shu Bang headquarters thrummed with tension taut as a drawn bowstring. At the farm, Jessen returned with 10 deathbound men. 2 vehicles waited at the estate gate. 2 of the men carried a heavy safe down into the yard. Easy, easy, don't drop it, Jessen directed. Lin Chen came out of the house, his eyes lit up at the sight of the safe. Jessen, did everything go smoothly? Boss, those were just ordinary thugs. Not a match for us. They didn't even serve as a warm-up, Jessen said, please. He pointed at the safe. This one came from that night spot, and the loose cash was taken from their office. We brought it all. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Good. Break it open now. This time he did not plan to store it in the system space. He wanted the deathbound men to practice their trade, so that in the future when they encountered safes they would have the experience to open them instead of hauling a heavy safe back each time. The safe was carried into the parlor and set on the floor. Jimu came over for a look. Boss, this thing is solid. Can it be opened? Lin Chen asked. Jimu tried, and said, you need a cutter or a sledgehammer. Then use the sledgehammer. Lin Chen pointed to a toolbox. Crack it for me. Jimu hefted the sledgehammer, aimed at the lock, and brought it down with force. After several heavy blows the lock gave way. Jimu struck a few more times, and at last the safe door yielded. Lin Chen crouched and pulled the door open. Inside were neat stacks of cash and a few small bags of white powder. Clear out the powder, they'll have a use for it later, Lin Chen said, pointing at the bags. He gestured toward the packets. This stuff can be handed out later for promotion or quietly peddled in small circles. The deathbound men began counting the cash. Jessen kept the ledger while Jekka cross-checked. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Stack after stack of bills rose higher upon the table. 10 minutes later, Jessen looked up. Boss, counting is finished. How much? 310,000 in the safe plus 50,000 in loose cash from the night spot. A total of 360,000 US dollars. Lin Chen's mouth spread into a grin. Not bad. He walked to the table and stared at the pile. With the previous 2,040,000 added, the total now reached 2,400,000 US dollars. 2 days, 2,400,000. In my Legion, so long as you are strong enough, money comes fast, Lin Chen remarked from the heart. With total funds at 2,400,000 US dollars that converted to 2,400 points. He was 7,600 points short of 10,000. At this rate, once the gang clash was over, consolidating the resources of the 2 small gangs should be enough for his upgrade, he calculated inwardly. He stored all the cash in the system space and clasped his hands together. Brothers, you have worked hard. Go rest. There is important business tomorrow. The deathbound men were about to disperse when Jizen's phone buzzed. He checked it, eyes lighting up. Boss San Musi sent a message. Lin Chen's interest sharpened. What does it say? Jessen handed the phone over. Tomorrow night at 10 the He Shi Bang will mobilize in 3 columns to clash with the He Shu Bang. Lin Chen read the screen and his mind began to race. 3-pronged assault, all hands mobilized tomorrow at 10. Lin Chen returned the phone, excitement filling his eyes. Seems tonight's operation has been effective. Jimu leaned in. Boss, what should we do? A flash of ferocity crossed Lin Chen's features. Tomorrow night the He Shi Bang and the He Shu Bang will tear into one another. Both gangs will be fighting with blind fury. When they have exhausted themselves, we will move in to deal with the aftermath. Jessen nodded. Clever, boss. Let them wear each other down. Lin Chen smiled. Get some rest, recharge your strength. There's a spectacle to watch tomorrow night. Yes. The deathbound men dispersed, some to wash, others to sleep. Lin Chen went to the window and stared into the night, turning tomorrow's plans over in his mind. The clash between the 2 gangs would surely leave both sides grievously wounded. By tomorrow he would recruit another 10 deathbound men, bringing his total to 40. Then he was certain he could wipe out money weapons territory. He intended to take them all. Boss, not sleeping yet? Jimu asked. Can't sleep, Lin Chen said, leaning against the window frame. I'm thinking about tomorrow. Jimu asked, Boss, who do you think will win the He Shi Bang or the He Shu Bang? Who wins is irrelevant, Lin Chen replied, turning with a calm gaze. What matters is that both will lose. We will be the ultimate victors. Jimu smiled. You're right, boss. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Go to sleep, there's a hard fight ahead tomorrow. Jimu nodded and left. Lin Chen stood a while longer before switching off the lights and going upstairs. Lying in bed, he closed his eyes, yet his thoughts would not stop turning. By tomorrow night, everything should reach its conclusion. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up from his bed, stretching lazily. The sunlight outside was just right, shining on the barren land. Another new day. He finished washing up and went downstairs where the Death Warriors had already gathered in the living room. Last night, 10 new Death Warriors were added, bringing the total to 40. Except for the Undercover James, the other Death Warriors stood in 4 neat rows in the hall. Jason walked over saying, Boss, the new brothers have been arranged. Lin Chen nodded. Then let's get down to business. First, apply for online loans. Jack, go teach them. Okay, Jack responded and began teaching the 10 new recruits how to apply for online loans. The 10 Death Warriors took out the phones Jason had prepared for them and started filling in the information according to the process. Before long, all 10 had completed their applications. The notification sound of the funds arriving kept ringing. After counting, Jack looked up and said, "Boss, they secured a total of 5,000 today." Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Having already secured 2.4 million yesterday, plus the current 5,000, the total was now 2.9 million. They were one step closer to 10 million. However, he wondered how long the online loans could last. He estimated it wouldn't be more than a few days. Once the Death Warriors were discovered to be overdue, those online loan companies would likely tighten their controls. Lin Chen continued to learn about the special skills of the 10 Death Warriors. One new Death Warrior stood up. He wore glasses and appeared to be in his 30s, looking quite refined. "Boss, my name is Locke. I used to work in the military headquarters, specializing in intelligence analysis and combat planning." Lin Chen's eyes lit up in surprise. "You were a staff officer before." He hadn't expected to have a staff officer among the newly recruited Death Warriors. Isn't this exactly the talent he urgently needed? The system really knows how to pick people. Locke adjusted his glasses. "Yes, boss. My unit was mainly responsible for intelligence analysis and formulating combat plans." Lin Chen became interested. "Perfect, help me analyze our operation tonight." Locke nodded seriously. "Of course, boss. But I need precise time routes and a comparison of both sides' forces." Lin Chen turned to Jason. "Jason, send the relevant intelligence to Locke. Let him analyze how we should strike tonight." "Sure, boss." After reviewing the specific information, Locke walked to the table and unfolded the map. The Black Snake Gang will attack in 3 waves, while the Black Rat Gang will definitely lie in wait. The combined forces will be at least 500, and their weapons are also not shabby. "Except for James, we only have 13 people." Lin Chen nodded. "Continue." "My suggestion is to wait until they engage in fierce combat. Once both sides have exhausted their forces, we strike. Our goal is to seize their stronghold." Locke pointed to 2 locations on the map. The Black Snake Gang will have all hands on deck. Their headquarters will definitely be vulnerable. The same goes for the Black Rat Gang. Their main force will be waiting for the Black Snake Gang to come to them. We will split into 2 groups, taking advantage of their fight to raid the Black Snake Gang's lair first. Money, weapons, and important documents, take them all. Then, Jason couldn't help but interject, "That tactic is ruthless." Lin Chen smiled, very satisfied. "Locke, from now on you will be our military strategist. You are responsible for formulating all action plans." Locke nodded. "Thank you for your trust, boss." Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder. "You go ahead and formulate the detailed plan for tonight's action. However, before that we need to solve the transportation issue first." He took out $50,000 and handed it to Jason. "Go buy a few pickup trucks, used ones that can drive and carry stuff." "Okay, boss." Jason took the money. "How many should I buy?" 5 pickups should be enough for now. When the time comes to seize theirs, we won't have to worry about not having enough vehicles." "Understood." Jason took a few Death Warriors and went out. The other Death Warriors continued training, making a final effort for the night's operation. On the other side, at the FBI branch building, Ivanka sat at her desk, staring at the computer screen. The screen displayed intelligence about the Black Snake Gang and the Black Rat Gang. She hadn't slept well last night after returning home. Her mind was filled with thoughts of the bar in the small town. Who exactly was the boss behind those mysterious individuals? The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. Her mind was racing with questions. At that moment, a colleague walked over. "Ivanka, the team leader, is looking for you." She stood up and walked into Anderson's office. "Team leader, you were looking for me." Anderson pointed to a chair. "Sit down, we have a new task." Ivanka sat down. "What task?" "We have received intelligence that the Black Snake Gang and the Black Rat Gang are going to... Both sides will deploy at least 500 people, and the location is in the Southern District." Anderson pushed some documents over. "I need someone to lead a team to monitor and gather evidence. Once they finish fighting, we can move in to capture them." Ivanka's eyes lit up. "Team leader, let me go." Anderson paused for a moment. "You want to go?" "Yes," Ivanka nodded. "I want to make up for my failure in the last mission." Anderson stared at her for a few seconds. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." In truth, Ivanka was well aware. She wasn't going to earn merit. She wanted to see if those people would show up. She also wanted to know if that mysterious boss would make an appearance. Anderson thought for a moment. "All right, you can lead the team and take 10 operatives with you. Just monitor, don't engage, wait until they finish before taking action." "Understood." Ivanka stood up. Anderson called her back, reminding her, "Ivanka, be careful. Those 2 gangs will definitely be bloodthirsty tonight. Don't get caught up in it." Ivanka cannot afford to have an incident on his watch. Otherwise, he would be in trouble too. Ivanka smiled. "Don't worry." Leaving the office, she returned to her desk to prepare her gear. Bulletproof vest, handgun, walkie-talkie, binoculars. She checked everything carefully. Then Ivanka set out with 10 people driving 3 black SUVs. They were going to stake out in advance and set up. The vehicles stopped 2 streets away from the Black Rat Gang's headquarters. "Everyone pay attention, maintain radio silence. No one is allowed to act without my command." Ivanka picked up her binoculars and looked towards the Black Rat Gang's headquarters. At the entrance stood more than 20 strong men, each carrying weapons. The atmosphere was tense, as if it could explode at any moment. "Those mysterious people. Will you come?" Ivanka muttered to herself. Meanwhile, at the farm, Jason returned with the convoy. 5 pickups. Although they were all used, the condition of the vehicles was still good. Boss, it cost 4200, leaving us with 8000 remaining. Lin Chen looked at the cars. That's enough. The rest will be used as operational funds. Alright, boss. Locke walked over. Boss, the detailed action plan has been formulated. Let's hear it. Locke pointed at the map. We set out at 7 o'clock tonight. We will split into 2 groups. One will go to raid the Black Snake Gang's headquarters, while the other will arrive at the location of their clash to stake out in advance. Then once they start fighting and both sides are injured, we will take action to finish them off. Remember, the group heading to the Black Snake Gang's headquarters should prioritize speed. Knock out anyone we see and take any money we find. We must withdraw within 20 minutes. Then we will regroup with Jason's team. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. Alright, let's do it that way. He looked out the window at the sky. The sun was about to set. Brothers, check your gear and get ready to depart. The Death Warriors began organizing their weapons. Handguns, bullets, melee, daggers. They checked everything one by one. Lin Chen walked to the backyard, staring at the distant small town. After tonight, the underground world of Chicago would change forever. Jason walked over. Boss, are you staying at the farm to wait for us? Yes. Lin Chen nodded. I trust that you will definitely get it done. Such dangerous matters should be left to the Death Warriors. He only needed to stay behind the scenes and lay low. Jason patted his chest to assure him. Boss, don't worry, we will definitely complete the task. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder. Be careful, don't get injured. Understood. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 38 Death Warriors split into 2 teams and boarded 6 vehicles. The engines roared as the convoy left the farm. Lin Chen stood at the door, watching the taillights disappear into the night. Jim stood beside him. Boss, do you think they will successfully complete the plan? They definitely will, Lin Chen said as he lit a cigarette. Locke's analysis will not be wrong. Tonight we should at least rake in a few million. He was quite confident about this. With the combat power of the Death Warriors, it would be very easy to take down 2 mutually destructive gangs. Now he just needed to wait for Jason and the others to bring back their final haul. 8 o'clock in the evening. At the Black Snake Gang's base. Chun, who double-checked the attack route. Mark, you lead the first team to smash their underground casino in the southern district and rendezvous with us as quickly as possible. James, you take the second team to raid their nightclub, and after that come and support us at the Black Rat Gang headquarters. I will personally lead the third team to attack the Black Rat Gang headquarters. He turned around and glanced at the brothers in the hall. Brothers, we must uproot the Black Rat Gang tonight to avenge our fallen comrades. Mark nodded. Understood, Boss Who. James also nodded. Boss Who, I will definitely complete the mission. Chun, who looked at his watch and waved his hand. Except for the brothers who will stay behind, everyone else sets off. Everyone poured out and boarded the convoy parked at the entrance. The engines roared one after another, leaving the base. James sat in the car, watching the base grow more distant in the rearview mirror. Only 10 brothers remained at the entrance. He smiled slightly, then quickly regained his composure, because he had secretly sent a message to Jason. At the entrance of the Black Snake Gang's base, the 10 left behind watched as the convoy drove away, each letting out a sigh of relief. Boss Who has finally left. We can rest tonight. Don't celebrate too early. What if the Black Rat Gang comes back? Come back. They can't even take care of themselves. A few laughed, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the door chatting. They completely failed to notice that several cars were quietly approaching in the darkness. At the farm, Lin Chen sat in the living room, a chessboard in front of him with no one opposite. He played against himself to pass the time. Jim stood by, glancing at his phone from time to time. Boss, Jason sent a message. They are almost at the Black Snake Gang's base. Jim clenched his fists. Boss, I really want to stretch my legs. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Chen smiled. For now, let the brothers warm up. Jim clenched his fists. Boss, I really want to stretch my legs. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Chen smiled. For now, let the brothers warm up. Until he becomes strong enough, Jim must stay by his side to protect him. Nothing is more important than his safety. On the other side, Jason sat in the passenger seat, looking at the messages on his phone. The location sent by James showed the position of the Black Snake Gang's base. Brothers, speed up. The main force of the Black Snake Gang has already set off. Received. The driver pressed the gas pedal, and the car accelerated into the night. 10 minutes later, 5 cars stopped in the alley outside the Black Snake Gang's base. Jason got out and peered over the wall into the compound. 2 men stood at the entrance, smoking and chatting. The lights in the hall were on, and he could see several figures moving. There are a total of 10, Jason counted. Locke was right. They really did leave only this few people. He waved his hand, and 20 elite soldiers followed him stealthily. 2 members of the Black Snake Gang were chatting at the entrance. Do you think Boss Who can win tonight? Of course he can. We have so many people and brought so many weapons. True, the Black Rat Gang's little days should have been dealt with long ago. Before he finished speaking, several figures suddenly charged out of the darkness. The speed was frightening, and there was no time to react. Jason punched the man on the left in the temple, and he collapsed instantly. The other was about to shout when his mouth was covered, and a palm struck the back of his neck, causing him to crumple to the ground. Inside, move quickly. 20 elite soldiers rushed into the hall. Inside, 8 members of the Black Snake Gang were preparing to have some fun. They were all stunned to see so many people. Fuck, who are you? Those who want your lives. Jason raised his hand and fired his gun. The other elite soldiers followed suit. Puff, puff, puff. In less than 10 seconds, all 8 were on the ground, meeting their maker. Jason glanced around, confirming that no one was alive, and continued to order search. The elite soldiers immediately sprang into action. They began a carpet search. Jason went to the second floor and pushed open an office door. A painting hung on the wall. He lifted it to check, revealing a safe behind it. Found it. He called over 2 elite soldiers. Carry it to the car. We'll open it later. Yes. In the first floor hall, the elite soldiers found a pile of items. Dozens of handguns, 2 automatic rifles, and a number of bullets. There were also several bags of white powder along with some ledgers and IOUs. After counting the cash, Jason walked over. How much? Brother Jason, there is a total of 1.2 million in cash. That doesn't even count what's in the safe. Jason's eyes lit up. Not bad, the boss will definitely be pleased to know. What about the ledgers and IOUs? A large stack. It looks like the loan records of the Black Snake Gang. Take them all, they will be useful in the future. The elite soldiers loaded the items into the car, moving swiftly and efficiently. Jason glanced at his watch. It was exactly 15 minutes since they rushed in. Retreat. 5 cars started up, drove out of the base, and vanished into the night. Meanwhile, in the South District of Chicago near the Black Rat Gang headquarters, Ivanka was on a rooftop somewhere using binoculars to watch from a distance. She had been on stakeout for almost a day. 10 team members were scattered around, fully armed, waiting for orders. Captain, is there still no movement? A team member's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Be patient, Ivanka whispered. The Black Snake Gang will definitely come. She was also feeling anxious inside. Would Chunhu really come? What if the intel was wrong? Just then the sound of engines roared from a distance. A long line of headlights appeared at the street corner with at least 20 cars. Ivanka adjusted the focus of her binoculars and clearly saw the people in the first car. Chunhu sat in the passenger seat, his face solemn. They've arrived, Ivanka whispered. All units alert, target in sight, maintain silence. The team members became excited. After waiting so long, it was finally about to begin. The convoy stopped outside the Black Rat Gang headquarters. Over 100 people got out, all in black suits, armed to the teeth. Chunhu got out, glanced at his watch. It was exactly 10 o'clock. Make your move. Inside the Black Rat Gang headquarters, Yamamoto Ichiro stood by the second-floor window, watching the convoy outside. A smirk crept onto his lips. Just as expected, he turned to the people behind him. Is everything ready? Boss, our brothers are all in position. Good, let them in, and shut the door to catch the dog. This time we must eliminate Chunhu. The members of the Black Rat Gang hid behind, cover their guns, trained on the entrance. The atmosphere was tense, as if it could explode at any moment. Meanwhile, Locke led a team lying in ambush 2 streets away from the Black Rat Gang headquarters. Locke lay on the rooftop of a building using binoculars to watch the direction of the Black Rat Gang headquarters. It's finally about to start. Precisely 10 o'clock at night. Headquarters of the Black Rat Gang. Chunhu led his 3rd squad to the entrance. Yet the moment he arrived, something felt profoundly wrong. It was too quiet. Unnaturally, ominously silent. Ambush. Chunhu roared. Everyone, take cover. Hardly had the words left his lips when the second-floor windows burst open and a dozen rifles thrust outward. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down in torrents. Black Serpent Gang members collapsed in waves. Hit the ground. Find cover. Chunhu lunged behind a car. The bullets struck its door with deafening metallic clangs. He glanced up. No fewer than 20 of his men already lay motionless. Fuck. Yamamoto, you wily old fox. Chunhu drew his pistol and fired several rounds blindly toward the second-floor windows. But the distance was too great, every shot missed. Boss, their firepower's overwhelming. One subordinate shouted from behind a trash bin. Hold the line. For God's sake, hold it. Mark and James are minutes away. Chunhu gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing crimson. He knew he had been outmaneuvered, yet retreat was no longer an option. Victory, or death on this very ground. Brothers, fire. Kill one, and you've earned your worth. The Black Serpent Gang opened fire in return. Pistols, rifles, all aimed upward at the second floor. Gunfire thundered across the night, bullets tearing through air like vengeful spirits. Meanwhile, upstairs, Yamamoto Ichiro stood by the window, gazing down upon the Black Serpent Gang pinned helplessly below. His lips curled into a cold, contemptuous smile. Chunhu, did you truly believe I'd wait meekly for your assault? Tonight you enter, but never leave. He turned sharply to his men. Send our brothers around back. Encircle them. Crush them between hammer and anvil. Yes, sir. 30 Black Rat Gang members surged out the rear exit, flanking the Black Serpent Gang's position. Another volley erupted, sudden, brutal, devastating. The Black Serpent Gang now fought on 2 fronts, slaughter and chaos blooming in equal measure. Crouched behind the car, Chunhu flinched as a bullet whistled past his temple. His neck jerked instinctively. Damn it. At this rate we'll all die here. At that instant, a deep, guttural roar of engines split the night. Dozens of vehicles screeched into view, headlights stabbing the darkness like blades. Mark's first squad had arrived. Boss, we're here. Mark leapt from his vehicle and charged into the fray with his men. A fresh storm of gunfire erupted. The The Black Rat Gang's encirclement collapsed. They scrambled backward seeking shelter once more. Yamamoto, Ichiro frowned. How did the Black Serpent Gang's reinforcements arrive so swiftly? One underling rushed forward. Chief, their ambush held, but they're still holding the line. Should we? Before he could finish, gunfire erupted anew outside. James and the second squad had arrived. Three forces converged. The Black Serpent Gang's numerical superiority, now undeniable. Though caught off guard at the outset, losing over 30 men, their remaining force still numbered 250 battle-ready fighters. A brutal stalemate began to take shape. Neither side could break the other. 2 streets away, Locke lay prone atop a rooftop, binoculars locked unblinkingly on the battlefield. They've engaged, and fiercer than anticipated. Jason crouched beside him, trembling with exhilaration. Locke, when do we move? Not yet, Locke replied, shaking his head. Neither side has bled enough. Rushing in now would be suicide. Jason wrung his hands anxiously. Then when they've worn each other down, Locke said, voice grave. Perhaps another hour. Jason groaned. An hour? That's far too long. We wait. Locke adjusted his glasses calmly. War isn't waged on passion alone. It demands strategy. Jason exhaled heavily. Fine. I'll follow your lead. Lin Chen had ordered before deployment absolute obedience to Locke's command. Yet his gaze remained riveted on the battlefield, burning with impatience, yearning to charge in and fight. Who will win? Neither, Locke answered serene. Mutual ruin is inevitable. That will be our moment to strike. Jason grinned. The boss's plan is ruthless indeed. Hence why he is the boss. And we remain disposable blades, Locke murmured, tone devoid of irony. Jason. Simultaneously, on another rooftop, Ivanka raised her binoculars, watching distant muzzle flashes bloom like hellish stars. Her face betrayed no emotion, her eyes glacial and merciless. The captain was right. These vermin were bound to turn on each other, daring to wage open gun warfare. Had the police not received their directive, they'd have stormed the scene long ago. A subordinate whispered, Captain, shall we intervene now? No rush. Ivanka lowered her binoculars. Let them fight. Let them tear each other apart. When they're spent, we close the net. She loathed these gangs with visceral hatred. Human trafficking, narcotics trade, usury. Every atrocity imaginable bore their stamp. Tonight both syndicates would be eradicated, root and branch. And if fortune smiled, evidence would surface pointing to their higher-ups. Such petty gangs could never survive independently, never for so long. They always answered to someone above. Otherwise such foot soldiers wouldn't endure. How's the evidence collection progressing? Ivanka asked again. Another operative replied, cameras have recorded everything. Every armed exchange, every hostile act. Excellent, Ivanka nodded. Deliver that footage to the prosecutor. It will seal their fate in prison. She lifted her binoculars once more, resuming surveillance. Yet her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Would they appear tonight? Might they exploit the chaos? Ivanka sensed, intuitively, that they would not miss this spectacle. At the Black Rat Gang headquarters, 40 minutes of relentless combat had passed. The ground was littered. Some men moaned in agony, others lay utterly still. Chen, whose shoulder bled profusely crimson, streaming down his arm. A subordinate hastily bandaged the wound. Boss, retreat first. We'll hold the line. Retreat. Never. Chen, who snarled. If Yamamoto lives past tonight, I'll never command respect again. He scanned the field. Nearly 200 of his men remained standing, weapons drawn. Ammunition was nearly exhausted. Scarcely a magazine remained. The Black Rat Gang, he guessed, faced the same depletion. All units, advance. Storm the building. Capture Yamamoto Ichiro, alive. Charge. Black Serpent Gang members surged forward like berserkers. The Black Rat Gang met them, heat bullets, steel pipes, cleavers, all hurled with murderous intent. Upstairs, Yamamoto Ichiro's phone rang abruptly. Our flagship nightclub has been raided. The South District Casino also hit. Who did this? The voice on the line trembled. It's the Black Serpent Gang. They claimed responsibility outright. Yamamoto's face darkened. Then he hurled the phone against the wall. Bakayaro. Shunhu, you dare push me beyond endurance. He wheeled toward his men. Eyes bloodshot, veins pulsing. Issue my order. Mobilize every last man. This ends tonight. One of us dies. Eradicate the Black Serpent Gang, by any means necessary. His lieutenant recoiled. Chief, perhaps reconsider. Reconsider. Yamamoto backhanded him violently. Our funds are gone. How am I supposed to stay calm? Fire. Fire until they're dust. $5,000 for every Black Serpent killed. Those two establishments formed the Black Rat Gang's financial lifeline. Now stripped bare, only total annihilation of their rivals could recover their losses. Hearing the bounty, the Black Rat Gang descended into frenzy. Bullets flew recklessly. Grenades detonated in rapid succession. The Black Serpent Gang was shattered. 20 more men fell instantly. Chun, who staggered, ears ringing from the blast. Fuck. Yamamoto's gone mad. He dove behind cover, gasping for breath. Both sides were now consumed, frenzied, unrelenting. No retreat, not even a thought of surrender. To yield was to perish. Chun, who clenched his jaw, Then we fight, until one side breaks. Advance again, $10,000 for every kill. Where gold beckoned, courage followed. The Black Serpent gang became slaughter incarnate. Only James lingered, feigning effort from the shadows. Far away, Locke lowered his binoculars, and finally rose. The final clash has begun. Jason's eyes lit up. Is it over? Can we move in? Wait a little longer, Locke said. They're fully enraged. This will conclude soon. Jason stamped his foot impatiently. Must we wait? Yes, Locke replied unruffled. Entering now would cost lives. 5 more minutes, and we save at least several brothers. Jason inhaled deeply, forcing composure. Understood. I'll follow your call. He turned to the 20 silent operatives behind him. Men, check your gear. Prepare for combat. They answered in unison, a low, chilling chorus. Their eyes, cold, lethal, like predators released from cages. Locke checked his watch and began counting down. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. Gunfire dwindled, sporadic, ragged. Both sides had reached exhaustion. Over 100 corpses blanketed the ground as scores of wounded cried out in anguish. The air reeked of cordite and copper-rich blood. Fewer than 50 fighters remained, combined, still capable of standing. Such devastation spoke volumes about the ferocity of this battle. Ammunition exhausted on both sides. Combat devolved into brutal hand-to-hand slaughter. Meanwhile, Ivanka's gaze hardened. She lowered her binoculars. She knew the moment had arrived. Move out. Prepare to act. As Ivanka's voice fell, the roar of engines suddenly echoed from a distance. 5 vehicles burst out from around the corner, headlights off, speeding with frightening velocity. They charged directly towards the battlefield. Ivanka was taken aback and raised her binoculars. Suddenly a group of people appeared in her line of sight, causing her eyes to gleam with excitement. Wait! Ivanka hurriedly pressed the intercom. Everyone halt. Observe the situation. The team members were bewildered. Captain, why? The team leader ordered us to close in. Ivanka lowered her binoculars, a faint smile on her lips, because something spectacular is about to unfold. A show far more thrilling than our own capture. Her heart raced with anticipation. Indeed, they had arrived. The mysterious group did not disappoint her, but she wondered if their backers had come this time. Ivanka's heart was filled with expectation. A team member leaned over, gazing at the convoy rushing in the distance. Captain, who are those people? I don't know, Ivanka shook her head. But they will definitely help us get the job done. So we just watch. Yes, Ivanka leaned against the railing. Just wait to wrap things up. She watched the vehicles, her eyes filled with the mysterious team. What surprises will you bring this time? On the battlefield, Chun-Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro were in a bloody fight. Both sides had less than 40 people still standing, all of whom were injured. The bullets had long been exhausted, and they were now fighting hand-to-hand with steel pipes and machetes. Yamamoto, come and die. Chun-Hu roared, blood covering his face. Chun-Hu, you won't leave alive today. Yamamoto Ichiro's voice was hoarse. After fighting like this, both sides had completely lost their sanity. In the end, it was either you die or I perish. Yamamoto Ichiro gripped his bloodied katana, a deep gash carved into one shoulder. Breathing heavily, he stared at Chun-Hu with a gaze that seemed ready to devour him. Chun-Hu, today, only one of us can walk out of here. Just as the words left his mouth, 5 vehicles charged into the battlefield, their headlights suddenly illuminating everything. The blinding light left everyone squinting, and the doors opened to reveal 35 death warriors rushing out, all dressed in black sportswear and balaclavas. Each one wielded a gun, forming a neat formation. Jason walked at the forefront, his stride steady. Chun-Hu was stunned, then growled darkly, "Fuck. Who are you?" Yamamoto Ichiro was equally confused, then shouted angrily, "Baka, what do you want?" The death warriors said nothing. They simply opened fire indiscriminately at the two gangs. Puff, puff. Gunfire erupted again, and the remaining members of both gangs continued to fall. Chun-Hu's men tried to resist, but with no bullets left, they attempted to grab iron rods to retaliate, only to be shot in the head before they could even lift them. Yamamoto Ichiro's men tried to flee, but the moment they turned, they were taken down by gunfire. After such a fierce exchange, they were nearly exhausted. Even if they wanted to escape, they could not outrun the bullets. In less than a minute, all of Chun-Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro's men lay on the ground, clutching their severed limbs and crying out in pain. On the entire battlefield, only Chun-Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro remained standing. Chun-Hu dropped his gun, stunned. He looked at Jason, his voice trembling. "Who exactly are you?" Yamamoto Ichiro's expression was also one of fear, his legs trembling. He thought he was about to win. Just 5 more minutes, and he could take down Chun-Hu. But a wild card appeared out of nowhere. "Baka, who are you?" Yamamoto Ichiro roared, daring to blackmail us. Jason raised his head to look at him. "You're Yamamoto Ichiro, the leader of the Black Rat Gang, right?" Yamamoto Ichiro's expression changed. "You know me?" "Of course I do," Jason chuckled. "And I know you, Chun-Hu." Chun-Hu was stunned. "You know me?" "Leader of the Blacks, your loan company, we borrowed money from you." Chun-Hu's mind went blank. Borrow money? 30 people on the same day at the same time. That group was you, not the Black Rat Gang. Correct, Jason nodded. It was us. Chun-Hu's face turned ashen as he roared. "Who the hell are you?" Why are you doing this? Yamamoto Ichiro also reacted, his face filled with rage. Baka, was it you who previously took down my bar? Jason looked up at him. That's right. The one named Tainaka Taro we killed. Yamamoto Ichiro's pupils constricted as he roared, Baka Yuru. Chen, who instantly understood you. You are impersonating the Black Rat Gang. Yes, Jason nodded. We also impersonated your Black Snake Gang to attack the Black Rat Gang's turf. The goal was to make you bite each other. You really didn't disappoint me going straight into a firefight. After hearing Jason's taunts, Chun-Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro turned to look at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock and anger. After fighting for so long and losing hundreds of brothers, it turned out they had been played. Yamamoto Ichiro roared, Baka, you are despicable. Despicable. Jason laughed. Compared to you selling women, trafficking flour, and loan sharking, we are quite merciful. Chun-Hu gritted his teeth, angrily asking, who is your boss? Wanna know? Jason's voice carried a hint of eeriness. You'll find out when you get to hell. Yamamoto Ichiro gripped his knife and charged at Jason. I will kill you. Jason made no move. Two death warriors rushed up and kicked Yamamoto Ichiro in the knee. Crack. The sound of bones breaking. Yamamoto Ichiro let out a scream, kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. You can't do this. Our Yamaguchi-gumi will not let you go. That's right. Behind Yamamoto Ichiro was the Yamaguchi-gumi of the small days. Just now he had secretly sent a message to the Yamaguchi-gumi informing them of the situation here. Jason acted as if he hadn't heard, turning to Chun-Hu. Chun-Hu took 2 steps back, his face pale. What do you want? I want you to transfer all your assets to me. Chun-Hu closed his eyes. He knew he was finished. Completely finished. Jason waved his hand. Brothers, start collecting the spoils. The Death Warriors began their actions, looting the entire headquarters of the Black Rat Gang. Even the guns on the ground that were out of bullets were all collected. Yamamoto Ichiro and Chun-Hu could only watch this scene with reddened eyes. However, Jason did not intend to let them off, directly demanding their bank card assets, forcing them to transfer everything to an anonymous card. Chun-Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro wanted to refuse, but under the threat of death, they could only be forced to transfer all their savings to the designated card. Seeing several large sums of money deposited, Jason's eyes were filled with excitement. Then he had the two sign a fixed asset transfer agreement. After everything was settled, Jason smiled satisfactorily. Very good, since you are so reasonable, I will let you live a few more days. Chun-Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro, hearing this, were just about to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they were still alive, there was a chance for revenge. Unfortunately, how could Jason let them off so easily? He directly ordered the Death Warriors to take care of the two. Chun-Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro were shot in the head. Soon, the other Death Warriors had looted all the valuable items from the Black Snake Gang. Jason wasted no time driving away with the Death Warriors and the spoils. The entire process took less than 20 minutes. On a distant rooftop, Ivanka put down her binoculars and took a deep breath. Her subordinates beside her were all dumbfounded. Captain, where did this group come from? They are too fierce. Over 30 people took out the remaining members of both gangs in just 1 minute. What background do they have? Ivanka smiled. Don't ask, it's time for us to close in. She picked up the intercom. All units pay attention, begin action, and capture all remaining members of both gangs. Yes. The team members rushed downstairs. Ivanka stood on the rooftop watching the direction Jason's convoy was leaving without ordering her subordinates to pursue. Given the combat strength of the opponents, her team members were no match for them at all. If she really sent someone to follow them, it might lead to trouble. Moreover, that mysterious team had grown in numbers. She just didn't know if they would take over the territories of both gangs. Ivanka shook her head, no longer pondering, and turned to go downstairs. Now was not the time to think about these things. First, capture Yamamoto Ichiro and Chun-Hu, interrogate them for information about their backers, and gather other evidence, and complete this mission. She believed they would definitely encounter that group again. Ivanka and her team quickly arrived at the battlefield. The sight before her made her gasp in shock. The ground was littered with bodies, most of them lifeless, with only 1 or 2 still clinging to their last breath, but they too would not survive. My God! One team member couldn't help but cover his nose. Ivanka frowned, stepping over 2 corpses as she walked into the hall. Inside, it was even worse. The tables and chairs were overturned, the walls were riddled with bullet holes, and shattered glass covered the floor. Chun-Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro lay in a pool of blood, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles. It was clear they had been deliberately broken in such a way that they would never recover. Captain, what do we do now? A team member's voice trembled. Ivanka walked over, looking down at the 2 once mighty gang leaders. Chun-Hu's face was covered in blood, and his right leg was completely deformed below the knee. Yamamoto Ichiro fared worse, his wrists crushed, not a single finger intact. Ivanka took a deep breath. Let's see if there are any survivors and call other departments to collect the bodies. Understood. The FBI members at the scene began to take action. At the same time, a hint of worry crept into them. They had carried out many missions and had seen their fair share of gang conflicts. But never before had they encountered such a clean and ruthless method. At that moment, Ivanka was not in a much better state, as she too wore a shocked expression. After a moment, she sighed. That group is truly ruthless. I was hoping to capture a couple of gang leaders to interrogate them for intel on their superiors. But now, forget it, there will be other opportunities. However, that mysterious group had completely piqued her curiosity. No matter what she had to uncover the master, Ivanka secretly made up her mind. 15 minutes later, 2 team members approached. Captain, a few are still alive. We only gathered some fragmented information. This is the report. Ivanka took it, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. Let's see if any can survive. If so, take them to the hospital. Understood. At that moment outside, the sound of sirens grew closer. Ivanka stepped out of the hall and saw several police cars parked by the roadside, their red and blue lights flashing brightly. Sheriff Carroll stepped down and upon seeing the scene, turned pale. My God. What on earth happened here? Gang. Ivanka responded simply, the FBI is handling the case. The scene is yours to process. Process? There are at least dozens of corpses. How do you expect me to handle this? Carroll became anxious. Ivanka looked at him with a cold tone. That is your concern. After saying that, she turned and left with her team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jason sat in the passenger seat, his eyes filled with excitement. Locke, how much do you think we gained this time? Locke adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. At least a few million. Ha ha ha. Jason rubbed his hands in excitement. The boss will be thrilled. This time we really accomplished something big. Yes. Let's hurry back and report the good news to the boss. The convoy continued forward, quickly disappearing into the night. 40 minutes later, Jason's vehicle entered the farm. Lin Chen was sitting in the living room playing chess with Jim while waiting. Upon hearing the sound of the engine, he immediately stood up and walked to the door. Boss, we're back. Jason jumped out of the car, his face beaming with excitement. How did it go? Lin Chen asked, his tone filled with anticipation. Jason grinned widely. Boss, we achieved a great victory. Locke approached, speaking steadily. Boss, both gangs have been wiped out, and Shun Hu and Yamamoto Ichiro were executed and left there. Lin Chen's eyes brightened. What about the gains? This was his main concern. Cash plus transfers, at least a few million. We need to wait for the tally to know the specifics. Jason added, and a pile of fixed asset transfer agreements. Great. Lin Chen clapped his hands. Jack, you're in charge of the tally. We need to know the total by tonight. Jack nodded. Understood, boss. Jason, along with several death warriors, began counting the money, neatly stacking it into bundles. Jack was in charge of the tally. An hour later, he lifted his head, his face filled with shock. Boss, I've finished the tally. How much? Everyone looked over in unison. Jack took a deep breath, his voice trembling. 3,200,000 in cash, 8,500,000 in bank transfers, totaling 11,700,000 US dollars. And 90 kilograms of flour. The living room instantly fell silent. Lin Chen was also stunned. How much did you say? 11,700,000, boss. Jack repeated it, his voice filled with excitement. Additionally, there are 10 fixed assets, including 2 bars, a nightclub, an underground casino, and 6 properties. All these combined are worth at least 4 to 5 million. Lin Chen stood in place, his eyes filled with excitement. To make over $10 million in one operation. Jason was the first to react, jumping up excitedly. We struck gold. Boss, we're rich. Jim was also thrilled, rubbing his hands. I've never seen so much money in my life. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Jack, when can the fixed assets be transferred? The agreements are signed. We just need to handle the paperwork tomorrow. Good. Lin Chen nodded. Tomorrow you take a few brothers to take care of it. Then he stored the flour in the system space first. With over $10 million plus the previous $2,900,000, the cash assets had reached $14,600,000. Converted to points, that's 14,400 points. Enough to upgrade the system to level 2. Lin Chen looked at Jason and the others, instructing, brothers, you've worked hard. I rest well tonight. The Death Warriors responded in unison, their faces filled with excitement. Lin Chen returned to his room, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes. He began preparing for the system upgrade. He was particularly eager to see what benefits the system upgrade would bring him. Lin Chen stared at the numbers on the system panel. Total funds 14.6 million US dollars. Redeemable points 14400. Finally enough. He let out a sigh, his eyes filled with excitement. From being deceived by Zhang Wei in America to now holding over 10 million US dollars, how many days had it been? Lin Chen felt as if he was dreaming. System convert 10 million US dollars into points. Ding. Exchange successful, consumed 10 million US dollars, obtained 10000 points. Current points 10000. Conditions for upgrade met. Would you like to consume 100 points to upgrade the system to level 2? Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, without hesitation, upgrade. System upgrade started. Estimated time. During the upgrade, existing functions can be used normally and new functions will be unlocked upon completion. Countdown 115959. 12 hours. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was midnight. In other words, the upgrade wouldn't be completed until noon the next day. Alright, just in time for a nap. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with the territories and assets of the 2 gangs, as well as future development and profit-making. Lin Chen tried to clear his mind and rest. But his mind couldn't stop remaining in an excited state. What new functions would level 2 of the system have? How much would his physical fitness improve? What new functions would be unlocked? Thinking about it, he finally fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by his phone alarm. He glanced at the time. It was 9:30 a.m. There were still 2.5 hours until the upgrade was complete. After washing up, he went downstairs, and the Death Warriors were already having breakfast. Jason approached. Boss, good morning. Morning. Lin Chen sat down and took a piece of bread. Everything was fine last night. All normal. Jason handed over a glass of milk. The FBI and police have not made any moves. What about the territories of the Black Rat Gang and the Black Snake Gang? Still chaotic. The outer members of both gangs are fighting for territory. It's a complete mess. Lin Chen took a bite of bread. Let them fight. We are not in a hurry. Once they have fought enough, we will clean up the aftermath. Jason nodded. Boss is wise. Time passed second by second. Finally, it was noon. Ding. System upgrade complete. Current system level 2. Host's physical fitness has been enhanced currently at 3 times that of an ordinary person. New functions have been unlocked. Please check them yourself. Lin Chen felt a surge of warmth rushing through his body, spreading from his heart to his limbs. Every single cell seemed to be cheering. Muscles, bones, blood, everything had changed. He clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength. Is this the physical fitness of 3 ordinary people? Lin Chen stood up and tried to jump. He easily leaped a meter high, almost hitting the ceiling. Jason stared. Lin Chen ignored him and tested his speed. He covered 100 meters in under 5 seconds. He was so fast that even he found it somewhat hard to adapt. 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person is indeed impressive. He had been an ordinary person before, panting after running just a few dozen meters. Now he felt like he could take on 10 of his former self. Jim walked over, his eyes filled with shock. Boss, I feel like I've also become stronger. With your physical fitness, you've also gotten stronger. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't had the chance to examine the upgraded system closely. But hearing Jim say this, he was sure the Death Warriors had also benefited from the system upgrade. Come on, let's train a bit. Jim waved his hand. No, I'm scared. Stop talking nonsense, come here. Lin Chen threw a punch. Jim easily dodged, then grabbed Lin Chen's wrist from behind. Lin Chen exerted force to break free and surprisingly managed to do so. Jim was stunned. Boss, your strength. How is it? It's actually about the same as mine. Jim said seriously. How long have you been training? And you've already caught up. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Don't worry, we will all become stronger in the future. You go and let the others quickly familiarize themselves with their newly enhanced strength. All right, boss, Jim said before going to train the other Death Warriors. Lin Chen turned around and walked back inside, preparing to study the new functions. In the living room, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and opened the system panel. Infinite Death Warrior System. Host Lin Chen. Age, 25. Assets, 4.6 million. Host physical fitness, 3 times that of an ordinary person at peak. System level 2. Next level upgrade requires 1,000 points. Function 1 Death Warrior Panel Level 2 refreshes 20 Death Warriors daily physical fitness, 3 times that of an ordinary person at peak. Special talent refresh probability increased by 50. All Death Warriors enhanced simultaneously. Function 2 Space Panel Level 2 possesses 1,000 cubic meters of space. Function 3 Eye of Detection activated, can view basic information, loyalty, and potential threats within a radius of 100 meters to the host. Function 4 to be activated. Wow, Lin Chen thought he was seeing things. It turns out all Death Warriors could improve together. In other words, the system upgrade not only enhanced his own abilities and unlocked new functions, but also upgraded the system function panel simultaneously. This was simply too exhilarating. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. First, let's take a look at the Eye of Detection. System, how do I use the Eye of Detection? Host gazes at the target to view the person's or item's information. Lin Chen turned to look at Locke. The information on the panel left him stunned. Name Locke. Age 34. Loyalty 100 max. Potential threat none. Introduction former military advisor. It really worked. Then Lin Chen tried to check an item, and indeed, he could see the item's value. If this were used for gambling on stones, wouldn't he become wealthy overnight? He glanced at the system space, and it was indeed 10 times larger than before. Perfect for killing and smuggling. At that moment, Jason suddenly ran in from outside looking serious. Boss, something happened. Lin Chen frowned. What happened? Jason handed over his phone. I just received a strange message. It says the Chicago Yamaguchi-gumi branch has sent people to investigate the destruction of the Black Rat Gang. Lin Chen stared at the screen, his expression growing colder. Who sent it? I don't know. The number is empty and the source can't be traced. Jason said, but knowing we are linked to the destruction of the Black Rat Gang, they must not be ordinary people. Locke walked over and glanced at the message. Boss, the Yamaguchi-gumi is the largest gang in Japan with influence worldwide. The Black Rat Gang was their subordinate, and now that we've wiped them out, they would come to investigate. Lin Chen nodded, knowing this. Let them come. As many Japanese come, we will eliminate as many. Now he had the new system function, the Eye of Detection. It could provide warnings about threats within a 100-meter radius. Safety issues could be effectively guaranteed. With all Death Warriors' abilities enhanced, even if the Yamaguchi-gumi's people came, he wasn't afraid. Next, once the Death Warrior team became a bit stronger, it would be time to consider raiding those vaults. After lunch, Lin Chen instructed the system to refresh a new batch of 20 Death Warriors. With the previous 40, there are now a total of 60 Death Warriors. The team at Lin Chen's farm stood in perfect formation, bringing him immense satisfaction. Jason, I have a task for you. Jason's eyes brightened with excitement. Boss, what do you need? Although the Black Snake Gang and the Black Rat Gang have been destroyed, their remnants are still causing chaos. You will lead a group and eliminate the remaining members directly. I cannot feel at ease until those remnants are dealt with. Jason nodded in agreement. Understood, boss. I guarantee not a single one will escape. Later that evening at the headquarters of the Black Snake Gang in South Chicago, over 100 remnants from both gangs were engaged in a fierce brawl. Both sides sought vengeance for their leaders. This would allow them to rise to power and become the new leaders, while also gaining control over the territories of both gangs. As the battle raged on, Jason, accompanied by 40 Death Warriors, arrived on the scene. Upon seeing the Death Warriors, both factions froze and immediately ceased fighting. A few seconds later, the leader of the Black Snake Gang's remnants with a darkened expression spoke up. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of the Black Rat Gang and the Black Snake Gang? At that moment, he was unaware that Jason and his crew were the culprits behind the destruction of their gang's main forces the night before. They had just returned from outside to provide support. Unaware of the events that transpired last night, he would likely have fled immediately if he had known the truth. The leader of the Black Rat Gang's remnants stood alongside the Black Snake Gang. Are you here to seize our territory? The territories of both gangs are up for grabs among themselves, but outsiders are not allowed. Therefore, the Black Rat Gang decided to ally with the Black Snake Gang to deal with the outsiders first. Then they would settle their own rivalry. Unfortunately, while their intentions were good, if they were up against ordinary thugs, their alliance would certainly lead to victory. But they were facing the overwhelmingly powerful Death Warriors. Their defeat was inevitable. Jason wasted no time on words. With a wave of his hand, he issued the command, attack. Leave none alive. The 40 Death Warriors received the order and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The members of both gangs instantly fell en masse. They could never have imagined that Jason would open fire without a moment's hesitation. The leader of the Black Rat Gang's remnants was shot in the head with a single bullet. The leader of the Black Snake Gang's remnants was slightly luckier. He was shielded by the thugs in front of him and escaped a fatal blow. However, he was left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. By the time he regained his composure, a large number of thugs from both gangs had already collapsed. Fuck. Fight back. Kill them. The thugs began to retaliate. But it was futile. They couldn't hit the Death Warriors at all. The leader of the Black Snake Gang's remnants watched helplessly as his brothers fell one by one. At that moment, he finally began to feel fear. He understood that they were not facing ordinary people this time. The leader of the Black Snake Gang's remnants wanted to flee, but he was shot in the head by Jason. As time passed, the gunfire quickly ceased. Simultaneously, all remnants from both gangs fell. Not a single one was left alive. Jason instructed the Death Warriors to collect the spoils and then leave. Afterward, Jason led the Death Warriors to clean out all the other locations of the two gangs. Anyone affiliated with the two gangs was dealt with. Thus, aside from a few who were too afraid to stay in Chicago, all remnants of the Black Rat Gang and Black Snake Gang were eliminated. Jason returned to the manor with the Death Warriors. After receiving the report, Lin Chen expressed his utmost satisfaction. With the remnants of the two gangs cleared out, the next step was to deal with their assets. Lin Chen instructed Jack to tally the fixed assets of both gangs. Soon Jack compiled the list. Boss, the Black Rat Gang has 3 nightclubs, 2 underground casinos, 1 bar, and 4 properties. The Black Snake Gang has 2 small loan companies, 1 nightclub, 1 bar, and 6 properties. And some vehicles. How much is it all worth? Jack calculated, at least over $10 million, but if we liquidate it, we might only get around $600,000. Why so little? Lin Chen frowned. Some assets are illegal operations like the casinos, making them hard to sell, Jack explained, and the buyers will definitely lowball us knowing we are eager to sell. Then we won't sell them, Lin Chen said. Let's keep the nightclubs, bars, and loan companies to manage ourselves. Sell off the casinos and those undesirable assets. Jack nodded, understood. The next day, Jack brought people to handle the assets. Lin Chen waited for news. Around 6 o'clock, Jack called. Boss, we found a buyer for the casino, and it sold for $320,000. So soon. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. All right, as long as the money arrives, it's fine. By the way, boss, Jack's tone changed. What is it? The Black Rat Gang has an idle office building located in the center of the South District worth at least $2 million. Another office building. Let's take it over for our own use. The problem is, Jack said, there are rumors that this building has caught the attention of the Yamaguchi-gumi, who want to use it as a new base. If we take it, we might run into trouble. Lin Chen sneered. Trouble? That's the least of my worries. That place will be your office from now on. So what if it's the Yamaguchi-gumi? This is Chicago, not a small place. If they dare to come, I will ensure they return. In the heart of Chicago's South Side, in an abandoned office building belonging to the Black Rat Gang, Jason came to take over, as instructed by Lin Chen, tidying up briefly to use it as a temporary office. Just as he finished cleaning up, a few uninvited guests arrived. In the lobby on the first floor, 5 Death Warriors stood in a row blocking the entrance. Opposite them stood 7 individuals. The leader was an Asian man in his 30s, dressed in a dark gray suit, his hair slicked back, and a condescending arrogance in his eyes. It was Koji Ono, sent by the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch. Behind him were 6 burly men in black, all with crew cuts, their robust frames clearly showing they were armed. Koji Ono looked up at the office building, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Is this the place?" One of his subordinates nodded. "Yes, Mr. Ono, it used to be an asset of the Black Rat Gang. And now, I heard it was purchased by someone named Jason." A flicker of disdain crossed Koji Ono's eyes. "A clueless fool dares to touch what our Yamaguchi-gumi has set its sights on." He strode into the lobby of the office building, where Jason was waiting. Koji Ono approached him, sizing him up. "Who are you, Jason?" Jason looked up, his tone calm. "That's me. And Koji Ono from the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch." He shoved his hands into his pockets. "We have our eyes on this building." "Oh." Jason smiled. "And what of it?" Koji Ono's eyes turned cold. "Be sensible and hand over the... We can offer you some compensation as a gesture of friendship." "What if I refuse?" "Refuse?" Koji Ono took a step forward, locking eyes with Jason. "Then you can forget about staying in Chicago." The atmosphere instantly became tense. The 6 burly men behind Koji Ono stepped forward simultaneously, their eyes fierce. Jason's 5 Death Warriors also stood their ground, coldly staring back. Leaning against the counter, Jason remained unfazed. "I bought this building with my money, and I have all the paperwork." "Want it? Then pay double the price for it." "You want us to pay double for it?" Koji Ono spoke arrogantly. "In Chicago, or even the entire United States, there is nothing our Yamaguchi-gumi cannot obtain." "That was in the past." Jason shook his head. "Things are different now." "What's different?" "Because I refuse." Koji Ono's expression darkened. "Are you sure you want to oppose us?" Jason shrugged. "I'm not opposing you. You came looking for trouble. This building isn't yours to begin with. You think you can bully me with your power and expect me to comply?" Koji Ono stared at Jason for several seconds, his gaze growing colder. "Do you know what happens when you offend the Yamaguchi-gumi?" He lowered his voice. Jason chuckled casually, remarking, "It's not a threat, it's a warning." Koji Ono extended his hand. "I'll ask you one last time, will you hand over the building or not?" Jason looked at his outstretched hand and did not shake it. "I want handed over." The words were crisp and decisive. Koji Ono's hand froze in midair, his face turning ashen. One of the burly men behind him couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward. "Baka, do you even know who you're talking to?" Jason didn't even glance at him, simply replying, "This is Chicago, not Japan. Your rules don't apply here." The burly man became furious and reached out to grab Jason by the collar. Koji Ono stopped him with a shake of his... He then looked at Jason, his eyes dark as if he wanted to devour him. "Good, very good. Since you refused the drink of friendship, don't blame us for being rude." Jason folded his arms and coldly watched, too lazy to respond. Koji Ono, seeing Jason's expression, felt his anger rise and took a deep breath to suppress it. "You'll regret this." With that, he turned and left. The 6 burly men followed him, one of them glancing back at Jason, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Outside the office building, Koji Ono sat in the car and slammed his fist on the seat. "Bakayuru, a nameless nobody dares to act so cocky with me." One of his subordinates cautiously asked, "Mr. Ono, should we just call someone to smash this building?" "Not yet." Koji Ono calmed down. "Let's go back first and report the situation to the boss. This building issue must be resolved quickly. Chicago is an important stronghold for our Yamaguchi-gumi's expansion, we cannot afford any mistakes." The car started and drove away from the office building. They had already investigated why the Black Rat Gang was wiped out. Upon learning that the FBI had intervened, they dared not dig deeper. As for the territory of the Black Rat Gang, it had already been taken over by someone else. They hadn't found out who yet, but it didn't matter. As long as they're Yamaguchi-gumi, since someone reclaiming it would be easy. Back at the farm, Jason returned and went straight to Lin Chen. "Boss, the Yamaguchi-gumi people have left. But they haven't given up." Lin Chen sat on the living room sofa, watching the surveillance footage on his phone. The surveillance in the office lobby had been set up by Jack in advance. Lin Chen had seen everything that just happened. "This guy is quite arrogant," he laughed, demanding the building outright and threatening when denied. "Does he really think this is his home?" "Boss, should we teach them a lesson?" Jason asked. "Not yet." Lin Chen put down his phone and turned to Jack beside him. "Jack, can you track down Koji Ono's communication device? If he has a phone, I can give it a try." "Then try it out," Lin Chen said. "I need to know what the Yamaguchi-gumi plans to do." "Understood." Jack opened his computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. A flurry of code flashed across the screen at dizzying speed. 10 minutes later, Jack suddenly spoke up. "Boss, I found it. Koji Ono's phone signal is located in a building in Chicago's South Side. It should be a Yamaguchi-gumi stronghold. Can we hear the call content?" "Yes, I've tapped into his communication network." Jack put on headphones and listened for a moment. "He is on a call reporting to someone named Tanaka." Lin Chen stood up and walked over. Let's listen in. Jack turned on the speaker, and Koji Ono's voice came through clearly filled with anger and frustration. Mr. Tanaka, that guy named Jason doesn't take our Yamaguchi-gumi seriously at all. His attitude is extremely arrogant. I've already warned him, but he completely ignored it. Moreover, he has someone with him who doesn't seem ordinary. They don't look like typical gangsters. A calm voice came from the other end of the line. Have you found out his background? Not yet. I'll arrange for someone to investigate right away. No need, said Ichiro Tanaka. Since he doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, let's take direct action. Mobilize manpower to reclaim the Black Rat Gang's assets along with this building. Also capture that Jason, or I want to see who he really is. Koji Ono became excited. Understood, I'll arrange it right away. Remember, act quickly and don't leave too many traces in Chicago. Yes. The call ended. Jack looked at Lin Chen. Boss, they're preparing to mobilize manpower. They will likely act within a day or two. Lin Chen nodded, his expression calm. Let them come. Jason asked, should we prepare in advance? Lin Chen stood up. Have all the brothers stay vigilant these days. Jason nodded, understood. Lin Chen originally wanted to develop steadily for some time, taking things slowly. But the Yamaguchi-gumi came looking for trouble. He certainly wouldn't back down. Others might be able to yield, but he would never let them bully him. Now he had 80 death warriors. If it came to a fight, even if the opponent brought 200 men, he could handle it easily. In a few days the death warriors would reach 200. With more warriors, it was also time to establish a legitimate force. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up, washed up, and came to the hall. The assassins had already started training in the makeshift area outside. Jim was leading them in a vigorous workout, each move powerful and dynamic. Boss, good morning. Jason approached with a cup of coffee. Lin Chen took the cup. Was there any movement from the Yamaguchi-gumi last night? No, but Jack has been monitoring their communications. Lin Chen nodded. By the way, I thought of something last night. What is it? We currently have 80 brothers plus the peripheral members we've recruited. That's over 100 people. So I plan to establish a security company, Dragon Shield Security Company. Correct, to cover up the overwhelming combat power of the assassins. Lin Chen specifically had Jason recruit dozens of ordinary people as a cover. Of course, all of them had been screened through his probing eyes. Jason's eyes lit up. A security company. That sounds great. Lin Chen turned to look out the window. From now on, we will publicly be in the security business. Anyone who wants to mess with us better think twice. You're a brilliant, boss. Jason clapped his hands. Lin Chen walked to the table, took out paper and pen to start planning. First, you go become the legal person and register the company. Second, use that office building as headquarters and renovate it. Third, arrange for 50 brothers to join the company as formal employees. Jason noted everything down. Understood, boss. Also, Lin Chen looked up at him. The 86 peripheral members will all be incorporated as peripheral personnel for the company. They will be paid, but must undergo military training. Anyone who dares to violate the rules will be immediately fired, and serious cases will be reported to the police. Jason nodded earnestly. He'll take care of it right away. 10 o'clock in the morning. Jason drove to the office building in the city center. The old sign of the Black Rat Gang was still hanging at the entrance. He tore it down and threw it in the trash can. Brothers, clean this building up. 10 assassins started to tidy up, cleaning the windows, mopping the floors, and moving furniture. Jason found the largest room on the second floor to use as an office. He sat in the chair and took out his phone to search for how to register a security company. After a long time of searching, he felt overwhelmed. This is too complicated. An assassin approached. Brother Jason, someone is looking for you downstairs. Who? I don't know. Says he's a lawyer. Jason went downstairs and saw a white man in his 40s standing in the hall. He was impeccably dressed in a suit, holding a briefcase, wearing a professional smile. Hello, I'm Lawyer Williams. I heard you want to register a company. Jason frowned. Who told you? That's not important. Williams handed over his business card. What's important is that I can help you with all the paperwork. Within a week, I can make your company legally operational. Jason took the card and looked at it. How much? $5,000 covering all expenses. That's too expensive. Williams shook his head. Sir, a security company is not an ordinary company. It requires a federal license. $5,000 is already very cheap. Jason thought for a moment and stepped aside to dial Lin Chen's number. Boss, a lawyer came to us, says he can handle all the paperwork for $5,000. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Is he reliable? He seems quite professional. All right, let him handle it, but keep a close watch. Don't get scammed. Understood. Jason hung up the phone and said to Williams, deal, but I want to see progress. No problem. Williams opened his briefcase. First, sign the contract and pay a $2,000 deposit. The final payment is due once the documents are ready. Jason signed the contract and paid the money. Williams, put away the documents. I'll get back to you tomorrow. After saying this, he turned and left, clean and efficient. Meanwhile, on the farm, Lin Chen sat in the living room, opened the system panel. Daily refresh time for assassins has arrived. 20 assassins have refreshed. Please select the refresh location. Refresh in the living room. No sooner had he spoken than 20 figures appeared out of thin air. All were young men between 20 and 40 years old, full of energy. Lin Chen stood up and looked them over one by one. Self-introductions, starting from the left. The first few had ordinary specialties such as combat, driving, and reconnaissance. By the time he reached the last few, Lin Chen was stunned. Name Mike. Age 36. Loyalty 100. Profile former U.S. federal law enforcement officer proficient in security company operations law and personnel training. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Mike, you were a federal law enforcement officer before. Mike stood straight. Yes, boss. I specialized in reviewing the qualifications of security companies. Later I offended someone and was fired. Lin Chen was delighted. So you're familiar with the operational processes of security companies. I could operate it with my eyes closed. Mike nodded. From registration to obtaining licenses, I know all the steps. Good. Lin Chen clapped his hands. From today on, you will be the general manager of Dragon Shield Security Company. Mike was taken aback. Boss, aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Your loyalty is full. I trust you. Mike's eyes turned a bit red. Boss, I will not betray your trust. Lin Chen smiled. Go get busy. Jason is at the office building in the city center. Go meet him. Yes. Mike turned and walked out, his steps firm. As for the other professionals, I will arrange them to suitable positions later. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. City center office building. Jason was directing the assassins in the renovation when Mike walked in. Are you Jason? I am, and you are? Mike, the company's general manager appointed by the boss. Mike extended his hand. Jason was taken aback. General manager. Just appointed. Mike smiled. The boss sent me to handle the company operations. Jason sized him up for a few seconds and nodded. That's great. I've been worried about how to manage things in the future. He was only specialized in firearms. He was utterly clueless about personnel management. Mike asked, what's the current progress of the company? Jason explained the situation, including the lawyer's matter. After listening, Mike frowned. 5,000. That's too expensive. Normally 3,000 would suffice, but since we've signed a contract, let it be. He walked around the office and pointed to the layout chart on the wall. This area will be the reception, this one the equipment room, and this the monitoring center. The second floor will be the office area, and the third and fourth floors will be dormitories. The first floor hall will be converted into a training area with fitness equipment and sandbags. Jason listened and took notes. Professionals are indeed different. Mike continued, also all brothers have gun licenses. We can save a lot of trouble. Once the company's business license is issued, we can arrange for them to join. Jason nodded. You take care of it. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. First floor hall. 86 peripheral members were standing in a square formation, chaotic, some chatting, some smoking. Jason stood at the front of the line, his expression serious. Stand straight. From today on, you are peripheral personnel of Dragon Shield Security Company. The crowd began to stir. A security company? Isn't it a gang? What does that mean? Don't we have to fight and kill? Jason shouted. Quiet. Everyone fell silent. Jason walked around the front of the line, his voice cold. Listen carefully. First, we can only say we are employees of a security company outside. Oh, anyone who dares to mention the word gang will be fired. Second, never initiate trouble. Oh, anyone who dares to cause trouble outside will have their limbs broken and be thrown out. Third, anyone who dares to bully our people will be repaid tenfold. Is that understood? 86 people shouted in unison. Understood. Very good. Jason nodded. Starting tomorrow, training will be 4 hours a day. Physical fitness, combat, shooting, all must meet the standard. Those who fail will have their wages deducted. Those who continuously fail will be fired. Some murmured in the crowd, isn't this too strict? Jason's gaze turned cold. Anyone with an opinion, step forward and speak. No one dared to say a word. Then it settled. Jason waved his hand. Dismissed. Gather tomorrow morning at 8. The crowd dispersed, each returning home. Jason called Lin Chen. Boss, everything is arranged. Lin Chen nodded. Keep a close eye. Don't let anything go wrong. Understood. Meanwhile, FBI branch. Ivanka sat at her desk staring at the computer screen. The screen displayed Jason's photo and information about that. She received news in the afternoon that the remnants of the Black Rat Gang and Black Snake Gang had been wiped out by a group of people. The leader was none other than Jason. What do these mysterious people want? Ivanka muttered to herself. Who exactly are they? The more Ivanka thought about it, the more curious she became. Just then her phone rang. It was Sheriff Carroll from the police department calling. Director Ivanka, do you know about the Black Snake Gang and Black Rat Gang today? I know. Should we investigate further? No need. Ivanka said firmly. You police department should stay out of this matter. Carol was taken aback. Why? Because I'm in charge of the investigation. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. All right, I'll follow your lead. After hanging up the phone, Ivanka dialed another number. Team leader, this is Ivanka. What's the matter? The cases of those 2 gangs in the South District, please hand over all follow-ups to me. Anderson was puzzled. Didn't you just complete a mission? Aren't you going to rest? No need, I want to continue investigating. All right, I'll leave it to you. Thank you, team leader. Ivanka hung up the phone and leaned back in her chair. She knew very well that the destruction of those 2 gangs was not that simple. The terrifying combat power of that group of mysterious people along with their boss behind them. What exactly is their background? Ivanka stood up and took her car keys. She decided to go check out that office building alone. No matter who they are, she needs to find out. The car started and drove. Ivanka's eyes were resolute. Mysterious people, we will meet soon. In the lobby of the Long Shield Security Company, Ivanka pushed the door and walked in. Dressed in a black trench coat, her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her blue eyes were clear and bright. She glanced around the lobby and saw several assassins setting up the training area. Jason was directing the assassins when he heard the noise and turned to look at the entrance. Seeing Ivanka, he looked a bit puzzled. Who are you? We are not open yet. Ivanka smiled and took out her ID photo. Hello, let me introduce myself, FBI Ivanka. FBI. Jason's expression changed slightly, his hand instinctively tightening into a fist. Ivanka waved her hand. Don't be nervous, I came alone, no gun with me. What do you want? I came to talk to your boss. Ivanka put away her ID. Where is he? Jason, I am. You are not. Don't lie to me, we in the FBI can easily find this information. Call your boss and tell him I want to discuss cooperation with her. Ivanka's tone was calm. Jason stared at her for a few seconds, took out his phone from his pocket, and dialed Lin Chen's number. Boss, there is an FBI female agent who wants to see you. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Lin Chen's voice came through. Why does she want to see me? She didn't say, just wants to talk about cooperation. Another silence followed. After a while, Jason couldn't help but ask, Boss, should I send her away? Wait a moment. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Did she come alone? Alone, no gun. Where is she? In the lobby. Take her to the reception room. I will come over shortly. Jason was a bit stunned. Boss, do you really want to see her? Let's meet, we can't avoid it anyway. Lin Chen's tone was relaxed. If the FBI really wanted to cause trouble, they would have brought people in long ago. Okay, I understand. Jason hung up the phone and looked at Ivanka. The boss asked you to wait, he'll be here shortly. Ivanka smiled. Let's go upstairs, it's messy on the first floor. Jason turned and walked up. Ivanka followed him up to the third floor. On the third floor, in the general manager's office, Ivanka sat on the sofa surveying her surroundings. The wall displayed the business license of Long Shield Security Company, and several documents were laid out on the table. Outside the window, the skyline of downtown Chicago was visible. What kind of person is your boss? Ivanka suddenly asked. Jason did not answer directly. You'll know when you meet him. He's definitely not a bad person. Ivanka smiled. To rescue 10 trafficked women from a gang, he indeed doesn't seem like a bad person. Jason remained silent, staring out the window. 20 minutes later, a sound of an engine came from downstairs. Lin Chen got out of a black SUV with Jim following behind him. The two took another passage directly to the third floor. Jason went up to meet them. Boss, she's inside. Lin Chen nodded and pushed the door into the office. Ivanka stood up and turned around. Their eyes met. The moment Lin Chen saw Ivanka, he couldn't help but admire her in his heart. This woman is quite beautiful. With exquisite features, her blue eyes were as clear as a lake. Her golden hair shimmered under the light. Tall and with a perfect figure, she exuded a charming and heroic aura, like a doll from a fairy tale. This was a bit beyond his expectation. He had thought that women who could enter the FBI would be like those muscular Barbie dolls, but unexpectedly. Yet he only admired her. Women would only slow down his progress as a citizen of his homeland. Hello, my name is Ivanka. Are you their boss? Ivanka spoke, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that the mysterious teams behind Thessine's boss would be so young, looking no more than 25 or 26. Dressed in a casual jacket, his gaze calm, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Completely not like a gang leader, but rather like an ordinary office worker. The key point is that he has a standard Chinese face. Lin Chen smiled slightly, politely extended his hand. Miss Ivanka, hello. I am Lin Chen. Ivanka shook his hand, finally met the real person. The two exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. Please sit. Lin Chen gestured to the sofa and sat down opposite her. Jim stood by the door, and Jason went out to attend to his own matters. Ivanka sat down and got straight to the point. Mr. Lin, I came today with no ill intentions. I know. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa. If you had ill intentions, you wouldn't have come alone. You're smarter than you are, more beautiful than I imagined. Ivanka was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Thank you. Lin Chen waved his hand. So what do you need from me? He knew that the other party's visit was definitely not just for a simple meeting. Moreover, he also wanted to see if he could establish a connection this time. To find a powerful umbrella for Long Shield Security Company. Ivanka took a deep breath, her expression becoming serious. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. You are the FBI, I run a security company, what is there to cooperate on? Stop pretending. Ivanka stared at him. I know Long Shield Security is just a front, and your subordinates are not ordinary security guards. Lin Chen remained silent, waiting for her to continue. Ivanka continued, since Lin Chen did not refute. That night in the bar, your people saved 10 women. And regarding the previous incidents with the Black Rat Gang and the Black Snake Gang, I know you were behind it. Including you sending people to impersonate 2 gangs to cause trouble, inciting them to fight, and ultimately benefiting from it. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. Do you have evidence? No. Ivanka turned around. If I had evidence, I wouldn't have come to talk to you today. Then what are you here to discuss? To discuss cooperation. Ivanka walked back, sitting opposite Lin Chen. I have checked, your subordinates are all quite capable, not ordinary people. And your influence is expanding too rapidly, fast enough to be frightening. Lin Chen smiled. So I choose to cooperate with you instead of treating you as a criminal. Ivanka's tone was sincere. I haven't reported your information. Why? Because I can see that you are different. Ivanka pointed outside the window. Those gangs in Chicago engage in human trafficking, selling flour and loan sharking they do everything. Although your methods are ruthless, you have a bottom line. You don't bully ordinary people, you don't touch flour, and you don't traffic people. That's enough for me. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds and activated his probing eye. Information popped up on the panel. Name Ivanka. Age, 25. Favorability 60. Potential threat none. Hidden attribute has a strong curiosity towards the host, wants to understand more. Description FBI action group agent with a deep background. With outstanding abilities and a deep-seated hatred for gangs due to family reasons. Lin Chen had a clear understanding in his heart. A favorability of 60 is neither high nor low. At least it proves she wasn't lying and indeed came to discuss cooperation. Moreover, the fact that she harbors a deep-seated hatred for gangs can be well utilized. How do you want to cooperate? Lin Chen asked. Ivanka's eyes lit up. Do you agree? First, let me hear your term. Ivanka sat on the sofa, her expression earnest. Mr. Lin, the FBI can provide you with intelligence support and facilitate your operations. In return, you need to help me crack down on targets that the FBI cannot handle directly. The first is the Yamaguchi-gumi Chicago branch. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. You want me to deal with those even you dare not touch? It's not about courage, but inconvenience. Ivanka shook her head. The Yamaguchi-gumi operates legitimate businesses in America as cover, and we lack concrete evidence. But you are different. You can take them down through underhanded methods. I only care about results, not the process. Lin Chen fell silent for a few seconds. This woman was direct enough. So what do I get? Legal identity cover, and your security company will no longer face any official troubles. Ivanka raised a finger. Secondly, intelligence support. Any enemy movements, firepower deployments I can obtain will be yours. Thirdly, operational convenience. I can hold down the police on your behalf. Lin Chen smiled. Sounds good, but the price is working for you. Not working for me, but cooperation, Ivanka said seriously. You help me eliminate the real scum, and I provide you with a protective umbrella. A win-win. Actually, all this was merely a test for Lin Chen. Her true purpose was far beyond this. She wanted to assess Lin Chen's strength before considering genuine cooperation. Lin Chen was about to speak when hurried footsteps came from downstairs. Jason burst into the reception room, his face grave. Boss, something's happened. What's going on? Lin Chen frowned. The Yamaguchi-gumi struck ahead of schedule. Jason panted. Jack intercepted their communications. 50-men convoy less than 10 minutes away. Oh, already here so soon. Lin Chen was surprised, but showed no worry. Currently, Longdun Company had 50 death warriors plus several dozen peripheral members. 50 men from the Yamaguchi-gumi were insignificant by comparison. Ivanka also stood expression serious. How many enemies? What firepower? Should I call for backup? 50 all elite. Jason looked at Lin Chen. The team leader is Colonel Tanaka's trusted subordinate Sato Ken. Lin Chen turned to Ivanka. Madam, you should leave. The following scene is unsuitable for you. Ivanka shook her head firmly. I'm not leaving. I'm staying to help you. Lin Chen was stunned. You're not afraid to die, eh? What is there to fear? Ivanka smiled. I stay because perhaps I can assist you after all. My identity is on the line. There was actually another reason she stayed. To see if Lin Chen's subordinates were all as formidable as she had previously. Lin Chen stared at her for a few seconds, puzzled. Was this woman truly fearless? Or overly confident in herself? Or did she have other motives? Regardless, he was too lazy to care as long as she did not interfere with the Death Warrior's actions. As you wish. Lin Chen turned to Jason. Put all brothers on combat alert. Yes. Jason rushed downstairs. Lin Chen glanced at Jim. You stay and help as well. I'll keep boss your safety. Don't worry. I'm very safe. Lin Chen cast a glance at Ivanka. Jim gritted his teeth, nodded, and ran downstairs. Ivanka looked at Lin Chen. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Lin Chen shook his head. There is no such word as fear in my dictionary. Then he opened the system panel and activated the Eye of Exploration. Within a radius of 100 meters, all movements were within his perception. Very soon, a convoy appeared in the vision of the Eye of Exploration. They have arrived. Lin Chen approached the window, looking outside where a line of vehicle lights appeared in the distance. 10 black SUVs neatly arranged in formation. The speed was moderate, but carried an oppressive aura. 50 men, all fully armed. Lin Chen said calmly. The lead vehicle carries Sato Ken. Ivanka was surprised. How do you know? How could this man be so accurate about the Yamaguchi-gumi's intelligence? Even their FBI did not know the Yamaguchi-gumi was planning to attack Lin Chen. Otherwise, she would not have come alone this time. Lin Chen did not answer, and continued scanning with the Eye of Exploration. Potential threat detected 100 meters ahead. Number 50, weapons 50 pistols, 10 rifles. Leader Sato Ken, former junior officer of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, skilled in tactical command. Lin Chen sneered. Quite professional. He picked up the radio. Jason, 50 enemies, 50 pistols, 10 rifles. Have the brothers spread out and ambush, don't cluster. Understood. In the first floor hall, Jason put down the radio and looked at the Death Warriors beside him. Everyone disperse and ambush, stay safe. The remaining peripheral members ambush at the outside intersections. When the fight starts, don't let a single one escape. The Death Warriors immediately scattered and took cover. The peripheral members quickly moved out to ambush at the road intersections. Though somewhat worried after half a day of contact, they deeply realized the terrifying combat power of the Death Warriors. In their hearts a hint of anticipation grew. Jason walked to the door and looked outside through the glass. 10 SUVs had already parked at the office building's entrance. The doors opened and 50 men in black suits got all dressed in black suits, armed and moving in unison. From the last vehicle a man in his 40s of Asian descent, about 165 meters tall, lean build, his eyes cold and fierce. It was Sato Ken. He looked up at the office building, a cold smile curling his lips. This time let the others see the fate of those who offend our Sanko group. Then he waved his hand. Surround the entire building, don't let a single one escape. The 50 men quickly dispersed, some guarding front and back doors, others rushing into the lobby. Jason looked outside and took a deep breath. You little Japs, you're asking for death. On the third floor window, Lin Chen locked onto Sato Ken through surveillance and the eye of exploration. Name Sato Ken, age 42, loyalty 100, potential threat extremely high, strong, murderous intent toward the host. Profile Yamaguchi-gumi, Chicago branch operations leader, former self-defense force major, highly skilled in tactics, ruthless and cruel. Lin Chen's eyes darkened. Damn, this old villain really came to take his life. Ivanka stood nearby watching him. How do you plan to fight? Wait for them to come in, Lin Chen smiled. Close the door and strike like a dog. Are you sure you can win? Definitely, Lin Chen nodded confidently. Ivanka looked at his profile. All she saw was confidence. Nothing but confidence. He seemed completely unafraid. Interesting. Ivanka murmured, her curiosity about Lin Chen deepening. In the first floor hall, Sato Ken pushed open the glass door and entered. The lobby was empty. Not a single person inside. He frowned. Where is everyone? His men searched around. Colonel, no one here, but all equipment remains. Sato Ken walked to the front desk, touched a water cup. It was still warm. They must have just left. He turned and scanned the hall. Search every corner thoroughly. The 50 men spread out and headed upstairs. At that moment, Jason appeared from behind. No need to search, I'm here. Sato Ken turned and sneered at him. So you're the ones who offended our Sanko group. So what if we did? Are you here to die? Baka, you don't know your place. Tanaka said calmly. If you're sensible, surrender, and I might spare your life. Jason laughed. Spare me. Are you sure you have that power? Tanaka's eyes darkened. Baka, you're looking for death. He waved his hand. Teach him a harsh lesson. The black-clad men obeyed the order, raising their guns and opening fire at Jason. Upstairs, Lin Chen calmly watched the surveillance footage, showing not a trace of tension. In contrast, Ivanka grew increasingly anxious. Mr. Lin, these Yamaguchi-gumi members are elite operatives. Surely you'd like me to intervene. I can make a call and have the police arrive immediately, forcing them to back down. Lin Chen turned his gaze toward her and smiled confidently. No need. Just stand here and watch closely. Ivanka frowned. You're truly this certain? Lin Chen's smile held a subtle knowing edge. You've already seen what my people are capable of, haven't you? Ivanka recalled that night's violent clash between the Black Serpent Gang and the Black Rat Gang, Jason and his men. Indeed, she had witnessed their combat prowess firsthand. Yet that confrontation had involved only ordinary thugs. Now 50 elite Yamaguchi-gumi operatives stood armed with 50 handguns. Was this truly comparable? Rest assured, Lin Chen replied lightly, sensing her doubt. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Ivanka opened her mouth, then fell silent. She was determined to see precisely where this man drew such unshakable confidence from. Downstairs, the atmosphere in the lobby hung taut, ready to detonate at any moment. 50 burly black-clad men, led by Sato Ken, had stormed inside, surrounding Jason and several loyal enforcers with drawn firearms. Their orders from Colonel Tanaka had been unequivocal. Reclaim the Black Rat Gang's territory and seize Jason alive. That was precisely why they hadn't opened fire yet. Sato Ken stood at the rear of the group, arms crossed, a cold smirk curling his lips. One final time. I ask you, will you surrender the building or not? Jason leaned against the counter, his expression unervingly placid. No. Dare to defy us. Sato Ken's eyes hardened. He raised his hand and barked, fire. Shatter his legs. A black-clad thug lifted his gun, aiming squarely at Jason's thigh. Now. Jason roared. At his command, the enforcers stationed throughout the lobby sprang into motion, each locking onto a single Yamaguchi-gumi member. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted in rapid succession. Within 10 seconds, every Yamaguchi-gumi operative's firearm-wielding hand lay shattered, rendering them utterly harmless. Only then did the enforcers surge forward, disarming all opponents and securing every man on the spot. Had it not been for concerns over maintaining the security firm's clean record, these men would already be dead, heads blown apart. And with Ivanka present, Lin Chen could afford no overt act. Sato Ken stood frozen at the entrance, staring blankly as his entire force was incapacitated within mere seconds, as if struck by an invisible seal, utterly paralyzed. These were elite operatives, the Chicago branch's finest. 50 men, 50 handguns, gone, in under 10 seconds. Bacchiaro. This is impossible. He muttered, his face shifting from shock to disbelief, then finally collapsing into raw, unmitigated terror. What manner of beings were these? Their speed defied natural limits. Their marksmanship bordered on supernatural. This was beyond any mortal capability. Even the most legendary special forces operatives from his former military days couldn't match it. A chill ran down Sato Ken's spine. He spun on his heel and fled. He had to escape, return to report to Colonel Tanaka, and muster far greater numbers for vengeance. But no sooner had he burst through the main gate than Jason gave chase. Running, in 3 swift strides, Jason closed the gap and drove a brutal kick into Sato Ken's lower back. Sato Ken pitched forward headlong, face first into the pavement, skin scraping raw off his cheek. Struggling to rise, he was instantly pinned again as Jason planted a boot firmly atop his spine. Jason crouched low, gripping Sato Ken's hair. Sato Ken, is that your name? You wanted to cripple me, didn't you? Sato Ken grimaced in agony, but his eyes still burned with defiance. Who are you? Longshan Security Company, Jason replied with a faint smile. Remember that name. Sato Ken gritted his teeth. The Yamaguchi-gumi will never let this pass. Then let them come, Jason said, rising and delivering a sharp kick to Sato Ken's temple. Darkness swallowed him whole. He slumped unconscious. Jason turned back toward the lobby, surveying the sprawled Yamaguchi-gumi operatives strewn across the floor. Brothers, break every one of these Japanese bastards' limbs, bind them securely, and take them to the basement. Await the boss's further instructions. Yes. The enforcers moved without hesitation, shattering limbs, binding captives, executing each task with ruthless efficiency. 3rd floor. Lin Chen turned to face Ivanka. Her eyes remained fixed on the monitor, mouth slightly agape, pupils wide with astonishment. She had just witnessed the entire engagement, from the Yamaguchi-gumi's violent entry to their total subjugation, in under 10 seconds. 50 elite operatives, 50 handguns. Before those enforcers, they had crumpled like paper. Though she'd already glimpsed their power, that earlier skirmish had pitted them only against a dozen common thugs. This time, however, it was 50 Yamaguchi-gumi elites. Just who are these people under your command? Ivanka's voice trembled, not with fear, but with electrified awe. Security personnel, Lin Chen shrugged, palms up. Licensed. Legally certified. After all, they arrived armed, intent on robbery. We merely responded in lawful self-defense. Surely that's not illegal. Ivanka studied Lin Chen for several long seconds. This man never ceased to astonish her. Or rather, to terrify her. Her gaze shifted, from stunned disbelief to burning curiosity, and finally to something deeper, more primal, eyes gleaming like a hunter sighting prey, or a starving wolf spotting meat. As for summoning authorities to arrest Lin Chen, it never even crossed her mind. Mr. Lin, you've done absolutely right. Ivanka stepped forward, locking eyes with him, her voice dropping, rich with newfound intensity. I'm now more certain than ever partnering with you is the wisest decision I've ever made. Lin Chen felt a prickling unease crawl up his spine, his scalp tingling. Why did this woman look at him as though she intended to devour him whole? Miss Ivanka, could you please stop staring at me like that? He took half a step back. I'm getting nervous. Nervous about what? Ivanka laughed, a slow, knowing smile. I won't eat you. Your expression says otherwise, Lin Chen retorted deadpan. Ivanka burst into peals of laughter, delighted, unrestrained. When she composed herself, her expression turned earnest. Mr. Lin, I now formally represent my family in proposing this partnership. All prior terms remain valid. Moreover, I add one more clause henceforth. Should you encounter any difficulty, so long as it doesn't violate principle, I'll deploy my family's influence to resolve it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Your family? My father serves as an active duty 5-star general, Ivanka stated calmly. Does that suffice as sincerity? Lin Chen paused, momentarily speechless. Well, now that was formidable backing. No wonder she'd dared to come alone, and stayed to watch the spectacle unfold. Agreed. He extended his hand. Ivanka clasped it firmly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Pleasure doing. But Mr. Lin, I'll state this plainly. Should you deceive me, you'll learn exactly how formidable I can be. As she spoke, she instinctively flexed a tiny fist before him. Lin Chen chuckled dryly. Rest easy. I hold integrity above all else. Good. Ivanka released his hand and glanced downward. Shall we now discuss the details? Absolutely. Their eyes met, sharp, calculating, perfectly aligned in mutual ambition. In the reception room, 2 people sat facing each other. Lin Chen leaned against the sofa, beginning to contemplate. Ivanka's earlier conditions were quite enticing. Intelligence, support, operational convenience, and a family network. These were indeed what he lacked the most at the moment. However, what he desired was far more than just these. Miss Ivanka, I accept everything you mentioned. Lin Chen spoke, but I have an additional condition. Ivanka raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. I need to place a few people in the FBI, the Chicago Police Department, and local government agencies. Ivanka was taken aback. She stared at Lin Chen for several seconds, her expression becoming complex. There was surprise, vigilance, and an inexplicable admiration. You're planning a big game here, she slowly spoke. Lin Chen smiled. Since we are to cooperate, we must do so. My people being in place will benefit you as well. How so? They can help you gather intelligence and keep an eye on those you cannot monitor. Lin Chen leaned forward, If necessary, they can also assist you in doing things you find inconvenient. Ivanka fell silent. She reevaluated the man before her. She had assumed he merely wanted a protective umbrella to make money steadily. Instead, he was looking to infiltrate official institutions. This ambition was far greater than she had anticipated. Do you know what you're saying? Ivanka lowered her voice. Placing personnel in the FBI is a serious crime. That's why I'm asking you for help. Lin Chen spread his hands. Your background is solid enough to handle this. Ivanka took a deep breath, her mind racing. This guy was too bold. But looking at it from another angle, if it could truly succeed, the benefits to her would also be immense. Whether for case handling or climbing the ranks, it would provide her with an extra trump card. It might even become a significant boost for her family. With this thought, Ivanka slowly spoke. Fine. But the positions won't be high, just regular staff or junior officers. Moreover, I want to make it clear that if they get exposed, I will not acknowledge any involvement in this matter. Lin Chen smiled. Don't worry, they won't be exposed. You're that confident? Absolutely, Lin Chen replied casually. My people are far more professional than you think. Ivanka stared at him for several seconds, then nodded. All right, you choose the candidates and send me their information. I'll arrange it when I find the opportunity. How long will it take? About a week, since we have to go through the proper channels. Ivanka returned to her seat. But you must guarantee that once your people are in, they cannot cause any trouble. What do you mean by trouble? No killing, no corruption, and no illegal activities. Ivanka's expression was serious. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. This was a warning for Lin Chen in advance. Some things once investigated could not be contained, no matter how powerful her background was. Lin Chen nodded. You can rest assured I'm sending them in mainly to gather intelligence, not to cause chaos. The people he arranged didn't need to engage in any illegal acts. They only needed to collect information about certain individuals' crimes. Then using that information, they would climb up the ladder. Accompanied by his financial backing, he believed that his loyal followers would quickly ascend to significant positions. By then they could place even more personnel into the system. Over time, the outcome would be. Ivanka sighed in relief after hearing Lin Chen's response. That's good. The two discussed some details. Ivanka took out her phone and exchanged contact information with Lin Chen. You prepare the personnel list and wait for my news. She stood up. I have to go. There are still many matters to handle. You're leaving so soon. Don't you want to have a cup of coffee? Lin Chen also stood up. No, Ivanka picked up her bag. By the way, how do you plan to deal with Sato-kan? Interrogation to see if we can extract anything useful. Ivanka hesitated for a moment. Let me know once you're done questioning. I need to write a report. All right. The two shook hands, and Ivanka turned to leave the reception room. Lin Chen escorted her to the door, watching her figure disappear down the hallway. Back in the reception room, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. The plan was going more smoothly than expected. He had thought it would take a lot of persuasion, but Ivanka agreed so readily. It seemed this woman truly wanted to bind herself closely to him. Jim walked in. Boss, that woman has left. Can we trust her? We can trust her. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa. At least for now, our interests align. As Ivanka was leaving, he took a glance with his probing eye. Loyalty had risen to 75, making it almost impossible for her to betray him. Jim nodded. What should we do now? Interrogate Sato-kan. Lin Chen stood up. Have Jason bring him to the interrogation room for me to question personally. Understood. In the garage downstairs, Sato-kan was tied to a chair, his mouth taped shut. Seeing Jason walk in, a flicker of fear flashed in his eyes, but it quickly returned to a fierce glare. Jason tore off the tape from his mouth. Sato-kan gasped for air, staring at Jason. Who are you anyway? What do you think? Jason pulled up a chair and sat across from him. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to touch our Yamaguchi-gumi will not have a good ending. Sato-kan gritted his teeth. Our boss will seek revenge for me. Revenge? Jason laughed. Let's see if he can find me first. You think hiding here makes you safe? The Yamaguchi-gumi's influence spans the globe. You can't escape. Jason scratched his ear. Whether you can escape is my concern. You should worry about yourself right now. Sato-kan's expression changed. You want to kill me? Kill you? Too easy. Jason shook his head. What I want is information. I want talk. You will talk. Jason stood up, moving behind him. Bring someone in to make him talk. A loyal follower cracked his knuckles and approached Sato-kan. Hey, I advise you to cooperate a bit, or you'll suffer. Sato-kan glared at him. Baka, if you have the ability, just kill you. That's not going to happen. Jason laughed. We have all the time in the world. Let's take it slow. The loyal follower punched Sato-kan in the stomach. Sato-kan let out a muffled groan, doubling over. How many people are under Colonel Tanaka? What's their firepower configuration? Jason asked. Sato-kan gritted his teeth and remained silent. The loyal follower landed another punch, this time to his chest. Cough, cough, cough. Sato-kan coughed until tears streamed down his face. He'll talk. He'll talk. Colonel Tanaka has 200 men, all elite, fully equipped with weapons. Sato-kan gasped for breath. He also has cooperation with the Chicago local police department and can mobilize many resources. Jason frowned. Local police department. Yes, Colonel Tanaka was a high-ranking officer in the self-defense forces hired by the Yamaguchi-gumi at a high salary after retirement. What is his purpose in Chicago? To expand the influence of the Yamaguchi-gumi and seize territory. Sato-kan's voice grew quieter, and also, To find individuals with special blood types. Jason's eyes turned icy. What do they want people with special blood types for? 4. For experiment. Sato Ken lowered his head. I don't know the specifics of the experiments, but I'm just an executor. Jason fell silent for a few seconds. More human experimentation. He had encountered issues of human trafficking with the Black Mouse Gang before, and now the Yamaguchi-gumi was engaging in similar activities. These scoundrels were indeed cut from the same cloth. Is that all? Jason pressed. That's all I know. Sato Ken shook his head. I'm just the action group leader. I don't have access to core secrets. Jason stared at him for several seconds. He was sure this guy was not lying, but he couldn't fully trust him. Lock him up and don't let him escape. Jason turned to leave. Then report to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a deep breath after hearing Yamaguchi-gumi human experimentation government background. The situation was becoming increasingly complex, but the more complicated it got, the more excited he became. With the system in hand and loyal followers by his side, he was not afraid of anyone. He then briefed Jason on a few points before heading back to the farm. Back at the farm, Lin Chen saw Jack sitting in front of the computer, the screen displaying various data. Jack, help me look up someone. Who? Tanaka Ichiro, a retired military officer and now the head of the Yamaguchi-gumi in Chicago. Lin Chen walked over. Get whatever you can find. Jack adjusted his glasses. He'll give it a try. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder and went upstairs to rest. Lying in bed, he closed his eyes. His mind was filled with the plans ahead. Placing personnel, making money, upgrading the system, dealing with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Every step must be taken steadily with no room for error. But as long as those loyal followers were there, he felt secure. Lin Chen turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Yamaguchi-gumi Chicago branch. 100 p.m. Tanaka Ichiro sat behind his desk, the sake before him long gone cold. His gaze remained fixed on Lieutenant Sato Ken's number displayed on his phone screen, dialed no fewer than 20 times. No answer. Not a single reply. He had been waiting for Sato's report since 5 o'clock that afternoon. 50 men, 50 handguns, deployed against a single security firm. How could anything possibly go wrong? Yet reality was undeniable. Sato had vanished, along with all 50 elite operatives. Something catastrophic had occurred. What chilled him most was that not one of them had escaped. Not even a single messenger. What then had they encountered? Tanaka rose and strode to the window. Outside stretched Chicago's glittering nocturnal skyline. Yet within him bloomed an icy dread. Send someone in. A subordinate entered promptly. Mr. Tanaka, how may I assist? Investigate what truly happened at Longdon Security Company. The subordinate hesitated. Sir, shall we first contact our contacts in the police department? Contact the police. Tanaka turned his eyes glacial. Do you truly believe they would aid us? But we've collaborated with them before. That was before. Tanaka cut him off sharply. Now the FBI is watching Chicago like a hawk. The police would sooner disown us than be seen near us. He recalled his call earlier that afternoon. The moment he mentioned Longdon Security, the line went dead. A second attempt routed straight to voicemail. Tanaka drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing composure. Dispatch several sharp, discreet operatives to surveil the vicinity of Longdon Security, no closer than 200 meters. Report immediately upon observation. Understood. The subordinate nodded and departed to execute the order. Tanaka sank back into his chair and lifted the chilled sake cup, downing it in one swift, bitter draught. His thoughts churned in disarray. Sato Ken was his most trusted lieutenant, a former Japan Self-Defense Forces officer, peerless in tactical acumen. 50 elite operatives, 50 handguns. And yet, they had fallen. Who then were their adversaries? The more he pondered, the sharper his frustration grew. He opened a drawer, withdrew a Beretta pistol, checked its magazine, and returned it silently. This was not yet the hour for desperate measures. First, he needed clarity. Minutes crawled by. Tanaka stared unblinking at the wall clock, the second hand ticking with maddening precision. 1030 p.m. 1100 p.m. 1130 p.m. At last the door swung open. Mr. Tanaka, we have intelligence. Tanaka shot upright. Speak. Lieutenant Sato and his entire team have all been captured. All captured. Tanaka's pupils contracted sharply. All 50. Yes, and sir. The subordinate swallowed hard. They are reportedly incapacitated. None can stand. Tanaka felt something rupture inside his skull. Slowly he lowered himself back into the chair, his face darkening with lethal stillness. Longdon Security Company. Just who exactly are you? The subordinate ventured cautiously. We confirmed the firm was recently incorporated. Its proprietor is one Jason. He commands several dozen personnel. But their origins remain obscured. Several dozen. Tanaka scoffed coldly. Can a mere handful truly overwhelm my 50 elite operatives? He paced the office, each heavy step resonating like a hammer blow upon his subordinate's nerves. All 5 seized, parked directly outside Longduan's premises. Weapons. All confiscated. Tanaka halted and closed his eyes. Silence stretched thick and taut. When he reopened them, fury had receded, replaced by crystalline, unyielding calm. After all, he was a former high-ranking JSDF official. He knew rage solved nothing. From this moment onward, heightened vigilance across all divisions. No one is to engage long-done security without my explicit command. The subordinate faltered, Sir, will we not avenge Lieutenant Sato? Vengeance. Of course we will, Tanaka replied, voice level and controlled. But not now. We know nothing of their capabilities or affiliations. Acting rashly would only deepen our losses. Investigate Longduan's backers, FBI connections, rival syndicates, any trace whatsoever. Leave no stone unturned. Understood. Tanaka waved dismissal. As the subordinate turned to leave, he added, wait. Instruct everyone absolute discretion these next 2 days. No provocations. No attention. Yes, sir. The door clicked shut, leaving Tanaka alone in the hush. He gazed once more upon the city's shimmering night, his eyes growing colder, sharper, infinitely more dangerous. Long done. Jason, whoever you are, you have struck Yamaguchi-gumi. This debt will be settled. In full. The following day. 7:00 M. Lin Chen awoke, bathed in morning sunlight, stretching languidly. He had slept deeply, dreamless, restorative. After washing up, he descended the stairs. Jim greeted him warmly. Good morning, boss. Lin Chen smiled, genuinely delighted. He'd woken to a message from Jason, another 7:00 secured. He stepped into the living room and activated his system interface. Daily Death Squad refresh, time activated. 20 Death Squad members refreshed, select deployment location. Deploy in the living room. Instantly 20 figures materialized. Youthful, alert, standing rigidly at uniformly male, radiating vitality and discipline. Lin Chen approached, inspecting each in turn. The first few possessed only ordinary aptitudes. At the 7th he paused. Name Calvin. Age 29. Loyalty 100. Background former FBI intelligence analyst. Expertise in intelligence gathering, data analysis, and counter-surveillance techniques. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. Calvin, you served with the FBI? Yes, sir. 3 years in intelligence analysis. Until I was dismissed after clashing with superiors. Then you understand FBI internal protocols. I could navigate them blindfolded, Calvin affirmed. Recruitment, background, vetting, access hierarchies. I know every layer. Excellent. You'll receive a critical assignment soon. He continued scanning. The 8th, ordinary. The 9th. At the 10th he stilled again. Name Derek. Age 31. Loyalty 100. Background former Chicago Police Department chief. Proficient in law enforcement procedures, criminal investigation, and legal affairs. Lin Chen smiled. Derek, you were a chief. Yes, sir, 5 years. Forced out after refusing bribes and enduring systematic ostracism. So you know the department's inner workings intimately. Every mechanism, from patrol rotations to evidence chain of custody. I know it all, Derek stated confidently. Consider me ready. Lin Chen's spirits soared. For more specialists followed. 6 ideal candidates in a single day. Positioning them covertly would prove remarkably straightforward. He understood initial placements would be modest, but competence was non-negotiable. Only genuine expertise would enable upward mobility later. Lin Chen then assigned all 20 Death Squad members to execute online loan scams, netting another 1,000. His total assets surged once more to 119,800. 8 million more to reach system upgrade threshold. Lin Chen awaited it with quiet, unwavering anticipation. Meanwhile, at Longdon Security Company, Jason received an unexpected visitor, the underboss of the Chicago branch of the Black Hand Syndicate. In the lobby of the Long Shield Security Company, Jason was directing the soldiers to organize their gear. Last night's fight was exhilarating, but the aftermath was no small task. 5 SUVs needed to be registered, $700,000 needed to be accounted for, and 50 captives needed to be secured. Just then the sound of a car engine came from outside. Jason looked up at the window. A black stretch Lincoln was parked at the entrance. The car door opened, and a man in his 50s stepped out. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, his hair meticulously styled, holding a cigar in his hand. Behind him were 4 bodyguards dressed in black, all wearing sunglasses and earpieces, exuding a powerful aura. Jason frowned. Who is this godly figure? The man walked into the lobby, glanced around, and wore a professional smile on his face. Excuse me, is Mr. Jason here? Jason approached, sizing him up. I am, and you are. The man extended his hand. Marcus, the second in command of the Chicago branch of the Mafia. Jason's heart sank. The Mafia? They were the ancestral level of the underground world in America. He did not shake that hand, speaking calmly. What does the Mafia want with me? Marcus was not embarrassed. He withdrew his hand and smiled. Don't be nervous. I'm here to discuss cooperation, not to cause trouble. Cooperation? Jason became more vigilant. What could a small security company that hasn't even opened yet have to cooperate with you on? A security company that hasn't opened yet. Marcus chuckled, a meaningful smile on his face. Mr. Jason, let's not beat around the bush. Last night 50 elite members of the Yamaguchi-gumi fell to your hands, which is not something a small security company can achieve. Jason's gaze turned cold. You seem well informed. Chicago is this small, what can be hidden from us? Marcus exhaled a puff of smoke. Aren't you inviting me up? Talking in the lobby isn't very polite, is it? Jason scrutinized him for several seconds, his mind racing. The Mafia coming to him was surely not a good sign. But it wouldn't be suitable to directly dismiss the second in command who personally came. One shouldn't strike a smiling face. Let's go upstairs. Jason turned and walked upstairs with Marcus following behind, the 4 bodyguards wanting to come along too. Jason turned around. You come up alone, the bodyguards wait downstairs. The bodyguards looked at Marcus. Marcus waved his hand. You all wait on the first floor, I want to talk privately with Mr. Jason. On the 3rd floor in the reception room. The two sat facing each other. Jason leaned back in his chair, his expression unreadable. Speak, what's the matter? Marcus extinguished his cigar, his expression turning serious. I heard the Yamaguchi-gumi has been causing you trouble lately. What does that have to do with you? Of course it does, Marcus leaned forward. Our mafia has been in conflict with the Yamaguchi-gumi in Chicago for nearly 20 years. In the past we kept to ourselves, but in these last 2 years they've become increasingly aggressive, seizing territory and business without regard for rules. Jason raised an eyebrow. So I want to cooperate with you. Marcus held up 3 fingers. First, we provide intelligence and firepower support to help you deal with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Second, if you encounter trouble, the mafia can step in to handle it. Third, in the future, if you face any issues in Chicago. After hearing this, Jason remained silent. There's no such thing as a free lunch. What are your conditions? Marcus smiled, looking very relaxed. The conditions are simple. Once you eliminate the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch, you will divide the East Asian gang market with us 50-50. Jason frowned. The East Asian gang market. Yes, Marcus nodded. Little Japan has controlled 6 East Asian gangs in Chicago, generating at least $10 million a month. At that time, you'll take 70%, and we'll take 30%. Everyone profits together. Jason fell silent for a few seconds. It sounded reasonable, but he felt something was off. I need time to think. Marcus stood up. Of course, such a big matter requires consideration. But let me be frank, the Yamaguchi-gumi has already mobilized their forces. They'll definitely make a move in the next few days. You can't afford to wait. Jason's expression remained unchanged. That's our business. Marcus nodded. Should I wait here for you? Sure. After saying this, Jason turned and walked out of the reception room. After Jason went out, he immediately took out his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. Boss, something happened. Lin Chen's calm voice came from the other end. What happened? The mafia sent someone. Marcus, the second-in-command of the Chicago branch, wants to cooperate with us to deal with the Yamaguchi-gumi. What are the conditions? After eliminating the Yamaguchi-gumi, they want 30% of the East Asian gang market. Lin Chen fell silent for a few seconds, then sneered. Cooperate. They probably want to fish in troubled waters. Boss, I also feel something is off. Jason lowered his voice. The mafia is deeply entrenched in America, and do they really need to cooperate with us to deal with the Yamaguchi-gumi? Can't they just handle it themselves, eh? Lin Chen put down his chopsticks, his mind racing. The mafia reaching out was definitely not for their good. But outright rejection wasn't feasible, as their power was substantial. It would be better to play along, agree first, and see what they were really after. Jason, go tell Marcus that we can cooperate. But the conditions need to change. The East Asian market can only be split 2-8 in their favor. Huh? Jason was startled. Boss, are we really going to cooperate with them? Fake cooperation, Lin Chen smiled. Let's keep them steady, and I want to see what the mafia is plotting. Also have Jack hack into their system, and check who they've been trading with recently. Jason suddenly understood. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Jason walked back into the reception room. Have you thought it through? Marcus turned around. Cooperation is possible. Jason sat on the sofa. But the conditions need to change. The East Asian market can only be split 2-8 in your favor. Marcus frowned. 2-8. That's too little. We put in manpower and bear the greatest risk. You get 2% for doing nothing, which is already generous. Marcus stared at Jason for several seconds, his eyes flickering, then he smiled. Fine, 2-8 it is. But with an additional condition, the operation must be under our command. Jason shook his head. Well, act independently, sharing intelligence is sufficient. Marcus was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. The two shook hands, their eyes filled with calculation. Marcus turned and left the reception room, a subtle cold smile at the corner of his mouth. At 8 o'clock in the evening at the farm, Jack sat in front of the computer, fingers flying over the keyboard. A flurry of code flashed on the screen, moving at a dizzying speed. Lin Chen stood beside him. Have you found anything? Almost there. The mafia's firewall is interesting, but not a challenge. Jack pushed up his glasses. 10 minutes later, a password-protected folder suddenly popped up on the screen. Jack's eyes lit up. Boss, I found it. Open it. Jack cracked the password and opened the folder. Inside were all the recent transaction records of the mafia with other gangs. Lin Chen reviewed them one by one, his gaze growing colder. This one is a transaction with the Russian gang for arms deals. This one is a transaction with the Mexican gang for flower business. This one is... Jack suddenly stopped, his expression changing. Lin Chen leaned in. What? Jack pointed at the screen, his voice heavy. Marcus met with members of the Yamaguchi-gumi yesterday. What? Lin Chen's pupils constricted. And the call records show they discussed matters regarding the Black Snake Gang and the Black Rat Gang. Lin Chen stared at the screen, suddenly realizing. The so-called cooperation in dealing with the Yamaguchi-gumi, the mafia's true goal was to incite them to clash with the Yamaguchi-gumi, leaving both sides to suffer so they could reap the benefits. By then the East Asian gang market would belong entirely to them, needing no division. What a clever scheme, Lin Chen sneered. Boss, should we expose them? Jack asked. Expose them? Lin Chen shook his head. Why would we expose them? If they want to be the fishermen, then I'll make sure they can't succeed. Lin Chen walked to the living room and picked up his phone to call Jason. Jason released the news about cooperating with the mafia. Jason was taken aback. Release it. Exactly, it must be heard by the Yamaguchi-gumi. Lin Chen smiled. If the mafia wants to hide and watch, then I'll bring them to the forefront. When the Yamaguchi-gumi learns that the mafia is targeting them, they'll surely strike first. Let them turn on each other while we watch from the sidelines. Jason suddenly understood. Boss, you're brilliant. He'll take care of it right away. After hanging up, Lin Chen stood by the window gazing at the night outside. The mafia, the Yamaguchi-gumi. So you want to play, do you? Then he'll join in the fun. Let's see in the end who outplays whom. After all, he now had Ivanka as a backing. As long as he didn't act recklessly, everything would be fine. Once he took down the territories of the Yamaguchi-gumi and the mafia in Chicago, his wealth would undoubtedly skyrocket. The Chicago branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Tanaka Ichiro sat behind his desk, an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts before him. He had just received a message the mafia intended to collaborate with Longshan Security Company to jointly undermine the Yamaguchi-gumi. Damn. Tanaka Ichiro slammed his phone onto the desk, his face darkening like the sky before a storm. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. That wily old fox Marcus. Outwardly courteous, inwardly treacherous. Yet whether this intelligence was true or false remained unconfirmed. Tanaka Ichiro picked up his phone and dialed Marcus's number. The line rang 3 times before being answered. Mr. Tanaka, so late in the evening. What is it? Marcus's voice remained calm. Marcus, word has it your mafia is aligning with Longshan Security. Tanaka cut straight to the point. A 2-second silence followed on the other end. Who told you that? Marcus's tone stayed unchanged, but that pause betrayed him. That's none of your concern, Tanaka replied coldly. I ask only one thing, is it true? Of course not. The mafia and the Yamaguchi-gumi have long observed mutual non-interference. Why would we suddenly move against you? Is that so? A faint sardonic smile curled at Tanaka's lips. Then explain why you visited Longshan Security. Silence fell again on the line. This time the silence lingered longer. Mr. Tanaka, you've had me followed. Marcus's voice dropped low. Chicago is small enough. Nothing escapes my notice. Tanaka returned the retort word for word. Marcus exhaled deeply. I went to Longshan for unrelated matters. Nothing concerning your Yamaguchi-gumi. Better be so, Tanaka said evenly. But should I discover you scheming behind my back, I'll show no mercy. Is that a threat? No, it's a warning. Tanaka hung up without another word. Leaning back into his chair, his gaze hardened, icy and unrelenting. Though Marcus denied it, his reaction spoke volumes. That crafty old fox was undoubtedly plotting something. A subordinate entered promptly. Yes, Mr. Tanaka, what are your orders? Notify all allied gangs under our control in Chicago, effective immediately, elevate to maximum alert status. The subordinate hesitated. What's happened? The mafia may move against us. Tanaka rose and strode to the window. Raise vigilance. No ambushes will catch us unawares. Especially at night. Double sentry rotations and increased patrol frequency. The subordinate's expression tightened. Understood. I'll deploy it at once. Wait. Tanaka turned. Assign operatives to monitor the mafia's every move. Report any anomaly immediately. Yes, sir. The subordinate departed. Tanaka gazed out at the nocturnal cityscape, his knuckles cracking as his fists clenched. Marcus, you wish to play? Very well. I'll play to the end. Meanwhile, the farm. Lin Chen sat on the living room sofa and dialed Ivanka's number. The call connected after 2 rings. Mr. Lin, calling so late. Something urgent. Ivanka's voice carried fatigue yet retained its sharp vitality. I need to tell you something. Lin Chen leaned back. The mafia approached me today. The mafia? Her tone shifted instantly. What did they want? They proposed an alliance to jointly eliminate the Yamaguchi-gumi. Silence stretched across the line for several seconds. Did you agree? I did, though only in pretense. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Ivanka exhaled in relief. You startle me. Those mafia men devour souls whole. Collaborating with them means certain death, unseen and unspoken. I know, Lin Chen said. That's precisely why I called you, to hear your counsel. My counsel is simple: keep as far from them as possible. Ivanka's voice grew grave. The mafia runs deep in America. Even the FBI treads lightly around them. Yet they've come knocking at my door. Evasion is no longer an option. Lin Chen replied. So let us turn their scheme to our advantage and discern their true intent. Ivanka paused thoughtfully. Are you certain you can control this? Absolutely. Lin Chen smiled. By the way, how's that matter I mentioned last time progressing? Ivanka lowered her voice. It's underway. 3 days at earliest, 1 week at latest. We'll place them inside. Their positions won't be high-ranking, but each is critical. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. Excellent, thank you. Don't thank me. This is transactional. Ivanka added. You do work for me. I pave your path. By the way, have you finished interrogating Sato Ken? I need to file the report. Interrogation complete, Lin Chen confirmed. We extracted useful information. The Yamaguchi-gumi is hunting individuals with rare blood types for human experimentation. Keyboard keystrokes echoed faintly through the line. She was taking notes. Anything else? Tanaka Ichiro formerly served as a high-ranking officer in Japan's self-defense forces. Upon retirement, he was recruited by the Yamaguchi-gumi at an exorbitant salary. Lin Chen continued, he commands 200 men, fully armed and equipped, and maintains covert cooperation with the Chicago Police Department. Cooperation with the police. Ivanka's voice chilled. Who specifically? Sato Ken only serves as an operations team leader. He lacks access to core secrets. Understood, this suffices. Ivanka said. Hand Sato Ken over to me. I'll resume interrogation at FBI headquarters. Not possible, Lin Chen refused outright. Why? No reason necessary, Lin Chen replied calmly, offering no further explanation. Ivanka waited several seconds. How do you intend to handle him? He remains detained, for now. We'll decide later once the dust settles. Fine. Truth be told, I never expected to take him back anyway. Ivanka's tone lightened. Just list him as neutralized in the report. And regarding the Mafia, how do you plan to respond? Let them tear each other apart, the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Mafia, while I watch from the shadows. Tread carefully, don't become collateral damage. Rest assured, I know exactly where the lines lie. They exchanged a few final remarks before hanging up. Lin Chen sank deeper into the sofa, releasing a long, measured breath. The most crucial phase lay ahead. He dialed Jason's number. Jason, contact Tanaka Ichiro immediately. What for? Jason asked, puzzled. Demand ransom for his men. Lin Chen smiled. $1 million U.S. dollars for all 50 captives unharmed and intact. Those 50 Yamaguchi-gumi members are already crippled. Keeping them is nothing but burden. Perfect, they'll fund our coffers instead. Jason paused. Boss, are you truly releasing them? Yes, absolutely, Lin Chen affirmed. But first we extract every last drop of value. And Sato Ken. Not released, Lin Chen stated flatly. He's Tanaka's closest confidant. Eliminate him permanently. Jason nodded. Understood, I'll contact him tomorrow. Remember, speak firmly, and compromise on price, not 1 cent, Lin Chen instructed. The Yamaguchi-gumi won't flinch at this sum. Understood, boss. Longshan Security Company. Jason dialed Tanaka Ichiro directly. Tanaka's voice bore exhaustion, his mood unmistakably frayed. Jason, from Longshan Security. 3 seconds of silence passed on the line. What do you want? 50 of your men are in my custody, Jason said, relaxed and unhurried. Would you like how much? Tanaka demanded immediately. $1 million U.S. dollars. You're insane. Tanaka's voice spiked. 50 men for $1 million. Take it or leave it, Jason chuckled. Refuse, and I'll deliver them to the FBI's front steps. A sharp grinding sound came through the receiver, teeth clenched in fury. No more stammering, Jason interrupted smoothly. $1 million for 50 lives, a bargain beyond measure. And I guarantee, they'll be returned to you whole and unharmed. Tanaka remained silent for over 10 seconds. Fine, I'll pay. Now that's the spirit, Jason grinned. Wire the funds to account number. And my men. Once the transfer clears, I'll dispatch them to location XXX. You collect them there. Jason hung up. Shortly thereafter, his bank notification pinged. He dispatched elite operatives with a freight truck, delivering the 50 Yamaguchi-gumi members to the designated coordinates. Elsewhere, the farm. Lin Chen read Jason's message, and his smile widened, radiant and unrestrained. $1 million U.S. dollars secured. He opened his system interface. Total assets 1198000. Adding this million brought him precisely to 1298000. Next upgrade threshold 1000. Still a long road ahead. Yet his elite operatives multiplied steadily and grew ever stronger. Earnings would accelerate accordingly. Soon, very soon, he would amass the capital required to upgrade the system. Every day, I can still refresh 20 death warriors, each possessing 3 times the physical qualities of an ordinary person. At this rate of advancement, even Captain America is not out of reach. Lin Chen grew more and more excited. The Yamaguchi-gumi, huh? The Mafia, right? Come on, bring it on, let's see who can outdo whom. For now, he had only occupied 2 small gang territories in the south side of Chicago. It is worth noting that the largest gang in the south side of Chicago, the Latin Kings, boasts over 50,000 members, a terrifying existence. Even the Yamaguchi-gumi would have to think twice in their presence. But he had death warriors, so there was no need to worry. No matter how many gangsters there were, they were all nothing but trash in the face of death warriors with 3 times their strength. He walked to the window and looked at the training ground in the backyard. Jim was training the death warriors. Jim was demonstrating a grappling move, each motion powerful and forceful. The energy surged outward from his heart, like an electric current coursing through his limbs and bones. His muscles throbbed and his bones cracked. Jim clenched his fists, filled with a sense of strength. He threw a punch, and the air let out a whoosh. The 20 death warriors in front of him simultaneously stopped their movements, exchanging glances. Jim seems to have gotten stronger. So do we. Ever since the last time we've all become stronger. A death warrior walked over to the nearby concrete wall and punched it. Crack. A fissure opened in the wall and debris fell down. Holy shit. The other death warriors all gathered around. Another death warrior lifted a 200-pound stone block from the ground and effortlessly raised it above his head. I used to have to exert a lot of effort to move this, but now it feels super easy. Jim took a deep breath and walked to a tree as thick as a bowl. He kicked out with one foot. The tree snapped cleanly, its upper half crashing down. All the death warriors were left dumbfounded. Jim, you're just too fierce. Jim himself was stunned, looking down at his hands. Haha, we're all the same. They turned to look in Lin Chen's direction, their eyes filled with admiration. Because all of this was brought about by Lin Chen. Meanwhile, at the Long Shield Security Company, Jason was doing push-ups so fast that he could hardly see himself. He did 101 breath without turning red or gasping for air. Jason stood up and punched a sandbag. Bang! The sandbag flew out, crashing against the wall, its sand spilling out. Beside him, a death warrior did something even more outrageous, bending a training iron rod with his bare hands. Hey Jason, look. Jason's eyes widened. Are you the Hulk, or what? Haha, isn't that strong? Another death warrior ran over. Jason, I just tried it. I can punch with a force of 3,000 kilograms. Jason took a deep breath. Don't just get excited, quickly familiarize yourself with your current strength. That guy who bent the iron rod, next time check if there are people around before you do that. If you break someone, you could really send your teammate away. The death warriors burst into laughter. Jason clapped his hands. Alright, continue training one by one, don't tear the training ground apart. As for the outer members, their training area was separate. They had no idea that the death warriors were getting stronger again. However, those outer members were also training very hard, mainly because Lin Chen was generous. On the other side, at the south side branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi, Ichiro Tanaka sat behind his desk, the ashtray in front of him already full. He occasionally glanced towards the door, waiting for news. Suddenly, a subordinate pushed the door open, his face looking grim. Mr. Tanaka, the people have been brought back. How is it? Tanaka. Ichiro stood up. The subordinate lowered his head, gritting his teeth. 50 people, all incapacitated. Not a single one could stand. They were all sent to the hospital. Tanaka. Ichiro's pupils constricted sharply as he slammed his fist on the table. Baka. The teacup on the table rattled, spilling tea everywhere. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Where's Captain Sato? Captain Sato hasn't returned. The other party refuses to release them. Ichiro Tanaka's expression darkened, as if it could drip water. So you're saying I spent $1 million and only got back 50 cripples? The subordinate dared not speak, standing there with his head down. Ichiro Tanaka paced heavily in the office. Long Shield Security Company. Jason. He stopped, turning to look out the window. What exactly are you? The subordinate cautiously spoke up. Mr. Tanaka, we have checked. That security company was registered not long ago, and the legal person is named Jason. There are dozens of subordinates, but we can't find out their specific background. Ichiro Tanaka closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. They definitely aren't ordinary people. Recalling the details reported by his subordinates, one person could punch someone several meters away and disarm opponents, as if it were child's play. This wasn't something a normal person could achieve. Could they be retired special forces? A subordinate guessed. Impossible. Ichiro Tanaka shook his head. Even the top elite soldiers of America couldn't eliminate our 50 men without any casualties. They must have something we don't know about. Continue investigating at any cost. We must uncover Jason's background. Understood. The subordinate nodded and turned to leave. Ichiro Tanaka sat back in his chair, looking at the photo on the desk. It was a picture of Sato Ken and him taken last year in Tokyo. Sato-ken, I will avenge you. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, help me investigate a person. Who? The owner of Long Shield Security Company, Jason. I want to know everything about him, including what time he goes to the bathroom at night. There was a pause on the other end for 2 seconds. The old price. I will give you news in 3 days. The sooner the better. Pay more, and I will be faster. Ichiro Tanaka gritted his teeth. No problem. After hanging up, he leaned back in his chair, his gaze growing colder. Jason, just you wait. I, Ichiro Tanaka, swear that I will make you pay the price. The Yamaguchi-gumi has many members in America as well. Although the number of people in the Chicago branch is slightly less, they still control over 20 small gangs, each with no fewer than 100 members. Altogether, they exceed 2,000 people. The other side only has a few dozen. If it comes to a real fight, they could bury the opponent with sheer numbers. Now Ichiro Tanaka's only concern was what terrifying background the other party had. That's why he hadn't acted immediately. Everything would wait until the investigation is clear. The backyard of the farm. Lin Chen stood by the window, gazing toward the distant training ground. He thought of Sato Ken still locked away in the warehouse. He immediately dialed Jason. Jason, Sato Ken cannot be allowed to live. Handle him cleanly with no loose ends. On the other end, Jason nodded. Understood. I'll take care of it right away. Wait. Lin Chen stopped him. Before disposal, interrogate him once more. See if anything else can be extracted. Yes, sir. The basement of Longdon Security Company. Sato Ken sat bound to a chair, his mouth gagged with cloth. At the sound of the door opening, he jerked his head up sharply. His eyes were bloodshot, dried blood streaked his face. Jason entered flanked by 2 elite enforcers. He approached Sato Ken and tore the cloth from his mouth. "Hello again, little man from the land of the rising sun." Sato Ken gasped, his voice hoarse. "What do you want from me?" Jason crouched before him, eyes unwavering. "You're about to meet your end, but first I have a few questions." Sato Ken's pupils contracted, his face drained of color. "You can't kill me. The Yamaguchi-gumi will never let this go. That's for tomorrow to decide." Jason slapped his cheek lightly. "Cooperate now, or suffer needlessly. I've already told you everything I know." "Is that so?" Jason rose. "Then tell me about the 20 minor gangs the Yamaguchi-gumi controls covertly in Chicago." Sato Ken's gaze flickered evasively. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't play dumb," Jason sneered. "You're Tanaka Ichiro's most trusted confidant. How could you possibly be ignorant of such matters?" Sato Ken clenched his jaw silent. Jason sighed. "So you'd rather endure pain before complying?" He shot a glance to the enforcer beside him. The enforcer stepped forward and drove a brutal punch into Sato Ken's shoulder. A sickening crack echoed, the joint dislocated. Sato Ken screamed, veins bulging across his forehead. "I'll talk. I'll talk." Jason signaled the enforcer to halt. Sato Ken panted heavily, tears and snot smearing his face. "The Yamaguchi-gumi secretly controls 20 minor gangs in Chicago. They exert control through investments, loans, and protection rackets. Each gang numbers at least 100 members, some exceed 300. Altogether, they command over 2,000 operatives." Jason frowned. "Where's the list?" "In my phone, in an encrypted folder." "What's the password?" 0624. "It's my daughter's birthday." Jason ordered the enforcer to retrieve Sato Ken's phone. Entering the code, he unlocked the folder without hesitation. Inside lay exhaustive dossiers, names of gang leaders, member counts, primary illicit enterprises, every detail meticulously cataloged. Jason scrolled through them once, and a faint satisfied smile curved his lips. How much simpler it would have been had you cooperated earlier. No beating required. He turned and walked toward the door. Sato Ken panicked. "You promised you wouldn't kill me." "When did I ever promise?" Jason didn't look back. "I only said cooperation would spare you suffering." At the threshold, Jason instructed the 2 enforcers, "Dispose of him cleanly. Leave no trace." "Yes, sir." Behind him, muffled struggles and choked groans soon faded into silence. Silence settled. Jason drove back to the farm. Lin Chen sat on the living room sofa, reviewing intelligence compiled by Jack. "Sir, it's done." Jason took a seat. "What did he reveal?" Jason handed over the phone. "The Yamaguchi-gumi secretly commands 20 minor gangs in Chicago, totaling over 2,000 operatives." Lin Chen accepted the phone, scanned the list, and raised an eyebrow. "Impressive. Over 2,000 souls buried deep beneath the city's surface. Sir, these forces are scattered across the south side. Engaging them all at once would be perilous." Lin Chen returned the phone. "Call Locke." Jason nodded and left to fetch him. Moments later, Locke entered, notebook in hand. "Sir, you summoned me." "Sit down." Lin Chen gestured to the sofa opposite. Locke seated himself and Lin Chen passed him the phone. "This is the Yamaguchi-gumi's list of 20 controlled gangs. Compile full profiles. Map their locations, estimate membership, document core operations, and assess armaments. We'll need this data to formulate precise tactical plans." Locke skimmed the files. His eyes gleamed behind his spectacles. "Sir, this intelligence is extraordinarily detailed. With it we can strike surgically, neutralize each gang in sequence." Lin Chen nodded. "Can you deliver a complete operational blueprint within 3 days? 2 days suffice." Locke adjusted his glasses. "I'll work tonight. I'll present the plan to you by tomorrow evening." "Very well. Proceed." Locke rose to leave. "Wait," Lin Chen called out. "Rest when needed. Don't overexert yourself." Locke paused, then smiled faintly. "Don't worry, sir. I know my limits." He exited the villa, his stride noticeably quicker than usual. The next morning, Lin Chen finished washing and descended to the living room center. Ding. 20 elite enforcers refreshed. Select refresh location. Refresh in the living room. Instantly, 20 figures materialized out of thin air. All young men, vigorous, upright, disciplined. Lin Chen surveyed them one by one. The first 17 possessed ordinary specialties: hand-to-hand combat, driving, reconnaissance. But at the 18th his gaze sharpened. Name Alexander. Age 30. Loyalty 100. Background former professional locksmith. Master of all locking mechanisms, expert in vault bypass. Lin Chen smiled. A master locksmith. Ideal for infiltration and surreptitious entry. He continued scanning. The 19th profile appeared. Name Victor. Age 33. Loyalty 1. Background former military demolition specialist. Proficient in C4 detonators and high explosive ordnance. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Demolitions expertise. Is the system nudging me toward blowing up buildings? Yet instantly he envisioned Victor's true value vaults. He moved on. The 20th profile. Name Novik. Age 29. Loyalty 100. Background former senior administrative director of a multinational corporation. Expertise in organizational management, personnel deployment, and logistical support. Lin Chen exhaled deeply. Today's refresh was pure windfall. Lockpicking, demolition, administration. 3 critical skill sets precisely when needed. Especially Novik. His administrative mastery would finally bring order to Lin Chen's chaotic operational infrastructure. Lin Chen turned to the final figure. Novik, how many people did you oversee previously? Novik replied calmly, Sir, at peak capacity, I managed an administrative team of 500. Corporate operations, personnel allocation, logistics, all under my purview. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. Excellent. From now on, all administrative affairs fall under your authority. Yes, sir. Lin Chen then addressed Alexander and Victor. Both of you possess rare talents. We'll deploy you strategically. Sir, Alexander grinned. I can open any bank vault lock. Victor spoke bluntly, Sir, name the target. I'll reduce it to rubble. Lin Chen waved dismissively. Keep it low profile. For now, such skills remain dormant. He instructed Jim to escort the new enforcers to their quarters, funding secured via another seamless loan. Another 1 million deposited. His total assets now stood at 13.98 million. Still insufficient. Next system upgrade required 100 million. Accelerating revenue generation became imperative. He sank onto the sofa contemplating his next move. He commanded 120 elite enforcers and over 200 auxiliary operatives. Daily expenditures were substantial. Loans, too slow. Vault heists, premature. Legitimate business, far too sluggish. Raiding rival syndicates. That course was inevitable. The Yamaguchi-gumi's 20 subordinate gangs were the immediate objective, followed by every underworld faction across Chicago's south side. Only then would he expand to dominate the rest of Chicago's criminal landscape. Yet meticulous reconnaissance must precede action. He needed faster, more agile income streams. Suddenly, a lucrative idea surfaced. He recalled scrolling past American flea markets, hubs for secondhand goods where savvy buyers routinely uncovered priceless treasures. Items purchased for mere tens of dollars sometimes held values reaching hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Crucially, he possessed the inside eye. It revealed the true worth of any object, rendering him the ultimate connoisseur of hidden value. Lin Chen bolted upright, eyes blazing with excitement. Jim? Jim rushed in, Sir, where's Chicago's largest flea market? Jim blinked. A flea market? Are you buying used goods, sir? No, I'm hunting bargains. Lin Chen grinned. Find it now? We're going today. Bewildered Jim turned to his laptop. Sir, there's treasure market in the south side, most vibrant on Saturdays. Today happens to be Saturday. Lin Chen rose, smoothing his clothes. Come, let me show you what bargain hunting truly means. Jim scratched his head. Sir, are we short on funds? Desperately short. Hadn't they just acquired vast sums? If cash ran dry, would he starve? His stomach tightened at the thought. Their enforcers now possessed triple human physiology. Appetites had surged accordingly, requiring 5 times the caloric intake of ordinary men. If Lin Chen went bankrupt, Jim would starve alongside him. That gnawing hunger haunted his mind. Lin Chen, oblivious to Jim's anxiety, declared, Let's go make money at the flea market. Now. Jim's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, sir. He summoned 2 enforcers, and together they drove out of the farm heading straight for the south side flea market. A black SUV drove out of the farm heading south along the highway. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, gazing at the scenery of Chicago through the window. This was his first real outing to see the sights since arriving in America. Although it was merely roadside scenery, the blue sky and white clouds outside combined with the spacious road uplifted Lin Chen's mood. It's quite clean here, Lin Chen remarked casually. Jim, gripping the steering wheel, twitched the corner of his mouth and replied, Boss, we just left. We haven't reached the chaotic part of the south side yet. Is it that different from here? Lin Chen asked with some curiosity. Completely different, Jim pondered for a moment. To put it bluntly, here is heaven while over there is hell. Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled. Is it really that exaggerated? You'll see for yourself in a bit. Lin Chen nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. The farm was situated at the border between the south and north side. In comparison, it was still relatively peaceful. Lin Chen had seen the chaos of America online back home. Many streamers posted various videos online. It was no longer the era of information blockage. Previously, people thought America was paradise, believing its air was sweet. However, with the rise of short video platforms, the lies propagated by Western editors for years were completely shattered. The harsh realities of the lower-class people in America were laid bare. As the car continued forward, they passed under an overpass. Lin Chen distinctly felt the change in the street scene. Rusty, broken iron railings began to appear alongside the road, and wooden boards were nailed over the windows. Walls were plastered with chaotic graffiti, leaving one unsure whether it was art or mere vandalism. Trash piled in the corners emitted an unpleasant odor. Jim slowed the car. Boss, we've entered the south side. Lin Chen leaned out to look. A homeless man was rummaging through a trash can, pulling out a half-eaten hamburger and stuffing it into his mouth. In a nearby corner, a scruffy man squatted on the ground, seemingly engaged in something. Upon closer inspection, he was using tin foil to inhale something. His eyes were vacant, and he appeared to have lost his soul. A junkie. Lin Chen frowned. Yes, they're everywhere here. Jim shook his head. And no one cares, it's still legal. As the car moved forward, Lin Chen saw an even more outrageous scene. A middle-aged man had his pants down to his ankles, squatting under a streetlight with his back to the road, seemingly enjoying himself. Lin Chen's eyes widened. This. Is he urinating in public? Standard procedure, Jim said blankly. There are hardly any public restrooms here, so for those homeless people the roadside is just a toilet. Lin Chen took a deep breath, recalling the clean and tidy streets back home. Public restrooms were everywhere, and even in remote areas few would relieve themselves on the roadside. The disparity is just too great, Lin Chen sighed sincerely. Witnessing it firsthand was truly shocking. Boss, this is just the beginning. Jim pointed ahead. Lin Chen looked over and saw a bare-chested black man standing in the middle of the road, holding up a cardboard sign that read, "The end of the world is here." He shouted loudly, his words completely unintelligible. When the cars honked behind him, he turned around, glared, and continued shouting. The vehicles had no choice but to drive around him. Is this a performance art? Lin Chen asked curiously. Performance art would be nice, Jim replied. This guy is just on drugs. His mind is clearly not normal. Really, no one manages this in America? Lin Chen shook his head. Who would manage? Even when the police come, they just chase them away and they come back after a while. Jim sighed. This place is like this. Chaotic, dirty, and dangerous. Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, observing the scenes outside the window. Compared to back home, it was like two extremes. In his country, going out for late-night snacks at 1 or 2 in the morning posed no danger. Here, going out alone at night was fraught with peril. Boss, you've never seen this kind of scene before, have you? Jim asked. Never, Lin Chen admitted. To be honest, I never even imagined it. If there's a chance, I'll take you back to see what it truly means to have doors unlocked at night. That would be great, Jim laughed. The car stopped at a traffic light. Lin Chen saw a young girl on the sidewalk walking briskly with a bag, her eyes vigilantly scanning her surroundings. She tightly gripped the strap of her bag, glancing back every few steps. Why is that girl so nervous? Lin Chen wondered. Jim glanced at her. In the South Side, it's not normal for single women to walk without being tense. Is she afraid of being robbed, eh? Yes, especially here in the South Side. There can be dozens of incidents of phone and bag snatching in a single day. Lin Chen fell silent. This place was truly reshaping his understanding. If such events were to occur back home, it would be a major incident. The green light turned on and Jim drove forward. After passing 2 more blocks, Lin Chen suddenly sat up straight. Wait, what's happening ahead? Not far ahead, at the entrance of a large supermarket, a group of people was rushing out. They weren't just running, they were carrying televisions, computers, clothes, food. A dozen people, both men and women, some were carrying boxes while others were holding bags, and one guy was shouldering a brand new 65-inch television. The leading black man kicked open the supermarket's glass door and dashed in, emerging with a case of beer. Alarms blared from inside the supermarket, accompanied by the terrified shouts of employees. But no one dared to stop them, because they couldn't. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Is this zero-cost shopping? Yes, and it's a coordinated effort. Jim stopped the car. Boss, should we take a detour? Detour? Lin Chen chuckled. Park the car. Oh, let's walk. Jim was taken aback. Boss, this happens all the time. What's so interesting about it? I've never seen such a spectacle before, but it's quite enlightening. Lin Chen pulled out his phone and started recording. Jim was speechless, but parked the car by the roadside. Lin Chen aimed his phone at the supermarket entrance. The group of zero-cost shoppers had nearly finished their haul and were transferring items to several vehicles. The leading black man noticed Lin Chen filming. Instead of hiding, he flashed a victory sign to the camera. He smiled brightly. Lin Chen instantly found it amusing. This is interesting. Boss, he's provoking you, Jim frowned. I know, but don't you find it amusing? Lin Chen continued filming. In other countries, stealing things requires stealth, and being caught leads to imprisonment. Here it's done openly, and after stealing they smile at you. Jim shook his head. There's nothing we can do. This is the current state of affairs in America. That's why they are so audacious. Lin Chen put away his phone. In other countries, they'd be caught in a heartbeat. Once the group finished loading their haul, they revved their engines and drove off. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. Inside, the supermarket employees had called the police. But the authorities wouldn't arrive that quickly. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, the disparity is indeed vast. Boss, let's go, but it's easy to get into trouble if we linger here. Jim urged. All right, let's go. Jim started the car, continuing toward the flea market. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in an open area. Lin Chen got out and looked up. The words Treasure Market hung, slanted on an iron frame. Although it was called a market, it was essentially a transformed outdoor parking lot. Hundreds of stalls were crammed together in a chaotic manner. Some were set up with tents, while others simply laid cloth on the ground. There was a variety of goods for sale. Second-hand clothes, old electronics, broken furniture, pots and pans. A strange odor filled the air, a mix of moldy, greasy, and wok-knows-what smells. Lin Chen wrinkled his nose. This smell. You'll get used to it, Jim approached, keeping a wary eye on the surroundings. Boss, this place is too mixed. We should head back. We've come this far, why go back? But it's not safe. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Don't worry, no one. With the ability to sense threats within a 100-meter radius, anyone posing a danger to him would trigger a warning. Safety was definitely not a concern. Moreover, his physical condition was now 3 times that of an ordinary person. In general, no one could get close to him. Lin Chen turned and walked into the market. Jim and the other 2 bodyguards followed closely behind, hands resting on their waists, ready to draw their guns at any moment. Meanwhile, as Lin Chen entered, the surrounding people revealed disdain, mixed with a hint of greed in their eyes. Lin Chen walked through the market, glancing left and right. Just a few steps and he attracted the attention of several people. A stout black man in a floral shirt leaned against a stall, sizing up Lin Chen with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. "Hey, look at that Asian kid, all clean and tidy. What's he doing in a place like this?" A skinny black man chimed in. "He's probably here to pick up a bargain. There are plenty like him around." "Pick up a bargain?" The stout man laughed. "Just look at him. If he doesn't get scammed, that'd be luck enough. Do you think he's from the land of the rising sun or from the land of the morning calm?" The 2 spoke loudly, clearly intending for Lin Chen to hear. He turned to glance at them, his expression calm, and ignored them as he continued walking forward. The stout man, seeing Lin Chen's lack of reaction, wanted to say something more, but his gaze fell on Jim, who was behind Lin Chen. Jim was staring at him with eyes like those of the Grim Reaper. The words the stout man had ready were swallowed back. He shrank his neck and quickly turned to pretend to look at the items on the stall. The skinny man also wisely fell silent. Anyone who could afford to have 3 strong men as bodyguards was definitely not someone to be messed with. In a place like this, the most fundamental rule is to read the room. If they couldn't even manage that, they wouldn't know how many times they'd have died already. Lin Chen didn't mind their attitude change. He understood that in a place like this filled with all kinds of people, it was strange not to draw attention as a newcomer. But he didn't care. With the eye of investigation active, who would dare to scam him? "Boss, this way," Jim said, leading the way. Just a few steps and a middle-aged man in a baseball cap blocked his path. "Hey buddy, is this your first time here?" The man in the baseball cap smiled warmly. "I have some great stuff here. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." He pointed at a pile of treasures on the stall. Pocket watches, coins, and old medals looking somewhat legitimate. Lin Chen glanced over. "What do you have here?" "A pocket watch from the Civil War era, made of pure silver, extremely high collectible value," the man in the baseball cap said, picking up a dirty pocket watch. "I usually charge 5,000 for this, but since it's your first visit, I'll let you have it for 3,000. Lin Chen took the pocket watch and examined it closely. The eye of investigation activated. Item: ordinary pocket watch, modern imitation, worth $5. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile coldly to himself, maintaining a neutral expression on the outside. "Are you sure you want 3,000? "Yes, $3,000, absolutely worth it," the man insisted. Lin Chen returned the pocket watch. "I don't need it, thanks." The man in the baseball cap's expression changed. "Too expensive. How about 2,000? "I can't go any lower." "No thanks," Lin Chen replied, directly moving forward. The man in the baseball cap wanted to follow, but Jim shot him a glance, and he immediately stopped, muttering, "Uncultured." Lin Chen didn't even look back. He had seen many tricks like this on short videos back home. They specifically targeted unsuspecting outsiders. For the next half hour, Lin Chen scanned row after row of stalls. Second-hand clothes, broken furniture, old electronics. It was all basically junk. The eye of investigation swept over, and the highest value item was an old radio worth $200. But the vendor had it priced at $1,500. This place really. Lin Chen shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that finding a bargain was not so easy. At this moment, a white woman in her 50s waved to him. "Young man, come look, I have some Oriental porcelain." Lin Chen walked over to see a bunch of colorful jars and bottles on the stall. The eye of investigation scanned them. They were all imitation goods at the level of Iwu commodities, the most expensive one worth no more than $10. The woman picked up a blue and white porcelain vase. "Look at this authentic Qing Dynasty kiln, only $10,000. Lin Chen nearly laughed out loud. Authentic Qing Dynasty kiln. The Made in China label on the bottom of the vase was still not fully peeled off. "No thanks." Lin Chen turned to leave. The woman shouted from behind. "Don't go. 5,000 is fine." 3,000. "No. 30 is okay too." These prices frightened Lin Chen, and he quickened his pace to leave, afraid of being entangled. Jim leaned in and whispered, "Boss, it seems like there's nothing good here." "No rush, let's keep looking," Lin Chen said, though he felt a bit anxious inside. He had walked through most of the market, and it was, where could there be anything valuable? Was the tale of finding bargains at flea markets really just a legend? Lin Chen shook his head and continued walking, but he still hadn't found anything valuable. This place was worse than Panjiayuan. Want to find a bargain? It was probably harder than reaching the sky. Lin Chen had lost hope. He thought of it as just an outing to experience American culture. After passing 2 more rows of stalls, Lin Chen was about to give up and head home. Suddenly, the eye of investigation flashed a red light. High-value item detected 5 meters ahead. Lin Chen perked up, following the indication. In a corner, there was an inconspicuous old white man's stall. The old man in his 60s had graying hair, wore reading glasses, and sat on a folding chair smoking. The stall was a chaotic mess of old books, rusty tools, and scrap metal looking like a pile of garbage. But the eye of investigation wouldn't be wrong. Lin Chen walked over, squatted down, and began to examine the items one by one. Item: old novel worth $3. Item: rusty wrench worth $1. Item: copper candlestick worth $20. None of these were it. Just as he was puzzled, his gaze fell on a wooden box at the very back of the stall. The box was palm-sized, the wood had darkened, and it looked very old. Lin Chen picked it up and opened it. Inside lay a coin, rusted and completely unrecognizable. Item 1794 flowing hair silver dollar, a rare item, the only one existing, worth $5 million. Lin Chen nearly dropped it. $5 million. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He maintained a blank expression, even pretending to be slightly disdainful. Boss, how much for this broken coin? The old man looked up and exhaled a puff of smoke. That's $100. Lin Chen feigned a frown. 100. That's so expensive for just a broken copper coin. The old man chuckled. Young man, this is an antique passed down from my grandfather. Lin Chen smirked internally. Handed down from his grandfather. The old man was clearly making up a story, but he didn't call him out, continuing to feign disdain. Look at the rust, you can't even see the pattern anymore. 100 is too much. Then how much do you think it's worth? The old man flicked the ash from his cigarette. $10. $10. The old man laughed. Are you trying to beg? At least 80. Lin Chen stood up, pretending to leave. Then forget it. That's too expensive. The old man didn't try to stop him. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The old man was quite patient. He took a few steps when the old man finally spoke. 50, can't go lower. Lin Chen turned around, still wearing a look of disdain. 30, take it or leave it. The old man stared at him for several seconds, seemingly in hesitation. A nearby vendor couldn't take it anymore and loudly mocked. Old Tom, are you trying to scam again? That broken coin has been sitting there for months and no one wants it. Another vendor chimed in with a laugh. Last time you said it was a Roman gold coin and now it's from your grandfather. Young man, don't buy his stuff. This old man specializes in scamming newcomers. Old Tom shot a glare at the vendors. Mind your own business. Then he turned to Lin Chen. 40, that's my lowest price. Lin Chen sighed and pulled $40 from his wallet. All right, consider it a lesson learned. Old Tom took the money, a sly smile creeping on his face, secretly pleased. Another fool. He bought this broken coin for $5, making a $35 profit. Lin Chen put the coin back in its original box and turned to leave. He pretended to look like he had lost out, but was secretly overjoyed inside. $40 for a $350,000 item, what a deal. Next, he just needed to find a knowledgeable place to. Jim leaned in and quietly asked, boss, about that coin. We'll talk later, Lin Chen whispered, a slight smile. This trip was well worth it. Just as he was about to leave the market, a chubby man in a suit suddenly blocked his way. Lin Chen frowned. What's up? The man handed him a business card. I'm Derek, an antique dealer. I saw you buy Old Tom's coin. Now could I take a look? Lin Chen felt a stir in his heart, maintaining an indifferent expression. What's there to see? It's just a broken copper coin. Derek smiled. I'm a legitimate businessman, you don't need to worry. My shop is nearby, how about we check it out together? Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Sure, lead the way. He was just looking for someone to offload it to, so this saved him some effort. Derek's shop is not far from the market, just a 5-minute walk. The shop is small, surrounded by similar antique stores. The sign reads Derek's Antiques in flamboyant lettering, giving it an antique feel. Derek pushed open the glass door and gestured for Mr. Lin to enter. Thank you. Lin Chen replied. He then walked inside. Once in the shop, he began to look around. The shop is about 60 to 70 square meters, filled with all kinds of antiques. Oil paintings hang on the walls, porcelain is displayed in cabinets, and old books are stacked in the corners. The air is filled with a musty smell reminiscent of wood and paper mixed together. Make yourself comfortable. Derek walked behind the counter, turned on the light, and said he'll go get a magnifying glass and tools. I need to take a closer look at this coin. Lin Chen didn't sit down, but started to wander around the shop. The Eye of Insight activated automatically, and information about each item popped up. Item Victorian silver tea set, high imitation, valued at $200. Item 19th century French mantle clock, genuine, valued at $3,500. Item Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain plate, high imitation, valued at $50. Lin Chen examined item after item, increasingly astonished. About half of the items in the shop were high imitations. However, the arrangement, lighting, and background were all thoughtfully designed. Genuine items and imitations were mixed together. Without a close inspection, it was impossible to tell them apart. The antique business truly is not something just anyone can dabble in. Lin Chen murmured softly. He recalled the news back home about people spending millions on fakes. Seeing it firsthand today made him realize just how unfortunate those people truly were. Derek came out from the back room, holding a magnifying glass, a soft cloth, and a bottle of cleaning solution. Seeing Lin Chen looking around, he casually asked, Mr. Lin, are you interested in antiques? Not really, just taking a look. Lin Chen pointed at a blue and white porcelain vase in the cabinet. This vase looks pretty. Derek glanced at it and smiled. That's a Ming Dynasty blue and white vase. I acquired it from an old collector for $80,000. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The Eye of Insight revealed that the vase was an imitation worth at most $100. This old man was deceiving himself and boasting. But he didn't expose Derek, instead walking back to sit in front of the counter. Let's get started. After saying this, Lin Chen handed over the box containing the silver dollar. Derek carefully took the box, put on his reading glasses, and then took out the rusty silver coin. He gently wiped the dust from the surface with a soft cloth before examining it closely with the magnifying glass. The level of corrosion. It must have been buried underground for decades, Derek muttered to himself. But the outline is still visible, it really looks like an old silver dollar. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. Derek picked up the cleaning solution, dipped a cotton swab in it, and carefully applied it to the surface of the coin. The rust began to slowly dissolve, revealing the metallic luster beneath. His movements were careful and slow, as if treating a rare treasure. Lin Chen watched his technique, internally admiring the professionalism. Seconds ticked by. Derek began to sweat, but his hands remained steady. Suddenly, he halted his movements, his eyes wide open. This. Lin Chen feigned ignorance and asked what's wrong. Derek did not answer, bringing the magnifying glass closer and breathing heavily. Flowing locks. 1794. Oh my God. His hands began to tremble and his voice quaked. This is impossible. How can this be? Lin Chen maintained his calm demeanor. Derek, what on earth is going on? Derek suddenly looked up, his face flushed and his eyes reddening. Mr. Lin, do you know what this is? No, isn't it just a broken copper coin? A broken copper coin. Derek's voice rose, nearly cracking. This is the 1794 flowing hair silver dollar. The first silver dollar minted in America. Lin Chen pretended to be confused, scratching his head. Is it worth a lot? Derek took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Currently, there are only a handful known to exist, and those in good condition can fetch $1 million at auction. He glanced at the coin again, his voice trembling. But the condition of this one. I have never seen one preserved so well. Lin Chen secretly chuckled, maintaining an indifferent expression. Oh, that's great. Derek fell silent, focusing intently on cleaning the coin. The rust gradually faded away, revealing the true form of the silver dollar. The flowing locks of the goddess appeared clearly on the front, while the eagle emblem on the back was also distinctly visible. The details were intact, and the outline was clear as if it had just been minted. Perfect. Too perfect. Derek murmured, tears almost welling up. I have been in this business for 30 years, and I have never seen such a good... He picked up the magnifying glass, inspecting it inch by inch. No scratches, even the edge's teeth are perfectly preserved. This coin could very well be the only top-quality specimen currently in existence. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Yes. Derek nodded emphatically. The others that exist all have varying degrees of wear, but this one. His voice trailed off, his hands trembling as he held the coin. After a long moment, Derek finally calmed down and gently placed the coin on the velvet cloth. He picked up the wooden box again, examining it closely. This box is also not an ordinary item. He adjusted his glasses. The wood is rosewood, and the carving style is from ancient court culture. Just this box is worth several $1,000s. Lin Chen nodded, remaining silent. Derek was indeed right about everything. As it stood, he had no intention of deceiving him, and he seemed to be knowledgeable. If the other party dared to cheat, he would have certainly taken the item and left immediately. Derek put down the box and looked at Lin Chen, his expression turning serious. Mr. Lin, I am a legitimate businessman. I don't deal in any tricks. For this coin and the box, I am asking for $354,000. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment. He had thought Derek would negotiate or try some tricks. Instead, he quoted the market price directly. You aren't negotiating. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Derek shook his head. Negotiating could earn a bit more, but I would lose a potential long-term customer. You found a bargain for $40 from Old Tom. That's your skill. Offering a fair price for acquisition is my duty. To do business, long-term integrity is paramount. Lin Chen stared at him for a few seconds and smiled. Deal. Derek also smiled and extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. The two shook hands. Derek immediately wrote out a check and handed it over. $354,000. Please keep it safe. Lin Chen took the check, glanced at it, confirmed it was correct, and put it in his pocket, directly storing it in the system space. At the same time, he felt a great sense of relief. Spending $40 to gain $354,000 was a quick profit. It was even faster than dealing with the mob. However, this all relied on luck. It could happen once in a while. Relying on finding bargains to make money long-term was nearly impossible. Therefore, it was still necessary to deal with the mob. Derek carefully packaged the coin and box, preparing to put them away. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Mr. Derek, you just mentioned that integrity is most important, right? Yes. Then I have something to tell you as well. Derek looked up. Please go ahead. Lin Chen pointed to the shop. About half of the items in your shop are imitations. Derek was taken aback. He stood like he had been struck by lightning, unable to move. After several seconds, he finally snapped back to reality. What did you say? I said that half of the antiques in your shop are fake. Derek's expression changed, his voice a bit agitated. Impossible. I have had each one appraised by experts. Lin Chen shrugged. Perhaps the experts you hired aren't very professional. On what basis do you say that? Derek's tone shifted. On the basis that I can tell. Lin Chen walked to the counter and pointed at the blue and white vase. For example, this Ming Dynasty blue and white vase you bought for $80,000 is actually an imitation worth at most $100. Derek's face turned ashen and veins bulged on his forehead. He wanted to refute, but opened his mouth and then closed it again. Deep down, he knew there were indeed imitations in the shop, but the ratio was definitely not half, only about 30%. But Lin Chen had seen through it at a glance. If what he said was true, he too had been deceived. Mr. Lin. Derek took a deep breath, his voice tinged with pleading. Could you help me point them out? Lin Chen looked at him, remaining silent. Derek hurriedly added, I won't ask you to help for free. Do anything you bring in the future, I will buy at a high price. And if you need anything in the Chicago antique circle, Derek will be at your service. Lin Chen thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I have nothing to do today anyway. Really? Derek's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Chen smiled, but be prepared, don't be too heartbroken. Derek forced a smile. I've already been deceived. It's too late to feel heartbroken. Lin Chen turned and walked further into the shop, while Derek followed behind, feeling extremely complex emotions. He had been in the antique business for 30 years, and today he was pointed out by a young man that all the items in his shop were fake. However, the skill shown by Lin Chen in finding bargains made it hard for him not to be impressed. Mr. Lin, what exactly do you do? Lin Chen did not turn back, just an ordinary tourist casually looking for bargains. Derek's mouth twitched. An ordinary tourist. Could an ordinary tourist see through imitations at a glance? What a joke. But he didn't press further. Some people's skills aren't something you can uncover just by asking. However, the antiques Lin Chen pointed out must be reevaluated. Just as Lin Chen was preparing to continue browsing, he received an urgent message from Jack. The Yamaguchi-gumi is gathering personnel from small gangs. The farmhouse living room. Lin Chen had barely settled onto the sofa when Jack sprinted over, clutching his laptop, eyes alight with excitement. Boss, major breakthrough. Tell me. Lin Chen leaned back into the sofa cushions. Jack swiveled the laptop screen toward him. Dense rows of chat logs filled the display. Tanaka Ichiro of the Yamaguchi-gumi is urgently mobilizing personnel. I intercepted their communications. After those 50 maimed members were rescued, Colonel Tanaka flew into a rage. That's expected, Lin Chen nodded. Losing 50 elite operatives would drive anyone to madness. Jack scrolled down further. They're assembling 500 men, drawn from 20 subordinate gangs under their control. What's their objective? All the territories we seized from the Black Rat and Black Serpent gangs, nightclubs, every single one appears on their target list. They've set their sights on my assets. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. When do they plan to strike? In 3 days, once their forces are fully assembled. 3 days? Lin Chen showed no trace of anxiety. 500 men was no trivial force. Yet his death squad could hold off 1,000 without flinching. Still, he would not allow his property to be damaged. Boss, shall we prepare in advance? Jason spoke up. Lin Chen didn't reply. He turned instead to Jack. Have you confirmed the precise status of those 20 minor gangs? Confirmed, Jack explained. Combined, they field over 2,000 members. But their armaments are mediocre, mostly handguns, a few rifles, no heavy weapons. Numerous, yes, but mere cannon fodder. A faint smile touched Lin Chen's lips. Brilliant insight, boss. Jack nodded. Most are failures who couldn't survive in America. Black market thugs scraping by on scraps. Lin Chen's mind raced. Waiting for them to gather 500 would make the battlefield uncontrollable. Better to strike first, to catch them utterly off guard. Locke, come here. Locke stepped forward, notebook in hand. Yes, boss. If I launch the assault tonight and eliminate all 20 gangs, what are our odds of success? Locke blinked in surprise. Tonight? All of them. Yes, all of them. Lin Chen's gaze hardened. Rather than let them assemble and strike us, we strike first. Locke paused, then opened his notebook to calculate. We currently command 120 death squad operatives. Those 20 gangs range from 100 to several hundred members each, totaling over 2,000. Numerically, we are at a disadvantage. But each death squad operative fights with triple the strength of an ordinary man. Enhanced speed, peerless marksmanship, granting us overwhelming superiority in direct combat. Casualties remain possible, so tactics are essential. What kind of tactics? Jason leaned in. Locke pointed to the map, divide and conquer, swift entry, swift exit, denying them time to react or regroup. Lin Chen nodded. Continue. Locke picked up his pen and began sketching on the notebook. At midnight after the daily refresh, we'll have 140 operatives. I'll base the operation on 100 operatives, split into 2 teams of 50, each assigned 10 gangs. Each team subdivides into 5 squads of 10, precision strikes at designated targets. Lin Chen frowned. 10 men against 100. Isn't that perilously risky? Locke smiled. Boss, you forget death squad operatives aren't merely human. A 10-man squad armed with pistols and bladed weapons, executing stealth and shock assaults, can dismantle an entire gang effortlessly. The decisive factor is speed. Combat must conclude before they even register the threat. Jason interjected, what about peripheral members? They'll seal off intersections, preventing escapes and blocking reinforcements, Locke replied. They won't engage directly, only secure the periphery. Lin Chen considered it. The plan holds, but timing. From departure to conclusion, 4 hours. Locke held up 2 fingers. Depart at 1230 m. All operations complete by 430 m. And afterward, Jason pressed. Then we raid their vaults, Locke grinned. Every gang maintains strong rooms and safes. We strip them bare. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. Excellent. Execute it. He rose and paced twice across the living room. Jack, you monitor enemy comms continuously. Report instantly. Understood. Jason, you lead Team 1, 10 gangs. Yes, boss. Where's James? Lin Chen turned to Jim. Have him command Team 2, 10 gangs. Jim nodded. I'll notify him immediately. Locke, you remain here as overall commander. Lin Chen clapped his shoulder. You have full authority. Every unit answers to your orders. Locke drew a deep breath, expression grave. Rest assured, boss. I guarantee mission completion. Lin Chen picked up his phone and dialed Ivanka. After 3 rings she answered. Mr. Lin, what a pleasant surprise. Her voice carried genuine delight. I have business. Urgent business. Lin Chen stepped into a corner and lowered his voice. Tonight I move against the Yamaguchi-gumi's 20 subordinate gangs. Silence stretched across the line. Are you insane? Ivanka's tone sharpened instantly. They number over 2,000. Do you truly believe you can swallow them whole? Whether I can or cannot is my concern, Lin Chen replied calmly. But you must restrain the police. Keep them from interfering. Ivanka exhaled sharply. Are you certain you'll succeed? Absolutely. Another pause. Then she gritted her teeth. Fine. I'll hold the police at bay. But let me be clear, if this escalates, I cannot contain the fallout. Don't worry. It won't escalate, Lin Chen smiled. 2 or 3 hours tops. 2 or 3 hours. Just watch. He ended the call and returned to the living room. Everyone waited, poised and expectant. Is everything set? Personnel, equipment, routes. All confirmed, Locke affirmed. We only await the midnight refresh of new operatives. Lin Chen glanced at the clock. It was still afternoon. Several hours remained. Then we wait. Meanwhile, the death squad prepared. Inspecting weapons, memorizing routes, receiving final briefings. Jason methodically checked gear, pistol, dagger, radio, item by item. Jim crouched low, meticulously polishing his blade. Slow, deliberate, precise. Locke stared intently at his laptop screen, monitoring Yamaguchi-gumi communications. Midnight arrived. Lin Chen checked the time. His eyes glinted with sharp resolve. System, refresh death squad operatives. Ding. 20 daily operatives refreshed. Select refresh location. Refresh them in the courtyard. Instantly, 20 figures materialized in the empty courtyard. Jack logged basic details. Among them, one stood out, a medic. But Lin Chen had no time for scrutiny. Locke moved forward, integrating the newcomers into squads, and the fresh operatives obeyed without hesitation, immediately assuming combat readiness. Lin Chen stepped into the courtyard, surveying the dense formation. 140 death squad operatives stood in disciplined silence. He drew a slow, steady breath and spoke. Brothers, tonight's battle permits only victory, no failure. A thunderous chorus erupted. Yes. Lin Chen turned to Locke. You brief them. Locke advanced, unfurling the map. Jason leads Team 1, 50 operatives, targeting 10 southern gangs. Target lists are already synced to your devices. James commands Team 2, 50 operatives, assigned to 10 northern gangs. The remaining 40 remain at the estate as emergency reserve. Maintain radio contact between squads. Report anomalies immediately. Move out. Jason faced his unit. Team 1, follow me. James stepped forward. Team 2, this way. 2 columns boarded pre-positioned vehicles, SUVs, pickups, vans. Over 20 in total, roaring out of the farm into the night. Lin Chen stood at the gate, watching the convoy vanish into darkness. Locke stood beside him, radio in hand. Boss, you should rest. I'll handle surveillance. Rest? Lin Chen chuckled. Could I possibly sleep at a moment like this? Locke smiled in return. No, you couldn't. They re-entered the living room and settled before the surveillance monitors. Jack had already pulled up live feeds from all 20 gangs. Lin Chen watched the screens, knuckles tightening. Yamaguchi-gumi, tonight you will learn the true meaning of striking first. In the early morning, at the Chicago South District branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi, Tanaka Ichiro lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His eyelids twitched continuously, alternating between his left and right eye, as if a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. This feeling was all too familiar to him. In his days with the self-defense forces, he would always have this premonition before danger approached. It was this inexplicable intuition that had saved his life several times. Tanaka Ichiro sat up and turned on the bedside lamp. Glancing at his phone, it was 1:03 a.m. The more he thought about it, the more something felt off. Come here. Footsteps approached from outside, and the duty guard pushed the door open. Mr. Tanaka, what can I do for you? How many people are on duty tonight? The subordinate paused for a moment. As per your instructions, there are 20 people on. Tanaka Ichiro frowned. That's too few, add 20 more. Right now? But it's the middle of the night. The subordinate looked confused. Yes, right now. Tanaka Ichiro stood up and walked to the window. Tell all posts to be on high alert, increase the patrol frequency to every 10 minutes. And notify everyone outside to be on standby. Phones must not be turned off. Although the subordinate didn't understand, he nodded. Understood. I'll arrange that right away. Wait. Tanaka Ichiro called him back. Open the armory, and all duty personnel must be armed. The subordinate's expression changed. Mr. Tanaka, what happened? I don't know. Tanaka Ichiro shook his head, but I have a bad feeling. Hurry and get it done. Yes. The subordinate turned and rushed out. Tanaka Ichiro stood by the window gazing at the night outside. The streetlights were dim and the streets were empty. Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something lurked in the darkness. I hope I'm just overthinking. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. The smoke filled the room, obscuring his expression. Meanwhile, on a street in the South District, Jason led 50 mercenaries divided into 5 vehicles silently driving through. Each vehicle was a black SUV without lights gliding through the streets like ghosts. First team, report your position, Jason said softly into the radio. First team in position, target is near the park 200 meters away. Second team in position. Third team in position. Jason glanced at his watch. 1:15 a.m. Everyone wait for orders, only act once I arrive. Received. 5 minutes later, Jason's car stopped at an alley entrance. He got out and peered through the night towards the target location. It was a 2-story building with a neon sign at the entrance that read, Park Entertainment City. In reality, it was a gang's casino and drug trafficking spot. They charged protection fees from the surrounding homeless and were involved in trafficking. 2 burly white men stood at the entrance smoking and chatting. Jason took out his radio. First team, scale the wall from the back and deal with the guards at the rear. Second team, secure the front door. No one is allowed to escape. Third and fourth teams, wait for my signal, then assault from the front. Fifth team, stand guard outside to prevent anyone from coming to assist. The radio crackled with responses of received. Jason took a deep breath. Action. The first team's 10 mercenaries stealthily crept to the back of the building. The wall was 3 meters high, topped with barbed wire. But to the mercenaries, it was no different from flat ground. One mercenary took a couple of steps and leaped up effortlessly, grabbing the edge of the wall and flipping over. He landed as silently as a cat, followed by the other 9 mercenaries. At the back door, 2 guards leaned against the wall, dozing off. The mercenaries approached, each taking one, covering their mouths and swiftly striking their necks. The 2 men let out muffled grunts and collapsed to the ground without even a chance to react. First team has controlled the rear door. Jason received the report and looked towards the front door. Go for it. 20 mercenaries from the third and fourth teams charged out from the darkness. Their speed was terrifying. They covered the 10 meters in just 2 seconds. The 2 burly men at the entrance barely saw a shadow before fists slammed into their faces. One man was knocked out cold while the other was bloodied and knelt on the ground. The mercenaries stormed into the building. Inside the hall on the first floor, a dozen thugs were playing cards and drinking. Hearing the commotion, they looked up and saw a group of dark figures rushing in. Fuck. Who are you? Enemy attack. Grab your weapons. The thugs hurried to reach for their guns, but the mercenaries didn't give them a chance. They opened fire directly. The guns were specially equipped with silencers. Puff, puff, puff. In less than 30 seconds, all the thugs in the hall were lying on the ground wailing. There are still people upstairs. One mercenary shouted. Jason rushed in. Third team, secure the first floor. Fourth team, come with me upstairs. On the second floor in a room, a burly black man was sleeping with 2 women. Hearing the noise downstairs, he bolted upright. What's going on? Just as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open. Jason walked in and looked at the bald man. Are you the boss? The black man's expression changed as he reached for the handgun under his pillow. Just as his hand touched the pillow, a mercenary fired directly. Puff. The bald man let out a terrible scream and rolled off the bed. The 2 women screamed, clutching the blanket and huddling in the corner. Jason walked over, picked up the handgun from beneath the pillow, and weighed it in his hand. You really know how to enjoy yourself, huh? The black man clutched his chest, his face pale. Fuck. Who are you? People here to take your life. Jason crouched down. Your men have done so many bad things, it's time to pay the price today. The bald man's eyes flickered. I can give you money, a lot of money. I'll take your money myself. Jason stood up. Tie him up. The mercenaries bound the bald man and stuffed a cloth in his mouth. Jason walked to the window, looking down. The entire building had been completely secured. From the start of the action until now, it had been less than 8 minutes. First team, how's the situation? The rear door is secure. No one has escaped. Second team, any movements outside? All is normal. No one has come to assist. Jason nodded in satisfaction. Reinforcements, bind all the survivors together and take all valuables with us. The mercenaries began to clean up the scene. Each thug was beaten and dragged to the first floor hall, tied together. A few mercenaries began to rummage through drawers for valuables. Jason, I found a safe. Jason walked over, took a glance, and called Lin Chen. Boss, there's a safe. Should we wait for Alex? No need, just ask them for the password directly. Understood. 5 minutes later, Victor arrived with tools. Under the mercenaries' pressure, the black leader had no choice but to obediently reveal the password. At the same time, he transferred all the money from his bank card to the account specified by Jason. Once the password was given, the safe door exploded open. Inside were neatly stacked stacks of dollars along with several gold bars and bags of white powder. After counting, there were approximately $150,000 in cash and $80,000 in gold bars. Adding the wallets and watches from the thugs, the total came to over $200,000. Including the bank transfers, the total added up to $1,600,000. Next target. Jason led his men away, taking all the guns and ammunition with them, heading for the next target. The first operation yielded such significant gains, filling all the mercenaries with excitement. The speed at which money came in was faster than robbing a bank. Moreover, the risk was minimal. Just think of how terrifying the haul would be after clearing out these 20 gangs. The mere thought thrilled the mercenaries. Tonight, the entire South District of Chicago was destined to be a sleepless night. After Jason left with the Death Warriors, the entrance to the Park Entertainment Complex returned to silence. The streetlights were dim, and the night wind blew, stirring up the litter on the ground. A few homeless men huddled in a corner across the street, wrapped in tattered blankets, sneaking glances this way. They had just witnessed the lightning-fast attack. From the moment they burst into the end, it took less than 8 minutes. Those gang members who usually bullied others were dragged out like dead dogs tied together in a row. Who were those people? An unkempt old white man whispered. A nearby black homeless man shook his head, saying, "I don't know, but they did a great job." "Yeah, those bastards they used to collect protection fees from us, taking a cut from our begging money." They waited. After confirming that the shadows had all left, the homeless men exchanged glances and mustered the courage to stand up. "Let's go take a look." "Okay, let's go together." They cautiously approached the entrance of the entertainment complex. The doors were wide open, and the interior was in disarray. Tables and chairs were overturned, bottles lay shattered on the floor, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. On the ground lay over 100 gang members, all tied up with ropes, their mouths stuffed with rags. Some had broken arms, others had broken legs, and all groaned in pain. The homeless men were stunned. "Holy, isn't that Anthony? He knocked out 2 of my teeth last time." The old white man recognized the bald man at the front, and his eyes turned red in an instant. He rushed forward and kicked the bald man's face. "This kick is for the last time." The bald man groaned, unable to shout with the rag stuffed in his mouth, only able to glare with a fierce look. "Still dare to glare at me." The old man kicked again, directly hitting the bald man's groin. The bald man curled up like a shrimp, veins bulging on his forehead, tears and snot streaming down. A few nearby homeless men also recognized familiar faces. "Hey, it's that fat guy who robbed my liquor last week and beat me up." A black homeless man squatted down, looking at the fat guy with a big grin. "What goes around comes around." He landed a punch on the fat guy's nose. Crack. The bridge of the fat guy's nose broke, blood gushed out. The fat guy moaned in pain, writhing his body. The black homeless man wasn't satisfied, and threw 2 more punches, leaving the fat guy's face covered in blood. "This is for robbing my liquor. This is for beating me up. Retribution has come right." As more homeless men gathered around, others joined in the revenge. Some kicked, some punched, some spat. These gang members had long been used to oppressing them, robbing money, beating people, humiliating them. They could do anything. Now, seeing these people tied up and unable to move, how could the homeless men pass up this opportunity? "Please don't." A younger gang member had his rag loosened, crying and begging for mercy. "Beg me." A homeless man sneered. "Last time you pushed me down the stairs, why didn't you beg?" A kick to the ribs, and the sound of breaking bones was clear. "Don't hit me. I'll give you money. I'll give you money." "Money? All your money was stolen. Oh, it's time to pay it back." Several homeless men rushed into the entertainment complex, starting to rummage through everything. The cash at the bar, the wallets left by the customers, even the coins in the cash register were all swept clean. In the end, they found no money at all. Damn, those people cleaned it out so thoroughly. But the homeless men directly started moving the goods. The sound system, televisions, even the liquor on the bar were all taken away. These should sell for a good price. The homeless men thought to themselves. They spent half an hour, and the entertainment complex was completely emptied of anything movable. Finally, a few homeless men set their sights on the clothes of the gang members. "Strip them. Yes, strip them bare." The homeless men rushed forward, starting to strip off their clothes. Shoes, pants, jackets, even belts were taken away. The gang members, tied up and unable to move, could only watch helplessly as they were stripped down to their underwear. The night wind blew and causing shivers. The bald man glared at the homeless men with venomous eyes, but with the rag stuffed in his mouth, he could only make muffled sounds. At this moment, the homeless men carrying their loot disappeared into the night. All that remained was a scene of chaos and over 100 beaten and stripped gang members. They lay on the ground cold and in pain, their eyes filled with fear. They were already beaten badly, and if they didn't receive timely medical attention, they could end up with lifelong disabilities. But they were tied up, unable to even call for help, and could only wait for dawn to be discovered by others. James led the second team, heading towards the second target. "First team, report the situation." A voice came from the intercom. "Position secured, target at the corner bar, approximately 80 people." James glanced at his watch. It was 1:40 a.m. "Wait for my signal." 10 minutes later, 5 vehicles stopped near the target location. It was a 2-story bar with a neon sign hanging at the entrance. 4 strong men stood outside, smoking and chatting. Third and fourth teams attacked from the front. James quietly commanded, "First team, hold the back door. Second team, block the intersection." Action. 20 Death Warriors charged out from the darkness, moving at an astonishing speed. The 4 strong men at the entrance barely reacted before they were taken out. In less than 5 seconds, they all lay on the ground. The Death Warriors rushed into the bar. In the first floor hall, more than 20 punks were drinking and boasting. Hearing the commotion, they looked up to see a group of shadows rushing in. "Who are you?" "Enemy attack." The punks hurried to grab their weapons. But the Death Warriors gave them no chance. They opened fire directly. In 30 seconds the first floor was left in a pool of blood. There are still people upstairs. A Death Warrior shouted. James led his men up to the second floor. Suddenly 2 people rushed out from the stairway holding pistols. Bang bang. Gunshots rang out. One Death Warrior dodged to the side, but was still grazed on the arm. Then the 2 men were shot dead by other Death Warriors. James' face darkened. Everyone be alert, the enemy may have hidden members. The Death Warriors stayed vigilant, searching each room. At the innermost part of the second floor the door was tightly closed. James kicked the door open. Inside sat 5 strong men with 5 handguns laid out on the table. Hearing the noise they all reached for their guns at the same time. Make your move. The Death Warriors rushed in and opened fire before the gunman could pull the trigger. Thud. The 5 men were shot in the hands and fell to the ground howling in pain. James walked over and looked at the men on the floor. Where's your boss? 2 don't know. Not going to say. One Death Warrior stepped on his hand and pressed down hard. I'll tell you. The boss is on the 3rd floor. James frowned. 3rd floor. He turned and walked upstairs. At the stairway there was an iron door locked. Break it down. One Death Warrior rushed up and kicked the iron door. Boom. The iron door flew open and crashed against the wall. The 3rd floor was a large room lavishly decorated. A fat man stood by the window holding a cell phone, his face pale. Who are you? Are you the boss here? James walked over. 2 can give you money. I'll take the money myself. James waved his hand, and the Death Warriors rushed up to beat the fat man into submission and bind him. Search. The Death Warriors began to rummage through everything. They searched everywhere: safes, drawers, under the bed. James found 500,000 in cash. There are 3 gold, a few bank cards, several cell phones. James nodded and looked at the fat man. What's the password? The fat man gritted his teeth and said nothing. One Death Warrior picked up a beer bottle from the table, smashed it, and pressed it against the fat man's face. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The fat man was so scared, he wet his pants and quickly revealed the password. James sent the password to Jack to make the transfer. After it was over, James shot him, sending him to meet God. Then he looked at the injured Death Warrior. How's the injury? Just superficial wounds, it's nothing. James nodded. That's good, be more careful next time. Yes. After counting the assets, they totaled over 2 million. Pack up, next location. James led his team away, heading toward the 3rd target. On the way he took out the intercom. Everyone stay alert, be steady, and avoid casualties. The intercom responded with received from everyone. James leaned back in his seat, looking out the window. Although tonight's operation had a few minor setbacks, fortunately the problems were not significant. Next, his team still had 9 gangs to deal with. They must be more cautious. The vehicle continued to drive forward, disappearing into the night. Tonight in the south side of Chicago, it was destined to flow with blood. A manor house. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, his phone screen lighting up incessantly. Message after message from Jason and James. Boss, target number 2 is secured. 1. 2 million in cash. Target 3 is neutralized, no injuries among the team. Target 4 was prepared and resisted fiercely, but futilely. Our superiority crushed them utterly. Lin Chen scanned each triumphant report, a faint, exhilarated smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Had safety not been paramount, he would have joined the operation himself. Jack sat beside him, eyes locked on the live data streaming across his laptop screen. Boss, it's been just over an hour, and Jason's squad has already dismantled 4 targets. Total haul exceeds 5 million. And a substantial quantity of cocaine. Lin Chen nodded, then picked up the walkie-talkie. Jason, accelerate operations. Deny the enemy any chance to regroup. A crackle echoed through the device. Understood, boss. We're already moving faster. Hardly had Lin Chen ended the transmission when James's report arrived. James's voice trembled with excitement. Boss, we've just secured target 5. The yield is staggering. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Excellent. But stay vigilant. Safety remains non-negotiable. Yes, sir. A street in Chicago's south side. Jason sat in the front passenger seat, tablet in hand, displaying the list of remaining targets. Next target, approximately 120 individuals. Rumor says several armed gunmen. Advise caution. Roger that. The vehicle halted before a dimly lit bar. Jason stepped out, observing 6 burly men loitering at the entrance, cigarettes dangling from their fingers. As the convoy came to a stop, the men stiffened, eyes narrowing, hands drifting toward hidden weapons. A bald, broad-shouldered thug approached, growling, "Who the hell are you? This place isn't open to outsiders." Before he could finish, Jason's fist slammed into his jaw. The man flew backward, crashing headfirst into the brick wall, unconscious before he hit the ground. Before the remaining 5 could draw their weapons, Lin Chen's elite operatives surged forward. 5 seconds later, 5 bodies lay motionless on the pavement. Jason kicked open the bar's heavy door. Inside, thick smoke hung in the air. At the sudden intrusion, every patron jerked upright, eyes wide, voices rising in unison. Who's there? Intruders. Thugs scrambled for guns beneath tables and behind counters. Jason bellowed, "Engage." 50 operatives opened fire, simultaneously, precisely, lethally. Uft, uft, uft. Screams tore through the cacophony of shattering glass and toppling furniture. Within 2 minutes, the entire ground floor lay silent. bodies strewn across blood-slicked floors. Jason led his team upstairs. Two figures burst from the stairwell, rifles raised. BRRT, BRRT, gunfire erupted. Jason twisted sideways, bullets whistling past his ear, tearing strands of hair from his temple. His operatives responded instantly. Two precise shots, two shattered skulls. Jason's expression darkened. Search every room. Leave no one alive. Operatives swept the building room by room. Final tally 400 in cash and gold bars, plus wire transfers totaling 1.8 million. Next target. Before departing, Jason delivered the gang leader's final judgment, permanently. 300 M. Jason's squad had dismantled 7 gangs. James's team had neutralized 6. But resistance was escalating. Brother Jason, the 8th target, seems prepared, one operative reported breathlessly. Jason's brow furrowed. Explain. No sentries at the gate. All lights extinguished. Dead silence inside. Jason's lips curled into a cold, mirthless smile. They're setting an ambush. He keyed his radio. Team 1, scale the rear wall. Team 2, enter through the windows. Team 3, follow me through the front. Strike simultaneously. Deny them any window to react. Affirmative. 3 teams moved as one. Jason kicked in the main door. Pitch darkness swallowed him whole. Suddenly, lights blazed on. 50 armed thugs stood arrayed across the hall, every hand gripping a firearm. At their center stood a grizzled white man, a revolver clenched in his calloused fist. We've been waiting for you, he sneered. Word reached us tonight. Someone's hunting our ranks. We've been ready. None of you leave this building alive. Jason surveyed the sea of leveled guns and laughed. That's all. The man's face hardened, still mocking death at your own threshold. Fire. Bang. 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 Gunshots cracked like thunder. Yet Lin Chen's operatives had already dispersed, moving with preternatural speed. Ducking bullets outright was impossible, but anticipating muzzle flash, reading trigger finger tension, that was second nature. Then, retaliation began. Uft, uft, uft. Gunfire rained without pause. Each shot dropped a gangster, limbs snapping, skulls bursting, blood spraying. Gunfire shrieks and bone-crunching impacts merged into a single brutal symphony. In under 3 minutes, 53 armed men lay sprawled across the floor, groaning, bleeding, broken. The white leader stared slack-jawed, his revolver trembling violently in his grip. This can't be real. Jason strode forward and backhanded him across the face. You thought this ragtag mob could ambush me? Who are you? Jason's voice held no inflection, only absolute glacial certainty. The one who ends you. And with that he ended him. He was the first to organize armed resistance. Such men were never permitted to breathe another day. Jason waved sharply. Search the premises. Take everything of value. 400 M. Jason and James completed their missions almost simultaneously. 20 criminal syndicates, covertly controlled by the Yamaguchi-gumi, had been eradicated. Not a single survivor remained. A convoy of armored vehicles rolled back toward the farm. Lin Chen stood at the gate watching them approach, one by one stretching into a serpentine column. Jason leapt from the lead vehicle, his face alight with fierce triumph. Boss, the mission is complete. James vaulted down from his own car. Boss, all targets cleared on my end too. Lin Chen's eyes shimmered with raw elation. His voice trembled. You've done magnificently. What's the yield? Jason produced a ledger. Our squad recovered 3.2 million in cash and gold, and transferred 6.8 million electronically. Total, nearly 10 million. James added swiftly. My team secured roughly 4 million in physical assets, and 5.2 million wired. Also approaching 10 million. Combined haul approximately 20 million. Lin Chen drew a slow, deep breath. With prior reserves, his total liquid assets now exceeded 38 million. Converted to RMB, that surpassed 250 million. Overnight, he had become a billionaire. An ancient adage proved chillingly true: bloodshed gilds the belt. War was the swiftest path to wealth. And this was merely 20 minor syndicates. What if he purged all organized crime across the United States? The scale of potential spoils made his pulse quicken. Jason continued his briefing. Boss, we've seized 20 properties, all legally transferred. 40 vehicles retrieved, including armored transports. Also confiscated firearms, and the full cocaine stockpile. Lin Chen nodded, satisfied. Outstanding work. Tomorrow we celebrate. He then mentally sealed the entire drug shipment into his system's storage space. No weighing, no counting. Just pure, seamless assimilation. Jason and James saluted in unison. Yes, boss. Lin Chen turned and re-entered the manor, activating his system interface. Total funds, 3538000. Convertible points, 35380. Lin Chen stared at the display, his gaze intensifying, burning with ambition. Nearly 3000 points secured. Just 700 more to reach system level 3. At this pace, ascension was imminent. Next, consolidating control over the 20 syndicate territories, transforming chaos into steady, sustainable revenue, and preparing for the Yamaguchi-gumi's inevitable retaliation. Unbeknownst to Lin Chen, Tanaka Ichiro, the syndicate's chief strategist, had spent the entire night awake, paralyzed by dread. Chicago's South Side Shanka Group branch. Tanaka Ichiro lay in bed, tossing, and turning his eyes wide and fixed on the ceiling sleep a distant stranger. He had stared into the dark all night, his mind a jumble of the day's events. Sato Ken captured 50 elite men crippled and $1 million in ransom gone to waste. Baka, he muttered under his breath, sitting up and propping himself against the headboard. Outside the sky was paling. Dawn approached. Tanaka Ichiro rubbed his temples, his eyelids twitched, and the unease in his chest only intensified, pressing upon him like a stone. Baka, what on earth is going on? He murmured to himself. Where exactly did things go wrong? He had already arranged everything he could the day before. Sentries doubled, patrols increased, every operative outside kept on standby. What else could possibly happen? Unable to remain still, Tanaka Ichiro rose, paced the room, and finally could not help calling out toward the door. Someone. Footsteps sounded outside, and the on-duty man pushed the door open. Mr. Tanaka, any orders? Was there anything unusual last night? Everything is normal. Oh, every post has reported and no problems. Tanaka Ichiro frowned, thought of something, and hurriedly asked, what about the small gangs under our control? Any news? None. Then call them and ask. The underling froze. Now. It's only 6 in the morning. Now. Immediately. At once, Tanaka Ichiro said with no room for argument. Yes. The underling turned and ran out. Tanaka Ichiro stood by the window, chain-smoking. The sense of dread grew heavier, a great weight upon his chest. 5 minutes later, the underling returned, his face oddly pale. Mr. Tanaka, I called several gangs and Tanaka Ichiro's pupils tightened. What? No one answered. Yes. Some rang a few times, and then were hung up, others were switched off. Keep calling one after another until someone answers. The underling picked up his phone and began dialing again in Tanaka Ichiro's presence. Tanaka Ichiro watched the underling closely, noting his expression shift from puzzlement to tension to outright panic. Mr. Tanaka, I called 5 more. And none of them answered. Tanaka Ichiro felt as if something had detonated in his head. A possibility suddenly surfaced in his mind. A possibility that sent a cold shiver through him. Baka, this cannot be. It must not be that. The underling asked cautiously, Mr. Tanaka, could they simply be asleep? Asleep? Tanaka Ichiro glared and shouted, are the leaders of 20 gangs pigs? All asleep? Unable to hear the phone, the underling fell silent. Tanaka Ichiro drew a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Send people to check. Start with the nearest gangs. Go now. Yes. The underling ran out. Tanaka Ichiro sank back onto the bed, feeling utterly drained. He remembered the grim scene of those 50 elite men from the previous day. If that group had gone after the 20 small gangs last night, then the consequences. He could not bear to imagine the rest. He only hoped matters would not slide further into disaster. 40 minutes, the underling's trembling voice came over the phone. MMR. Tanaka. Something's happened. Tanaka Ichiro's heart sank. Speak. The nearest Shingluosa gang, over 100 people, were all beaten and crippled, bound together, and thrown into their headquarters main hall. Not a single one can stand. Tanaka Ichiro's vision went black and the room spun. He bit his tongue to steady himself. The other gangs, they haven't been checked yet, but I estimate it's probably the same. Keep checking to determine the status of every gang. Yes. After hanging up, Tanaka Ichiro sat at the bedside, feeling completely hollowed out. If one gang had been like that, could all the others be the same? 20 gangs, over 2,000 people, gone in a single night. What kind of monster had the Shanku group provoked? He rose and paced the room, his steps growing heavier. It was 8 in the morning. The underling finally returned, his face ashen and his eyes full of terror. Mr. Tanaka, we've confirmed it. 20 gangs, completely taken down. Everyone was beaten and bound, their assets looted, properties and vehicles transferred away. Tanaka Ichiro slumped into a chair, his face a sullen mask. Truly not a single one left. Yes. Not a single one. He drew a long breath and forced his composure. Have you found out who did this? The underling shook his head and gave a bitter smile. We asked everywhere. They all say they don't know who the attackers were. They said a group suddenly stormed in and attacked them savagely. They could not possibly fend them off. Tanaka Ichiro's pupils shrank to pinpoints. It matched exactly the description from those rescued yesterday. It was the work of a single organized force. Longdon Security Company. Jessen. He ground his teeth and uttered each name slowly, his eyes burning with hatred, yet beneath that hatred lay a deep, abiding fear. In a single night, they had uprooted the Shanku group's years of influence in Chicago. Such martial prowess was beyond anything he could meet head-on. They must be former special forces, and no petty thugs could achieve this. Mr. Tanaka, what should we do? The underling asked, his face etched with worry. With 20 gangs gone in one night, would it... Tanaka Ichiro was silent for a long moment before replying, put everyone on the highest alert. I'm calling New York headquarters now. Ask them to send 1,000 elite operatives. The Shanku group's authority had been gravely challenged. This affront had to be avenged. No matter how formidable the enemy, they were still human. If headquarters dispatched 1,000 elites against the few dozen who had struck them, the enemy could surely be annihilated. The plan grew increasingly plausible in his mind, and he immediately took out his phone to dial. Meanwhile, At the FBI branch building, Yawanka had also received the reports of the 20 small gangs in the South District being dismantled. She leaned back and stared at each dispatch. Her thoughts kept returning to the face of that young Eastern man, Lin Chen, and to the terrifyingly capable fighters under his command. Though Lin Chen had informed her yesterday, she had not expected such rapid action. Nor had she expected that in a single night he would uproot all of Shanku Group's forces in Chicago. 20 gangs, over 2,000 people. How had he accomplished that? The more Yawanka pondered, the more incredulous she became, yet an indistinct emotion stirred within her. Was it excitement, anticipation, admiration? She could not say. Lin Chen. Yawanka murmured, a faint smile touching her lips. Who are you really? Fascinating, truly fascinating. She lifted her coffee and took a sip, her eyes brightening. This man never failed to astonish her. No, astonish was the wrong word, it was alarm. With 20 small gangs purged, Shanku Group's Chicago branch had been gravely wounded. Shanku Group would surely lash out in furious retaliation. How would Lin Chen respond? Yawanka found herself keenly anticipating what would follow. She reached for her phone to call him, hesitated, and then put it down. No rush. Wait. Let him come to me. First, finish processing the people I've arranged for him. Complete the procedures and channels. The stronger he grows, the more opportunities there will be. She smiled and began smoothing the bureaucratic and personal pathways for those she had placed for Lin Chen, handling connections and formalities. Now she would wait for him to come to her for help. In the farm manner, Lin Chen sat on the sofa in the living room with a pile of documents laid out on the coffee table before him. Jack stood beside him, reporting the assets of 20 gangs one by one on his tablet. Boss, the assets of the 20 gangs have been completely accounted for. There are 35 fixed locations, including bars, casinos, underground fight venues, and pawn shops. There are also 3 street front shops and 10 warehouses. Lin Chen flipped through the documents, pondering. What is the current status of these places? Jack sighed. Most of them are closed after all. The majority of gang members were cleaned out overnight. They are currently in a state of mismanagement, a complete mess. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, his mind racing. These were all properties secretly controlled by the Yamaguchi-gumi, with complete legal documentation. With just a bit of adjustment, they could become a stable source of income. But the problem is who would manage them. Right now, he only had a few dead men and dozens of peripheral members. There simply weren't enough hands. Jason, what do you think? Lin Chen looked at Jason beside him. Jason considered for a moment. Boss, my opinion is to reopen the casino and bar first. They generate quick cash. The rest can wait until we recruit more people. Recruit? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't think it's necessary. Do you know how many unemployed homeless people are in South Chicago? Jason paused for a moment. Boss, do you mean? Exactly. Lin Chen stood up. Those homeless people are just ready-made human resources, aren't they? Many people in America became homeless after being elite in various professions. They were all forced to become homeless after triggering the slaughter line. In America, without a fixed address, one cannot find a job. But to find a job, a fixed address is required. This is a vicious cycle with no solution. Many people end up homeless simply because they can't afford rent, leading to a situation where many talented individuals become homeless. Jack's eyes lit up. Boss, you're brilliant. There are at least tens of thousands of homeless people in the South Side, and they're familiar with the terrain and know the situations of various gangs. The key issue is loyalty. Jason frowned. Those homeless people will be loyal only as long as they have food today. If they don't tomorrow, they'll run away. They're unreliable. This is the crux of the problem. Many people lose all motivation after becoming homeless. They are almost devoid of any will to fight, like puppets on strings. Lin Chen chuckled, appearing completely unconcerned. You don't need to worry about loyalty as long as we give them housing, work, protection. If we provide these 3 things, why would they not be loyal? The most crucial part is that he has the eye of insight. It can accurately filter out various talents. Moreover, he can always check their loyalty. After hearing this, Jason's eyes brightened. Boss, you are wise. Lin Chen patted him on the shoulder. He'll give you a day to spread the news. Arrange for a dead man to establish a loaning company to specifically manage the assets of those gangs. Just say that loaning company is hiring, providing food and accommodation, no protection fees, and ensuring their safety. Jason instantly became excited. Boss, you are going to be the savior of the South Side. Savior is an exaggeration, but at least better than those gangs. Lin Chen turned to look out the window. Go on, the sooner the better. Yes. Jason turned and walked out of the living room. Lin Chen watched his back, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. If he could truly recruit those homeless people, his foundation in the South Side would be secured. Not only would he have manpower, but also thousands of eyes. In the future, he would be the first to know if any gang made a move. Most importantly, as this part of the personnel expanded, he would need to use the people he had embedded in government departments at critical moments. This is Lin Chen's ultimate goal. Jack leaned closer. Boss, should I hack into the Chicago government system to check the information on those homeless people? Why check that? To see if there are any special talents. Oh, what if there's a retired special forces member or a computer expert hidden among them? Lin Chen waved his hand with a smile. No need for that trouble. They'll take action when the time comes. You continue to keep an eye on the Yamaguchi-gumi. I feel they will definitely make a big move. Jack nodded. Understood, boss. South Chicago on the streets. Jason, accompanied by several dead men, drove to the area where the homeless were most concentrated. In the corners by the street, a dozen homeless people huddled on cardboard boxes, some sleeping, some staring blankly. Upon seeing several black SUVs pull up, they instinctively shrank back, eyes full of vigilance. Jason got out of the car and scanned the homeless people. Their clothes were filthy, hair unkempt, and they exuded a foul odor. Their eyes were hollow like walking corpses. He sighed inwardly. Most of these people were abandoned by society. Some went bankrupt, some lost their jobs, some became addicted to drugs, and some had mental issues. Regardless of the reason, they were now struggling to meet even the most basic survival needs. Come over, I have something to say. Jason clapped his hands. The homeless exchanged glances, but no one moved. An unkempt old white man lifted his head, his voice hoarse. Are you a cop? No. Then are you from a gang? No. Jason squatted down, looking at the old man. I'm from Lin Chen Company, here to offer you jobs. The old man was taken aback. Jobs? Yes, jobs, Jason nodded. With food and accommodation, timely salaries, no protection fees, and we ensure your safety. The old man stared at him for several seconds before suddenly laughing, a bitter smile on his face. Kid, who are you trying to fool? Is there any job in South Chicago without protection fees? Another black homeless man spoke up. That's right. While we may be poor, we're not stupid. People have come to recruit us before, only to drag us into fights with other gangs. Jason didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, You're right, there really are no free lunches in the South Side. But we are different. How are you different? The old man pressed. Jason stood up and pointed to the dead men behind him. Do you see them? The homeless looked at the dead men, each one robust and sharp-eyed. Last night we took down all 20 gangs controlled by the Yamaguchi-gumi, Jason said calmly. The homeless people's faces changed instantly. You are that group of mysterious people. The old man widened his eyes. I heard about it, as something big happened in the South Side last night. Many gangs were wiped out. Yes, it was us, Jason nodded. Now all the territories of those 20 gangs are under the management of our Lin Chen. I need manpower, so I came to recruit people. The homeless fell silent, their vigilance slowly shifting to hesitation. The old man asked again, You really don't charge protection fees? No fees. Do you really provide food and accommodation? Yes. What about the salary? Jason replied, It's based on labor distribution. The more you work, the more you earn. The old man remained silent for a while, then stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. All right, I'll work with you. Jason jokingly said, Aren't you afraid of being tricked? Let them trick me then, the old man said with a bitter smile, appearing indifferent. After all, my life isn't worth much, or rather than starving on the street, I might as well take a gamble. The other homeless people exchanged glances and also stood up. I'm in. Count me in. I have nothing to lose in. Jason felt relieved in his heart, maintaining a calm expression on the surface. Spread the word. Well, come to recruit people in the afternoon. The old man was taken aback. Go now. Yes, now. Jason turned and walked towards the car. I can give you some compensation first. After speaking, he took out some cash and distributed it on the spot, $10 each. The homeless people's eyes brightened as they eagerly stepped forward to collect. With the cash in hand, the homeless began to take action. Soon the entire South Side was buzzing with the news. Lin Chen Company is hiring and provides food and accommodation. In an instant, the homeless circle in the entire South Side was in an uproar. It even attracted many normal people who were struggling to find work. At 2 in the afternoon, Jason arrived at Field Park on time, driving 3 pickup trucks with 10 mercenaries. As soon as the vehicles came to a stop, he witnessed the most shocking scene of his life. The open space at the park entrance was packed with people. A sea of heads stretched from the park entrance to the street corner, with at least 1,000 people gathered. This was still due to the short notice. The news hadn't fully spread. If a few more days passed, there might be tens of thousands. Jason opened the car door, stood on the step, and was left dumbfounded. What the? This is too exaggerated, right? A mercenary was also stunned, saying, Brother Jason, there must be over 1,000 people here. Not just that. Jason jumped down from the car and scanned the crowd, at least 1,500. He took a deep breath, pulled out his phone from his pocket, and dialed Lin Chen. Boss, something big has happened. Lin Chen's voice on the other end was calm. What happened? There are too many people. Jason's voice trembled. At least 1,000 people have shown up at the park entrance. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, feeling surprised. 1,000 people. So many. Yes. And they are. We might need to increase manpower. Lin Chen chuckled. It seems there are more homeless people in the South District than I imagined. You hold the scene steady. Oh, I will come over with people right away. Understood. After hanging up, Jason looked at the crowded scene before him, feeling overwhelmed. The homeless people were dressed in rags, some wrapped in dirty blankets, and some were even barefoot. There were people of all ages and races, white, black, and Latino, displaying a variety of skin tones. Their expressions were a mix of numbness, hope, doubt, and fear. There was every type imaginable. Jason jumped onto the roof of a pickup truck and shouted at the crowd, Everyone be quiet. The crowd stirred for a few seconds before gradually quieting down. Everyone looked at Jason, their eyes filled with desire. Seeing the crowd calm down, Jason continued, I am Jason from Lin Chen Company, here today to recruit. I will make the rules clear. Anyone who disobeys will not be treated kindly. He signaled to the mercenaries. The 10 mercenaries spread out standing in front of the crowd with icy expressions. Someone in the crowd murmured, "This is quite a show. What's the difference from those gangs? No matter what, as long as they can really give us a job, I will support them. Even if there's no job, as long as they don't collect protection fees, it would be a good thing." Jason ignored the crowd's murmurs and announced loudly, "First line up to register one by one. Anyone who dares to cut in line or cause trouble will have their legs broken. Second, we are hiring employees, not cannon fodder. Anyone who comes in and doesn't work or causes trouble will be fired immediately. Third, meals and accommodation are provided, pay will be issued on time, no protection fees will be charged, and your safety will be protected. Do you understand?" The crowd instantly erupted. "Oh my God, is this real? No protection fees. My God, meals and accommodation included. This must be a dream. Who cares, let's try it out first." Moments later, Jason pressed his hands down and shouted, "Everyone be quiet. Now start lining up 10 at a time." The mercenaries began to maintain order. Although the crowd was chaotic, they were relatively well-behaved, slowly forming several long lines. Just then a commotion suddenly broke out in the middle of the line. "Fuck, why are you pushing? I was here first, get lost. I'm standing in front of you." A burly white man with a full beard pushed to the front of the line, shoving the person in front aside. The person he pushed aside was a frail black old man who nearly fell over. "What right do you have to cut in line?" the old man yelled angrily. The burly man grabbed the old man's collar fiercely, his eyes fierce. "If you talk back, I'll beat you." The old man was so scared he didn't dare to speak. The burly man, feeling triumphant, was about to step forward when a mercenary walked over, looking at him expressionlessly. "Are you sure you want to cut in line?" The burly man glared. "What's it to you? I'll stand wherever I want." The mercenary said nothing and grabbed the burly man's arm, pulling him out. The burly man stumbled and fell to the ground, still unaware of what was happening. The mercenary stepped on his knee. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking clearly reached everyone's ears. The burly man screamed, rolling on the ground, while holding his leg, his face contorted in pain. The entire park fell silent. Everyone stared at this scene, their faces pale. The mercenary looked at the burly man, his voice as cold as ice. "Dare to cut in line. This is the consequence." The burly man was in so much pain, he couldn't speak, tears and snot all over his face. The mercenary scanned the crowd. "Anyone else want to try?" No one dared to speak. The lines instantly became neat and orderly, surpassing military training standards. The black old man, who was nearly pushed aside, looked at the mercenary, his eyes reddening. Thank you. Don't thank me, thank our boss." The mercenary turned and returned to his position. The old man muttered to himself, "Lungting company. Boss. A good person." The crowd became completely obedient, each one more orderly than the last. Jason nodded in satisfaction and continued shouting, "Now start registering 10 at a time." The mercenaries brought out a few tables and began the registration. "Name? Tom. What did you do before?" "Construction worker, unemployed for 3 years." "What skills do you have?" "I can build walls, tile, and know a bit about plumbing and electricity." The mercenary noted it down and issued a number. "Stand over there and wait." Tom took the number, his hands trembling with excitement. After 3 years, someone was finally willing to give him a job. "Next. Name? Miguel. What did you do before?" "Chef, worked in a downtown restaurant for 8 years." "Why did you become home?" Miguel lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "The restaurant closed down, couldn't pay the rent, and got kicked out." The mercenary noted it down. "Wait." One after another, the process was slow. Meanwhile, Lin Chen quietly arrived at the scene with Jim. He circled around from the back, hiding in an inconspicuous spot beside the park. Lin Chen opened his eye of detection, watching the queue from a distance. Information popped up before his eyes. Name: Tom, loyalty 72, specialty all-around construction, status desperate, willing to serve. Name: Miguel, loyalty 68, specialty western cuisine, status urgently, needs a job, willing to obey. Name: Juan, loyalty 15, specialty none, status just getting by, low loyalty. Name: Victor, loyalty 81, specialty auto repair, status skilled, eager for recognition. Lin Chen quickly scanned through, filtering in his mind. Most people had loyalty between 60 and 80, which was within usable range. However, a few had loyalty below 50, clearly slackers. There were also a few with negative loyalty, which indicated obvious problems. Lin Chen picked up the intercom. "Jason, the 7th one in the 3rd row, that bald guy, loyalty is too low, don't take him." Jason heard the voice in his earbud and glanced at the bald guy. "You unqualified, next." The bald guy was taken aback. "Why? I can do anything." "No reason, next." The bald guy wanted to argue, but a mercenary walked over, and he quickly shut his mouth and left. Lin Chen continued scanning, filtering through one by one. Name: Andre, age 35, a loyalty 89, of specialty computer networking, hacking skill, status wanted for hacking a bank system, has been hiding as a homeless person for 3 years. A hacker who can hack into bank systems. A talent like mercenary Jack. He might even be better than Jack in hacking skills. Lin Chen was overjoyed, immediately picked up the intercom. "Jason, the 2nd one in the 5th row, that bespectacled black guy, make sure to keep him." Jason looked over to see a thin black man, wearing tattered glasses, looking like a scarecrow, his clothes so dirty that the color was unrecognizable. "You come here." Andre walked over looking a bit nervous. What's wrong with me? Jason sized him up. What skills do you have? Andre hesitated for a moment. I can fix computers. Just fixing computers? Hey. Andre fell silent for a few seconds and lowered his voice. I can also write code and hack systems. Jason's heart raced, maintaining a calm facade. Okay, you pass. Stand over there and wait. Andre sighed in relief and moved to the side to wait. Lin Chen continued scanning, filtering through one by one. Name Daniel, loyalty 76, OI specialty, former special forces soldier, skilled in combat and reconnaissance. Name Paul, loyalty 82, specialty doctor, worked in a Chicago hospital, had his license revoked due to a medical malpractice setup. Name Ramirez, loyalty 71, specialty truck driver, 10 years of driving experience, familiar with all routes in Chicago. One after another, various talents emerged. The more Lin Chen looked, the more excited he became. These people had been wandering in society for many years, becoming homeless for various reasons. But now they would all be his. However, Lin Chen did not notice a Latin young man in a hoodie standing under a tree beside the recruitment site, hands in his pockets, watching everything with a sinister gaze. His name was Carlos, a spy for the Latin gang. The Latin gang was the largest gang in the South District of Chicago, with over 50,000 members, controlling most of the underground business in the area. Carlos pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Boss, there's a loaning company recruiting people over here in the park, taking in all homeless people. A hoarse voice came from the other end. Loaning company. What's their background? I'm not sure, but their people are very capable. Oh, just now someone who cut in line had his leg broken. Investigate, find out their details, see if they're trying to encroach on our turf. Understood. Carlos hung up the phone, put it away, and disappeared into the crowd. The recruitment scene was still ongoing. The line was orderly, and no one dared to cause trouble. Lin Chen hid behind a large tree beside the park, his probing eye scanning continuously. Information flashed before him, and he sifted through it one by one. The qualified ones were kept while the unqualified were dismissed by Jason. Suddenly Lin Chen's probing eye flashed. Name Wang Weihing, age 42, status desperate, loyalty 5, O specialty none, notes, an immigrant who spent a fortune to sneak into the U.S. Currently limping, lacking any skills, just waiting to die. Lin Chen was taken aback. Wang Weihing. That name sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment of thought, he suddenly smiled. Isn't this the famous electronic pet from the internet? Unable to make a living in his home country, he spent hundreds of thousands to sneak into the United States, thinking he could live a heavenly life. But upon arrival, he realized this was truly hell. Ironically, he continued to boast online, claiming that the air in the U.S. was sweet. He even heard that he got hit by a car recently, leaving him with a limp. Lin Chen looked into the line, and indeed saw a limping Asian man walking awkwardly forward. He was wearing a dirty shirt, his hair a mess, and his face pockmarked, accompanied by a sycophantic smile. Lin Chen picked up the walkie-talkie. Jason, that second Asian person at the back of the line, his loyalty is too low, don't take him. Jason glanced at Wang Weihing, preparing to say you. Lin Chen's voice came through the earpiece again. Wait, don't send him away yet, let's toy with him a bit. Jason twitched his mouth, wondering what the boss was up to, but he didn't ask further and continued next. Wang Weihing limped to the registration table, wearing a fawning smile that was more annoying than endearing. He introduced himself in broken English. Hello, my name is Wang Weihing, and I urgently need a job. Jason looked him up and down. What are your skills? I can drive, mop the floor, wash dishes. Is that all? Yes, as long as food and accommodation are provided, I can do anything. Really? Jason suppressed a laugh and continued to ask, then why did you become a homeless man? Do you have legal status? Wang Weihing's face changed slightly, stammering Jason didn't wait for him to finish and pointed at his leg. What's wrong with your leg? I got hit by a car, no insurance, couldn't afford a doctor, and that's how it ended up. Wang Weihing forced a smile. Jason nodded and suddenly raised his voice. Are you sure you can do anything? Absolutely, I've been in the U.S. for several years, I can do anything. Jason smiled and then said in Chinese, can you eat shit? Eat several pounds of it. What? Eat shit. Wang Weihing was stunned, thinking he misheard. The key was that the other party spoke fluent Chinese. Jason suddenly dropped his smile. Let me make this clear, our loaning company does not hire immigrants. You can leave now. Wang Weihing's expression changed instantly. Why? I can do anything. I'm not picky about jobs. No reason, we just don't hire immigrants. This is discrimination. I will complain about you. Wang Weihing became agitated. Jason's voice turned cold. Complain? Where will you complain? The police station. Do you think they will care about a homeless man's issue? Wang Weihing was speechless, his face turning red. Jason leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. Didn't you say the air in the U.S. is sweet? How did you end up like this? Wang Weihing's lips trembled, wanting to refute, but dared not. The people waiting in line nearby were watching the joke, and several homeless people laughed out loud. This fool still thinking he is someone important. Immigrants are like this, they can't survive in their home country, thinking they can pick up money here. And what's the result? They are worse off than us, at least we are locals. Wang Weihing listened to the mockery, his eye. He recalled how he spent hundreds of thousands to sneak into the U.S., thinking he could live a superior life. But upon arrival, he realized this was truly hell. Without legal status, unable to find work, being chased away from the park, facing discrimination, and getting hit by a car that broke his leg. He couldn't even afford medical treatment, just dragging himself along. Now he couldn't even find the most basic job. Seeing that Wang Weiheng still hadn't left, Jason frowned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave, don't delay the others. Wang Weiheng gritted his teeth, turning to leave. He limped slowly. Suddenly Jason spoke. Wait. Wang Weiheng turned sharply, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Did you change your mind? No. Jason smiled. I just wanted to ask, do you still think the air in the U.S. is sweet? Laughter erupted around them. Wang Weiheng's face flushed red and white, his lips trembling several times before he finally managed to say, you will regret this. Regret? Jason stood up, looking down at him. With someone like you aren't even worthy of shining our shoes. Regret? What are you even? Wang Weiheng shook with anger, pointing at Jason. You. What about me? Jason swatted his hand away. Try pointing at me again. I'll break your other leg too. Wang Weiheng stepped back in fright, nearly falling. He gritted his teeth, eyes full of hatred, but dared not speak. Jason looked at his cowardly appearance, shaking his head with such courage. You still want to be an immigrant? What a joke. Wang Weiheng turned and limped away. After taking a few steps, he looked back at the recruitment scene, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Why? Why can those black, white, and Latino people stay while he cannot? Just because he is an immigrant. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, suddenly stopping and turning to shout, this is racial discrimination. I will sue you. I will find a lawyer. Jason raised an eyebrow. Lawyer? Can you afford one? Wang Weiheng, he barely had $100 to his name. How could he afford a lawyer? Jason shook his head and signaled to the nearby. The enforcer walked over, expressionless, looking at Wang Weiheng. Are you leaving on your own, or do I need to help you? Wang Weiheng felt a chill looking into the enforcer's eyes. Those eyes looked at him as if he were dead. He cowered and turned to run. Limping, he ran faster than a normal person. Jason shouted behind him, slow down, don't break your other leg. Wang Weiheng didn't look back, disappearing into the crowd. Laughter erupted again. Lin Chen watched this scene from behind, laughing so hard he was slapping his thigh. Wang Weiheng truly was a source of amusement. Being an electronic pet online wasn't enough. Today, seeing the real-life version was even funnier. As for helping him, he thought too much. As long as he didn't end up dead, that would be good enough. However, Wang Weiheng shouldn't expect to have an easy time in the future. He would instruct Jason to have those homeless people keep an eye on Wang Weiheng and to give him special care regularly. Let Wang Weiheng truly experience the joy of the U.S. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Jason, good job. Boss, people like this just need to be taught a lesson. Jason laughed, thinking they are someone important and talking about discrimination. It's hilarious. Lin Chen smiled and continued scanning the line. The following recruitment was much smoother, with qualified candidates being selected one by one. There were construction workers, chefs, drivers, electricians, welders, and various talents. Looking at their loyalty levels, most were above 60, within an acceptable range. One even exceeded 85, belonging to the die-hard loyal category. One was a veteran who had been bullied by gangs for years. Now finally someone was willing to give him a job, and he was extremely grateful. The recruitment scene lasted a whole afternoon. Lin Chen's probing eye scanned incessantly. One piece of information after another appeared, and he filtered through them one by one. The qualified were kept while the unqualified were dismissed by Jason. By evening, the line showed no signs of ending. Jason's voice was hoarse with fatigue, and the registration forms piled thickly in front of him. He picked up the intercom. Boss, we already have 500 people. Should we continue recruiting? 500? Lin Chen was taken aback, a bit surprised. So many? Yes. Jason sighed bitterly. I've almost worn my mouth out. How about we call it a day? Lin Chen felt it was about time. All right, let's stop for today. We'll need you again in the future. Okay, boss. Jason's lips twitched, feeling quite miserable inside. He would rather clean up gang members than do this recruiting job. Jason silently vowed to establish a dedicated human resources department. Coincidentally, among this group, there were quite a few people with HR backgrounds. Only in this way could he find relief. He looked at the crowd filled with anticipation and shouted, everyone please be quiet. All eyes turned to him. Jason scanned the crowd and announced loudly, today's recruitment is officially over. As soon as the words were spoken, the previously quiet line erupted in chaos. What? It's over? No, we've been waiting all afternoon. Please give us another chance. I really need a job, please. A scruffy white man stepped forward, his eyes red. Sir, I've been unemployed for 2 years. I just managed to come here today. You can't just stop the recruitment like this. Others also began to voice their complaints. Many had rushed over from different places as soon as they heard the news, filled with infinite hope. But now, before it even began, it was already over. How could they accept that? Jason looked at these people without showing any reaction. The boss said only 500 would be hired, so only 500 would be hired. Listen to me. Jason raised his voice. If you weren't selected today, it's not because you weren't capable, but because the slots are limited. Our Longting company will have future recruitment plans. Everyone can come back then. Someone in the crowd shouted, when will that be? Jason ignored their questions and continued to announce, from today on, all homeless individuals within the entire field park area do not need to pay protection fees. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. A few seconds later it erupted into deafening cheers. My God, is this for real? No more protection fees. The gangs won't come after us, right? Will your loaning company protect us in the future? Jason chuckled coldly. That's right. Remember, in this area our loaning company has the final say. The crowd heard Jason's affirmative response. Those who were not selected felt regret, but could only accept reality. After all, they were given a promise which was better. A white elderly man shed tears, murmuring, "Thank you, truly thank you, loaning company." Then he turned. Others gradually left, turning back, 3 times their eyes filled with reluctance and hope. Lin Chen watched this scene with a sense of emotion. Most of these people had been abandoned by society. Now that someone was willing to lend them a hand, they cherished it more than anyone else. But he was not a saint. It was impossible to take in everyone. Recruiting a few capable individuals was already doing his best. At the same time, today he had sown a seed. In the near future, these homeless individuals would become a great support for him. That was his ultimate goal. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother with such a thankless task. After all, with the system in place, what kind of talent wouldn't he have? Everything he was doing now was for a day not far. The recruitment ended. Jason instructed the elite soldiers to take the 500 new employees to the loaning company's base. It was an office building that could accommodate 1,000 people. Lin Chen looked at the departing new employees, feeling a mix of emotions. Then he called Jason. Jason, there are 20 special talents among those 500 people. Send them to Longshield Security Company for training according to the list I provide. Jason replied, understood, boss. The others will be arranged to various locations under loaning company for training before starting work. What are the training standards? Jason asked. Lin Chen thought for a moment. According to the highest standards of the service industry, all employees must learn polite language, smile service, and grooming standards. Whoever fails to meet these standards will be directly eliminated. Jason instantly understood. Boss, are you aiming to create a special forces unit in the service industry? Exactly. Lin Chen smiled as well. The competition in the service industry is fierce. If you don't strive for excellence, how can you make money? With this group of people, his influence would soon reach a certain scale. Once stabilized, he would begin to gradually take control of the entire southern district. The next day, Longshield Security Company Training Hall. The 20 special talents stood in a row with Jason standing in front, hands clasped behind his back. Starting today, you will undergo a week of training. Only those who pass the assessment at the end of training can start work. Those who do not qualify will be eliminated and their slots given to others. All their faces tightened as they responded in unison, understood. They knew this opportunity was hard to come by and silently vowed to cherish this one chance to restart their lives. No matter how difficult it was, they would never give up. Jason pointed to a nearby elite soldier. This is your instructor responsible for physical training. You will get up at 5 in the morning for a 5-kilometer morning run, rain or shine. In the afternoon, you will have specialized skills training. No one dared to speak, their eyes full of determination. Jason's voice was icy. Let me tell you, loaning company does not support idlers. You were homeless before, but I don't care. From today on, you are part of loaning and must embody what it means to be loaned. Do you understand? All shouted in unison, understood. Jason nodded with satisfaction. Very well, let's start with the first lesson, grooming and appearance. Everyone shave your beards, cut your hair, and change your clothes. I want to see you all looking tidy and spirited. Meanwhile, in the south side of Chicago at the Yamaguchi Group's branch, Ichiro Tanaka sat on the sofa listening to his subordinate's report. Loaning company recruited 500 homeless people at Field Park. Are they affiliated with Longshield Security Company? Yes, Mr. Tanaka. Ichiro Tanaka scoffed. Recruiting a bunch of useless people. What exactly do they want to do? His subordinate cautiously asked. Should we send someone to cause trouble? No need. Ichiro waved his hand. Let them mess around. They are just a group of homeless people. They won't amount to anything. The more they recruit, the better. This will only drag them down. Once our headquarters sends over the 1,000 elite members, we'll wipe out Longshield Security Company. Understood. Ichiro Tanaka was not worried at all about Jason's recruitment. To him, the more homeless people Jason recruited, the more likely they would become an asset to their Yamaguchi group when they began to act. Now he was just waiting for those 1,000 elite members to arrive. Then he could take his revenge. On the other side, at a certain hideout of the Latin gang, Carlos stood in front of his small leader, reporting the situation of the recruitment scene in detail. The small leader was a muscular Latin man in his 40s. After hearing this, he narrowed his eyes. Are you saying that loaning company recruited 500 homeless people? Yes. Carlos nodded. Interesting. The leader stroked his chin. Keep investigating to see what they really want to do. Understood. In the south side of Chicago at the government office. In an office, a middle-aged white man wearing glasses stared at a computer screen. The screen displayed photos from loaning company's recruitment scene. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Help me check a company called Loaning Company which held a recruitment in the south side, hiring 500 homeless people. Find out who their boss is and whether there are any other forces behind them. Okay, director. The man hung up the phone, leaning back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. He did this purely for self-preservation. He had no intention of getting involved in the gang conflicts. The south side of Chicago was becoming increasingly unstable. He just wanted to understand clearly what kind of new force Lungting company was and who was behind it. Would it pose a threat to him in the future? FBI headquarters. Ivanka sat in her office, the computer screen in front of her displaying a video of the recruitment scene featuring Jason. As she watched the footage, her expression grew increasingly complex. Recruiting 500 homeless people. Ivanka murmured, picking up her coffee cup only to set it back down. What on earth is Lin Chen trying to do? She leaned back in her chair, her mind full of Lin Chen's face. This man was becoming more and more inscrutable to her. First he dismantled 20 gangs of the Yamaguchi-gumi, and now he was recruiting 500 homeless people. Every move he made was unconventional. Yet each step was executed flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. Lin Chen, what kind of game are you playing? Ivanka muttered to herself. She picked up her phone, scrolled to Lin Chen's number, and contemplated calling him. After a moment's thought, she set the phone back down. No, she couldn't appear too eager. What she needed to do now was to focus on her own responsibilities. Ivanka opened the folder on her desk, which contained 10 personnel files provided by Lin Chen. She examined each file one by one, picking up a pen to make notes. This one can be assigned to the FBI for intelligence analysis. This one can join the police department as a patrol officer. This one can be hired as a clerk in the city government. Each position, each arrangement. She cared more about this than her own work, because she understood that the more she helped Lin Chen now, the greater her rewards would be in future collaborations. Thinking of this, Ivanka's lips curled up slightly. This guy might actually accomplish something big in the future. This was all a preemptive investment. Farm estate. Jack was excitedly reporting to Lin Chen while holding a tablet. Boss, we're going to strike it rich. Lin Chen asked in confusion, what has you so excited? I've finished tallying up the 20 gang territories. Jack handed over the tablet. Take a look at these numbers. Lin Chen took the tablet and glanced at it. Statistics of locations: 8 bars, 5 casinos, 2 underground fighting arenas, 3 pawn shops, 3 shops, 10 warehouses. Estimated daily revenue 1.07 million. Lin Chen was taken aback. 170,000. Every day. Yes. Jack nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. And this is just a conservative estimate. The actual figure might be even higher. Lin Chen took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa. 1 million a day translates to 30 million a month. In a year, that's over 300 million. And this is just the revenue from 20 small gang operations. If he could take over the entire southern district. He didn't dare to think further. Jason, come over here and take a look. Lin Chen called to Jason, who had just entered. Jason approached, glancing at the numbers on the tablet, his eyes wide open. Lin Chen continued to inquire. Jason, who's currently managing these territories? For now, the dead men are overseeing them, but they lack business acumen, Jason pondered. We need professionals to select from the 500 people we recruited today, Lin Chen concluded directly. Prioritize those with management. What about the training standards? Jason asked. Same as before, train them before they take up their posts. The casinos and bars can open immediately. We can sort out the others later. Got it, boss. He'll arrange that. Lin Chen watched Jason leave, continuing to contemplate the upcoming development plans. The 20 new dead men had already lent out 1 million. Now he had a total of 160 dead men, with cash assets reaching 36 million. At this pace, he would soon reach 100 million. At that time, he could upgrade the system. He wondered what new functions would be unlocked. He hoped to unlock a life. This way his safety would be guaranteed. Then, the Yamaguchi-gumi would be eliminated, followed by the underground world of the Southern District of Chicago. Step by step, he would expand outward. Meanwhile, the personnel he had placed should soon be on duty. At that time, another of his plans would also commence. The next day, Long Shield Security Company interrogation room. Jason was sitting in a chair looking at Carlos, who was tied up in front of him. This spy from the Latin gang had been investigating Long Tongue Company last night, when he was reported by a homeless person and captured by the dead men. This indicated that the seeds Lin Chen had planted were starting to sprout. So who sent you? Jason leaned back casually, his tone relaxed. Carlos gritted his teeth and said nothing. Jason chuckled. You're quite tough, I like that. Carlos' expression changed. What do you want? What do I want? What do you want? Jason sat back down. Which gang do you belong to? What are you here for? Clarify this, and he'll let you go. Carlos hesitated for a moment. I'm from the Latin gang, and our boss sent me to check on you guys. Check what? Check where you guys came from to see if you were trying to take our territory. Jason raised an eyebrow, and then, that's it. Just that. Carlos shook his head, stating the truth. He had no idea how his cover had been blown. He probably never dreamed he would be reported by a homeless person. Jason stared at him for several seconds, confirming that this guy was not lying. Fine, you can go. Jason stood up and said to the dead men, release him. Carlos was instead taken aback. Are you really letting me go? What? Don't you want to leave? Jason frowned. Do you want to stay for dinner? I'm leaving. Carlos quickly stood up and turned to run out, moving faster than a rabbit. Jason looked at his retreating figure, filled with disdain. He then picked up the phone to report to Lin Chen. Boss, last night, we caught a spy from the Latin gang. On the other end of the line, Lin Chen's voice replied, I know. Don't worry about it for now. I'll let them observe for a bit. We need to stabilize our territory first. Understood. Farm. Lin Chen hung up the phone and looked at Locke beside him. Locke, how is the territory defense plan? Locke pushed up his glasses and opened his notebook. Boss, I stayed up all night to put it together. Go ahead. Locke cleared his throat. First, divide the 90 dead men into 3 shifts with 30 in each shift working 8-hour rotations. The day shift will handle routine patrols, the evening shift will guard key locations, and the night shift will respond to emergencies. Lin Chen nodded. Continue. Second, from the 500 people recruited today, select 200 with high loyalty and good physical condition as external scouts. They will be dispersed throughout the southern district, and once there are any signs of trouble, they will report immediately. Third, install surveillance cameras in every location. A Jack will oversee this 247. Lin Chen pondered, are 200 scouts enough? Locke explained with a smile. Not enough, but we can start spreading them out and continue recruiting later. All right, let's proceed as planned. Lin Chen stood up. You will be responsible for the training of the scouts. No problem. Locke closed his notebook. Boss, there's one more thing. Speak. Our territory has expanded, and we need a unified command system. Locke thought for a moment. I suggest establishing a combat command center to centralize all surveillance and communications. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Go take care of it immediately. Yes. Locke turned to leave. Lin Chen walked to the window, looking at the training ground outside. The dead men were training. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Chen was reviewing reports in the living room when his phone suddenly rang. It was Ivanka. Hello, Miss Ivanka. Do you have good news? Lin Chen answered the phone. Ivanka's voice on the other end was filled with cheer. How did you know it was good news? Just a guess. You guessed right. Ivanka paused. The 10 people you gave me have all completed their onboarding procedure. Lin Chen sat up straight, a bit excited. So soon. I handled it personally. How could it not be fast? Ivanka's tone carried a hint of pride. They can start officially tomorrow. 3 for the FBI, 4 for the police department, and 3 for government agencies. The positions may not be high, but they are all crucial roles. Lin Chen took a deep breath. That's great, thank you. Don't thank me, this is a transaction. Ivanka lowered her voice. But let me be clear, if anything happens to them, I'm not responsible. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Chen smiled. Just wait and see the show. After hanging up, Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, his smile growing wider. The FBI branch building. Ivanka looked at the information provided by Lin Chen. The first one was Calvin, the most inconspicuous among the 10 profiles Lin Chen had given her. However, Ivanka had reviewed his resume. Holding a master's degree in law, fluent in multiple languages, and having worked at a law firm in New York for 3 years, he was dismissed after offending a client and ended up on the streets. Looking at Calvin's profile, she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, Lin Chen, where did you find so many ruthless individuals? Ivanka continued to peruse the profiles of the other 9 people. Derek, a criminal investigation expert, was once the star detective of the Chicago Police Department, but was fired for pursuing a case involving high-level officials and became a homeless person. Today he joined the Chicago Police Department as a patrol officer. Nowick, a financial analyst, had worked on Wall Street, but lost his job when the company went bankrupt and roamed the streets for 2 years. He started work today at the South Chicago government as a financial auditor. One after another, they were all elites from various fields. The more Ivanka looked, the more shocked she became. If these individuals were placed in the job market, any one of them could command a high salary. Now they were all gathered by Lin Chen and were being placed into government positions. What does he want to do? Ivanka rubbed her temples. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. But if Lin Chen could really pull it off, then the entire Chicago, perhaps even the entire intelligence network of America, would belong to him. This guy's ambition is even greater than I imagined. A peculiar light sparkled in Ivanka's eyes. The stronger Lin Chen became, the more it would help her with what she wanted to do in the future. What she needed to do now was to help these people quickly establish themselves. The stronger Lin Chen becomes, the greater her rewards will be. Meanwhile, at the Chicago Police Department, the personnel... Derek stood at the door staring blankly at the police badge. 3 years ago, he was kicked out of here like a lost dog. Now he was back. Though he was just a patrol officer, he had finally taken the first step. What are you standing there for? Come in and complete the paperwork, a black female officer called out. Derek snapped back to reality and walked in. After completing the paperwork and receiving his uniform and service weapon, he was assigned to the 7th Precinct of the South Side. The chief, a white man in his 50s, frowned at Derek's resume. You used to be a star detective, so why are you here as a patrol officer now? Derek calmly replied, I made a few mistakes and was fired. So now that you're back, how do you plan to proceed? I will obey orders, Derek responded firmly. The chief stared at him for several seconds and nodded. All right, go out and patrol. Let Officer Jones take you along. Thank you, Chief. Derek turned to leave, silently promising in his heart, boss, I won't let you down. Southside Government Financial Audit Office. Nowick sat in his cubicle, a stack of financial reports piled in front of him. He flipped through them and his brow furrowed tighter. These accounts have issues. A colleague leaned over. What issues? Look at this expenditure supposedly for community maintenance, but the payee is a shell company. Nowick pointed at the numbers on the report. The colleague glanced at it, his face changing. Don't speak carelessly, this is a project approved from above. Nowick remained silent for a few seconds and nodded. Maybe I misread it. But he knew deep down that there was definitely something wrong with this account. It involved an amount of $500,000. Nowick noted the page number, preparing to report to Jack tonight. This must be the internal intelligence the boss mentioned. At the estate, Lin Chen sat in the living room looking at the messages on his phone. Calvin, Derek, Nowick. All 10 people successfully joined. He sighed with relief and leaned back on the sofa. Finally, the first step. Next, it's time to create opportunities for these people to make achievements and help them get promoted quickly. Lin Chen picked up a pen and began to write and draw in his notebook. The FBI needed major intelligence from Calvin. The police department needed Derek to solve major cases. The government needed Nowick to investigate large-scale corruption. And he could provide all these opportunities. After all, he had Jack the hacker and the intelligence network of homeless people that was about to be established. Most importantly, the people from these 3 departments could assist each other and share information. While Lin Chen was contemplating, Jason walked in with a strange expression. Boss, what is it? Lin Chen asked curiously. The online loan company has started to collect debts. Jason handed over his phone. The loans of the first batch of death soldiers are due plus interest totaling $120,000. Lin Chen took the phone and glanced at the message. Dear user, your loan is overdue. Please repay as soon as possible or we will take legal action. He chuckled. Legal action. A bunch of loan sharks talking about the law. Jason's eyes brightened. Boss, should we pay or not? Pay. No way. Lin Chen stood up. I was prepared not to pay when I took the loan. Jason's eyes lit up. Tell them I don't have money and am not paying. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Give them the address of loaning company and let them come to collect it. Wait a minute, boss, are you trying to bait them? Smart. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. Go take care of it. Be a little arrogant. In this day and age, those who owe money are the masters. The loan company wants his interest, but he wants the principal from the loan company. Understood. Jason replied and turned to arrange it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jason sat in the office of loaning company, a phone placed before him. It was the customer service line of the online loan company set to speaker mode. Hello, this is Integrity Microfinance Company. Your loan is overdue. Please repay immediately. Jason lazily replied, I have no money to pay. The customer service fell silent for 2 seconds. Sir, if you do not repay, we will take. Take what? Find a collection agency. Go to court. Or send someone to break my legs. Hey. Jason chuckled. Your tactics won't scare anyone. The customer service voice turned cold. Sir, please consider the consequences carefully. I've considered it very well. I have no money to pay. Jason crossed his legs. By the way, hey, race my address, loaning company in South Chicago. If you want to collect, I'll be waiting. After saying that, Jason hung up the phone directly. Meanwhile, at Integrity Microfinance Company in the office, the customer service supervisor stared at the computer screen, his face pale. After 10 years in collections, he had never encountered such an arrogant client before. Not only did he refuse to pay, but he also dared to give an address for people to come over. Investigate this loaning company's background. The supervisor ordered his subordinate. The subordinate typed a few keys, his complexion changing. Boss, this company was newly registered, but the address behind it is in an area previously controlled by the Yamaguchi-gumi. The supervisor frowned. Yamaguchi-gumi. Are they still connected to the gang? Unclear, but anyone this arrogant must have some backing. The supervisor fell silent for a few seconds, picked up the phone. Boss, we have an account we can't collect. We need you to send someone to retrieve it. What's their background? Where's the address? Loaning company in the south side. The caller fell silent for a moment. All right, we'll send someone to check it out. The supervisor hung up the phone with a cold sneer. Dare to not pay. Let them know what it means to wish they were dead. His loan company belongs to the Latin Kings. Those who fail to pay will naturally have the Latin Kings deal with them. This is also the reason they dare to lend freely. Even if someone truly cannot pay, the Latin Kings will find a way to get it back. As for the process, those in the know will understand. At a certain stronghold of the Latin Kings, boss Sanchez hung up the phone and looked at his subordinate. Loaning company. Is that the one you investigated last time? The subordinate nodded. Yes, that's the company recruiting homeless people. Interesting. Sanchez stroked his chin. A newly established small company daring to challenge our loan company. Originally, we could peacefully coexist without interfering with each other. Since they are so arrogantly provoking us, then don't blame us. The subordinate's eyes glinted with malice. Boss, do you want me to take people to kidnap them? Sanchez pondered. All right, take 20 people with you. Don't cause any fatalities. Just get the money back. What if they don't comply, eh? Then we'll take them hostage. Sanchez stood up. In the south side, no one dares to disrespect the Latin Kings. The subordinate revealed a sinister smile. Understood. He turned and went out to gather 20 people, driving 4 cars straight to the address Jason provided. What they didn't know was that Jason had already arranged for the death soldiers to wait for them at the door. Jason did not wait long. A sharp screech of tires echoed at the company entrance. He rose to his feet and glanced outside. 4 black SUVs had pulled up before the building, and 20 men disembarked. All were Latino, their tattoos crawling from neck to wrist, bulges at their waists betrayed concealed weapons. The leader, a hulking man, glanced up at the sign reading Loaning Corporation, spat contemptuously on the ground, and waved his hand. Move in. Collect the debt. 20 men surged into the building like a dark tide. Jason turned to his elite enforcers. Our playthings have arrived. Hold back. No fatalities, but ensure none walk out upright. A fierce, bloodthirsty excitement ignited in the enforcer's eyes. Scarface charged into the lobby and locked eyes with Jason at once. Jason stood motionless in the center of the lobby, flanked by 10 enforcers whose gazes were glacial, cold, empty, fixed upon the intruders as though already surveying corpses. Scarface faltered mid-step, a sudden chill prickling his spine. He had ruled the Latin Syndicate for 15 years, his hands stained with more lies than he could count on both palms. He'd been slashed, shot, and cornered in every hellhole imaginable. Yet the gaze of these 10 men sent icy dread slithering down his vertebrae. It was the gaze of apex predators, calm, silent, unervingly still, like lion prides observing prey across the African savanna, no snarl, no roar, yet suffused with primal bone-deep terror. Even Scarface's underlings felt the oppressive weight. Feet slowing instinctively, several edging backward, breaths shallow and tight. Boss, these guys. A blonde-haired thug edged close, voice trembling. Something's wrong here. Scarface shot him a venomous glare. Shut your mouth. He drew a deep, steadying breath, forcing composure. He was a soldier of the Latin Syndicate, Chicago's most formidable Southside faction, backed by 50,000 loyal brothers. What threat could a dozen men possibly pose? This was the streets, where power wasn't measured in numbers, but in ruthlessness. To retreat now would shatter his authority forever. With that, Scarface straightened his posture and strode forward, halting directly before Jason. You're the head of Longting Corporation. Jason appraised him lazily. That's me. And you are? Antonio, under Don Sanchez of the Latin Syndicate. Ah, the Latin Syndicate, Jason replied, voice light and dismissive. What brings you here? Your loan is overdue. 1.2 million principal and interest. It's due today, and if we don't pay, Jason tilted his head, a faint mocking smile playing on his lips. Antonio's eyes narrowed, cold and lethal. Refuse. Then none of you leave whole. My 20 brothers will dismantle you, piece by piece. As he spoke, his men brandished weapons, machetes, steel pipes, baseball bats, and several slipped hands beneath jackets, fingers curling around gun grips. Jason laughed, not a chuckle but a full resonant sound, then gestured toward the blades and barrels. Is that all? Are you truly prepared to fight? Antonio's face darkened at the sheer contempt in that tone. Fuck. You're dead. He lunged forward, jabbing a finger inches from Jason's nose. In the South Side, no one dares defy the Latin Syndicate. That 1.2 million will be paid today, whether you agree or not. Say one word of refusal, and I'll bind you all, dump you in Lake Michigan to feed the fish. Not even Jesus himself could stop us. Jason met his gaze, unblinking, unmoved, even faintly amused. Finished speaking. Antonio blinked, stunned. What? Jason rose slowly, towering over him. I asked. Antonio recoiled half a step under that commanding presence, then flushed with rage. Fuck I. Before he could utter another syllable, Jason struck, open-palmed, brutal, precise. Crack. The sound cracked through the lobby like thunder. Antonio spun twice and crashed onto the marble floor, blood blooming at his lip, his cheek swelling grotesquely. You dared hit me. He clutched his face, words slurred, eyes wide with disbelief, like a god struck down by mortal hands. Jason flexed his wrist, unbothered. Hitting you? I haven't even kicked you yet. Get him. Break them all. Antonio roared, scrambling to his feet. 20 Syndicate members surged forward, weapons raised. The blonde thug led the charge, machete arcing downward toward Jason's skull. Jason didn't flinch. One enforcer moved, lightning swift, fist driving into the blonde's chest. A sickening crack, ribs snapping inward. The thug shrieked, hurtling backward, crashing into 3 men behind him, spewing crimson onto the floor. Another enforcer plunged into the fray. A single kick launched a man airborne. He slammed into the wall, slid down unconscious. A third seized 2 thugs by their heads and smashed them together. Both collapsed, eyes rolling back, limbs gone slack. Others reached for guns, but 2 slow, disarmed, pinned, neutralized in seconds. The battle began with fury and ended in silence. Within 2 minutes, all 20 lay broken on the floor, groaning, clutching shattered limbs, writhing in agony. Arms snapped, legs bent, wrong, bellies convulsing, but none crippled beyond recovery. The enforcers had shown restraint, only enough force to shatter resistance, not lives. Antonio slumped against the wall, staring at his fallen men, the arrogance on his face replaced entirely by raw animal fear. He stared at Jason, lips quivering. Who are you? Jason crouched beside him, slapped his cheek lightly. Go tell your boss. We won't repay the loan. Want your money? Fine. Earn it, by beating us in fair combat. Antonio clenched his jaw, hatred blazing in his eyes, but dared not utter a single word. Before strength, survival demands surrender. Enforcers stripped the Syndicate members of every weapon, including firearms, and confiscated all cash. Jason swept his gaze across the groaning heap. Listen well, crawl out. Now, stand, and I'll snap both legs. Pale-faced, they exchanged terrified glances. One thug, arm fractured, defiantly tried to rob. An enforcer stepped forward, knee crashing into the man's kneecap. Crack. A scream tore from his throat as he crumpled, clutching his ruined leg. No one dared stand again. One by one they dropped to their bellies and crawled. Antonio watched humiliation burning like acid in his chest. But defiance was suicide. He lowered himself and joined the crawl. 20 men, dragging themselves like wounded dogs, from lobby to entrance down the steps into the street. Pedestrians froze stunned. My God, that's the Latin Syndicate. Who dares touch them? Longting Corporation, see that sign? That's them. Never cross them. They're ferocious. Upstairs, new Longting employees, freshly hired, had witnessed everything from safety. Jason had stationed them there deliberately to shield them from violence. From the Syndicate's violent entry to their humiliating belly-scraping exit, their expressions shifted, fear to astonishment, astonishment to exhilaration, exhilaration to fervent devotion. Holy shit, Jason bro is unreal. 10 versus 20, in 2 minutes. That power is monstrous. I will become like him. With Longting backing us, no one dares harm us. Exactly. We follow Longting, no doubt. They erupted in unified cheers, faces alight with adrenaline and awe. They had been drifters, discarded by society, preyed upon by gangs. But from this day forward, they had a protector who defied even the Latin Syndicate. In that moment their loyalty to Longting soared, irrevocably, fiercely, absolutely. Had Lin Chen stood among them, his divine insight eye scanning the room, he would have seen loyalty scores exceeding 80%, some soaring past 90. Meanwhile, at the farm estate, Lin Chen sat in the living room contemplating his next grand enterprise, when Jack abruptly rose from his computer, expression grave. Boss, something's happened. Lin Chen looked up puzzled. What is it? Jack rotated the monitor. I intercepted Yamaguchi-gumi's latest encrypted transmission. They've mobilized 1,000 elite operatives from New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. All Japanese. They'll converge on Chicago within 1 week. 1,000 Japanese operatives. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, leaned back into the sofa, silent, calculating. Yamaguchi-gumi's intent was unmistakable, retribution. Then let this vengeance become their annihilation. Let them bleed, deeply, irrevocably. Those 1,000 must fall, without exception. Not even divine intervention could save them. Lin Chen summoned Locke and began drafting the plan. Locke stood before the map, his pen moving ceaselessly across its surface. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, observing Locke's marked route diagram. Jack sat at the computer, its screen filled with Yakuza communication logs. Boss, I've conducted a thorough analysis. Locke adjusted his glasses. 1,000-person operation will generate considerable noise. If we let them converge in Chicago, though we're unafraid, open conflict would inevitably draw official attention. Lin Chen nodded. That's sound reasoning. Continue. Locke circled 3 locations on the map with his pen. These are the 3 inevitable routes they'll take, from New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, en route to Chicago. Each route traverses an interstate highway. Jack interjected, I've already breached the traffic surveillance system. I'll be able to track their convoys in real time. The moment they hit the road, I'll see them. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. So you're suggesting we strike en route? Exactly. Locke nodded. Intercept them on the road. Prevent them from ever reaching Chicago. 1,000 individuals scattered across multiple locations are far easier to subdue than gathered in one place. Jason entered from outside, catching the last remark. Ambush them in batches. Then we need to split our forces. Locke flipped a page in his notebook. No need. We'll handle them one by one. Their departure times differ. According to intercepted communications, the San Francisco contingent departs earliest, arriving just before dawn the day after tomorrow. New York's group arrives at noon, Los Angeles's in the evening. Lin Chen smiled faintly. How fortuitous. Perfect for sequential annihilation. Locke marked 3 positions on the map. I recommend setting ambushes at these locations. All are interstate highway rest stops. Remote, low traffic, ideal for decisive action. Jason leaned in to examine the map. How many per location? 300 from San Francisco, 400 from New York, 300 from Los Angeles. Exactly 1,000 in total. Locke replied. With over 100 of us, confronting groups of 300 or 400 poses no challenge. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. The plan is solid, but there's one critical issue. Locke looked up. Please, boss, speak. How do we ensure they don't detect us? Lin Chen fixed Locke with a steady gaze. If the first group is eliminated, word will surely spread to the others, and they'll scatter. Locke smiled knowingly. That's simple, boss. I'll deploy signal jammers. During the assault, the first group won't be able to make calls or send messages. Only after they're neutralized will I restore connectivity. By then, it'll be too late. Moreover, these rest stops lie in isolated areas. Even if any escape, they won't get far. We can establish perimeter control beforehand. Lin Chen pondered briefly, then nodded. Agreed. Proceed as planned. He settled back onto the sofa, when suddenly a new thought flashed through his mind. Wait, Locke, I have another idea. Locke adjusted his glasses. Boss, please proceed. We're eliminating these Japanese syndicate members, but not merely for elimination's sake. A dangerous glint flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. We must assign them credible criminal charges. Jason blinked, puzzled. Assign charges? They're already dead. What purpose does that serve? For Derek, Lin Chen replied. He's currently serving as a patrol officer at the South District Police Station. He needs commendations to advance. Locke's eyes brightened. He grasped the implication instantly. Brilliant, boss. If incriminating evidence surfaces on these Yakuza members, Derek secures immediate credit. Lin Chen nodded. Precisely. Nearby, Jack rubbed his hands together eagerly. Boss, what charges do you intend to plant? Drugs, firearms, human trafficking. The heavier the better. But credibility is paramount. Of fabrication must remain plausible. The Yakuza are already engaged in such crimes. We merely relocate existing evidence onto them. Locke began jotting notes in his notebook. I suggest planting items across all 3 convoys. Jason's excitement surged. Boss, you're positioning him for the chief's office. Lin Chen chuckled dryly. Chief, far too modest. My ambitions extend well beyond that. Jack interjected suddenly. Boss, the San Francisco contingent carries an unexpected bonus. What bonus? Their lead operative is a fugitive. Jack pulled up a dossier. Wanted by the FBI for 3 years, still at large. A fugitive? Lin Chen's eyes gleamed. Yes, charged with murder, narcotics trafficking, and kidnapping. Jack rotated the screen. Reward 20000. Then this becomes even more advantageous. Derek apprehending an FBI wanted fugitive guarantees rapid promotion and substantial remuneration. Locke closed his notebook. Boss, shall we finalize the plan? Confirmed. Lin Chen rose. Locke, draft the operational details. Jack, monitor convoy movements. Jason, lead the field operations. All 3 nodded in unison. Understood. Meanwhile, at the Latin King's stronghold, Antonio staggered back with his men, like beaten dogs returning to. Of the 20, not a single man could stand upright. Some had broken arms, others shattered legs, many bled profusely from facial wounds. Antonio's left cheek swelled grotesquely, like a steamed bun, and blood still seeped from his lip. Limping into the main hall, he erupted into wails upon spotting Sanchez. Boss, you must avenge us. Sanchez sat sipping whiskey on the sofa, startled so violently the glass nearly slipped from his hand. He sprang up, face livid. What happened? Antonio collapsed to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. That Longting Corporation, they're not human. We went in, 20 strong, and were utterly crippled. They forced us to crawl out, on our hands and knees like dogs. Sanchez swept his gaze across the battered men, each more pitiful than the last. His expression darkened, veins throbbed violently at his temples. 20 men, all reduced to this. Did they ambush you with overwhelming numbers? Hey. Antonio's sobbing halted abruptly, replaced by awkward embarrassment. No, only 11 stood against us, but their combat prowess was terrifying. One punch sent men flying meters, one kick shattered limbs. We never landed a single blow. Sanchez seized Antonio's collar and hauled him upright. 11 men, and you were reduced to this. Where were your weapons? Your machetes? Your pipes? Your guns? Antonio wept harder. Useless, boss. Couldn't even close the distance. Their speed, it was inhuman, like ghosts. Sanchez released him. Antonio crumpled to the floor. Sanchez's face turned ashen, his voice a low, venomous whisper. Long tongue. C-O-R. Puh. R-A. Tyan. Rage burned in his eyes. He'd ruled the South District for years. Always the aggressor, never the victim. When had anyone dared humiliate him so utterly? Boss, take revenge. Now. Antonio staggered upright, hatred blazing in his eyes. Bring more men. Arm everyone. Storm their compound and gun them down. Sanchez shot him a glare. Silence fell instantly. 20 years in the South District, from street thug to lieutenant, had taught him strength alone wasn't enough. True power lay in knowing when to strike and when to endure. This Longting Corporation dared such audacity, surely backed by formidable influence. 11 fighters incapacitating 20 without sustaining a single injury. Such capability defied ordinary mortals. Boss, what are we waiting for? If we delay, the Latin King's honor will be obliterated. Antonio grew frantic. Silence. Sanchez roared. Antonio froze mute with terror. Though fury raged within, Sanchez forced himself into icy composure. This wasn't simple retaliation, it ran deeper. Rushing headlong into vengeance risked catastrophic defeat. First, he needed intelligence. Absolute clarity on Longting's true affiliations. Who truly stood behind them? Antonio, Sanchez turned sharply, take the wounded for treatment. Antonio panicked. Boss, you're just letting this go. I said, I'll handle it. Sanchez's gaze hardened. Is that unclear? Antonio shuddered, then retreated, limping out with his battered men. Sanchez watched their retreating backs, his expression growing ever more somber. Once alone, he retrieved his phone, scrolled to a contact labeled Boss, hesitated, then dialed. Hello, Sanchez, what is it? Boss, an incident has occurred. Sanchez lowered his voice. Someone assaulted our people. Which gang? A newly formed entity, Longting Corporation. What's their background? Unknown, but their combat effectiveness is extraordinary. 20 of ours went to collect debts and returned broken. The line fell silent. This silence stretched longer. Hold off for now. I'll dispatch investigators. Understood. After hanging up, Sanchez leaned heavily against the wall. A premonition gripped him. Longting Corporation might become the Latin King's gravest threat, or conversely their most consequential alliance. Yet as a mid-level lieutenant, he wielded no authority over high command. All he could do was hope, desperately, that leadership wouldn't make a fatal miscalculation. 5 days later, Lin Chen sat in the living room of the farm, a financial report laid out before him. Longting Company had been operating normally for a week with daily profits stabilizing around $1.2 million. The integration of the casino bar and underground boxing ring industries among 20 gangs was complete. With the arrival of 500 newcomers, everything was back on track. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa looking at the income figures, finally feeling relieved. 120,000 a day means 36 million a month. Although it was not as fast as the Black Gang's stronghold, it was stable. Steady income is the key. He opened this. Total funds $42.4 million. Available redeemable points 42400. Total number of death soldiers 260, including 50 specialized professions. In 5 days he had refreshed 20 death soldiers each day, adding up to 100 more. Now he had 260 death soldiers. Among them 50 had specialized professions. Accountants, lawyers, doctors, engineers, programmers. All kinds of talents were present. He now had a total of 50 professional talents. Lin Chen looked at the system panel and nodded in satisfaction. The talent issue was temporarily resolved. However, one problem troubled him. The loans from online lending companies were no longer available. Those who lent money were not foolish. Having 10 people defaulting simultaneously every day had already drawn attention. Now the audits from major lending companies had become strict. The new facts could no longer pass the review. It's a pity that I can't rely on online lending. Lin Chen sighed. Another source of income is gone. Fortunately, the income from those venues had stabilized. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Next, he needed to accelerate expansion. Only by controlling enough territory could he earn more money. Also, it was time to consider preparing to act on those vaults. That would be a tremendous opportunity for overnight wealth. But it was also the most dangerous. Caution was necessary. Haste would not serve. Meanwhile, Longshield Security Company officially opened for business. Jason was going to negotiate the first business deal introduced by Ivanka. Everything is on the right track now. Next, it's time to tidy up those small matters. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a glimmer of fierceness. Meanwhile, in the downtown area of Chicago, on the top floor of a skyscraper, Jason entered the elevator with 5 death soldiers. All 5 were clad in black suits, sunglasses, and earpieces, moving in unison. A white-collar worker in the elevator glanced at them and instinctively moved aside. Their aura was reminiscent of agents from the movies. Jason appeared expressionless, but inside, he felt a bit nervous. After all, this was the first deal, so it couldn't be messed up. The elevator stopped on the 88th floor. As the door opened, a massive reception hall greeted them. The decor was luxurious, with marble flooring and famous paintings hanging on the walls. A blonde female secretary approached, saying, "Are you Mr. Jason from Longshield Security?" "Yes, that's me. Please follow me, Mr. Smith is waiting for you." Jason followed the secretary through the hallway, with the 5 death soldiers trailing behind. As their leather shoes echoed on the floor, the secretary pushed open the conference room door, announcing, "Mr. Smith, the guests have arrived." Inside sat a white-haired man in his 60s, looking energetic despite his age. His suit was custom-made, and a Patek Philippe watch adorned his wrist. It was evident that he was wealthy. Smith raised his head, sizing up Jason and his crew, his gaze lingering on the 5 death soldiers for a few seconds. "Please take a seat." Jason sat down, and the 5 death soldiers stood behind him motionless. Smith leaned back in his chair, saying, "Ivanka recommended you, saying she knows a very capable security team. But I need to confirm whether you're worth 5 million. Jason smiled, asking, "Mr. Smith, how would you like to confirm that?" Smith stood up and walked in front of the 5 death soldiers, looking them over. "Have you been in combat?" The death soldiers remained silent, looking at Jason. Jason nodded. "You can answer." The first death soldier spoke up, "Afghanistan 3 years. The second one added, "Iraq 2 years. The third said, "Syria 4 years. The fourth remarked, "Somalia." The fifth declared, "Former Navy SEL, served 6 years. Smith's expression changed. Though he wasn't a soldier, he knew exactly what these places represented. "What about your skills?" Jason stood up and walked to the corner of the conference room, pointing at a solid wood coffee table. "How much is this worth?" $30,000 imported from Italy. Smith showed interest, saying, "You can give it a try. If you break it, you won't have to pay." Jason remained silent and struck the coffee table with his fist. Crack. The solid wood tabletop shattered, splinters flying. Smith's pupils constricted. That wasn't ordinary wood, it was Italian walnut, extremely hard. Ordinary people would break their hand bones hitting it, yet this man shattered it with a single punch. Smith took a deep breath, glancing at Jason's hand, which was unscathed. "Okay, 5 million, it's a deal." Smith sat back down, saying, "But I have one request." Jason replied, "You say it." "This trip to Africa involves a cooperation worth $1 billion. Smith's expression grew serious. The opponent is a local warlord, not easy to deal with. "I need not just bodyguards, but also someone who can command the situation." Jason thought for a moment, pointing at the death soldiers behind him. "These 5 can each handle 50 men. If they can't manage, I will send more people." Smith stared at him for several seconds before nodding. "All right, when can we depart?" "Anytime." "Then let's go tomorrow." Smith stood up. My secretary will send you the detailed itinerary. $5 million, half as a deposit, the other half upon completion of the task. If all goes well, it'll reward you with an additional $1 million and help promote you in our circles. Jason extended his hand saying, pleasure doing business. Smith shook hands. I hope you live up to this price. Rest assured, Jason smiled. Long Shield Security never disappoints. Back at the farm after Jason returned, he reported everything to Lin Chen. After listening, Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, asking, what do we know about that warlord in Africa? Jack checked. He is a leader of a local armed group with over 500 subordinates, Jason said, mainly involved in diamond trading. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Will 5 death soldiers be enough for over 500 men? Absolutely, Jason replied confidently. Our combat strength is off the charts. Moreover, the weaponry over there is outdated, primarily AK-47s, with little heavy firepower. Lin Chen thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy, saying, let Victor go along. Jason was taken aback. Victor is an explosives expert. Why bring him? Just in case, Lin Chen explained. If a fight breaks out, let him create chaos to cover the retreat. Jason nodded. The boss thinks ahead, as always. Lin Chen stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the death soldiers were training hard. Except for those on duty outside, over 100 others were training, their movements synchronized and their momentum impressive. Jason, this deal must be completed beautifully. Lin Chen turned to Jason. The reputation of Long Shield Security relies on this one undertaking. In the future, when wealthy people in Chicago, America, or even around the world think of security, the first name that comes to mind will be us. Jason nodded earnestly. Don't worry, should I lead the team personally? No need. Lin Chen shook his head. Stay here, I'll let James take people over. James, yes, he has previously executed missions in Africa and is familiar with the situation there. Jason thought for a moment and found it reasonable. All right, I will arrange that immediately. Jason turned and walked out. Lin Chen returned to the sofa, clearly deep in thought. More and more matters were arising. Longting Company and Long Shield Security needed to expand, and the people placed in positions had to operate and appreciate in value. The Yamaguchi-gumi situation needed to be resolved quickly. I truly can't afford to rest for a moment. However, that's what makes it challenging. Lin Chen didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he found it more interesting this way. Nevertheless, he would gradually delegate work to the professional death soldiers for management. He would only personally intervene when making major directional decisions. For now, completing this African task smoothly and establishing the Long Shield Security brand was the most pressing matter. Then business would flow in continuously. At 10 o'clock at night, Lin Chen was in the living room preparing to head up. Suddenly, Jack rushed in with a laptop, looking anxious. Boss, something happened. Lin Chen was curious, asking. I intercepted the latest call from Tianzhongyi. Jack turned the laptop screen around. We found out the specific time and route for the support from the little yacht. Lin Chen sat up straight, asking when. Tomorrow morning, 3 groups will depart from New York, Los Angeles, and San. Jack pointed at the screen. The routes are exactly as predicted by Locke before. Lin Chen stared at the screen, his eyes filled with excitement. It was finally here. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Locke rushed in from outside, asking, Boss, what's the matter? The support from the little yacht will arrive tomorrow. Lin Chen stood up, saying, immediately draft a detailed plan or range for 250 death soldiers to intercept with firearms. Locke's expression was calm. Understood, I will draft a detailed plan right away. Remember, the plan must ensure that not a single little yacht is left, and we must frame them. Lin Chen's voice remained calm, but his tone was filled with murderous intent. Locke nodded firmly, promising, rest assured, boss, I will ensure the task is completed. After speaking, he turned and walked out. A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Little yet, no matter how many you bring, this time you will die. The following morning at Chicago O'Hare International Airport, James stood at the VIP boarding gate in a black suit flanked by 4 elite operatives. All 5 wore identical dark sunglasses and earpieces, standing with rigid, unwavering posture, like iron stakes driven deep into the floor. Smith approached, dragging his suitcase, accompanied by 2 assistants and a secretary. He appraised James and his team with a measured, scrutinizing gaze. You're the team lead. James, Chief Tactical Advisor of Long Shield Security. James, he extended his hand. Mr. Smith, I need to confirm several details regarding the situation in Africa. Smith shook his hand firmly and nodded. Agreed. We'll discuss it aboard the aircraft. The group proceeded through the VIP channel and boarded first class. James took the seat beside Smith while his 4 operatives dispersed discreetly around them. As the plane began taxiing, Smith leaned back, turned slightly toward James, and asked, I hear your team has executed missions in Africa before. I served there for 2 years. James offered no further elaboration. Smith's eyes flickered, curious, probing. Which regions? Somalia, Nigeria, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Smith's eyebrows lifted, his expression sharpened, unmistakably more serious. Those were among Africa's most volatile, lawless zones. Surviving there intact demanded exceptional skill, nerve, and precision. So what's your recommendation for Angola? Smith asked. James paused thoughtfully. First, assess their stance. If negotiation is viable, we negotiate. If not, we compel them to negotiate. Smith blinked, then smiled. That phrasing is rather intriguing. In our line of work, intellect always precedes force, whenever possible. James paused again. But when force becomes inevitable, we never hesitate. We will guarantee your safety without exception. Smith held James' gaze for several long seconds, then nodded. Ivana did not mislead me. You truly possess formidable capability. The aircraft accelerated down the runway. James closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the dossier. Locke had provided Angola Katoka region, diamond mines. Local warlord Costa commanded over 500 armed fighters and controlled 3 active mine shafts. Smith's objective was to secure exploitation rights to one of them. The opposing side's demands had proven exorbitant. Negotiations had stalled for 3 months. This meeting represented the final opportunity. Failure meant bloodshed. James settled deeper into his seat. The mission was deceptively simple: protect Smith and secure the contract. Should anyone attempt interference, they would learn firsthand that Longshan security operatives were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, at the rural estate farm, Lin Chen had just finished breakfast when his phone rang. He picked it up. Caller ID read Ivana. Lin Chen answered. Ivana, calling this early, something urgent. Indeed. Ivana's voice dropped to a near whisper. I've received intelligence the Yamaguchi-gumi has deployed significant reinforcements to Chicago from other regions. They're almost certainly targeting you. Lin Chen reclined on the sofa, smiling faintly. Thank you for the warning. I'm already aware. A beat of silence followed on the line. Then Ivana's voice rose, tinged with genuine surprise. How could you possibly know? I have my sources, Lin Chen replied with quiet amusement. I appreciate the alert. I won't forget this debt. Ivana sighed softly. You grow more enigmatic by the day. Even the FBI had only just received the report, yet Lin Chen had known in advance. This implied his intelligence apparatus dwarfed even her most guarded assumptions. Far more sophisticated, far more terrifying. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. There's nothing mysterious about me. I'm just an ordinary man. Ivana stared blankly into space, metaphorical crows circling overhead. Ordinary, she muttered. Given everything you've orchestrated lately, if you're ordinary, then no one in America qualifies as exceptional. She exhaled, resigned. Fine, just stay vigilant. Those Japanese syndicate members aren't to be underestimated. Don't stumble in the shadows. Rest assured, I won't falter an inch. Lin Chen gazed out the window at his operatives training on the grounds, his eyes gleaming with unshakable confidence. Come as many as they dare. I'll erase them all. Should anything escalate, I may require your assistance handling certain aftermath procedures. He delivered the remark as both courtesy and subtle forewarning. Ivana sat bolt upright, voice charged with excitement. Are you telling me you already have a plan against them? If Lin Chen spoke so boldly, certainty lay beneath the words. How long had he been still? Days, perhaps less, before reigniting another firestorm. Last time 20 rival gangs had collapsed in under a week, it had taken her days to stabilize the fallout. And now, another eruption loomed. Would it bury her in paperwork? Lin Chen merely smiled, evading direct answer. You'll find out soon enough. Whatever unfolds, it'll only add to your commendations. He added, light, but deliberate. I have matters to attend to. Let's conclude here. With that, he ended the call. On the other end, Ivana heard the sharp, hollow dial tone. Her first experience of being hung up on mid-conversation. Damn it. No gentlemanly decorum whatsoever. She huffed, then steadied her breath and turned her mind to Lin Chen's final cryptic statement. Clearly he was preparing action, not speculation, but execution. And soon. No, I must prepare in advance. Ivana rose immediately and sought out her unit chief Anderson. Meanwhile, Lin Chen lowered his phone, a quiet smile playing across his lips. Ivana, though pragmatic and self-interested, remained reliable in critical moments. Though he'd already obtained the intelligence, her proactive gesture carried weight. He acknowledged that debt sincerely. He scrolled to Derek's contact and dialed. After 3 rings, the line connected. Boss. Derek's voice was low, underscored by distant urban clamor. Busy. Patrolling outside, Derek replied. What are your orders? Lin Chen glanced at his watch. Tonight, you'll visit 3 locations. Which ones? Locke will transmit full coordinates and operational parameters shortly. Follow them precisely. Derek's voice brightened instantly. Boss, is this a promotion opportunity? Perceptive. Lin Chen nodded, amused. Bring 1 colleague. No exceptions. Understood, boss. Excitement crackled in Derek's tone. Lin Chen hung up and called Locke. How stands tonight's operation? Locke's voice remained calm, authoritative. All arranged. 250 operatives, stand ready. Weapons. 200 pistols and 50 rifles. All fitted with suppressors, Locke confirmed. Plus 20 signal jammers. Guaranteed not a single call escapes that zone. Lin Chen considered. Adequate ammunition. Each operative carries 100 rounds. More than sufficient, Locke affirmed. Our tactic is lightning assault. Combat resolved within 10 minutes. Minimal expenditure required. Flour is pre-positioned. Every detail accounted for. Lin Chen nodded, adding gravely, prioritize personnel safety. No friendly casualties. Understood, boss. Confidence resonated in Locke's voice. I've mapped every sector's terrain, down to alleyways and blind spots. Not a single Yamaguchi operative will escape. Lin Chen ended the call and sank into the sofa. His strategy crystallized: eliminate the 3 incoming Yamaguchi contingents tonight, then dispatch Derek to the scene for forensic validation. Evidence: irrefutable perpetrators apprehended red-handed. Derek's advancement would become inevitable. Once those reinforcements were eradicated, it would be time to dismantle the Yamaguchi-gumi's South Chicago branch permanently. In the south side of Chicago at the Yamaguchi-gumi branch, Tanaka Ichiro stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of whiskey, the first smile gracing his face in a long time. Haha, reinforcements are finally on the way. He cursed the Long Shield Company. You will pay for this. He tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go, the fiery liquid sliding down his throat, igniting warmth in his chest. Tonight, 1,000 elite members summoned from headquarters would arrive in Chicago. 1,000 men. All core members of the Yamaguchi-gumi rigorously trained their combat abilities, far surpassing the local thugs. Tanaka Ichiro turned around and sat on the sofa. First, he would take revenge on the Long Shield Company. Then he would reclaim control from those gangs. The most important task was to capture Jason alive and publicly execute him as a warning to others. Jason. Long Shield Security. Dragon Rising Company. Tanaka Ichiro pronounced these names slowly, each syllable feeling like it was forced through his clenched teeth. Not one of you will escape. He recalled the scene from that day when he attempted to ransom someone. 50 subordinates, all battered and broken, were brought back like heaps of mud. Some had broken arms, others broken legs, and some were so bloody that even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. His trusted aide Sato Ken hadn't even returned. Those scenes were etched in his mind like knives. It was a humiliation. A tremendous humiliation. After 20 years in the Yamaguchi-gumi, he had never faced such disgrace. This time, let's see how you act so arrogantly. Tanaka Ichiro stood up and walked to the wall. He stared towards the direction of Long Shield Security, his eyes filled with fierce determination. Just wait. When the reinforcements arrive, I'll lead the charge myself. He added, first capture that Jason, break both his legs, and then torment his men one by one in front of him. Let him know what happens when you offend the Yamaguchi-gumi. Tanaka Ichiro grew more excited as he thought about it, his breath becoming rapid. He returned to the liquor cabinet and poured another glass of whiskey, this time filling it to the brim, almost spilling over. When the time comes, I'll tie Jason to a chair and pull out his teeth one by one with pliers. Let's see if he can still be so tough. Tanaka Ichiro raised his glass, clinked it in the air, and then downed it in one. He set down the glass, picked up his phone, and dialed the subordinate's number. Where are the reinforcements? A voice on the other end replied, Mr. Tanaka, the first batch of 300 is already on the way, expected to arrive around 9 tonight. The remaining 700 will arrive in batches, all by dawn at the latest. Tanaka Ichiro nodded in satisfaction. Good, have the brothers prepare, and once everyone is here, we act immediately. Tonight, I will make Long Shield Security disappear from this world. Hanging up, he sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs, the smile never leaving his face. He even imagined the scene of Jason kneeling and begging for mercy. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but chuckle. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes, a cruel smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Even knowing that the other side was strong. But in the face of absolute numerical superiority, no strength mattered. Even elephants can be crushed by ants. Moreover, this time, all the elites summoned were from their own Yamaguchi-gumi. It was precisely because of this elite group that they had managed to establish a foothold in America. Little did he know, someone would indeed disappear from this world tonight. But it wouldn't be Long Shield Security. It would be his 1,000 elites. Even he himself might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away from downtown Chicago, at an interstate highway rest area, Rock stood next to an abandoned gas station, holding a tablet that displayed the real-time locations of 3 convoys. Behind him, 250 death warriors were divided into 5 small groups, scattered in various corners of the rest area. Some hid behind abandoned trucks, others crouched in the roadside ditches, and some were concealed within the convenience store of the gas station. Each held a gun and hand-spare magazines at their waists. Their gazes were cold, breathing steady like a group of leopards lurking in the shadows. Jason emerged from behind a pickup truck, carrying 2 large bags filled with white powder. Rock, the flour is ready. Rock glanced up at him. Is there enough? Plenty, 50 kilograms for each convoy, enough to catch them red-handed. Jason grinned. When Derek arrives, it will be hard for him not to get promoted. Rock nodded, continuing to focus on the tablet. The first convoy will arrive in 40 minutes. Have the brothers prepare. Jason turned to the death warriors, lowering his voice. Listen, carefully follow the plan. First, create a car accident to block their route, forcing them to detour to us. Once they arrive, act immediately. I'll resolve the situation within 5 minutes. Remember, prioritize safety. Don't waste bullets. Leave no enemy alive. Understood. The death warriors nodded silently, their eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Jason looked at his watch. It was 8:35. 25 minutes to go. He took a deep breath, sat down beside Rock, and lit a cigarette. What do you think will happen to the Yamaguchi-gumi if those 1,000 people are wiped out? Rock didn't look up. What else can happen? Just wait for us to destroy them. Hee, that's what I think too. Jason's eyes were filled with excitement. Rock remained silent, continuing to watch the red dots on the tablet. On the screen, the 3 convoys were moving toward Chicago. The first convoy was the closest, having already entered Illinois. Jason stamped out his cigarette, stood up to stretch. Rock finally looked up. Are we ready? Jason put away his earlier playful demeanor, nodding seriously. We are ready. Do you think those Yamaguchi-gumi people are still thinking about how to take revenge? Rock's lips curled slightly, revealing a rare smile. Maybe. But they will never reach Chicago. Jason's eyes revealed a fierce glint. It was 8:55. The number of vehicles on the road was dwindling. At times, several minutes would pass without a single car in sight. At that moment, Rock's walkie-talkie crackled with Jack's voice. Rock, the first convoy will reach you in 5 minutes. 3 buses, 2 SUVs, totaling 300 people. The people in the vehicles are fully armed with handguns and rifles. Stay safe. Rock pressed the walkie-talkie received. Everyone pay attention. The target is about to arrive. Act according to the plan. The order was given. The Death Warriors immediately began to create a false car accident. An old dilapidated bus was driven onto the highway, blocking the way. Then the Death Warriors quickly left. With the bus blocking the road, the Sanzo Group's convoy had no choice but to detour through the narrow path where the Death Warriors lay in ambush. On the interstate highway, 10 buses lined up steadily, heading toward Chicago. Inside the middle bus, the dim lights cast shadows, and the air was a mix of smoke and sweat. The elite members of the Yamaguchi-gumi squeezed into their seats, some boasting, others asleep, and some staring out the window in a daze. In the first-class seat sat a man in his 40s with a buzz cut and a soft gaze. He was Ichiro Sato, the elite captain of the Yamaguchi-gumi headquarters. He leaned back, crossing his legs with an expression of displeasure. Baka, that bunch of old fools at headquarters actually sent us to a rural place like Chicago. A subordinate leaned in and said, Captain Sato, I heard something big happened here and Mr. Tanaka couldn't handle it, so he asked headquarters for help. Ichiro Sato snorted coldly. That useless Tanaka, after so many years in America, he can't even handle such a small matter. I heard there are only a few dozen of them. The subordinate lowered his voice, but his disdain was evident. That's why Ichiro Sato was even angrier. Are we wasting our elite force of 300 to fight against a few dozen people? When we arrive in Chicago, we'll take care of those ignorant fools directly. At that time, we must thoroughly torment them. In his eyes, there was no need for anyone else. With just his 300 subordinates, everything could be resolved. Nearby, several members also laughed, their voices filled with contempt. Yes, the gangs in America are just a rabble. We've seen that long ago. When we arrive, we'll first break their legs and make them kneel to beg for mercy. Ichiro Sato did not stop his subordinates' fantasies and began to indulge in his own. Upon arriving in Chicago, they would first give those ignorant fools a harsh lesson, then go drink with Tanaka. It was just a security company. What waves could they possibly make? Suddenly, the bus slammed on the brakes. Ichiro Sato leaned forward, nearly toppling from his seat. Baka, what's going on? He steadied himself, shouting. The driver hurriedly turned around. Captain Sato, there's a bus blocking the road ahead. What? Ichiro Sato stood up and walked to the front to look through the windshield. Sure enough, 200 meters ahead, an old bus was blocking the middle of the road, completely obstructing both lanes. How could a vehicle stop here? Ichiro Sato frowned. The driver shook his head. I don't know, it looks like it's been. Baka, what bad luck. Are there any other routes we can take? The driver glanced at the navigation. Captain, there's a small road nearby, but it'll be a 5-kilometer detour. Then detour. Ichiro Sato slapped the back of the seat. Hurry, don't waste time. The driver turned the steering wheel, and the bus turned onto the side road. The buses behind followed suit. The side road was narrow with 2 lanes bordered by abandoned factories and wasteland. The streetlights were sparse, with one every few dozen meters casting dim light. Ichiro Sato looked out the window, feeling suddenly uneasy. Why did this place feel off? He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. It was just a security company. Could they really ambush him on the road? With 300 elite members, each armed, what was there to fear? Moreover, their itinerary was confidential. The bus continued forward. The surroundings became increasingly desolate, with even the streetlights gone, relying solely on the headlights for illumination. Suddenly, the front bus emitted a loud bang. The vehicle jolted violently, and the driver frantically turned the steering wheel. What's happening? Ichiro Sato shouted. Before he could finish, there were several more bangs, and the bus began to tilt. The wheels screeched across the pavement, producing a piercing metallic grinding sound. The bus lost control, swerving for over 10 meters before crashing into the wall of an abandoned factory. Boom. The front crumpled, and the windshield shattered into a spiderweb. The 2 buses behind also hit the spike strips, blowing their tires. One bus overturned on the roadside, scraping along the ground and sparking. Another crashed into the rear of the bus in front, crumpling its front and shattering the windows. Screams, curses, and the sound of breaking glass intertwined, resonating in the night sky. Ichiro Sato was thrown from his seat, his head hitting the ceiling, stars dancing before his eyes. He got up, feeling a burning pain on the left side of his face. When he touched it, his hand was covered in blood. Baka. He grasped the seat to stand, looking inside the bus, which was in disarray. Many people were sprawled awkwardly, some with bleeding heads, others clutching their arms and screaming, and some lying motionless on the ground. The air was thick with the smell of gasoline and blood. Everyone get up. Grab your guns. Ichiro Sato shouted, his voice cracking. He kicked open the deformed door and jumped out of the bus. As his feet hit the ground, he stepped on shards of glass, nearly slipping. Looking back, all 10 buses were wrecked. Some had crashed into the wall with smoke rising from the front. Others were overturned with shattered windows. The subordinates crawled out of the vehicles, some helping each other, while others could barely stand. "Captain, what happened?" Someone scattered spikes on the road. Ichiro Sato's face turned iron gray. He glanced around. It was pitch black, and he could see nothing. But that feeling of unease grew stronger. Everyone hold your guns. The subordinates hurriedly drew their weapons, looking around. One subordinate ran over. "Captain, about 40 to 50 were injured, but the others can still move normally." Ichiro Sato gritted his teeth. "Call Tanaka, and have him send someone to assist us." A subordinate pulled out his phone, his face changing. "Captain, no signal." "What?" Ichiro Sato snatched the phone and checked. Indeed, there was no signal. He took out his own phone, but it also showed no signal. "Baka, the signal has been jammed." Ichiro Sato's heart raced. He wasn't a fool. This setup clearly indicated an ambush. "Everyone find cover by the roadside. Hurry." Just as he finished speaking, a row of red lights suddenly lit up on the roof of the abandoned factory. Those were laser sights on firearms. Since there were at least 100 of them. The red dots shone on the Yamaguchi members' bodies, faces, and eyes. "Enemy attack," someone shouted. But it was already too late. Rock stood by the window on the second floor of the factory, holding a walkie-talkie. Watching those Yamaguchi members who had just crawled out of the bus and had not yet grasped the situation, his gaze was icy. He pressed the walkie-talkie. "Go ahead." 250 assassins simultaneously pulled the triggers. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted like popping beans, echoing in the night sky. Flashes of fire flickered in the darkness like the Grim Reaper's scythe reaping souls. The Yamaguchi members hadn't had time to seek cover before being struck by bullets. Some fell to the ground after being shot, some hid behind the bus, and some lay on the ground too frightened to move. Screams, gunshots, and cries mixed together. Ichiro Sato dropped to the ground as bullets whizzed past his head, striking the vehicle behind him and sparking. He lay on the ground, eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth, his mind consumed with a single thought. This was not an ambush. This was a massacre. The sound of gunfire continued. Ichiro Sato lay on the cold ground, having inadvertently cut his face on the glass, the sting of the wound keeping him alert. He raised his head, peering through the gap beneath the vehicle. In the distance, the red laser dots on the rooftops flickered, resembling the eyes of the Grim Reaper scanning the area. "Baka, those bastards." He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. The situation had become glaring. The enemy had come prepared, having set a trap for them to fall into. The signal was jammed, calls for help could not be made, and there was no way out. The vehicle on the road earlier was also orchestrated by the enemy. Many of his elite subordinates had already fallen, with dozens or even hundreds taken down, yet at least 200 more were still combat capable. As long as they could organize themselves, there was still a chance to break out. Ichiro Sato took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Having served 8 years in the self-defense forces and experienced real combat alongside the American military, he knew that panicking was not an option in such dire situations. "Everyone listen to my orders." He lay on the ground, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Find cover, don't run around, stabilize your positions first." His voice echoed in the night sky. The panicked crew finally found their anchor, huddling behind the vehicles in roadside ditches and in the corners of abandoned factories. The gunfire gradually became less intense. Some began to fight back, firing at the red dots on the rooftops. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets hit the walls of the abandoned factory, sending shards flying. But they couldn't hit anyone at all. The red dots were too densely clustered, making it impossible to determine from which direction they were being shot at. Ichiro Sato crouched behind an overturned bus, surveying the surroundings. He noticed that there were at least over 100 red dots on the rooftops. This meant that the enemy had at least 100 people lying in ambush. "Baka, who are these guys from?" He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out when Chicago had such a force. They could accurately grasp their routes, set up ambushes in advance, and deploy over 100 gunmen at once. This was definitely beyond what that security company could manage. There had to be other major forces in the United States involved. Could it be the Latin gang in the south side of Chicago? The more he thought, the more he felt this possibility. Captain Sato were surrounded. A subordinate crawled over, fear evident in his eyes. "No kidding, can't you see that?" Ichiro Sato shot him a glare. "Organize the troops, prepare to counterattack. We can't even find where the enemy is." "Baka, if you don't know where the enemy is, then look harder." Ichiro Sato slapped him across the face. "If you don't want to wait to die, then fight back." The subordinate was jolted awake, nodded, and turned to relay the orders. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the abandoned factory, Locke stood by the window, observing the battlefield below through night vision binoculars. The panicked crew began to systematically search for cover and even started to fight back. Although their aim was poor, at least they were no longer easy targets. Interesting. Locke's lips curled slightly. As expected of the elite from the Yamaguchi, their response is quite swift. He picked up the walkie-talkie. "Everyone pay attention, the enemy has begun to counterattack. Be careful, don't let your guard down." The walkie-talkie echoed with the responses of the death warriors. Locke continued to observe. Below, the panicked crew divided into several groups, hiding behind different cover. Some fired at the rooftops, some were organizing the wounded to evacuate to safe areas, while others attempted to charge out and scout the routes. Their roles were clear, and their coordination was seamless. They were indeed much stronger than the thugs encountered before. It's a pity this will be futile for them. Locke murmured, then pressed the walkie-talkie button. Continue alternating fire, keep them suppressed, don't let them raise their heads. As soon as he finished speaking, the gunfire from the rooftop intensified again. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, striking the vehicle's walls and ground where the panicked crew took cover. Sparks flew and debris scattered. A panicked crew member just peeked out to shoot when a bullet whizzed past his head. Terrified, he withdrew and touched his scalp, finding his hand covered in blood. Baka, I've been hit. Shut up, it's just a scratch, you won't die. An old soldier next to him shot him a glare, then looked towards Ichiro Sato's direction. Captain, this isn't working, we are completely suppressed. Ichiro Sato's face darkened as if water could drip from it. He knew his subordinate was right. The enemy occupied the high ground with a wide field of view and fierce firepower. They were hiding below, finding it difficult to even raise their heads, let alone return fire. They had to find a way to change the situation. Ichiro Sato took a deep breath and suddenly poked half his body out from behind the vehicle, shouting towards the rooftop. I am Ichiro Sato, the captain of the elite team of the Yamaguchi-gumi. We have tens of thousands in America. If you touch me today, you will be uprooted tomorrow. Let us go, and this matter will end here. I promise not to pursue it. His voice echoed in the night sky, and the gunfire slightly diminished. In a corner, Locke listened to Ichiro Sato's shouting and couldn't help but laugh. Is this guy an idiot? He dares to threaten them at a time like this. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Don't stop, keep shooting hard at them. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire intensified again. After Ichiro Sato finished shouting, he received no response. Instead, a more intense rain of bullets followed. A bullet hit the vehicle he was hiding behind, piercing a hole and nearly hitting his head. He hurriedly withdrew, his expression even more grim. Baka, they are not giving us any face. A nearby subordinate cautiously asked, Captain, what should we do now? Ichiro Sato gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. Since they are not giving us a way out, then let's fight. Everyone listen up, continue the counterattack. Shoot. 1 dead is enough to break, even 2 dead is a profit. The crew heard the orders and began to go wild. More than 200 of them poked their heads from behind various covers, randomly shooting towards the rooftops. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire sounded like firecrackers, smoke filling the air. But the problem arose. The crew had no idea where the death warriors were hiding. The surroundings were pitch black with only those red laser dots flickering. Firing at the red dots. They couldn't hit anything. Those dots moved too quickly and were scattered widely. A crew member fired 5 shots at a red dot, but only hit the wall. Just as he was about to change magazines, a bullet flew from the darkness, striking him squarely in the forehead. Puff! He didn't even have time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Another crew member met the same fate. Just as he poked his head out, he was shot in the head. His body fell limply to the ground. Ichiro Sato watched his subordinates fall one after another, his eyes turning red. Don't shoot recklessly. Find cover. Aim before you shoot. But amidst the chaos, who could hear? More than 200 were fighting their own battles, some hiding behind vehicles, some crouching in ditches, and others crawling into the corners of the abandoned factory. The sounds of gunfire, screams, and shouts intermingled. But the death warriors' shooting remained precise and stable. 1 bullet meant 1 enemy. The efficiency was terrifying. 5 minutes later, Ichiro Sato counted the numbers, his heart sinking to the bottom. Of their 300 elite members, only dozens were still standing after just a few minutes. Bodies and wounded lay sprawled on the ground, the heavy scent of blood filling the air. Captain, we can't hold on any longer. A subordinate crawled over, his voice trembling. Should we surrender? Ichiro Sato glared at him. Surrender? Do you think they will accept our surrender? The subordinate opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Indeed, from the beginning, the enemy had no intention of leaving any survivors. What would surrender accomplish now? Ichiro Sato gritted his teeth, a thought flashing through his mind to escape. While there were still dozens of people left, they could rush out amidst the chaos, hoping to save at least one. He looked around and found a relatively safe escape route. By crawling along the ditch beside the road for 200 meters, they could reach a small path. Once they reached the small path, there would be a chance to escape. Follow me. Ichiro Sato whispered, then crouched low and moved towards the ditch. A few trusted subordinates followed him. Just after crawling out a dozen meters, a bullet grazed his forehead, hitting the ground in front of him and splattering dirt. Ichiro Sato was startled and quickly sought cover. However, the subordinates beside him were not so lucky. One by one, they were shot in the head. Watching his trusted subordinates fall before him made Ichiro Sato's eyes redden, his face slightly contorted as he lowly roared, Baka, who are they? If I survive this, I will make them pay 1,000-fold. Sato Ichiro suppressed his seething rage and scanned the surroundings. The sight struck him like a dagger to the heart. Of the 300 elite troops from headquarters, no more than 2 or 3 dozen still drew breath. Bodies and wounded sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Cries of agony rose and fell like waves. Some had shattered legs and could not crawl. Others bore chest wounds where bullets had torn through flesh, blood gushing forth like geysers. Still others lay motionless, their fates uncertain. Alive or dead, no one could tell. Damn. Sato Ichiro ground his teeth, his eyes blazing crimson, like a wild beast trapped in it. He lifted his gaze. Red laser dots flickered around them, cold and unblinking, as the eyes of death itself, surveying their doomed ranks with merciless indifference. They had not even glimpsed their enemy's shadow before being reduced to utter helplessness. He refused to accept it. For 8 years he had served in the self-defense forces trained alongside U.S. Marines in actual combat. What battlefield horror had he not witnessed? How could he perish here in this godforsaken place? The fear in Sato Ichiro's eyes slowly curdled into madness. If there was no escape, then he would fight to the last. Even in death, he would drag several enemies down with him. All personnel, listen to my command. He roared, his voice cracking with strain. Grab your rifles and break through if you can, but every life taken is repayment. 2 kills mean profit. At the order, the remaining dozen or so soldiers hesitated for a fleeting moment. Then their gazes hardened into desperate feral resolve. Better to die gloriously than waste away in silence. One by one they emerged from behind the bus, firing wildly toward the rooftops, howling like rabid beasts. Kill! Charge! Sato Ichiro burst from cover, crouching low as he sprinted forward, his pistols. Behind him 2 or 3 dozen soldiers surged ahead, like a pack of cornered rabid dogs. Gunfire, guttural shrieks, and pounding footsteps merged into a single frenzied cacophony. Locke stood by the second-floor window of the factory, observing the scene through his night vision scope. A faint, chilling smile curled at the corner of his lips. At last, you've lost patience and chosen to fight, but it's already too late. He raised his radio. All units. Enemy is charging. Open fire. Full. The instant his words ended, rifle fire erupted from the rooftops, denser, fiercer than before. Bullets rained down like a merciless storm. Sato Ichiro had barely covered 10 meters when a round struck his shoulder. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc. He grunted, but did not slow, pressing forward without pause. His comrades were not so fortunate. One by one they fell, cut down like wheat before the scythe. Some collapsed instantly, chest wounds erupting with frothy blood. Others screamed as bullets shattered their thighs, crumpling helplessly onto the earth, unable even to crawl. A few took headshots. No cry escaped their lips before life fled. Sato Ichiro glanced back, and his eyes widened with unbearable fury. Within seconds, the 2 or 3 dozen had dwindled to fewer than 10, and the number kept falling. Damn! His face twisted in anguish, eyes burning red as he turned and charged onward. Less than 10 meters remained to the roadside ditch, their only chance at survival. 5 meters. 3. Sato Ichiro launched himself into the air, just as a bullet struck his right thigh with surgical precision. He cried out, lost balance, and crashed violently onto the ground. Prostrate, he tried to crawl forward, but his right leg was useless, and his wounded shoulder left him with only one functional arm to drag his body inch by agonizing inch. Behind him, the last few soldiers collapsed. Silence descended thick and absolute. Sato Ichiro gasped for air, each breath piercing him with fresh, excruciating pain. He dared not look back, only crawled, driven by primal instinct. Then, footsteps, soft yet unnervingly distinct in the suffocating stillness of the night. Sato Ichiro froze, his heart hammered against his ribs. The footsteps drew nearer, then halted directly before him. With great effort he lifted his head, and saw a pair of black combat boots. His gaze traveled upward, a man clad in black tactical gear, face obscured by a mask, only his eyes visible, glacial and devoid of mercy. Those eyes regarded him, not as a man, but as carrion. The man raised his rifle, its muzzle leveled squarely at Sato Ichiro's forehead. Sato Ichiro's pupils contracted sharply, his lips trembled. Who are you? The man remained silent. Wait, I'll pay you. A fortune. Sato Ichiro's voice quavered uncontrollably. Let me go. I swear I'll drop all pursuit. I swear. The man said nothing. His finger rested calmly on the trigger. You'll regret this. Sato Ichiro suddenly bellowed, voice raw with fury. The Yamaguchi-gumi will hunt you to extinction. Not one of you will survive. A gunshot cracked the air. The bullet pierced Sato Ichiro's forehead, leaving a dark, ragged wound. His body convulsed once, then stilled forever. His eyes remained wide open, unblinking, unyielding, unforgiving. Locke descended from the factory's second floor and surveyed the carnage. Corpses and wounded littered the ground. The air hung heavy with the coppery stench of blood. Some wounded still clung to life, moaning, pleading, weeping. Locke's expression never wavered. He keyed his radio. All units. Commence battlefield clearance. Unit 1, secure all valuables and weapons. Unit 2, execute final confirmation. No survivors. Understood, came the crisp, unified reply. The operatives emerged from rooftops and cover, methodically scouring the field. Some rifled through corpses, seizing cash, jewelry, phones, leaving nothing behind. Others gathered firearms, pistols, rifles, ammunition, all stacked neatly in piles. Still others performed termination sweeps, moving deliberately from body to body, delivering a single precise shot to each forehead, regardless of pulse or breath. This was protocol, no survivors. No loose ends. One soldier, wounded in the leg but not mortally, lay hidden beneath a corpse feigning death. During the charge he'd been struck mid-stride and collapsed. Quick-witted he'd pulled a nearby body over himself. Every sound reached him clearly: gunfire, screams, footsteps. Each second stretched into an eternity. His heart thundered, threatening to burst from his throat. "Don't come closer. Don't come closer," he whispered, inwardly, sweat soaking his back. Footsteps approached, grew louder, then stopped beside him. He held his breath, utterly still. The operative stared down at the corpse, expressionless. Yet something unsettled him. Its posture differed subtly from earlier observations, and its leg trembled faintly. The operative knelt and yanked the covering corpse aside. The soldier's eyes snapped open, wide with terror, lips trembling. "Don't kill me. Please. I'll be your mole. I know Yamaguchi-gumi's secrets." Tears and snot streamed down his face as he begged, "Please. I'll do anything. Anything at all." A gunshot echoed, sharp, final. The soldier's head snapped backward, his gaze dissolving into vacancy as his body slumped lifelessly. The operative holstered his weapon and moved on. Locke watched the entire scene unfold, his face impassive. 5 minutes later, the clearance was complete. Every corpse and wounded man had been confirmed dead. Looted goods formed a small mountain. Cash, jewels, and other valuables gleamed under the dim light. Weapons lay scattered across the ground, pistols, rifles, over 300 pieces in total. Locke strode forward, surveyed the haul, and ordered, "Load everything into vehicles. Transport part of it back to the farm." "Yes, sir." The operatives began loading swiftly. Locke checked his watch, 2125. On schedule. He stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and dialed Lin Chen. 2 rings, then connection. "Boss, the first operation is complete." Lin Chen's voice was calm. "Casualties? None. All operatives are unharmed." "Excellent." Lin Chen paused. "Stage the scene per plan, then proceed to the next ambush site." "Understood." Locke ended the call and turned to his team. "Bring out the prepared materials." Operatives retrieved large bags from the vehicle, filled with white powder. Locke directed them to scatter the powder across several vehicles, simulating accidental spillage during a drug exchange. Fake transaction records, forged by Jack, were planted on select bodies, detailing time, location, and some with meticulous realism. The scene now resembled a brutal Yakuza turf war over contraband. Locke surveyed the tableau, nodded in quiet satisfaction. When Derek arrived, glory would be inevitable. "Mount up, next ambush site." Locke headed toward the vehicle. Operatives boarded swiftly. The convoy ignited engines and vanished into the night. Only corpses and meticulously staged evidence remained behind. On the farm estate, Lin Chen hung up the phone with Locke, and a smile lingered on his face. The first batch of 300 small lives had been completely wiped out. There were no casualties on his side. The Death Warriors indeed did not let him die. If it weren't for safety, he would have wanted to personally participate in the operation and eliminate those small lives. Then Lin Chen scrolled through his phone to Derek's number. "It's time to deliver some results to Derek." Lin Chen edited a message. "You can act now. Remember to bring a colleague. Don't go alone." A few seconds later, Derek replied with a concise message received. Lin Chen put down his phone and looked out the window. The second batch of elite small lives should be arriving soon. He murmured to himself, a slight smile appearing on his lips. In the parking lot of the Chicago South District Police Department, Derek's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Finally, it has begun. He took a deep breath, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. He had been working as a patrol officer at the police station for nearly a week, dealing with neighborhood disputes, catching drunk drivers, and issuing tickets to homeless people. It was dreadfully boring. Now the boss was finally going to deliver some results to him. Derek started the car, drove to the duty room entrance, and picked up the intercom. "Dispatch center, this is Patrol Car 7. We have received a report of gunshots at location XXX. I need a colleague to accompany me. Received. Patrol Car 14 is nearby. Let him accompany you." 2 minutes later, a police car pulled up beside him. The car window rolled down, revealing a young white face appearing to be in his early 20s with a bit of baby fat on his cheeks. "Hey Derek, I heard there's a police situation." The young man leaned out, his eyes filled with excitement and nervousness. Derek nodded. "Yes, Johnny. Stay behind me and don't wander off when we arrive." "Understood." The 2 police cars drove out of the station, heading towards their destination. 20 minutes later, the car turned into a small path leading to an abandoned factory. Derek slowed down, the headlights illuminating the bumpy road with dark abandoned buildings on either side. Gradually, a strange smell began to waft through the air. It was the smell of blood. A very strong smell of blood. Derek frowned and rolled up the car window. Although he was mentally prepared, the smell still made his stomach churn. Johnny behind him clearly caught the scent as well, and the car slowed down noticeably. The intercom crackled with his trembling voice. "FK. What is that smell?" Derek didn't respond and continued driving forward. The headlights illuminated the scene ahead. His first reaction was those brothers were ruthless. In the open area at the entrance of the abandoned factory, bodies lay scattered everywhere. It was nothing but corpses. The air was thick with the heavy smell of blood and gunpowder mixed together to form a nauseating stench. Derek parked the car at the roadside, turned off the engine, and pulled the handbrake. He opened the car door and stepped out, his expression calm. Johnny got out of the car behind him. Then he just stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His mouth agape, eyes wide, the color drained from his face at a visible rate. What was once a white face now turned even paler. This. Johnny stammered, trying to speak, but his tongue felt like it was tied in knots. He took 2 steps forward, trying to see better. Then he saw a face. The person's eyes were still open, with a bloody hole in the forehead. The blood had already coagulated, turning dark red. Johnny's stomach lurched violently. He turned around, bent over, and began to vomit. Blah, blah, blah. He retched, expelling all his dinner, followed by bile, and then dry heaving. Derek walked over and patted him on the back. Is this your first time seeing such a scene? Johnny wiped his mouth, his face as white as paper, tears welling up. I've only seen photos in the police academy, but I never expected. You'll get used to it. Derek took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to him. Stop vomiting for now, call for backup. Johnny took the tissue, his hands trembling. He picked up the intercom, his voice shaky. Dispatch. Dispatch center, this is Patrol Car 14. We have discovered a large number of corpses at the abandoned factory in the old industrial area of the South District, estimated to be over 100. Requesting backup. Repeat, requesting backup. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and then the dispatcher's astonished voice came through. What did you say? A large number of corpses. Yes, a large number. At least over 100. Johnny said, feeling sick again, quickly covering his mouth. Backup will be on the way. You must not disturb the scene. Understood. Johnny hung up the call, leaning against the car door, his legs weak, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from him. Derek glanced at him. Now he had to play the role of a patrol officer. He couldn't appear too calm, as that would raise suspicion. Nor could he seem too panicked, as that didn't fit his old cop persona. Derek took a deep breath, his face showing a serious expression, furrowing his brows, his mouth pressed into a line. You stay here while check for any survivors. He said this to Johnny, then walked towards the pile of bodies. Derek tread carefully among the corpses, trying not to step. He was seriously checking every corpse. But in reality, he was confirming one thing, whether the evidence that Locke arranged was in place. After walking a few steps, he saw an overturned bus, white powder scattered on its body. It was all flour. Derek understood and continued moving forward. After walking a few more steps, he squatted down and picked up a small notebook from beside a corpse. Opening it revealed clear transaction records. Time, location, amount, everything was complete. Perfect. Derek placed the notebook back in its position, stood up, and continued his inspection. His acting was remarkably natural, brows furrowed, eyes focused, occasionally jotting down notes in the notebook. If Lin Chen were here, he would surely be awarded an Oscar. Johnny stood at a distance beside the car, watching Derek weave through the pile of bodies, his eyes filled with admiration. Old cops are different. He muttered quietly, then couldn't help but retch again. 20 minutes later, the sound of sirens approached from afar, getting closer. The first police car burst onto the scene, followed by the second, third. Over a dozen police cars parked at the roadside, the red and blue lights flashing, illuminating the entire abandoned factory as brightly as daytime. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped out of one of the cars, his expression serious. He was Hank, the deputy chief of the South District Police Department. Hank scanned the scene, and his expression changed instantly. Having worked at the police department for 20 years, what kind of scene hadn't he seen? But this scale of slaughter was something he had never witnessed before. Who was the first to arrive? Hank shouted. Johnny quickly raised his hand, reporting it was me and Derek who arrived together. Hank approached, looking at Johnny's pale face, frowning. Are you all right? I'm fine. Johnny's voice trembled slightly. Where's Derek? Hank looked around. Over there. Johnny pointed to the center of the pile of bodies. Hank looked over and saw Derek squatting on the ground, carefully examining a corpse with a flashlight. Get him over here. Johnny ran over to call Derek. Derek stood up and walked over, still wearing a serious expression. What's the situation? Hank asked. Derek opened the notebook in his hand. Preliminary judgment indicates this was a gang shootout. Based on the scene, it seems that 2 groups clashed during a transaction, resulting in large-scale casualties from one side betraying the other. Look over there, there's white powder in the car. It should be drugs. And this a transaction record found on the body. Derek handed over the notebook. Hank took it, flipping through it, his expression growing increasingly grave. Yamaguchi-gumi. He recognized the names written inside. Exactly. Derek nodded. Most of these deceased have Asian features. They should be personnel sent by the Yamaguchi-gumi from outside. Hank fell silent for a few seconds, handing the notebook to a nearby officer. Take this, it's important evidence. Then he looked at Derek, his eyes carrying a hint of appreciation. Well done, the scene has been well preserved. It's my duty. Derek replied humbly. Hank nodded, then turned to the other officers. What are you all waiting for? The officers finally reacted, springing into action. They set up a cordon, took photos, collected evidence, and moved. The entire scene was a chaotic mess, yet there was a sense of order amid the chaos. Hank stood aside, watching the busy scene while his mind was occupied with another matter. With so many people from the Yamaguchi-gumi suddenly dead, they would definitely not let it go easily. The South District was likely to become even more chaotic next. He rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. If a large-scale shootout occurred, causing casualties among ordinary people, his position as deputy chief could be in jeopardy. However, Hank was unaware that even more terrifying cases awaited him ahead. Regardless of how tense the Chicago police were, Locke and Jason had already brought the Death Warriors to the second ambush point. This ambush site was chosen in an abandoned logistics park on the southern outskirts of Chicago. There was just a small road passing by. Surrounded by dilapidated warehouses, the nearest residential house was 5 kilometers away. Even if a battle broke out, no one would call the police. Locke stood by a window on the second floor of a warehouse, observing the surrounding terrain through night vision binoculars. 200 Death Warriors were spread out in every corner of the logistics park. Each one held a gun and had spare magazines tucked at their waist. Time ticked by. Suddenly a voice from Jack came through Locke's earpiece. Locke, the second convoy will arrive in 10 minutes. There are 300 of them, 30 pickup trucks. Be aware one of the pickups is equipped with a heavy machine gun. Locke's pupils constricted. Heavy machine gun. Yes, Jack's voice was urgent. M2HB, 12.7mm caliber. This thing can cut a person in half. Locke took a deep breath and picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone pay attention, the enemy has heavy firepower. M2HB heavy machine gun capable of penetrating brick walls. Find me solid cover. Receive. Understood. Responses came from the Death Warriors through the walkie-talkie, their tones still calm. There was no panic and they all began to look for sturdier cover. Meanwhile, on the interstate highway, 30 pickup trucks lined up like a dragon racing down the road. The trucks were filled with elite members of the Japanese faction, laughing and chatting, completely unlike those heading into battle. In the bed of one pickup truck, something was covered by a tarp. Under the tarp was an M2HB heavy machine gun. The gun was pitch black and the barrel was as thick as a small cannon. Next to it were several boxes of 12.7mm ammunition belts, each bullet as long as a finger. In the front passenger seat of the lead truck sat a man in his 50s with a sinister gaze. His name was Hideo Kojima, the captain of the 2nd Elite Team. A former member of the Japan Ground Self-Defense Forces Special Forces, he had combat experience and was seasoned. Captain Kojima, there seems to be an incident up ahead. The driver suddenly spoke. Hideo Kojima looked up ahead. 200 meters ahead, 2 large trucks were blocking the road, completely obstructing the lane. The truck's hazard lights were still flashing, but there wasn't a single person around. Hideo Kojima frowned. An accident. Looks like it. The driver slowed down. Should we detour? Hideo Kojima didn't respond, staring at the 2 trucks for several seconds. Experience told him something was off. Everyone get out of the vehicle, stay alert. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Recon team, go check it out. The 3 vehicles came. 2 Japanese soldiers got out, carefully walking forward with their guns in hand. They reached the side of the trucks and peered inside. The driver's seat was empty, not a single shadow. Captain Kojima, there's no one here. The trucks are empty, the engines are still warm. Hideo Kojima's eyes turned cold, pondering for a moment. Everyone back in the vehicles were changing route. Turn right at the next intersection and take the side road. Although he felt something was off, he wasn't overly concerned. After all, they had 300 men and heavy machine guns. Even if they encountered regular troops, without heavy weapons they could still fight heat in. The 30 pickup trucks roared to life, accelerating into the adjacent side road. The road was narrow, flanked by wasteland. Hideo Kojima sat in the truck, his eyes fixed on the outside. As the convoy progressed, a growing sense of unease enveloped him, as if he were being eyed by a venomous snake. Meanwhile, Locke stood on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, watching the pickup convoy turn onto the side road. Through his binoculars, a slight smile playing on his lips. The enemy is here. Everyone pay attention, the target has entered the ambush zone. Wait for my command. Kojima's convoy had been traveling the side road for 5 minutes. Suddenly, the lead pickup truck let out a loud bang. The vehicle shook violently as the driver swerved the steering wheel. The tire blew. There are nails on the road. Following that, there were several consecutive popping sounds of blown tires. Several pickups began to lose control, some veering wildly forward, others crashing directly into the ditches on the roadside. The vehicles behind couldn't stop and crashed into each other. Hideo Kojima's truck was also caught up. The vehicle lurched and the steering wheel shook violently. The driver fought to regain control, barely avoiding a rollover. Stop! All vehicles stop! Hideo Kojima shouted. The 30 pickup trucks came to a haphazard stop on the road, some blocking the lane, others half submerged in the ditch. The Japanese soldiers jumped down from the vehicles, some standing guard with their guns, others crouching by the wheels to inspect. Captain, all tires are blown. The road is covered with spike strips densely packed. Hideo Kojima crouched behind the truck door, quickly scanning the surroundings. It was pitch dark and he couldn't. Recalling the bizarre accident on the main road, he instantly suspected an ambush and immediately ordered, everyone go into combat mode. Find cover, don't run around. Hi. The Japanese soldiers responded and swiftly sprang into action. Some hid behind the vehicles, some lay on the ground, and others crawled into the ditches by the roadside. Hideo Kojima picked up the walkie-talkie. Heavy machine gun team, set up the gun. On the pickup that carried the M2HB, 2 soldiers yanked the tarp off. The dark gun body emerged, glinting coldly in the moonlight. The gunner took his position, pulled the bolt, and chambered around. The gun was aimed at the dark ahead. Hideo Kojima took a deep breath, steadying himself. No matter who you are, if you want to ambush me, you will have to pay. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the warehouse, Locke saw the M2HB heavy machine gun being set up, and his gaze sharpened. Indeed, it is heavy firepower. Jason's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Locke, the enemy has a heavy machine gun. Oh, we need to be cautious. Locke spoke calmly. Then let's take out the gunner first. He picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone pay attention, the target has fully entered the ambush zone. Follow my command and open fire together. First take out the gunner and the leader fire. Received. 250 death warriors simultaneously squeezed the triggers. Gunfire erupted like a torrential rain echoing in the night sky. Countless streaks of fire shot out from the darkness heading straight for the Japanese faction. The heavy machine gunner hadn't even had the chance to fire before a bullet struck his head, causing him to tumble off the truck. Another loader just about to take his place was also shot in the head. Hideo Kojima lay on the ground, bullets whizzing past his head, striking the pickup behind him and sparking a shower of sparks. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wild. Baka, it's definitely an ambush. Everyone shoot back with all you've got. The Japanese soldiers poked their heads out from their cover, firing wildly into the darkness. But they couldn't hit anything. They couldn't even see where the enemy was. Those red laser dots moved in the darkness like the eyes of death. One after another, Japanese soldiers went down. Hideo Kojima lay on the ground listening to the series of screams, his heart sinking to the bottom. They had no idea how many opponents there were. Moreover, their marksmanship was absurdly accurate. What kind of force was this? Why had they targeted them? A thought flashed through his mind, but was soon drowned out by the gunfire. Nonetheless, Hideo Kojima did not give up, calmly directing, "Quick, get the heavy machine gun operational." This was their only chance to survive. As long as the heavy machine gun was fired up, it could suppress the enemy's fire, giving them a chance to breathe, and then find the enemy's position to counterattack. Following Hideo Kojima's orders, the nearest death warriors to the heavy machine gun formed a suicide squad of 20. They searched for cover nearby and charged towards the direction of the heavy machine gun. These 20 suicide squad members all looked like they were ready to sacrifice their lives. It was as if they had transcended life and death. In the moment of the suicide squad's operation, on the second floor of the warehouse, Locke looked through the binoculars and saw commotion on the side of the small days. 20 people rushed out from behind cover, brandishing metal sheets and tin as makeshift armor. It looked both comical and tragic. They actually want to reclaim the heavy machine gun. Locke scoffed. Jason chuckled over the intercom. Is this the formation of a suicide squad? Locke did not respond. He noticed that those 20 individuals had a clear target. They were all charging toward the heavy machine gun. This was a life or death gamble. Everyone pay attention, focus on that squad of suicide fighters. Locke pressed the intercom. Don't let them get close to the heavy machine gun. Just as the order was given, bullets began to rain down. Although those small days had tin armor, it was too thin for the bullets to penetrate. One of the small days had just taken 3 steps when a bullet pierced through the tin and struck him in the chest. The person fell backward, the tin flying off, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. Another small day crawled on the ground using a frying pan to shield his head. Bullets hit the frying pan, creating a clanging sound. He thought he was lucky, but then a bullet struck his exposed leg. His entire calf was severed. The screams echoed piercingly in the night sky. Out of 20 people, only 5 made it to the side of the heavy machine gun. Kojima Hideo crouched on the ground, watching this scene with red eyes and bulging veins. Baka, quickly open fire. Suppress them. The remaining 5 small days fumbled with the heavy machine gun. The gunner sat in the shooting position, rotating the gun barrel to aim at the direction where the fighters were hiding. The thick gun barrel began to spin. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun roared, its sound much heavier than that of an ordinary rifle, like thunder. Bullets poured out like a torrential rain. The 12.7mm bullets struck the roof, penetrating the brick wall and sending debris flying. One fighter hid behind the brick wall. A bullet grazed his scalp and struck the wall, leaving a fist-sized hole. Damn, this thing is really fierce. The fighter quickly shrank back. Locke frowned. The heavy machine gun was indeed fierce, but it could not hit him. The fighters were well hidden, and the heavy machine gun could only suppress them without landing any hits. But this situation couldn't continue. A solution had to be found. Those small days were all crouched behind cover. It would be very difficult to eliminate them in a short time. They had to be lured out. A thought flashed through Locke's mind, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Quick, everyone cease fire. The intercom conveyed the puzzled voices of the fighters. Locke, cease fire. Yes, everyone cease fire. Don't. Locke's voice was calm. Let them think we are suppressed. Jason immediately understood. Locke, are you trying to... Locke smiled slightly, but did not speak. The gunshots gradually thinned out and eventually stopped completely. The battlefield fell into a strange silence. Kojima Hideo crouched behind cover, hearing the gunfire from the fighters stop, first stunned. Then he was overjoyed. Baka, they have been suppressed. He peeked out, looking toward the roof. The red laser dots had all vanished. The heavy machine gun was still roaring, keeping the fighters from raising their heads. Quick, everyone prepare to counterattack. Kojima Hideo's voice trembled with excitement. They are done for. Take advantage of now. Rush out and wipe them out. One of his subordinates hesitated. Captain Kojima, could it be a trap? A trap? Kojima Hideo glared at him. Can't you see the heavy machine gun has them suppressed? They can't even lift their heads now. How could it be a trap? The subordinate opened his mouth feeling something was off, but couldn't. Kojima Hideo stood up crouching as he charged forward. Everyone follow me. The remaining small days exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and followed. Over 100 small days charged out from behind various covers, letting out beast-like roars. Charge. Wipe them out. Kojima Hideo led the charge, his face filled with a frenzied expression. If they could just get past and take out those gunners, they could survive. They might even be able to counterattack. He had already begun to fantasize in his mind about torturing those ambushers one by one after capturing them, interrogating them about the forces behind them, then going to annihilate them for revenge. 10 meters. 5 meters. Closer and closer. A sinister smile appeared on Kojima Hideo's face. At that moment, Locke pressed the intercom. Everyone open fire. The command was given. 250 fighters opened fire in an instant. Pew pew pew. The gunfire was denser and more intense than before. Countless streams of fire shot out from the darkness, not from one direction, but from all directions. Kojima Hideo's pupils constricted. Baka, they deliberately lured us out. Before he could finish his sentence, a bullet struck him in the shoulder. He stumbled forward and fell to the ground. The small days behind him were in even worse shape. Bullets swept over like a harvester, knocking them down one by one. Some had just rushed out 3 steps when they were shot in the head. Those trying to run back were hit in the back. Some lay on the ground pretending to be dead, only to be hit by stray bullets. Screams, gunfire, and wails mixed together. In just 30 seconds, the 170 or 80 who charged out all lay on the ground. Some were still gasping for breath, but not for long. Even the 5 small days of the suicide squad were taken care of in the first instance. If it weren't to lure those small days out, those 5 suicide squad members would have been eliminated earlier. Kojima Hideo lay on the ground, shot in the shoulder and thigh, blood gushing out uncontrollably. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the corpses strewn about his mind blank. It was over. All over. 300 people, even with the heavy machine gun, couldn't defeat the enemy. He heard footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw Locke looking down at him, his gaze icy. Is this all the strength you have? And you dare to counterattack? Kojima Hideo's lips trembled. What kind of people are you? Locke crouched down, brushing the dust off his face. We are the ones who will take your life. After saying this, he stood up and told the nearby fighters, finish him off, leave no one alive. Wait. Kojima Hideo wanted to say something. Pew. The gun fired. Kojima Hideo's eyes widened, his body convulsed once, and then he lay still. He died with his eyes wide open. Locke glanced around the battlefield where corpses lay everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. He picked up the intercom. Everyone pay attention, clear the battlefield, finish them off, leave no one alive. Gather all usable guns and ammunition. Understood. The fighters began to clean up. Each corpse was finished off, and one by one the injured small days were sent to meet their Amaterasu. Locke walked over to the heavy machine gun, looking at the weapon, clicking his tongue. M2 HB, 12.7mm caliber, a fine piece. This thing is a treasure. Take it back, Locke said to the fighters. One fighter nodded, directly moving to carry the heavy machine gun away. An ordinary person with 3 times the physicality is indeed different, able to lift the heavy machine gun alone with ease. If in the future each fighter were equipped with a heavy machine gun, that scene would be simply spectacular. Locke took out his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. It rang twice before connecting. Boss, the second batch of small days has been dealt with. On the other end, Lin Chen's voice was calm. Casualty report. 0 casualties, the brothers are fine. Good. Lin Chen paused, set up the scene as planned, then moved to the next ambush point. Understood. Locke hung up the phone and looked at the fighters. Move quickly, sprinkle the flour, stuff the transaction records in the small days pockets. Depart 10 minutes later to the third ambush point. The fighters quickened their pace to set up the scene. White powder was sprinkled on the pickup truck and the transaction records stuffed into the pockets of the small days corpses. Everything looked like a gang shootout, a failed transaction, black on black. Locke surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Another contribution to Derek's credit. Everyone get in the car, let's go. The fighters quickly got into the vehicles, and the convoy started disappearing into the night, leaving only a ground full of corpses and ample evidence. In the abandoned factory of the Southern District, Hanks stood outside the caution tape, watching the forensic team carry out body after body, his head buzzing. 300 corpses. The identities have been confirmed. They are all members of the Yamaguchi-gumi. The Yamaguchi-gumi, the largest Japanese gang in America, with tens of thousands of members. With so many deaths at once, the higher-ups will surely seek accountability. As the deputy chief, his career might be at its end. Chief. A police officer rushed over, looking grim. Another transaction record has been found, and the amount is even larger than the previous one. Hanks took it and flipped through it, feeling that in his hand he held not just a record book, but rather a lifeline. Keep it safe, it's all evidence. With this evidence, he no longer needed to worry about facing penalties. He rubbed his temples, preparing to check the surroundings, when Derek rushed over. Chief Hanks, there's been another incident. Hanks' heart skipped a beat, his eyelids twitching. What now? We've just received word from another patrol team that a large number of bodies have been discovered in the southern suburbs logistics park. Derek was panting with just the right amount of panic on his face. At least over 100 corpses. Hanks felt as if the ground had fallen from beneath him. He sensed his blood pressure skyrocketing to 380. One scene hadn't even been processed, and another had come. Was this meant to completely take him out? Are you sure they are corpses? Not a false alarm. Hanks tried to control himself. Derek nodded firmly. Confirm the patrol team is already on site, and says the scene is even bigger than this one. Hanks took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and began issuing orders. Leave teams 1 and 2 here to continue clearing the scene. Then he looked at Derek. You take teams 3, 4, and 5 with me over there. Yes. Derek and 3 other team members followed Hanks into the vehicle. The police car roared out of the abandoned factory. Hanks sat in the passenger seat, his face as dark as a pot bottom. After 20 years as a police officer, what kind of scenes hadn't he seen? But this was his first encounter with 2 major massacre scenes in a single night. Derek, who do you think is behind this? Hanks suddenly asked. Derek, gripping the steering wheel, thought for a moment. To take out so many Yamaguchi-gumi members, they must not be an ordinary gang. Are you saying there's an organization specifically targeting the Yamaguchi-gumi? That is a possibility, Derek nodded. Moreover, the opposing side's combat strength is significant with almost no signs of resistance at the scene. Hanks fell silent. If that were the case, the underground world of Chicago was likely about to change drastically. He needed to quickly deal with these hot potatoes, otherwise he might really lose his position. 20 minutes later, the vehicle stopped at the entrance of the abandoned southern suburbs logistics park. Hanks got out and gasped at the scene before him. The ground was littered with corpses, even more densely packed than at the first scene. The air was thick with the smell of blood mixed with gunpowder. Several patrol officers stood nearby, each one paler than the last. A young officer crouched by the roadside, gagging, tears streaming down his face. Chief, a patrol leader rushed over. Preliminary estimates suggest at least 200 people, all with Asian features, likely still Yamaguchi-gumi members. Another Yamaguchi-gumi incident. Hanks frowned tightly, his voice a bit hoarse. Are there any survivors? None found so far, they are all dead. Were any weapons or drugs found at the scene? Yes, over there are some scattered, damaged weapons, the patrol leader pointed in the distance. And there's a large quantity of white powder, likely drugs. Hanks walked over and narrowed his eyes at the sight. It was worse than the previous bodies. It was sheer slaughter. How could so many Yamaguchi-gumi members not overpower their opponents? What kind of force were they up against? Secure the scene, set up a caution line, and notify the forensic and evidence teams to come over. Hanks turned to Derek. You come with me. Let's take a preliminary look at the situation. Understood. The two entered the pile of corpses. Derek crouched down, pretending to examine the bodies, while actually looking for evidence laid out by Locke. White powder, transaction records, drugs. Everything was accounted for perfect. Hanks stood beside a pickup truck looking at the drugs in the bed, his brow furrowed enough to crush a fly. With this much drugs, are they aiming for wholesale? Derek approached. Chief, look at this. He handed over a Hanks took it and opened it, clearly seeing the transaction records. Time, place, amount, and trading parties were all included. The total amount summed up to over $50 million. This. Hank's voice changed. Found on that little gang leader's body. Derek pointed to a nearby corpse. That should be the main person responsible for this transaction. Hanks took a deep breath, feeling that matters were escalating. This was no ordinary gang conflict. This was a premeditated, organized major drug transaction that had failed and turned into a black scenario. Collect all this evidence. Not a single piece can be lost. Hanks handed the notebook to a nearby officer. He circled the scene, growing more horrified. These people died too cleanly. Almost all were shot in the head or chest. Such marksmanship is not something an ordinary gang could possess. The opposing side was undoubtedly composed of well-trained professionals. Hanks stood by the heavy machine gun, surveying the surrounding terrain. This was a perfect ambush point. Surrounded by abandoned warehouses, there was only a small road passing through. The enemy lay in ambush within the warehouses, shooting down from a high vantage point. The Yamaguchi-gumi members were trapped in the middle, unable to escape. Derek, Hanks suddenly spoke. Yes. How do you think the opposing side knew the Yamaguchi-gumi would pass through here? Derek paused for a moment, then thought. Either there is an insider or they intercepted intelligence in advance. Hanks nodded, his gaze deepening. If it were the latter, it would be even more terrifying. The opposing side not only had powerful firepower, but also precise intelligence capabilities. Such an opponent would bring misfortune to anyone who crossed them. He just wanted to quickly classify these cases as gang conflicts and hand them over to higher-ups for handling. He must not let them investigate the people behind it. He certainly did not want to die. Meanwhile, at the third ambush point, Locke stood on the rooftop of an abandoned gas station, binoculars in hand, watching the road ahead. Jason stood beside him. Any news from Jack? Locke glanced at his watch. The convoy will arrive in 20 minutes. This time 400 men are being dispatched from San Francisco. Just the remaining 400 men. Jason nodded. Yes, and among them is a tough character. Locke pulled out his phone from his pocket, displaying a photo. FBI's most wanted Yamamoto U. Jason leaned in for a closer look, The photo showed a man in his 40s with a cold gaze, clearly not a good person. What's the bounty? $500,000. Locke put away his phone. This guy is responsible for at least 30 lives and has strong counter-surveillance abilities. Jason whistled. Derek is going to make a fortune this time. Locke remained serious, his expression grave. Don't be careless. The last batch is also coming from San Francisco, likely bringing heavy weaponry. Are you saying there will be heavy weapons? Who can say for sure? The second batch already had heavy machine guns. Locke picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone pay attention. The enemy will arrive in 20 minutes. The walkie-talkie crackled with the responses of the Death Squad members. Receive. Understood. Jason nodded in satisfaction at the actions of his Death Squad. Once this batch is dealt with, we'll move on to the Yamaguchi-gumi's branch in Chicago. Locke didn't respond, continuing to watch the direction of the road. He felt a lingering sense of unease. Yet he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. On the interstate, 10 buses formed a long line speeding through the night. Inside, the elite members of the Yamaguchi-gumi were packed in, some sleeping, some cleaning guns, some staring blankly out. In the middle bus, Yamamoto leaned against his seat, eyes closed, lost in thought. The deputy captain leaned over. Captain, we'll arrive in Chicago in 40 minutes. Any news from the other two teams? Yamamoto did not open his eyes. Unable to contact them, the calls don't go through. Yamamoto suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of cold light flashing in them. Not going through. Yes, I've been trying to call for the past half hour, but no one answers. Yamamoto fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly sat up straight. Get everyone into a state of alert. The other two teams might have run into trouble. The deputy captain paused for a moment. Captain, do you think? It's not a guess, it's a certainty. Yamamoto stood up, pulling out a long box from under his seat. He opened it directly. Inside lay a rocket launcher, an RPG-7 manufactured by Degoose, with 3 rockets beside it. The deputy captain's face changed. Captain, you can't be serious. Better safe than sorry. Yamamoto took the rocket launcher out, resting it on his shoulder for a test. Slow down the convoy, and keep an eye on the surroundings. Tell everyone not to be afraid, even if they encounter an ambush. With this thing, whoever comes will die. He patted the rocket launcher, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. With this big guy around, even if someone ambushed them, they could easily eliminate the opponent. Mikomu Shion's convoy was once again obstructed by a car crash set up by the assassins. He looked at the RPG-7 in his hand, his eyes filled with ferocity. There is indeed a problem. Take a detour. The vice captain leaned, and worry etched on his face. Captain, are we really taking a detour? I checked the map for that narrow road. It's surrounded by abandoned warehouses, perfect for an ambush. Mikomu Shion shot him a glare. Baka, what do we do if we don't take a detour? The main road is blocked. How do we get to Chicago? Are we supposed to walk there? He then patted the RPG-7 in his hands, his tone turning fierce. It's best if there really is an ambush. I'll let them taste my big guy then. The vice captain opened his mouth, but was at a loss for words. Mikomu Shion stood up, shouldering the rocket launcher as he walked to the car door, gazing into the pitch-black night. He had been through this for 20 years, but what kind of scenes had he not witnessed? Being ambushed was not a first for him, yet each time he had survived. It all relied on caution and this big guy in his hands. Relay the order down. All vehicles maintain distance and slowed down to advance. Mikomu Shion's voice was cold. Once we enter the narrow road, everyone keep your eyes wide open and stay alert, ready to fire at any moment. Whoever dares to slack off, I'll be the first to take him down. Yes. The convoy restarted, 10 buses turning slowly into the adjacent narrow road. Mikomu Shion did not return to his seat. He stood at the car door, his eyes fixed on the window. The streetlights were sparse and the light dim. On both sides were abandoned factories and warehouses, dark as if they were beasts lying in wait. Mikomu Shion gripped the rocket launcher tightly, his expression grave. He had a strong premonition. This road was definitely problematic. But with the big guy in hand, he was not afraid of any ambush. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of an abandoned gas station, Locke put down his binoculars, his brow furrowed. Jason leaned over. What's wrong? Look at their convoy. Locke handed the binoculars to Jason. They are moving too slowly, and the distance between the vehicles is too wide. Jason took a look, and his expression changed. The buses were lined up one after another, but there was at least 50 meters between each one. The speed was only about 10 miles per hour, barely faster than a jog. This third batch is not following the script, Jason said, putting down the binoculars. Aren't the first 2 batches all about crashing through? Why is this batch being so cautious? Locke said nothing, his eyes fixed on the convoy. The first bus had already entered the ambush zone, but it was moving too slowly. The following vehicles had not fully entered. If they acted now, they could only take down the first 3 or 4 vehicles. If the following vehicles backed away, it would be a huge loss. The leader is definitely an old hand at this. Locke's voice was low. Knowing there might be an ambush, he intentionally slowed down to probe. Jason grew anxious. What do we do then? We can't just watch them slowly inch in, can we? Locke picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone listen up. No one is allowed to fire without my command. Received. Time ticked by. The convoy moved forward slowly, getting closer to the ambush point. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Suddenly the first bus stopped. then the second, the third. All came to a halt. Not far away, Mikomu Xiong stood at the car door, his eyes narrowed into a slit. He stared at the abandoned gas station ahead, feeling something was off. "Stop the car," he suddenly said. The driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the bus to a steady stop. "Captain, what's wrong?" The vice captain approached. Mikomu Xiong did not answer. He stared at the gas station for several seconds before ordering, "Send 2 people to check ahead for any obstacles on the road." The vice captain was taken aback. "Captain, are you suspecting?" "No more nonsense, hurry up." 2 junior members jumped out of the car, cautiously moving forward with their guns. The beam of a flashlight swept across the ground. After walking about 10 meters, one of them crouched down. "Captain, there are nails on the road." He turned back and shouted, "There are tire spikes everywhere, densely packed." Mikomu Xiong's pupils constricted. There was indeed an ambush. He abruptly turned around and shouted into the car, "Everyone get out. Find cover. Prepare for battle." The car exploded with activity. The junior members grabbed their guns and rushed out, moving much quicker than the previous 2 batches. Some hid behind the wheels, others crouched in the roadside ditches, while some dashed to the corners of the abandoned warehouses. Though chaotic, there was an underlying order. Clearly, they were well trained. Mikomu Xiong jumped out of the car, shouldering the rocket launcher as he rushed to hide behind a concrete utility pole. He placed the rocket launcher down and had his subordinate bring him a rocket, skillfully loading it into the launch tube. Click. The warhead was locked in place. "Baka, you want to ambush me?" Mikomu Xiong grinned savagely. "Today you'll get a taste of this." He lay down on the ground, using the simple sight of the rocket launcher to scan the surroundings. In the darkness, he could see nothing, but he knew that those people were hiding somewhere. As long as they dared to fire, he could locate them by following the flame of their gun. Then a rocket would send them to the sky. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Locke watched the juniors' reactions through the night vision binoculars, his expression turning grave. These people were completely different from the previous 2 batches. There was no panic, no running about. They were quickly finding cover. Moreover, the guy carrying the rocket launcher looked like a Locke. They are not following the script, Jason said, his voice laced with irritation. The crash didn't create chaos, and the spikes were found. Now they're all hiding behind cover. Locke used the binoculars to observe the juniors' movements. Suddenly, he noticed the big guy on Mikomu Xiong's shoulder and exclaimed, "F. They have a rocket launcher on the other side." "What?" Jason's face changed instantly. "They have a rocket launcher. If true, this ambush could be dangerous. Even if their physical prowess is 3 times that of ordinary people, they wouldn't withstand the power of a rocket launcher. If hit, they might not die, but would be severely injured." After the initial shock, Locke was not overly worried. If they had been ambushed without prior knowledge of the enemy's rocket launcher, it might lead to losses for the assassins. But knowing in advance meant that as long as the assassins prepared well, they could surely avoid it. With that thought, Locke glanced at his watch. The longer time dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. If the other side called for reinforcements, or if patrolling police passed by, things could get troublesome. "We can't wait any longer." Locke picked up the walkie-talkie. "Everyone pay attention, change of plans, prepare to take the initiative. The enemy has a rocket launcher, be sure to avoid it." Jason was startled and hurriedly advised, "Take the initiative. They have 400 men and a rocket launcher. Charging in is like seeking death." Locke glared at him. "Who said to charge in? I'm talking about firing first, not a frontal assault. For now, although they found cover, they haven't discovered our exact position yet. We have night vision goggles, and they don't. That's our advantage. Let's first take out the one with the rocket launcher, and then concentrate our fire to suppress them." Jason thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Locke took a deep breath and began to give orders. "Everyone listen to my command. Get ready to aim. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Bayou. Bayou. Bayou." 250 assassins simultaneously pulled the trigger. The gunfire erupted like thunder in the night sky, flames shooting from the darkness, heading straight for those juniors. Mikomu Xiong instinctively shrank down at the moment he heard the gunshots. Bullets hit the utility pole. He was hiding behind concrete debris flying everywhere. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the direction of the gunfire. Southeast direction, the abandoned gas station. Mikomu Xiong quickly set up the rocket launcher, aligning the sight with the gas station, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. "Die." The instant Kinmura you pulled the trigger, Jason locked onto him. His bullet left the barrel, almost simultaneously streaking toward the half-exposed head of Kinmura Yu. But it was half a beat too late. The rocket surged from its launch tube, trailing incandescent fire and shrieking death as it hurtled toward the derelict gas station. "Move! Take cover!" Jason roared, hurling his body sideways with explosive force. He had no time to check whether he'd struck Kinmura Yu. His mind held only one imperative: evade. Locke also reacted at that very moment. Crouched behind the rooftop parapet, he heard the rocket's launch, and before thought could catch up, his body twisted into a swift backward roll, plummeting from the roof's edge onto the second-floor awning. Bang! The awning crumpled under the impact, forming a deep dent. Ignoring the searing pain, Locke dropped again, landing hard on the vacant lot behind the gas station. Meanwhile, the elite operatives perched along the rooftop ledge reacted even faster. Their triple-enhanced physiology manifested in breathtaking clarity. One leapt straight from the second floor, rolled upon landing to absorb the shock, then sprang upright and fled. Another slid down a rain pipe with dizzying speed, like riding a water slide. A third smashed through a window and vanished inside the gas station. The very next second they vacated their positions, the rocket struck the rooftop with surgical precision. Boom! A fireball erupted in the night sky. Crimson-orange flames soared skyward, bathing half the gas station in hellish light. The blast wave surged outward like an invisible wall. Shards of brick and concrete flew like hail. Jason lay flat, arms shielding his head, then felt a heavy thud against his back, drawing a stifled grunt. His ears rang violently, deafening all sound. He lifted his head, glanced back, and saw the gaping hole where their rooftop hideout had just been. Fuck! Jason cursed, heart hammering like war drums. They'd missed it by mere seconds. If they'd hesitated just a fraction longer, all of them would have perished there. Locke rose from the vacant lot behind the gas station, brushing dust from his clothes, face grim. He hadn't expected such ruthless escalation. Artillery deployed without warning. All units, report status. Locke barked into his radio. One by one voices crackled back. Unit 1, unharmed. Unit 2, unharmed. Uniform torn. Unit 3, struck by debris. Minor injury. Unit 1 after another, all accounted for. The worst injuries were superficial scrapes from flying rubble, not even light wounds. Locke exhaled sharply, then turned to Jason. Jason pushed himself up, brushed off dust, eyes flickering with residual dread, then hardening into icy resolve. Fuck, that bastard actually fired it. He fixed his gaze on Kimura-Yu's hiding place, cold as glacial ice. All units, deploy heavy machine guns. Riddle the opposite position with fire. They'd withheld the heavy guns earlier, fearing excessive firepower. Now they realized their adversaries were far more brutal than anticipated. Restraint was no longer an option. The operative manning the heavy machine gun accepted the order with fierce exhilaration, shouldered the weapon, and opened fire directly toward Kimura-Yu's position. You Japanese scum, die. BRRRT. Nearby, the moment Kimura-Yu launched the rocket, he recoiled behind a concrete utility pole. Yet his movement lagged by half a beat. Jason's bullet struck his left shoulder, piercing flesh and erupting in a crimson mist. Kimura-Yu grunted low, slumping against the pole, temples pulsing, sweat drenching his back in an instant. Agony, searing bone deep. He clenched his teeth, refusing to cry out, afraid the sound would betray his exact location. Glancing down, he watched blood well from the wound, rapidly staining his uniform crimson. Pressing his right hand over the wound, his face paled to parchment. Captain, you've been hit. His deputy crawled forward, voice trembling. Silence. I'm not dead. Kimura-Yu's voice rasped, eyes locked, unblinking on the gas station. He waited for the rocket's impact. A second later, boom. Firelight flared skyward. A cruel smirk twisted Kimura-Yu's lips. Direct hit. Relief washed over him. His shoulders' torment momentarily eased. But the smile lasted barely 2 seconds, before a new sound tore through the air. BRRRT. The unmistakable thunder of a heavy machine gun. M2 HB. 50 caliber, identical to the one he'd brought. Kimura-Yu's pupils contracted violently. Damn it, do they have heavy machine guns too? He'd never imagined they possessed such ordnance. From his current cover, sustained heavy fire would shred him utterly. Then he would be. His thoughts curdled. A chill gripped his chest. Get me out of here, now, he hissed, just as the first round. BRRRT. The heavy machine gun's bullets swept in like a storm, hammering the concrete utility pole behind which Kimura-Yu crouched. 50 caliber rounds detonated with terrifying force. Concrete shrapnel exploded outward, the pole riddled with craters. One round grazed Kimura-Yu's scalp, blasting his cap clean off. He jerked back, heart pounding wildly. A few centimeters lower, and his skull would have been obliterated. Captain, their firepower is overwhelming. We can't break free. His deputy pressed flat to the ground, voice quavering. Kimura-Yu gritted his teeth, face ashen. Wounded. Rocket launched. But the enemy survived, armed now with heavy machine guns. Worse, they were pinned. The remaining 2 rockets couldn't be reloaded. This changed everything. Elsewhere, Jason stood beside the M2 HB, eyes blazing with lethal. Keep firing. Pour everything you've got. Wipe those Japanese vermin off the map. The operative squeezed the trigger. The heavy machine gun roared to life. BRRRT. Bullets lashed like flaming whips across enemy positions. A bus's fuel tank ruptured. Kaboom. A fireball erupted, lighting the night. Several operatives sheltering behind the vehicle were hurled airborne, limbs tumbling midair. One crouched in a ditch, riddled through the back, torn cleanly in two. Screams, explosions, gunfire fused into one deafening cacophony. Moments ago, these elite Japanese operatives had swaggered with rocket launcher arrogance. Now they lay broken, unable to raise their heads. Some feigned death, others trembled behind cover, while those who dared flee were instantly cut down. Damn it! Why do they have heavy machine guns? Who leaked our intel? Ah, my leg. Wah. No, I don't want to die here. Fear at last took root among the elite operatives. Their earlier arrogance had vanished utterly. All that remained was a single desperate urge, to escape this cursed ground. Kimura-Yu huddled behind the utility pole, face twisted with despair. 20 years in the field, and he'd never faced such adversaries' overwhelming firepower, lightning reflexes, unnerving precision. Most terrifying of all, their reaction speed. They'd evaded the rocket in the instant it launched, humanly impossible even for special forces. Was this some cinematic American captain? Kimura shook his head, banishing the absurd notion. He turned voice hoarse. Deputy, how many remain? Captain, of 400 perhaps only 100 are still mobile. His deputy's face was bloodless voice. Kimura closed his eyes, drew a slow, deep breath. 400 elite troops, dispatched from San Francisco to dominate Chicago. Yet they'd nearly been annihilated before even identifying their enemy. What do we do, Captain? His deputy whispered, voice cracking. Kimura opened his eyes, resolve burning cold and sharp. Break out. He would not let all 400 perish here. Even if only a handful escaped, it was enough. Enough to report back, to demand vengeance from headquarters. He'd considered calling for reinforcements, but found all signals jammed. All units, prepare to breach eastward, he murmured, voice low and taut. A narrow path lies there. I've scouted it. No ambushes. But that route. His deputy faltered. There is no but. Kimura snapped, eyes locking onto him. The deputy fell silent. Kimura inhaled deeply, suppressing the agony in his shoulder. From his jacket, he withdrew a smoke grenade. On my count, move east. Every man for himself. 1, 2, 3. He yanked the pin and slammed the grenade to the ground. Thick white smoke billowed, instantly swallowing visibility. The surviving operatives burst from cover, crouching low as they sprinted eastward. The moment Mu Chuanxiong pulled the smoke grenade lock, noticed it. Through the night vision scope, he saw the white smoke spreading as those little ones crouched behind cover and darted eastward. Trying to run. Locke chuckled coldly, picking up the radio. Everyone pay attention, the enemy is breaking through to the east, intercept them accurately, not a single one can escape. The radio echoed with the synchronized responses of the Death Warriors. Received. Jason also spotted Mu Chuanxiong preparing to flee. He hefted the M2HB heavy machine gun and shouted to the Death Warriors beside him. Let's go. Chase down those leading ones. The 12, 7mm heavy machine gun was something an ordinary person would tire out after a few steps. But Jason, with his triple physique, moved swiftly as if wielding a toy gun. 5 Death Warriors closely followed behind, their speed undiminished. On the small road to the east, Mu Chuanxiong gritted his teeth and ran forward. Blood from the wound on his left shoulder hadn't stopped, and each step he took made him break out in cold sweat. The vice-captain followed closely behind, his face pale, his voice shaky. Captain, they are catching up. Mu Chuanxiong glanced back and nearly cursed out loud. The figures in black combat gear were closing in at an astonishing speed, faster than the world champion sprinter. Having been in the game for 20 years, he had seen special forces, he had seen mercenaries, but he had never seen anyone run this fast. Baka, what kind of monsters are these? Mu Chuanxiong cursed inwardly, his pace quickening. His trusted subordinates were also running, desperately panting like bellows. A young one glanced back, just in time to see Jason charging with the heavy machine gun. His legs turned to jelly. Captain, that guy can run so fast while carrying a heavy machine gun. Mu Chuanxiong didn't answer because he couldn't explain it either. All he knew was that if they couldn't escape today, all 400 men would perish here. As for revenge, surviving came first. They had been running for less than half a minute. The distance between both sides was closing in. The Death Warriors' triple speed was vividly displayed at this moment, closing the gap step by step, like a leopard chasing an antelope. The last little one, unable to run anymore, collapsed to the ground. He tried to get up and run again, but a Death Warrior was already charging towards him. Don't kill me. The Death Warrior said, nothing, the gun barrel aimed at his head. I surrender. I can give you money. Bang. The gun fired. The young one's voice was abruptly cut off, his body slumping. The Death Warrior didn't even glance back, continuing to chase forward. The little ones running ahead heard the gunshot and ran even faster, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. After another 30 seconds, several more little ones were caught up. They were utterly despairing, kneeling directly and begging for mercy, their hands raised high, tears and snot flowing together. Please let me go. I have a wife and children at home. They'll do anything. Just don't kill me. The Death Warriors paid no heed to their pleas, firing directly. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, several gunshots rang out. Those kneeling little ones fell flat, no longer moving. They all went to meet their Amaterasu. The Death Warriors continued the pursuit. Up front, Mu Chuanxiong heard the alternating sounds of gunfire and pleas for mercy from behind, his heart gripped tightly. Out of the 400 elite he had brought, now less than 10 were still running alongside him. The rest had all fallen along. Captain, we can't escape. The vice-captain's voice trembled. Shut up. Mu Chuanxiong yelled. If you want to live, keep running. The vice-captain dared not speak anymore, gritting his teeth and running desperately. But after just a few steps, a voice came from behind. Mu Chuanxiong, do you still think you can escape? It was Jason. The voice grew closer, like the whispers of the Grim Reaper behind him. Mu Chuanxiong turned around to see Jason was now less than 20 meters away, the heavy machine gun aimed directly at him. His pupils contracted sharply, every drop of blood in his body froze. Die. Jason shouted, pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun roared 12. 7mm bullets surged like a fire dragon heading straight for Mu Chuanxiong. Instinctively, he dove to the side, trying to evade. But no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't outrun the bullets. One bullet struck his right leg, and the entire leg flew off. Blood and flesh were shattered and bone fragments scattered. Mu Chuanxiong screamed, crashing to the ground face down in the dirt. He turned over and looked down to see his right leg completely gone below the knee, blood gushing out like a fountain. The pain nearly made him faint, but the instinct to survive forced him to crawl forward desperately. With his hands and one left leg, he inched forward. The few trusted subordinates behind him were also not spared. The vice captain was hit in the back, his body snapping into the upper half, flying several meters away. Another trusted subordinate was hit in the chest, a large hole blown open, and he fell silent. In less than 5 seconds, no one was alive beside Mu Chuanxiong. Jason approached with the heavy machine gun, looking down at Mu Chuanxiong crawling on the ground. Mu Chuanxiong lifted his head, his face covered in blood and dirt, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. Who are you really? His voice was hoarse, each word spewing blood foam. Jason squatted down and patted his face. The one's here to take your life. You? Mu Chuanxiong wanted to say something, but blood choked his throat, leading to violent coughing. Jason stood up, aiming the heavy machine gun at Mu Chuanxiong's chest. Die. After saying that, he pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Mu Chuanxiong's body was torn apart completely. Only his head remained, eyes wide open, unable to close even in death. He probably couldn't comprehend until he died why 400 elite members were all wiped out without knowing who the enemy was. Jason put away the heavy machine gun and looked around. The ground was littered with the bodies of the little ones, with a few still gasping for breath. He picked up the radio. Locke, Mu Chuanxiong has been dealt with. The east has been cleared. Locke's voice came through the radio. Received. I'm almost done here too. Have the brothers clean up the battlefield. Understood. Jason turned to the death warriors behind him. Start the cleanup. Leave no one behind. Take all valuables and weapons with you. The death warriors spread out, beginning to search the battlefield. Each corpse received a finishing shot, and every wounded one was sent to meet Amaterasu. One person pretending to be dead on the ground was discovered and desperately begged for mercy, but still received a finishing shot. Another person hiding in the bushes, thinking they were well hidden, was kicked out by the death warrior, resulting in a direct headshot. Jason also returned to the area around the utility pole where Mu Chuanxiong had just been hiding, finally discovering a dropped rocket launcher on the ground. He bent down to pick it up, brushing off the dust on it. RPG-7 manufactured by Big Goose, with 2 rockets scattered nearby. Good stuff. Jason's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hefted the rocket launcher, testing its weight. This thing was definitely much more powerful than the heavy machine gun. In the future, if they encountered a tough opponent, a single rocket would send them to the skies. He handed the rocket launcher to the death warrior beside him. Take good care of this, show it to the boss later. The death warrior accepted it, a smile appearing on his face. The boss will definitely be pleased. Jason nodded and continued to meander across the battlefield. The death warriors searched meticulously, flipping every corpse and checking every vehicle. In the end, they totaled up to $130,000 in cash. Although it wasn't much, even mosquito legs were meat. Jason found Locke. Locke, everything has been cleared. Let's start arranging the scene. Locke nodded. All right. The death warriors quickened their pace, spreading white powder and stuffing the transaction records. Everything was arranged to resemble a gang shootout. Locke glanced at him. Done. Next, we need to go to the Yamamoto Group's Chicago branch to find Tanaka Ichiro. Understood. Jason nodded, shouldering the rocket launcher. Let's go report to the boss on the way, then it's time to give that old man a warm welcome. The death warriors quickly got into the vehicles, and the convoy started up, disappearing into the night. Only a ground full of corpses and evidence remained. As for their next target, it was Tanaka Ichiro from the Yamamoto Group in Chicago. On the way to the Chicago branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi, Locke picked up his phone and dialed Lin Chen's number. After 2 rings, it connected. Boss, the second and third batches are all set. On the other end of the line, Lin Chen's voice remained calm. What about the casualties? 0 casualties, the brother. Locke paused. The third batch had an unexpected gain. We seized a rocket launcher RPG-7, along with 2 rockets. There was a 2-second silence on the line. Then Lin Chen's slightly surprised voice came through. A rocket launcher. Even the little guys managed to get that. Are you alright? We're fine. We avoided it in advance. Locke chuckled. Now that thing belongs to us, and we have 2 shells as well. That's good. Keep it safe and bring it back as a strategic weapon, Lin Chen said, satisfaction in his tone. By the way, is everything else arranged? Everything is arranged. I guarantee perfection. What about Derek? I've already notified him. He should be alright. Lin Chen paused. Next, you will complete the last task of the night and wipe out the Chicago Yamaguchi-gumi. Locke's eyes shone. Boss, we're on our way. That's good. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet each word carried a murderous intent. Tonight, we will uproot the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch. Understood. After hanging up, Locke informed all the death warriors to speed up towards the Chicago Yamaguchi-gumi branch. Meanwhile, at the second battlefield scene, Derek's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw an encrypted message: the third batch is ready. Derek's mouth curled slightly as he tucked away his phone. Then he found a reasonable excuse to report to the frowning Deputy Chief Hanks. Hank's face darkened upon hearing, "Damn it, how can there be more? Who is targeting the Yamaguchi-gumi?" If the first and second were gang fights, this third case was no simple conflict. Now the third incident is a blatant targeting, a calculated and premeditated attack. Not only was the Yamaguchi-gumi plotted against, but the Chicago police were also caught in the crossfire. The key was that they couldn't find any evidence against those mysterious individuals and had to deal with it passively. Since no innocent civilians were harmed, and with the evidence at the scene, they could only classify the case as a gang. Yet Hanks felt frustrated. Being plotted against and led like this was genuinely unpleasant. Hanks took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He left 2 teams to handle the second scene, taking 3 other teams with Derek to the third scene. On the way, Hanks had doubted Derek. He had observed Derek closely. He didn't seem to be acting, or it might just be a coincidence. Shortly after Hanks' convoy arrived at the scene, he got out of the car at the back and saw the situation before him. How many people have died? Hanks' voice trembled. Chief, at least over 300 people. Derek's voice was low. Hanks took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Let's go in and take a look. Hanks gripped his gun tightly, cautiously moving forward. Derek followed behind, sweeping his flashlight across the ground. On either side lay bodies, some facing upward, eyes wide open, unable to close in death. Some were sprawled on the ground with a blood hole in their back, the blood already congealed and turned dark. Others were dismembered, severed hands and feet scattered around. The more Hanks walked, the more alarmed he became, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. He reached an abandoned gas station and shone his flashlight on the roof. Then he stopped. There was a large pit on the roof, at least 2 meters in diameter and more than half a meter deep, the edges charred with rebar and concrete blown outward. This is... Hanks frowned in astonishing thought, emerging, a shell crater. Derek's expression was grave. Chief, this isn't from a shell, it was caused by a rocket. A rocket? Hanks' tone changed. Yes, Derek pointed at the scorch marks on the edge of the pit. Look at these burn marks, and these fragments, they should be from the explosion of a rocket. Hanks surveyed the surroundings. Scattered around the crater were numerous shell casings of various calibers, including rifles and handguns. The walls were riddled with bullet holes. How long did this go on? Hanks murmured. With such terrifying firepower, even if their police department had come, they would likely have perished. Who did the Yamaguchi-gumi offend? 300 to 400 people armed with a rocket launcher were utterly helpless against their attackers. Most importantly, no one was left alive. This was undoubtedly the most severe gang conflict in America in decades. Hanks calmed himself and continued. Derek remained silent, continuing forward. After taking a few steps, he stopped and shone the flashlight on the ground. There lay a body, its head tilted to one side, half its body blown apart, leaving only the head intact. But Derek already knew who he was. He feigned excitement and surprise, turning back to shout, "Chief, come." Hanks approached. What's wrong? This person, I think I've seen him on the wanted poster. Hanks crouched down, shining the flashlight on the boater's face. After a few seconds, his expression changed completely. Mikumo, you. Yes, that's him. Derek nodded. An FBI 5-star wanted criminal with a reward of 5,000. Hanks took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. A 5-star global wanted criminal from the FBI, now dead at a gang firefight scene. If this gets reported, the entire Chicago Police Department will receive major credit. No matter how big tonight's events are, they will be overshadowed. Are you sure? It's him. Hanks' voice trembled with excitement. Absolutely. Derek pointed to the few unscathed fingers of the left hand. Look at the tattoo of a sun flag on his finger. It matches the description on the wanted poster perfectly. Hanks stared at the tattoo for several seconds, then stood up. He turned to the other officers, excitedly ordering, immediately secure the scene, set up a perimeter, and notify the forensic and evidence teams to come over. This body of Mikumo, you must be preserved separately, no mistakes are allowed. The officers finally reacted and began to take action. Hanks looked at the scene, relieved that he no longer had to worry about his position as deputy chief. He might even have the opportunity to get promoted because of this. He looked at Derek, finding him more and more agreeable. He secretly resolved to reward Derek handsomely this time. After returning, he would promote and raise his salary. As for who those mysterious individuals were, it no longer mattered. As long as they didn't harm innocent civilians, it was not a significant issue. He was initially worried that the mysterious individuals would harm ordinary citizens, causing a terror incident. But it seemed that they were only targeting the Yamaguchi-gumi, so he had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, at the Yamaguchi-gumi Chicago branch, Tanaka Ichiro sat on the sofa, a glass of whiskey. Before he glanced at his watch, it was 10:30 in the evening. According to plan, the first batch of reinforcements should have arrived, but now not a single shadow had been seen. Come in, Tanaka Ichiro called out. One of his subordinates entered. Mr. Tanaka, what can I do for you? Have you gotten in touch with the reinforcements? The subordinate shook his head, worry written on his face. Still can't reach them. None of the 3 batches can be contacted. Tanaka Ichiro's heart sank as a chill ran down his spine. Keep trying until you get through. Understood. The subordinate turned and left. Tanaka Ichiro stood up and walked to the window, gazing out at the night. Tianzhong Yilang couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, his restlessness palpable. Finally, unable to contain himself, he shouted towards the door, "Come in." His subordinate entered saying, "Mr. Tianzhong, call the San Francisco headquarters again and ask if the reinforcements have set out yet." His subordinate hesitated for a moment. "I just called. The headquarters said all 3 batches set out before 7 o'clock this evening." Tianzhong Yilang felt a chill in his heart. 3 batches have set out, yet none have arrived. This is no coincidence. All right, I understand. After his subordinate left, Tianzhong Yilang still felt uneasy. He took out an encrypted satellite phone, dialed a number, and waited. After a dozen seconds, the call connected. Tianzhong Yilang took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "This is Tianzhong Yilang. Do you have any special operations going on tonight?" A low voice responded from the other end. "There is indeed a major operation. We just received word that something big happened in the Southern District, a gang fight. Many people have died. Deputy Chief Hanks is personally leading the team, calling back many off-duty personnel to provide support. Many people died." Tianzhong Yilang's voice tightened. "Do you know who they were?" "It's still unclear. The scene is tightly sealed. But I heard. All the faces are of Asian descent." Tianzhong Yilang's heart skipped a beat. All Asian faces. Could it be the elite reinforcements? Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, "Is there any more detailed intelligence?" "That's all for now. By the way, almost all personnel from the police department are deployed tonight. Even patrol officers have been reassigned to support. You all better stay low." "Understood." Tianzhong Yilang hung up the phone, standing in place with a face darkened by worry. Asian faces, all personnel mobilized, sealing off the scene. These phrases strung together formed a chilling conclusion in his mind. 3 batches of reinforcements may have already encountered trouble, but the other side came fully armed. How could anything go wrong? Perhaps it was just another gang fight. With this thought, Tianzhong Yilang's anxious heart slightly eased. Yet he was still somewhat worried and immediately called his subordinate to order. "Pass down the order, gather everyone from the division, take out all the weapons, and enter a state of highest alert." His subordinate was taken aback. "Mr. Tianzhong, what happened?" "No more questions, hurry up." The subordinate. In less than 5 minutes, the Chicago branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi erupted into chaos. Over 100 members rushed out from dormitories, offices, and warehouses, some carrying handguns, others holding rifles, while some were hauling boxes of ammunition from the armory. The hall was in complete disarray. "What's going on? We were all asleep and got called up. Is someone attacking us? Could it be that the elite reinforcements have arrived and are about to take action?" Many were still confused about what they began to speculate. Tianzhong Yilang walked down from upstairs, scanned the chaos in the hall. His group leaders take a head count and guard all entrances separately. All windows on the first floor should be blocked with sandbags. Send people to maintain a high alert on the second floor and set up observation posts on the roof. Remember, no one is allowed to fire without my command. Understood. The group leaders responded in unison. The members began to get busy moving sandbags or setting up their guns quickly, although each face was marked with. They didn't even know what was happening. Those who thought they were going out for a mission were instead preparing for defense. Could it be that someone was coming to attack their Chicago branch? This was impossible. Even the largest Latin gang in the Southern District wouldn't dare to brazenly attack their Yamaguchi-gumi branch. Not even the biggest gang in America, the Mafia, would do that. "Do you think it could be those who eliminated the 20 gangs surrounding us before?" one member suddenly speculated. Immediately, others began to nod in agreement. If the Yamaguchi-gumi had any enemies they couldn't deal with in America, it would only be that mysterious group that recently emerged. It was precisely because of them that the Chicago Yamaguchi-gumi had to call in elite forces from other places to eliminate the opponent. If it really was that mysterious group coming to attack, could they fight back? Just one night, 20 small gangs were completely wiped out. That battle was definitely not to be underestimated. Many members felt anxious, worried, and no longer exhibited their former arrogance. Tianzhong Yilang stood in the center of the hall, watching his subordinates' discussions filled with worry. If something really happened to the 3 batches of elite reinforcements, 1,000 people, then his branch would be in danger. If the other side could eliminate that 1,000, wouldn't it be a matter of moments for them to eradicate his branch? He knew the combat abilities of his personnel all too well. Compared to those elites, they were far inferior. The more he thought, the more anxious Tianzhong Yilang felt. What kind of background did that Long Shield security company have? How could they find so many extraordinarily capable fighters? He had been in Chicago for over a decade and had never seen such a formidable opponent. "Mr. Tianzhong," a subordinate rushed over, "everything is set up outside." "How many people?" "There are 123 who can fight." Tianzhong Yilang nodded, his face still grim. 123 people should be enough to guard a branch. Yet he still felt uneasy. That feeling was like being prey targeted by a hunter, a discomfort spreading through him. He thought for a moment and turned to Mr. Tianzhong, where are you going? His subordinate inquired. "I'm going upstairs to take a look." In reality, he already had another plan in mind. Just in case they couldn't hold out, he needed to leave himself an escape route. Tianzhong Yilang returned to his office, took out 2 passports, a large sum of cash, and a car key from the safe. The passports held false identities, and the cash would last him for several years. He packed the items into a black backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and prepared to leave through the back door. At that moment, a sudden scream came from downstairs. "Not good, someone has surrounded us." Tianzhong Yilang's heart tightened as he rushed to the window and pulled back the curtain. The sight below sent his soul into a panic. Outside, shadowy figures had tightly encircled the entire. Outside, Luo Ku stood by the convoy, peering at the entire building through his night vision binoculars. Everyone in position. Jie Sun strode over, carrying the seized rocket launcher. Positioned. The rooftop observation post has been taken care of. Luo Ku nodded and picked up the walkie. "Listen up, everyone. All targets are inside the building. Not a single one must get away. Follow my orders." A crisp chorus of responses came through the walkie from the assassins. Luo Ku lowered his hand, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "Prepare." At that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang from inside the building. Bang! A bullet flew out through a second-floor window, striking the ground and spraying up a spray of dirt. Had they fired first? Jie Sun sneered. Luo Ku's gaze turned ice cold. If they're so eager to be reborn, we'll see them on their way. Everyone opened fire. At his command, 250 assassins pulled their triggers in unison. Rat-a-tat. Bullets poured out like a torrential downpour, slamming into the building's walls, windows, and doors. Shards of brick and stone flew in every direction. Glass exploded with a piercing din. The men inside were pinned down, unable to lift their heads. Damn! Why is their firepower so overwhelming? Bastards! Their aim is uncanny. We can't even raise our heads. No, we won't just wait to die. We must fight back. A litany of curses rose from within. They refused to be cowed. They wanted to resist. One man who craned his head out to fire had a bullet tear through his forehead. He pitched backward as blood sprayed the floor. Another crouched behind a sandbag. A round pierced the sack and struck his chest. He let out a muffled groan and fell silent. Some tried to break out through a side door. The moment it opened, a burst of gunfire swept them back. 3 collapsed across the doorframe, their bodies jamming the doorway closed. Seeing this, the others dared not show themselves. Fear finally took hold. They had never seen gang gunmen shoot with such deadly precision. It was the first time. One by one, they lay prone on the floor, too terrified to move. Upstairs, Tianzhong Yilang lay on the office floor of the second story, listening to the gunfire and the screams outside. His heart hammered so fiercely, he felt it choke him. He crept to the window and stole a glance outside. The men in black moved with astonishing speed in the night. Their marksmanship was preternaturally accurate, almost every shot finding its mark. Any of his men who showed even a sliver of their face was killed instantly, with no chance to retaliate. Baka, what kind of monsters are these? He gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone to call for help. The screen read no signal. He tried 3 more times, the same result. The signal had been jammed. Tianzhong Yilang hurled the phone to the floor, his face ashen. At last he understood. It was not that reinforcements had failed to arrive. Reinforcements had been wiped out along the way. From the outset, the attackers had no intention of leaving survivors. Outside, the gunfire continued, but thinned considerably. Fewer and fewer inside could return fire. The sporadic shots that were fired were directionless and never hit anyone. Even those sheltering behind cover were methodically closed in on and neutralized by the assassins. Elsewhere, Jie Sun stood beside Luo Ku with the rocket launcher slung over his shoulder, yawning in boredom. These guys are pathetic, aren't they? I wanted to try the rocket launcher. Luo Ku rolled his eyes at him. Spare me. This is an urban area. If you fire a rocket and draw the police down on us, we'll be in trouble. Jie Sun gave an embarrassed chuckle. I'm just saying. We'll use it another time. 10 minutes later. A voice crackled through the walkie from the assassins. Brother Luo Ku, the others are mostly dealt with. A group is holed up on the east side of the second floor. About 10 of them trapped in a room. Luo Ku took the walkie. Don't let them escape. Take them alive. Remember, capture Tianzhong Yilang. 5 minutes passed, and the gunfire ceased entirely. The Shankazu Jijiaj branch fell into a deathly silence. The air reeked of thick gunpowder and blood. Corpses lay strewn in every direction. Blood seeped through the cracks of the floor. The assassins began to clear the battlefield, finish off survivors, and pillage valuables. Jie Sun led a few men up to the second floor and kicked open the office door. Inside, Tianzhong Yilang huddled in a corner, his face as white as paper and his body shaking. He still gripped a handgun, its muzzle drooping toward the floor. He had no strength to lift it. Jie Sun walked over and looked down at him. Tianzhong Yilang. Tianzhong Yilang lifted his head, terror filling his eyes. You. Who are you? That is not important. Jie Sun crouched. What matters is that you are now our prisoner. What do you want? Well, ask you a few questions. Answer honestly. Perhaps you will suffer less. Tianzhong Yilang's lips trembled. What questions? Where is your branch's money? Tianzhong Yilang froze, then his eyes darted evasively. I don't know what your... Jie Sun sidestepped and gave a signal to the assassins behind him. An assassin stepped forward, seized Tianzhong Yilang by the hair, dragged him upright, and clamped a hand around his throat, pinning him against the wall. Tianzhong Yilong's feet left the floor, his face flushed crimson as he thrashed and clawed. He'll tell you. He'll tell you. Jie Sun waved his hand, the assassin released him, and he collapsed coughing violently. The accounts. There are $3,500,000 in the accounts, and $2 million in cash in the basement safe. A total of $5,500,000. Yes, that's all. Transfer. Tianzhong Yilong hesitated, but when he saw the coldness in Jie Sun's eyes, he nodded quickly. Jie Sun produced his phone, opened the banking app, and made Tianzhong Yilong execute the transfer. Within seconds, the $3,500,000 in the account had been moved to the account Jie Sun specified. Any other assets? Jie Sun asked. There are several properties and a warehouse, all in. Sign the transfer agreements. An assassin pulled several pre-prepared documents from his backpack and tossed them before Tianzhong Yilong. Tianzhong Yilong stared at the papers. The last ember of hope inside him died. They had even prepared transfer agreements. From the start, they had never meant to spare him. Trembling, he took the pen and signed his name on each document. After the last signature, he lifted his head, a pleading look in his eyes. Can you let me go? Jie Sun inspected the documents and nodded with satisfaction. You may go. Tianzhong Yilong sagged to the floor in relieved collapse. But then Jie Sun resumed his interrogation, pressing him for other secrets of the Shankou Zoo, the illicit trade in Gouda components, and that mysterious experiment. To save his life, Tianzhong Yilong revealed all he knew. Yet he only knew that headquarters had been collecting various Gouda components from special groups worldwide. He did not know the precise purpose. Jie Sun also seized some related evidence from him. Looking at the proof in his hand, he smiled at Tianzhong Yilong. Very good. For answering so obediently, well, let you die with a measure of satisfaction. Tianzhong Yilong instantly roared, Baka, didn't you say you'd spare me? Jie Sun ignored him, turned, and left the office, telling the assassin at the door, see him on his way. You. Tianzhong Yilong gaped, about to speak. Pop. A gunshot cracked. A bullet tore through his forehead, blood splattering the wall. His eyes bulged as his body slid down to rest against the corner of the wall, motionless. Jie Sun stepped out of the building. Luo leaned against the car door, smoking. Done. Jie Sun waved the documents in his hand. $5.5 million in cash plus several properties and a warehouse, a tidy profit. Luo smiled and dialed Lin Chen's number. Boss, the Shankou Zoo GGH branch. It's done. On the other end, Lin Chen sounded a touch surprised. That fast. Casualties. 0. A perfect operation. Excellent. Lin Chen paused, then said, pull the brothers back. From here we can consolidate and develop for a while. Luo hung up and looked to the assassins. Everyone load the spoils and get in the cars. We're going home. They climbed in swiftly. The convoy started and vanished into the night. Only a field of corpses remained. What Lin Chen did not yet realize was that by wiping out the Shankou Zoo branch, he had plunged every gang in GGH Southern District into paranoia. Each faction now feared for its survival. The once quiet Southern District of GGH began to heave with unseen currents. Farm manor. Lin Chen put down his phone, leaned back against the sofa, and let out a long breath. The Chicago branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi has been wiped out. He also obtained a significant amount of criminal evidence against the Yamaguchi-gumi. This evidence can be handed over to Calvin at the FBI. By then, Calvin might seize the opportunity for a promotion. Moreover, with those criminal evidences, Ivanka will surely find a way to suppress this matter or investigate it from other. Next, things should calm down for a while. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his mind busy calculating the next steps. The Yamaguchi-gumi's influence in Chicago has been uprooted, which will undoubtedly trigger a chain reaction. Those small gangs that were once suppressed by the Yamaguchi-gumi are likely to start showing their faces. Additionally, those forces that previously had cooperative relationships with the Yamaguchi-gumi will also realign themselves. But for now, it is not suitable for him to continue expanding. Let those gangs create chaos among themselves first. Then he will gradually take them down. For now, the priority remains making money. Lin Chen turned around, walked to his desk, and sat down, opening his laptop. On the screen was a document he had Jack organized titled Distribution of Forces in South Chicago. The Latin King's black gangs, several branches of the Italian mafia, and a few scattered small gangs. Each force's territory, number of members, and main sources of income are listed clearly. Lin Chen read line by line. The Latin Kings are the largest with the widest territory, mainly dealing in drugs and smuggling. The black gangs are dispersed, but numerous and not to be trifled with. Although the mafia's influence in Chicago is not what it once was, their foundation remains, and their network is complex. I still need to stabilize and develop for a while, waiting for the right moment to act. Lin Chen closed the document and leaned back in his chair. Although his death warriors are strong in combat, their numbers are too small, only 260. They can handle ambushes, but if they were to engage in a full-scale war with those big gangs, their numbers would be a bit lacking. Stabilizing is the most prudent approach, allowing for slow development. Once he increases the number of death warriors several times, he will be able to dominate the entire South District. Now he is just waiting for Locke and the others to return and tally tonight's harvest. Meanwhile, in South Chicago, the third scene unfolds. Hanks feels like he might be dreaming tonight, and it's the worst kind of nightmare. He stands beside an abandoned gas station watching the forensic team carry body after body out with only one thought in his mind: when the hell will this end? The first scene had 300 bodies. The second scene also had 300. Now the third scene has another 4. That totals 1,000 people. The number of gunshot deaths in all of Chicago in a year doesn't even match this. Chief, Derek walked over holding a notebook. We found another transaction record, and the amount is larger than the previous 2. Hanks took the notebook, glanced at it, then closed it, and handed it to the officer nearby. Keep it safe. His voice was calm, so calm that he felt something was off. Perhaps he was too shocked and had become numb. He had served in the police force for 23 years handling various major cases, but tonight's level of carnage was truly unprecedented. In one night, 3 large-scale massacre sites, over 1,000 corpses. If this got out, it would cause an uproar across America and even the entire world. Even in the Middle Eastern battlefields, such a number of deaths in one night would be unheard of. Just as Hanks was flooded with various thoughts, an officer ran over looking worse than if he had seen a ghost. Chief, it's bad. We just received a report that the Yamaguchi-gumi Chicago branch has been taken out. Hanks was stunned, thinking he must have heard wrong. What did you say? The Yamaguchi-gumi Chicago branch has been wiped out. The officer swallowed hard. Not a single one left, all dead. Hanks stood there feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. Derek beside him seemed to have anticipated this outcome and did not appear surprised. After a moment, Hanks reacted, took a deep breath, and said, "Let's go. Team 1, come with me to check it out." He turned and headed towards the police car, his steps feeling incredibly heavy. 20 minutes later, Hanks' convoy stopped in front of the Yamaguchi-gumi branch building in Chicago. He pushed open the car door and stepped out, his first sight being the ground littered with shards of glass and shell casings. Then he saw the walls riddled with bullet holes resembling a wasp's nest. The third sight was several bodies stuck at the entrance, their blood having drained, forming a dark puddle at the door. Hanks stood at the entrance, his throat dry. After so many years in the police force, he had seen murder scenes and gunfight sites, but he had never encountered such a scene. From the first floor to the second, from the windows to the walls, every surface was pockmarked with bullet holes. In some areas, the walls had been penetrated, exposing the bricks and steel bars inside. "Chief, should we go in and take a look?" Derek asked beside him. Hanks nodded and stepped inside, his feet crunching on the broken glass. The lobby on the first floor was strewn with bodies in disarray. Some leaned against the walls, some lay across tables, others collapsed at the foot of the stairs. The air was thick with the stench of blood mixed with gunpowder, enough to make one want to vomit. Hanks squatted down to examine a body. A bullet hole in the forehead, a single shot kill. He stood up and checked another body. 2 gunshots to the chest, precisely targeting the heart, frighteningly accurate. Another body with a bullet in the temple. The more Hanks looked, the more alarmed he became. The shooting patterns were identical to those at the previous 3 scenes. Fast, precise, ruthless, leaving no survivors. He stood up, surveyed the surroundings, and began to piece together everything that had happened tonight. From the first 3 crime scenes to this Yamaguchi-gumi branch in Chicago, all have been eradicated with not a single survivor left. This is not a gang rivalry, nor is it black and black violence. This is a premeditated, organized, and planned, targeted elimination. Someone aimed to uproot the Yamaguchi-gumi's entire influence in Chicago tonight. Hanks took a deep breath as a thought flashed through his mind. To simultaneously control the routes of 3 batches of reinforcements, to know the precise location of the branch, and to mobilize so many gunmen at once. The opposing party either has an insider in the Yamaguchi-gumi or has intercepted all intelligence in advance. Either way, it indicates one thing. The opposing party's power is far greater than he imagined. "Derek," Hanks suddenly spoke. "Yes. Recently, has anyone had a grudge against the Yamaguchi-gumi?" Derek thought for a moment and replied truthfully. "Some time ago, 20 small gangs on the periphery of the Yamaguchi-gumi were wiped out. It was likely the same group that did it. Going further back, it seems the Yamaguchi-gumi was hunting someone, but the specifics are unclear." Hanks nodded, his expression deepening. 20 small gangs were annihilated, then 3 batches of reinforcements were ambushed, and finally the branch was taken out. The timeline is clear and the logical chain is complete. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a well-planned operation. From the beginning, the opposing party has been systematically weakening the Yamaguchi-gumi's power before finally striking at the branch. Hanks stood in the center of the lobby looking at the bodies scattered on the ground, when suddenly a thought flashed across. If he follows this lead to investigate who has grudges against the Yamaguchi-gumi, finds out who benefited from the destruction of those 20 small gangs, and traces the source of the intelligence leaks for the 3 batches of reinforcements, perhaps he could uncover who the perpetrators are. But in the next moment he shuddered. What kind of people could carry out such acts, eliminating nearly 1,000 people in one night? If he truly investigates, even if he finds out, what then? Arrest them? With what? If the opposing party can wipe out the Yamaguchi-gumi, how could he, a mere deputy chief of the South District, be worth their attention? Hanks stood there suddenly overcome by a chilling sensation. This matter he absolutely cannot dig deeper. Otherwise both he and his family would be in danger. For such a small salary, why risk his life? He took a deep breath and began to issue orders. "Everyone listen up. Seal off the scene, collect evidence, and remove all the bodies. Tonight's incident will be classified as a large-scale gang conflict. Is that understood? The officers nodded in unison. Derek stood nearby, a slight smile creeping onto his lips, but it quickly returned to normal. Hanks walked back to the police car, opened the door, and sat inside. He leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath. As for tonight's events, this is where it ends. He will not investigate further, nor can he. After all, the dead are all gang members with no innocent civilians among the casualties. If the higher-ups inquire, he has transaction records, drugs, and on-site evidence. It all adds up. As for who that group is, what does it matter to him? He wants to live a few more years. As for whether the higher-ups want to investigate, that won't be a concern for their police department. What Hanks doesn't know is that all the gangs in the South District will soon start to descend into utter chaos. At 11:30 at night, the farm estate. The headlights pierced through the darkness as a convoy slowly entered the farm. Locke and Jason got out of one of the vehicles from the back. Jason still had the RPG-7 slung over his shoulder. Lin Chen was already standing at the villa's entrance, watching the convoy enter one after the other. Locke quickly walked over, saying, "Boss, everyone has returned safely with 0 casualties." "Very good." Lin Chen nodded, his gaze falling on the rocket launcher on Jason's shoulder. "Is this the big fella you—" "Yes." Jason grinned, taking the RPG-7 off his shoulder and patting it with excitement as he introduced, "Boss, take a look. This is the original Russian model." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Keep it safe. This will be our big weapon for the short term." "Okay, boss." Jason took the rocket launcher to store it properly. For now, against those gangs, the rocket launcher was already the most powerful weapon available. Even for him, it would be difficult to acquire one. If it weren't for this capture from the little days, it would be hard to know how long it would take to have one. Lin Chen turned to Locke, saying, "Locke, you and Jack need to detail tonight's haul." "All right, boss. I'm on it," Locke replied, and went to find Jack. Half an hour later. In the estate's living room. "Boss, we've finished calculating," Jack exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes brightened, filled with anticipation. "Tell me the details." "All right, let's start with cash." Jack cleared his throat. "A total of $11 million US. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then became excited. 11 million. He previously had total assets of 42. For million, and with this 11 million, he now had 53. For million US. If converted to RMB, it would exceed 300 million. He had only been in America for less than a month. His personal wealth had already exceeded 9 figures. Lin Chen took a deep breath, leaning back on the sofa. This didn't even include the properties and warehouses. If all were liquidated, it would easily surpass 60 million. The distance to the next upgrade goal of 100 million was getting shorter. Indeed, killing and arson lead to wealth. War is always the quickest means of accumulating wealth. As long as you are strong enough, wealth will naturally flow into your pocket. Lin Chen calmed his excitement and slowly spoke. "What other gains do we have?" "Boss, we also have weapons." Jack continued the report. 620 handguns, 480 rifles, 1 heavy machine gun, 1 RPG, and 2 rockets. About 500 bullets, enough for us to use for a while. Jason's eyes were filled with excitement. Now the brothers won't have to worry about weapons. Exactly. With this batch of weapons, even a small-scale war would be sufficient. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with this haul. He had previously worried about where to get so many guns for the 20 death warriors needed each day. Now there was no need to worry. For at least the next 2 months, weapon issues were no longer a concern. Before Lin Chen could ask further, Jack continued, "There are also those properties and warehouses which, after assessment, are valued at around 10 million. Lin Chen nodded, mentally reviewing this information. Total assets of 53. For million plus 10 million in real estate. He had taken a big step closer to his small target of 100 million. The most critical part was that tonight 1,000 elite members of the Little Days had been annihilated. The influence of the Yamaguchi group in America had been significantly reduced. Next, even if they wanted to seek revenge, they would have to weigh how much capital they still had. "All right, everyone worked hard tonight." Lin Chen stood up. "Let the brothers rest. We'll hold a celebration banquet tomorrow." Jason's eyes lit up. "Okay, boss." Meanwhile, in the south side of Chicago, at the Latin gang's stronghold, Sanchez was sitting on the sofa, and the ashtray in front of him was filled with cigarette butts. His eyelids had been twitching all night, and he felt something was about to happen, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Boss," a subordinate rushed in from outside, his face as pale as a ghost. Sanchez furrowed his brow. "What happened?" "The Yamaguchi group. The Chicago branch of the Yamaguchi group has been—" "What did you say?" Sanchez's cigarette fell to the ground as he froze for 2 seconds before suddenly standing up. "The branch building has been wiped out, not a single one left." The subordinate's voice trembled. Sanchez stood there, feeling a buzzing in his head. The entire Yamaguchi group branch was dead. "Is the information accurate?" Sanchez's voice tightened. "Accurate. Our people have already been to the scene." The subordinate swallowed hard. "It's all corpses, like a slaughterhouse." Sanchez slowly sat back, down, his mind racing. He had been in the South Side for 20 years and had never seen such a level of execution. In one night, a branch was wiped out completely. This was no ordinary gang's doing. Even if the Latin gang came out in full force, it wouldn't be possible to do it, so have we found out who did it? Sanchez asked. The subordinate shook his head. No survivors, no clues left. But what? But we previously found out that the Yamaguchi group has only had conflicts with one force recently. The subordinate lowered his voice. It's that Lin Chen company. Sanchez's pupils constricted. Lin Chen company. The company that recruited homeless people. The one that severely injured 20 of his subordinates. Are you sure? Not certain, but the possibility is very high, the subordinate analyzed. Lin Chen company and Long Shield Security are from the same group, and you've seen their combat capabilities. 10 of them can take down our 20 without a single casualty. Moreover, they had previously cut off 20 small gangs under the Yamaguchi group, making them the group with the greatest hatred towards the Yamaguchi group. Sanchez remained silent for a long time. If it was indeed Lin Chen company, then the terror of this force had exceeded his imagination. To be able to precisely eliminate the Yamaguchi group's branch without leaving a single survivor required not only brute force, but also intelligence capabilities, organizational skills, and planning abilities. If he were to learn that the other 1,000 reinforcements from the Yamaguchi group had been wiped out, he would likely be shocked to the point of losing his mind. Boss, what should we do? The subordinate asked. Sanchez stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the night. He thought for a long time before finally speaking. We can only report up and suggest that the headquarters contact other gangs for a meeting. A meeting? Yes, Sanchez turned around, his expression serious. This Lin Chen company is more dangerous than the Yamaguchi group. If it was indeed them, then the next target could very well be us. The subordinate's expression changed. That can't be. Sanchez's voice turned cold. If the Yamaguchi group's branch can be uprooted in one night. We the Latin gang may have many members, but in a real fight, how much stronger can we be than the Yamaguchi group? The subordinate fell silent. Sanchez took a deep breath. Therefore, we must make the headquarters take this seriously. He then reported this information to his boss. After Sanchez's persuasion, the Latin gang's headquarters recognized the seriousness of the situation. They then contacted other gangs in the south side of Chicago, preparing to hold a joint meeting in the near future. They would also invite Lin Chen company to participate. Other gangs also received news about the Yamaguchi group's branch being wiped out and understood the severity of the situation, agreeing to the meeting. At the same time, they also prepared in secret for a potential outbreak of conflict. In America, Los Angeles, the North American headquarters of the Yamaguchi Gumi. At 3 a.m, the entire building is still brightly lit. The leader Yamamoto Rokuro sits in his top-floor office, the ashtray before him overflowing with cigarette butts. His phone has not stopped ringing since 10 o'clock that evening. First, the Chicago branch was unreachable. Then, all 3 batches of reinforcements he dispatched went dark. Finally, news came from an insider at the Chicago Police Department. The Chicago branch has been wiped out. Moreover, the 1,000 reinforcements are also gone. Yamamoto Rokuro lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag, letting the smoke swirl in his lungs before slowly exhaling. His eyes were bloodshot and his expression was dark enough to drip water. Boss, the secretary entered, her voice trembling. The latest news from Chicago indicates that the police have classified it as a gang-related shootout. A gang-related shootout. Yamamoto Rokuro crushed the cigarette, but into the ashtray. Baka, over 1,000 people have been wiped out, and you tell me this is a shootout. The secretary dared not speak further. Yamamoto Rokuro stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside was the dazzling night view of Los Angeles, but he felt no desire to appreciate it. The Yamaguchi Gumi had operated in America for decades, establishing their territory from the west coast to the east coast and from south to north. Now their influence in Chicago has been uprooted. This is not merely a loss of territory, it is a blatant slap in the face. Have we found out who did this? The secretary shook her head. The police have yet to determine that. However, the only company that had a grudge against the Chicago branch was that Long Shield Security company. Yamamoto Rokuro turned around, his gaze cold. Have we investigated the background of that company? We did, but there is very little information. The secretary flipped through the folder. The legal representative is an American named Jason, and there may be others involved. Is there any news about the people behind it? Yamamoto Rokuro frowned deeply. The secretary patiently responded. We have no leads, not a shred of information. However, those people from Long Shield Company possess terrifying combat capabilities comparable to elite special forces. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Rokuro fell silent. A suddenly rising force was able to eliminate all of the Yamaguchi Gumi's influence in Chicago. This is definitely abnormal, and likely a conspiracy specifically targeting their organization. Send out orders. Yamamoto Rokuro's voice was icy. Instruct the 3 major branches in New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco to implement defensive measures and simultaneously send people to Chicago to investigate the enemy's background, then formulate a plan for revenge. Without my command, do not act rashly. The secretary was taken aback. Boss, are we not going to take direct action? What action? Yamamoto Rokuro shot him a glare. You haven't even gathered information on your opponent's background. What do you plan to fight with? Over 1,000 people are gone, and you want to send another 1,000. The secretary dared not make a sound. Yamamoto Rokuro turned back to the window, his mood exceptionally heavy. He had spent 30 years climbing from a small thug to the North American head, relying not on brute force, but on intellect. This Long Shield company, which rose to power in just half a month, is certainly no ordinary entity. It must be investigated whether they have other forces backing them. If they are acting alone, there is still a chance. If there are shadows of the CIA or FBI behind them, then it will be troublesome. Also have our insider in Chicago find a way to obtain the police investigation report. Yamamoto Rokuro added, I want to know all the details of the scene. Understood. The secretary turned to leave. Yamamoto Rokuro sat back down, staring at a photo of the Yasukuni shrine on his desk. The photo depicted various offerings and spirit plaques. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. This grudge must be avenged, but not now. The next day, Chicago FBI headquarters. Calvin held a thick dossier in his hand. This was delivered by Jason's men last night, claiming it contained criminal evidence against the Yamaguchi-gumi provided by an anonymous concerned citizen. He opened the dossier and flipped through it. Transaction records, financial flows, recorded calls, human organ transport routes. The details were shocking. Even the Yamaguchi-gumi's several secret trading locations in Chicago were marked clearly. Calvin's eyes were filled with excitement. He knew this was a credit to his boss. As long as he submitted this information, his contribution would be undeniable. Thinking of this, Calvin took the documents and headed directly to Ivanka. On the other side, Ivanka's office. She was sitting at her desk looking at the information on last night's Southern District cases on her computer screen. Her expression was complex, shock, excitement, and a hint of indescribable emotion. The moment she saw this news, she thought of Lin Chen, because Lin Chen had warned her yesterday that something significant might happen that night. She never expected Lin Chen to be so ruthless, directly eliminating the 1,000 reinforcements of the Yamaguchi-gumi and wiping out the Chicago branch. This was not just a significant event, it was a complete upheaval of Chicago. Over 1,000 lives lost in total. It was undoubtedly the deadliest gang shootout since the founding of the United States. Lin Chen, how many secrets are you still hiding? Ivanka thought to herself. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Ivanka composed herself and said, come in. The door opened. Calvin entered holding a document bag. Captain, I have some evidence. Ivanka looked up at the document bag in his hands. Did your boss Lin Chen send you with this? Calvin was momentarily stunned, but recalling that he was placed here by Ivanka, he understood the nature of Ivanka's relationship with his boss, and replied candidly, exactly. Inside is the criminal evidence against the Yamaguchi-gumi in Chicago. It's all here. Ivanka took it and began to review each piece carefully. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. If all this evidence were true, then even if the Yamaguchi-gumi were wiped out 100 times, it would not be enough. It could even unravel their entire criminal network on the West Coast. Your boss really knows how to surprise people, Ivanka said, putting down the dossier and leaning back in her chair. After 1,000 people were wiped out last night, she thought the situation would escalate. Now it seems with this flawless chain of evidence, even if someone wanted to investigate, they would find no issues. And all of this was orchestrated by that man. This shows just how terrifying that man is. Ivanka composed herself and looked at Calvin, saying, I will help you submit this material. Your credit will not be overlooked. Calvin did not seem surprised, simply responding, thank you. Ivanka smiled, but you must be mentally prepared. This contribution is significant and may get you transferred to another department. Calvin nodded. As long as I can get promoted, I'm fine with any department. His initial goal in joining the FBI was to climb up. The higher the position, the better. That way he could be of greater help to his boss. Ivanka nodded, signaling that he could leave. Calvin turned to leave, and just as he reached the door, Ivanka suddenly spoke. By the way, please thank your boss for me. Calvin turned back. Will do. The door closed. Ivanka leaned back in her chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. She recalled the first time she met Lin Chen when he had just started to emerge. And now, in less than half a month, he had wiped out 1,000 elite members of the Yamaguchi-gumi and taken down their Chicago branch, establishing a foothold in the Southern District. This speed was many times faster than she had anticipated. At this rate, he will soon meet my requirements. Ivanka murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in her eyes. She picked up the evidence on the desk and exited the office to report to her superior. This time Calvin would definitely be promoted, and her partnership with Lin Chen was just beginning. FBI Chicago Division, the team leader's office. Ivanka stood at the door, took a deep breath, and knocked. She pushed the door open, and team leader Anderson was sitting behind his desk, a pile of cigarette butts filling the ashtray in front of him. The air in the office was so murky it made one want to cough. His condition was caused by the case involving the Yamaguchi-gumi from last night. Team leader, I have important information to report, Ivanka said as she walked over and placed a thick stack of files on the desk. Anderson looked up, his eyes bloodshot. He had hardly slept last night. With such a major incident in the South District, he, as the team leader of the FBI Chicago Division, was under immense pressure. Several calls had already come in from above inquiring about the situation, and he was frantically dealing with them, not even having time to drink water. What happened again? Anderson glanced at the file bag and asked patiently. If it were anyone else, he would have already begun to curse. But with her in front of him, he dared not and could not. Team leader, this is a substantial amount of criminal evidence from the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch. Ivanka opened the file bag, laying out document after document on the table: transaction records, financial flows, human organ transportation routes, and secret transaction point locations. All of it is here. Anderson was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up as he picked up a document to read. The content on the first page left him completely dumbfounded. It was a detailed record of human organ trafficking, clearly stating the time, location, amount of the transaction, and even the buyer's information. He continued flipping through. The second document was a financial flow report detailing the illegal income of the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch over the past 3 years, with every transaction meticulously recorded. The third document was a drug trafficking record with quantities that were alarming. The fourth, fifth, sixth. The more Anderson read, the more horrified he became, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Having served as an FBI team leader for so many years and dealt with numerous major cases, this was the first time he had seen such detailed and comprehensive criminal evidence. Where did this come from? Anderson looked up, his eyes filled with shock. It was provided by the new recruit, Calvin, Ivanka replied calmly. He said someone submitted it to him anonymously. Calvin, that new intelligence analyst. Anderson was a bit surprised. Ivanka nodded. Yes, that's good. Calvin has done a great job this time. The case against the Yamaguchi-gumi will be much easier to handle now. Anderson looked relieved. With such a major incident in the South District and so many deaths, there would surely be accountability from above. He was worried about how to explain it. Now this evidence was like a timely rain. The Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch had committed so many heinous acts: human organ trafficking, drug smuggling, Each act was a serious crime. With this evidence, he could directly classify last night's incident as an internal gang conflict, shifting all attention to the criminal activities of the Yamaguchi-gumi. As for who eliminated the Yamaguchi-gumi's branch, it didn't matter. After all, those who died were all gang members with no innocent civilians harmed. What was required from above was an explanation, and he had just that. Ivanka, Anderson turned around. Here. Have you confirmed the authenticity of this evidence? I have confirmed it. Ivanka nodded. Anderson had no doubts. With Ivanka's capabilities, she would never lie. He took a deep breath and returned to sit behind his desk. He organized the documents one by one and placed them in the center of the table. The credit for this time goes to Calvin, who should be awarded first-class merit once reported to the Bureau and promoted directly. Anderson looked at Ivanka. You also contributed, so make sure to report that as well. Ivanka smiled. Calvin indeed deserves the first-class merit. As for my contribution, it's not important. Anderson nodded thoughtfully. Having worked in the FBI for so many years, he certainly understood the subtleties involved. That guy Calvin must have someone backing him. But such matters are best left unsaid. As long as the evidence is true and the people can be utilized, it doesn't matter who is behind it. You and Calvin will be responsible for this matter moving forward. If you need personnel, just let me know. I only want results. Anderson instructed earnestly. Ivanka's eyes lit up and she quickly agreed. All right, team leader. We will definitely complete the task beautifully. This was just another opportunity for Calvin to gain merit, right? Next, it would be interesting to see how high Calvin could rise. After Ivanka left, she called Calvin and other members to investigate the other organizations linked to the evidence of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Meanwhile, on a farm estate, Lin Chen looked at the system interface. Daily soldier refresh successful. Today's new soldiers 20. Special talent notification. This refresh includes 5 special profession soldiers, cooking experts, proficient in various international cuisines, especially skilled in Chinese cuisine. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then suddenly sat up straight. A chef, one who was proficient in various cuisines. He stared at the screen for several seconds, confirming he wasn't mistaken. Then he became so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Having been in America for a while, what had he been eating ever? KFC, McDonald's, Burger King, occasionally eating pizza was considered an upgrade. At first it was fresh, but after a while it made him want to vomit. Now just the sight of a hamburger made him want to throw it in the trash. But now it was finally good. He had chefs, and 5 of them at once. Lin Chen took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and continued to look further. The system interface displayed detailed information about the 20 soldiers. 5 chefs, each labeled with their specialties in various cuisines. Lin Chen was almost drooling. Sichuan cuisines, spicy fish, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork. Cantonese cuisines, white-cut chicken, roast suckling pig, pineapple sweet and sour pork, taro pork. Shandong cuisines, braised sea cucumber, 9-turn intestines, sweet and sour carp. Huayang cuisines, steamed crab meat, lion's head, braised, dried tofu, squirrel fish. And Western dishes like steak, pasta, foie gras. He mentally went through these dishes, and his stomach immediately grew. No way, we have to arrange this today. Lin Chen looked eager. But soon another idea popped into his mind. With 5 chefs, he definitely couldn't use them all by himself. He could keep one specifically for his meals, while the other 4 could be sent out to open restaurants. There are many Chinese restaurants in America, but few that are authentic. Most have been modified to suit American tastes, sweetened to the point of being odd. And they are expensive. If he opened an authentic Chinese restaurant focusing on regional specialties, it would definitely become popular. The key is that he has the ability to source raw materials at a low cost. Moreover, the culinary skills of the soldier chefs produced by the system are guaranteed to be top-notch. He need not worry about customers. Once the first restaurant establishes a foothold, he could slowly open branches to create a chain. This would create a stable source of income. Robbing the gang's wealth is always a one-time deal. In the future, as soldiers increase, there must be a stable source of income. Not only could he arrange work for the soldiers, but it would also solve their meal problems and provide him with a steady stream of income. It was simply a win-win situation. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He directly called Rock to discuss. "Boss, are you thinking about?" Rock's tone was filled with anticipation. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at him and explained, "Stop thinking about fighting and killing all the time. We are law-abiding citizens." Upon hearing this, Rock's face darkened and he muttered to himself, "Law-abiding. Does the boss misunderstand this phrase?" Lin Chen ignored Rock's reaction and continued to express his ideas. Upon hearing this, Rock's eyes lit up and he quickly regained his professionalism. "Boss, this idea is brilliant. Currently, there isn't a good sit-down chain restaurant in America. If it can be sustained, it would definitely reach a valuation in the billions." Lin Chen nodded. "Then you plan a complete proposal and let Jason cooperate. I guarantee the task will be Rock nodded vigorously, then changed his tone to one of pleading. "Boss, can we let those 5 brothers show off their skills today? We're sick of hamburgers." Lin Chen smiled. "Sure. We were going to celebrate for last night anyway. Let's have the new brothers showcase their talents." "Thank you, boss. I'm going to arrange this right now," Rock said excitedly as he stood up. "Go ahead." Lin Chen waved his hand. After Rock left, Lin Chen began to plan the restaurant. The location for the first store is very important. It must be in the most bustling area of the South District. The decor should be in Chinese style with redwood furniture, lanterns, and screens showcasing Eastern characteristics. The pricing of the dishes should not be too high, aiming for a mid-range market. Waitstaff can be sourced from well-trained employees of the Longting Company, while the chefs will initially be the soldiers. Once the business stabilizes, he can slowly train new chefs and open branches. With the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch eliminated, those gang members should be restless now. But he wouldn't allow himself to get involved. He needed to develop steadily. Once the number of soldiers increased, the South District would be his domain. Unfortunately, Jason soon brought him an unexpected steadily. One noon, Lin Chen entered the cafeteria and his eyes immediately sparkled. The dining table was filled with dishes. Poached fish simmered in a fiery red broth with peppercorns floating on the surface, and the fish slices were tender and white. Mapo tofu, rich in sauce with minced meat sprinkled throughout, exuded an enticing aroma. Twice-cooked pork garnished with vibrant green garlic shoots showcased slightly curled slices of meat glistening with oil. There was also a pot of clear stewed crab and meatballs, the broth crystal clear with large meatballs that made one's mouth water just by looking at them. 5 chefs stood nearby, dressed in white chef uniforms and tall hats, their expressions serious, as if attending a state banquet. "Boss, lunch is ready," one of them spoke. Lin Chen glanced at the table full of dishes and felt a wave of nostalgia. He sat down and picked up a slice of poached fish, placing it in his mouth. The fish was smooth and tender, and the spicy flavor burst in his mouth, almost bringing tears to his eyes. Not because of the spiciness, but out of emotion. After being in America for so long, he finally tasted authentic Chinese cuisine. Lin Chen devoured 3 bowls of rice in one go, mixing the poached fish broth with the rice, sweating profusely as he ate. So satisfying. He put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his belly with a look of contentment. This was truly living. What kind of miserable days had he endured in the previous half-month? Burgers, pizzas, fried chicken. He nearly doubted life itself. Just as Lin Chen was about to say something, footsteps came from outside. Jason hurriedly walked in with a somewhat strange expression. "Boss, there's trouble." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Has the Yamaguchi-gumi come for revenge?" "No," Jason replied with a puzzled look. "The Latin gang has invited me to attend a gang alliance meeting in South Chicago in 3 days." Lin Chen froze for a moment. "They invited you to the South Chicago gang alliance meeting? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong?" "No. I confirmed it repeatedly," Jason explained. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. South Chicago gang alliance meeting. In essence, it meant that the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch had been wiped out, raising concerns among them. Meanwhile, the territory of the Yamaguchi-gumi had also become vacant, prompting other gangs to try to carve out a piece of the pie. Perhaps those gangs had uncovered something, so they wanted to pull Jason in to gauge the situation. "What about Locke?" Lin Chen asked. "I've already notified him. He will be here soon." Jason sat down and poured himself a glass of water. "Boss, what do you think these people are plotting?" "A Hongmen banquet," Lin Chen chuckled. "They want to see what we are made of and test our stance at the same time." "So are we going?" Jason scratched his head. "Of course, why not?" Lin Chen smiled slightly. "How else can we see how these gangs feel about us?" Just then Locke pushed the door open and walked in. He had clearly heard the news and immediately said, "Boss, I just finished analyzing the situation of the gangs in the South District." "Let's hear it," Lin Chen replied. Locke began to explain. The South District Gang Alliance superficially consists of several gangs, but in reality only 3 hold true power. The Latin gang, with the largest number of members and the widest territory, primarily deals in drugs and smuggling, boasting over 50,000 members. The Black Gang, officially known as the South District Kings Gang, has fewer members than the Latin Gang, but still numbers over 30,000 with strong cohesion. The Italian Mafia's Chicago branch, while its influence has waned in recent years, still possesses deep roots and a complex web of relationships. Locke paused briefly before continuing. The other smaller gangs are basically vassals of these three powers. Their meetings are merely a formality. After listening, Lin Chen nodded. So this meeting is primarily about these three fighting for territory. Yes, Locke collected his papers. The territory of the Yamaguchi-gumi is substantial, and although we have quietly taken control of it, all three want a peace, but they are also afraid that fighting will benefit others. Lin Chen laughed. So they want to probe if we will seize territory. It's possible. Locke's expression grew serious. Boss, I believe this meeting carries significant risks. If they decide to join forces against us, it could be troublesome. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. They want. Why not? Because they don't get along with each other. Lin Chen sat back down on the sofa. The Latin gang, the Black Gang, and the Mafia have always looked down on one another. In the past, they were able to maintain a semblance of peace under the Yamaguchi-gumi's pressure. Now that the Yamaguchi-gumi is gone, they all want to be the boss themselves. Inviting us is merely a way to gauge where we stand. Locke nodded thoughtfully. So what you mean is we won't help anyone, but just go to watch the show. Watch the show. Lin Chen squinted. That's a narrow perspective. He stood up and walked to the wall where a map of the South District was hanging. The territory of the Yamaguchi-gumi was originally ours. Whoever tries to take it is our enemy. Locke and Jason both froze in surprise. So Lin Chen turned around with a smirk. They're all our enemies. Enemies? Jason's eyes lit up, suddenly excited. Boss, do you mean we should go to war with them? Locke's eyes brightened. When do we start, boss? Lin Chen looked at their reactions, feeling a bit speechless. How did they all turn into warmongers? He shook his head helplessly. We won't go to war for now, but this is an opportunity to gauge their attitudes and bottom lines. Not going to war. What a pity. Jason sounded a bit disappointed. Who will attend their meeting then? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Jason, you go and take 10 dead soldiers with you. Whatever they ask, just say we are a legitimate business and don't want to get involved in gang matters. He added, but the territory of the Yamaguchi-gumi has already been acquired by us. It all belongs to us, and no one else can touch it. Jason took a deep breath. Understood. And Lin Chen added, have all the dead soldiers prepare. If anything goes wrong on Jason's side, they should provide immediate support. Locke nodded earnestly. I'll arrange it right away. The two turned and left to prepare. Lin Chen watched them leave, knowing that his desire for quiet development seemed impossible now. Those gangs daring to covet the Yamaguchi-gumi's territory would definitely not back down easily. When the time comes, conflicts are bound to erupt. Therefore, he must not allow the two sides to unite. The Mafia had previously approached Jason for collaboration. Perhaps this time, it could be utilized again. Everything would depend on the outcome of Jason's meeting. Now he had 280 dead soldiers, and in 3 days there would be another 60. If it came to a real fight, he wasn't worried about losing. With 3 times the physical quality, as long as the opponents didn't come at him with thousands or tens of thousands at once, the dead soldiers could handle it easily. Even if the other side wanted to gather that many people, the Chicago government wouldn't allow it. So as long as he didn't provoke the American military, he could walk freely in America. Next, it would depend on the attitudes of those gangs to determine how long they could survive. The incident in the south side of Chicago where thousands have died has ultimately spread widely across the internet. This topic, mass gang shootout in Chicago's South Side death toll over 1,000, has skyrocketed to the top of the trending searches in the entire United States. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Everywhere is flooded with posts. There are even on-site photos, albeit pixelated. Yet the outlines of the numerous corpses are still enough to send chills down one's spine. The comments section has erupted. Oh my god, over 1,000 people. Is this a war? Damn. When did Chicago become Gotham City? Where's Batman? Where's Captain America? Someone save us. I was staying near the Yamaguchi-gumi branch in Chicago's South Side last night and heard terrifying gunfire. I never expected it to be this serious. Indeed, this is the free America. Gunfights happen every day, right? Panic spread like a plague. Discussions online became increasingly heated. Someone started a topic on Twitter. How much longer can we survive? Within just 2 hours, the view count surpassed 30 million. The comments below were increasingly despairing. At this rate, I don't think he'll survive this year. Isn't the housing market in Chicago going to collapse? Who would dare to live here anymore? Brothers, I'm already looking at houses in other cities. I can't stay in this place any longer. Many lower-class citizens could no longer endure and rushed to leave messages on the Chicago city government's official website. The comment section was refreshing almost every minute. Where's the mayor? Come out and say something. Are you even doing anything? The gangs are brazenly killing over 1,000 people. Is the next step to seize the city hall? Am I paying taxes to support this bunch of useless people? Is the police department just for show? Either give us safety or refund our taxes so we can buy guns to protect ourselves. Some even directly tagged the official White House account. Mr. President, did you know Chicago is about to declare independence? The pressure was mounting on the Chicago city government like a mountain. The phone in the mayor's office had been ringing since 6 in the morning, all media and angry citizens calling in. Mayor Roberts sat in his office staring at the endless news alerts on his tablet. Each headline was shocking. His face turned pale as he picked up the phone and dialed the police department's number. Hanks, explain to me what the hell is going on. On the other end, Hank's voice was weary and helpless. Mr. Mayor, we have classified it as a gang shootout. The evidence chain is complete, and there have been no civilian casualties. I don't care about that. Roberts interrupted him. The public is furious. How am I supposed to explain this? Over 1,000 people died in Chicago's South Side. How am I supposed to explain this to the citizens? How do I account to the governor? How do I explain this to the White House? Hanks was silent for a few seconds. Mr. Mayor, we are doing our best to handle it. Doing our best. Roberts' voice rose. What I need now is results, not efforts. Take a deep breath. He struggled to calm himself down. You can't handle this, can you? Then call the FBI and have them tell them that someone must take the blame for this. We have ample evidence of the Yamaguchi-gumi's crimes. Get it all. Let those reporters pursue the Yamaguchi-gumi, or don't let them focus on us. Hanks instantly understood this was a diversion tactic. As for who the perpetrators were, it didn't matter at all. This suited him just fine. As long as they didn't investigate that terrifying, mysterious figure, everything would be all right. Understood. I'll contact FBI Chicago's Director Anderson right away. An hour later, the Chicago Police Department and the FBI held a joint press conference. The venue was packed with reporters, all cameras aimed at the podium. Hank stood on stage, his serious expression marred by dark circles under his eyes. He cleared his throat and began to speak. The incident that occurred in the South Side last night, after investigation, is a large-scale conflict between gangs. We have confirmed that no innocent citizens were harmed. The reporters in the audience stirred. A reporter raised his hand to ask Director Hanks, over 1,000 deaths, and you say no innocent civilians were hurt. Is that reasonable? Hanks glanced at him. All the deceased were organized gang members. We have already compiled specific evidence. He gestured to Derek beside him. Derek turned on the projector and scanned documents appeared on the screen. Transaction records, financial flows, human organ transport routes, drug trafficking accounts. Each document bore the Yamaguchi-gumi's insignia. The venue was in an uproar. Reporters frantically clicked their cameras, the flashes nearly blinding Hanks. He continued, these are the criminal evidences we found at the scene, all pointing to the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch. They are involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, and organ smuggling, among other heinous crimes. This shootout was a dispute over interest between the Yamaguchi-gumi and other gangs. Our police department and the FBI will continue to investigate and completely eradicate these criminal forces. The content of the press conference was being broadcast live online. Instantly, public opinion shifted. The netizens who had just been criticizing the government now flocked to denounce the Yamaguchi-gumi. Oh my God, human organ trafficking. These guys are too twisted. I used to think the Yamaguchi-gumi only collected protection fees. I never imagined they were this deranged. Strict investigation. They must all be arrested. The Yamaguchi-gumi in Chicago. There are also some in Los Angeles. I suggest the FBI take them all down. Some even went to the official account of the Japanese consulate in America to complain. Damn, are your people involved in organ trafficking in our America? Give us an explanation. What is your consulate doing? Aren't you going to take care of your people? An apology. You must apologize. This is a crime against American citizens. Some excited netizens even took to the streets holding signs to protest at the consulate's entrance. The signs read, Japanese get out of America, and severe punishment for the Yamaguchi-gumi. Some ordinary Japanese Americans were inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Yamada, a Japanese exchange student studying in Chicago, walked around campus being pointed at. Look, that's a Jap. Their people are really ruthless. They can even engage in organ trafficking. Yamada's face turned crimson. He wanted to explain that he had nothing to do with the Yamaguchi-gumi, but didn't know what to say. He could only lower his head and walk away quickly, surrounded by whispers. Nakamura, an older Japanese man working in a supermarket, was recognized by a customer. A white elderly lady directly pushed her shopping cart in front of him. You people are too terrifying. I want to find your manager. I don't want you to check me out. Nakamura opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing and silently turned to walk into the break room. He sat on a chair staring blankly at the ceiling. Having lived in America for 20 years, he had never felt this repressed. The entire Japanese community in America had become the target of everyone's scorn. Meanwhile, at a farm estate, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, legs crossed, scrolling through news on his phone. Looking at the comments online, he was somewhat surprised. Such an incident actually spread across the internet. It was evident that someone within the Chicago Police Department was stirring things up. It was impossible to have such clear on-site photos appear out of nowhere. But that's fine, if this way all attention would be focused on the Yamaguchi-gumi. He could develop in the shadows. No, we need to fan the flames of this incident. Lin Chen found Jack and had him use hacking methods to reveal more details of the Yamaguchi-gumi's crimes. He wanted to thoroughly tarnish the reputation of the Yamaguchi-gumi and the Japanese in America. It would be much easier to eliminate them later without any trouble. Jack moved swiftly. A fresh wave of explosive revelations detonated across the internet. Not mere transaction records, but the complete 5-year criminal dossier of the Yamaguchi-gumi's Chicago branch. It included drug trafficking routes, buyer lists for illicit organ trade, and even several audio recordings of internal meetings. Jack had thoughtfully provided multilingual translations highlighting critical information with surgical precision. Within moments, the data spread like wildfire. The hashtag Yamaguchi Organ Factory surged to the top of global trending topics. Views surpassed 100 million in under an hour. Comment sections erupted into chaos. What the hell? Organ trafficking. They're butchering living people like livestock. In that recording, one of their men casually remarks, "No one cares when America's homeless vanish." What kind of human being says that? Brothers, I've gone from fan to foe. I used to admire the Yamaguchi-gumi's code of honor, never imagining such inhumanity. A tech-savvy netizen instantly transformed the transaction data into interactive visual charts. On map after map, crimson lines radiated from Chicago across the entire United States, each red marking an organ handover point. Dense, suffocating, hair-raising. A commenter replied, "This isn't a Yakuza syndicate. It's a terrorist organization." Others began excavating the Yamaguchi-gumi's history. From its origins in Japan to its expansion across America, wave after wave of meticulously researched exposés flooded the web, each headline more chilling than the last. The Yamaguchi-gumi, a murderous syndicate disguised as a gang. Every dollar you donate could become their bullet. Public sentiment spiraled completely out of control, not merely unanimous condemnation, but a full-blown tsunami of outrage. A petition was launched on the White House website titled "Designate the Yamaguchi-gumi as a Foreign Terrorist Organization." Within 2 hours, signatures exceeded 100,000. A mass-signed letter demanded the U.S. Department of Justice conduct a comprehensive investigation into all Yamaguchi-gumi operations nationwide. Even a U.S. congressman posted on X, "I have formally submitted an inquiry to the Department of Justice demanding a thorough investigation into all Yamaguchi-gumi criminal activities on American soil. We cannot allow these criminals to continue threatening our nation." The post garnered over 1 million likes. Public fury having ignited against the Yamaguchi-gumi now engulfed Japan itself. The official X account of the Japanese embassy in the United States descended into chaos. "Your nationals are trafficking organs on our soil. What exactly is your embassy doing? Apologize. Compensate. Surrender the perpetrators. Is this your vaunted Japanese artisan spirit? Artisans of organ trafficking." An enraged netizen uploaded a video, standing before the embassy gates holding a sign reading "Japan out." Within 2 hours, it amassed over 5 million views. Comments flooded in solidarity. "Respect. This is the true American spirit." Japanese international students and immigrants in the U.S. found themselves caught in the crossfire. In New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, Japanese-owned supermarkets were vandalized and Japanese restaurants splattered with paint. Though police urged calm, public wrath proved unstoppable. A Japanese student studying in Chicago was verbally assaulted on campus. "Go back to Japan. You're not welcome here." Japan's international reputation plummeted overnight. Los Angeles, the Yamaguchi-gumi's North American headquarters. Yamamoto Rokusaku sat motionless in his office, his computer screen flooded with breaking news alerts, each headline tightening the vice around his temples. Yamaguchi-gumi organ trafficking network exposed, scale staggering. How Japan's Yakuza infiltrated America, an in-depth investigation. Global netizens enraged. "This is the real terrorist organization." His face darkened with volcanic fury. His secretary stood frozen, beside him, breath held. "Baka, how could this happen?" Yamamoto's voice rasped, bloodshot eyes blazing. "Who leaked this evidence?" "Still unknown, but the volume is staggering." Even 5-year-old transaction logs surfaced. An insider. Yamamoto whirled around, his gaze cold and serpentine. "You mean we have a traitor among us?" The secretary dared not utter a word. Yamamoto drew a slow, deliberate breath, forcing composure. He knew now was no time to hunt traitors. Containment was paramount. "Contact our allies on Capitol Hill. Tell them to suppress this story, immediately." The secretary nodded and hurried out to make the call. 10 minutes later, he returned, pale, shaken. "Group leader Yamamoto." Senator Johnson refused. He said the backlash is too massive, he won't touch it. Another congressman echoed the same, warning that if we pressure him, he'll expose everything. Yamamoto's temples throbbed violently, veins pulsing like live wires. "Baka, these spineless opportunists." He slammed his fist onto the desk. Teacups leapt into the air. "They grinned while taking our money. Now they turn their backs the moment crisis strikes." His breathing grew ragged, his chest felt crushed beneath an invisible boulder. Never in his life had he known such humiliation. Then, the secure phone rang. Yamamoto glanced at the caller ID, and his pupils contracted sharply. Headquarters in Tokyo. "Moshi Moshi." Before he could finish, a torrent of fury exploded down the line. "Baka, Yamamoto, you incompetent fool. Look what you've done. What state have you reduced the North American branch to? You've obliterated the Yamaguchi-gumi's honor. Reporters have besieged headquarters. Do you have any idea what pressure I'm under?" Yamamoto's grip on the receiver trembled, his face flushed crimson, neck veins bulging like knotted rope. Yet not a syllable escaped his lips. The tirade raged for 5 full minutes, ending with a final decree: "You have 30 days to clean up this mess in North America. Fail, and you will perform seppuku to atone." Click. The line went dead. Yamamoto stood frozen, gripping the receiver, motionless for 10 long seconds. Slowly, he lowered the phone and sank back into his chair. His eyes closed. His body emptied of all vitality. Silence reigned, so absolute only the wall clocks ticking pierced the void. The secretary ventured softly. Group leader Yamamoto, are you all right? Yamamoto opened his eyes, not with rage, but with glacial lethal intent. Issue orders. All North American branches enter total silence, effective immediately. All illicit operations suspended. No member may leave premises or post online. Anyone who provokes trouble now faces immediate execution under clan law. The secretary bowed deeply. Understood. Also, Yamamoto rose and strode to the window, gazing out over Los Angeles's glittering nocturne. Investigate Longshan security. Dig into every layer of their existence. I want to know who stands behind them, their funding sources, and whether they're linked to the FBI. I demand full answers within. The secretary acknowledged and departed. Yamamoto remained at the window, hands clasped behind his back, his expression a mask of abyssal darkness. Today's humiliations were etched into memory. Congressman's betrayal, Tokyo's scathing rebuke, the global storm of condemnation. Each wound precisely catalogued. Once I uncover your truths, you will learn, beyond doubt, the price of crossing the Yamaguchi-gumi. His voice dripped with venom. Meanwhile, at the farm estate, Lin Chen sat relaxed on the sofa, scrolling through the headlines, then nodded satisfied. The internet had detonated. The Yamaguchi-gumi was now a pariah, hunted, reviled. Japan's global image lay in ruins. Indeed, public opinion was modern warfare's ultimate weapon. Next, the Chicago underworld's response. Lin Chen set down his phone, serene and untroubled. With the Yamaguchi-gumi paralyzed, he faced no immediate threat. As long as Chicago's gangs remained quiet, he could profit steadily, quietly expanding his cadre of loyal operatives. When the moment ripened, the South Side, and soon all of Chicago, then all of America, would become his sovereign FBI Chicago division. Ivanka sat in her office, staring at the computer screen filled with denunciations of the Yamaguchi-gumi. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became. The evidence was too detailed, with transaction records, fund flows, organ transport routes, and even recorded meetings. It was even more detailed than what Calvin had submitted. A name immediately appeared in Ivanka's mind. Lin Chen. You are well hidden. There was no need to think. This was undoubtedly a scheme devised by Lin Chen. She pieced the entire incident together in her mind. From the annihilation of the Yamaguchi-gumi branch in the south side of Chicago to the overwhelming exposure of criminal evidence online, the timeline fit perfectly. Lin Chen was orchestrating a grand scheme. Moreover, every piece on the board was placed with crystal clarity. Ivanka set down her coffee cup, picked up her phone, flipped to Lin Chen's number, hesitated for a moment, then put it down. She couldn't make the call. In situations like this, knowing meant pretending not to know. She took a deep breath, her gaze becoming more resolute. The more ruthless Lin Chen's tactics, the better it was for her. What she needed was someone like him. Calm, decisive, and ruthless. Ivanka stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the cityscape outside, a faint smile gracing her lips. Lin Chen, please don't disappoint me. Otherwise. On the farm estate, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and dialed James' video call. After a few rings, James' face appeared on the screen, the background a hotel room with the curtains drawn tightly. Boss. James lowered his voice. Lin Chen looked at the new scar on his face and frowned. What happened to your face? I ran into some trouble the night before last. A few local armed men snuck into the hotel, trying to escort Mr. Smith to meet his maker. Then we had a conflict, sending them straight to meet death. The injury on my face was from shrapnel from a grenade explosion. James sounded relaxed, but the presence of a grenade indicated how dangerous the situation had been. Lin Chen's brows furrowed, even more. Everyone else is fine, right? Everyone else is fine. Ew, I just got grazed by shrapnel, it's nothing. James grinned. Don't worry, boss, we've seen this kind of minor situation many times. Lin Chen leaned back on the sofa, feeling a bit relieved, but still worried. Does Smith know about this? He does. The old man was also startled. Now he wants us to stay close to him whenever he goes out. James paused. He said, head, give us a raise when we get back. What is the opponent's background? A local armed leader named Costa with over 500 men controlling 3 diamond mines. James explained those armed men are quite ambitious, wanting Smith to pay double. Lin Chen nodded. You don't need to worry about negotiations. Just focus on protecting the employer's safety. Rest assured, boss, we've already figured out their details. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in James' eyes. If they really want to turn hostile, well, show them what professionalism means. Lin Chen cautioned, don't be careless. The situation in Africa is chaotic. If it really gets bad, retreat. But make sure to remember the organizations that attacked us. We will seek revenge later. Understood. James nodded. In a few days, the employer has a final negotiation. After it's done, we'll return. All right, keep a close watch these days and report any developments immediately. Received. After hanging up, Lin Chen placed his phone on the coffee table and rubbed his temples. The situation in Africa was unstable, but with James leading 4 death warriors just to protect the employer should be sufficient. Triple bodyguards are not to be trifled with. The organizations that attacked the death warriors would also seek him out for retribution in due time. After all, Africa's resources are so abundant, he certainly couldn't let them go. 3 days later. Early morning. Lin Chen stood at the villa entrance watching Jason stand in the living room with 10 death warriors. The 10 men were all dressed in black suits, wearing sunglasses and earpieces, their waistbands bulging, standing in a row with an imposing presence. Jason approached with a rare serious expression. Boss, everything is ready. Lin Chen sized him up and instructed, remember, this time we are going to assess the attitudes of those gangs as much as possible. Jason confidently responded, don't worry boss, I know what to do. Lin Chen said, if they make a move, don't hold back. Do whatever you need to do, and he'll have Locke on standby to support you. Jason patted his chest and guaranteed, once they dare to make a move, he'll show them how flowers bloom. Okay, Lin Chen waved his hand. Jason chuckled, leading the 10 death warriors out. The 10 men boarded 3 black SUVs, starting the engines, and slowly driving out of the farm. Lin Chen stood at the door watching the convoy disappear into the morning mist, his gaze becoming profound. This gang coalition meeting was said to be about discussing territory divisions, but in reality, it was a test. They were testing Lin Chen's attitude, probing the limits of long shield security, and assessing whether this sudden dark horse was truly capable. Jason's mission this time was ostensibly to attend the meeting, but in reality, it was to showcase their strength. To inform those gangs that the South Side was under Lin Chen's control. Whoever dared to reach out would have their hands cut off. Lin Chen turned and walked back inside, already beginning to plan the next steps in his mind. The Yamaguchi-gumi was currently preoccupied, unable to seek trouble. As long as this meeting could keep those 3 factions in check, he would be able to develop in peace for a while. Once the number of death warriors increased several times, the entire South Side would become his backyard. He could play however he wanted. He walked into the living room where Jack was sitting in front of the computer, typing rapidly. Jack, keep an eye on Jason's location and inform me immediately if anything happens. Alright boss. Jack didn't even look up. By the way, I just hacked into the communications system of the South Side Police Department. They are on standby today, apparently also keeping an eye on this meeting. Lin Chen smiled, that's great, let them feel the pressure too. He sat down on the sofa crossing his legs and picked up his phone to browse the news. The online buzz about the Yamaguchi-gumi hadn't diminished. The topic, Yamaguchi-gumi organ factory, still ranked first on the trends. In the comments section, netizens' anger had spread from minor grievances to the American government. Where's the FBI? Where's the CIA? With such a vast criminal network, what have you all been doing? I suspect there are definitely people protecting the Yamaguchi-gumi behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could they operate in America for so many years? I suggest Congress initiate an investigation to see which politicians have accepted money from the Yamaguchi-gumi. Lin Chen watched these comments, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The more the public outrage burns, the better. It would be best if the entire underground world of America caught fire. Only then would it be easier to fish in troubled waters. He put down his phone, closed his eyes, and began to contemplate the next move. The Yamaguchi-gumi was temporarily incapacitated. It would be best if the Latin King's black gangs and the mafia consumed each other. Then he would have the opportunity to develop. Once Jason returned, he would see what attitude those 3 factions had. It would be best if they could coexist peacefully. If not. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing in his gaze. Now he had 340 death warriors and 57 million in funds. He didn't mind taking action right now to send them to meet those from the Yamaguchi-gumi. Jason's convoy stopped at the entrance of the meeting venue. The Latin gang members standing at the door were all bulging at the waist, their eyes scanning the arriving guests like X-ray machines. Jason pushed the door open and got out of the car, followed by 10 death warriors who emerged from the back vehicles, all clad in black suits, wearing sunglasses and earpieces, their backs straight as arrows. The small leader of the Latin gang sized Jason up and sneered, raising a hand to stop him. Wait, you can go in, but leave your... Jason said nothing, removing his sunglasses and calmly looking at him. One of the death warriors took half a step forward. Just half a step. The small leader felt a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head, as if he was being stared at by a fierce beast, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Having been in the gang for over a decade, he had seen ruthless individuals and those who didn't fear death, but he had never encountered such eyes. Calm like a still pond, yet making you feel as though you might be dragged in and drowned at any moment. This is the rule. The small leader's voice changed pitch as he took a step back. Jason smiled slightly, patting his shoulder. What you call rules have nothing to do with me. With that, he walked straight inside. The 10 death warriors followed, their footsteps synchronized. As they passed by the Latin gang members, they didn't even spare them a glance. The small leader stood frozen in place, his back covered in cold sweat. A subordinate leaned over, voice trembling. Boss, what's the background of these people? Shut up. The small leader swallowed hard, not daring to say another word. This was clearly a ruthless individual. Had he dared to say another word, he might have faced life-threatening danger. In this line of work, it's all about reading the situation. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know how you died. Jason, under the guidance of a Latin gang member, arrived at the conference room. As the door swung open, smoke mixed with the smell of cigars hit him. A long table was occupied by a dozen people, with the 3 central seats taken by the true decision-makers of this meeting. The leader of the Latin gang, Escobar, in his 50s, had a face full of flesh and a tattoo of a venomous snake around his neck, holding a thick cigar. The leader of the Black Gang, Williams, stood 2 meters tall, his massive frame like a wall, making him appear taller than others, even when seated. Marcus, the representative of the Italian Mafia, was impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, his hair meticulously styled to look like a Wall Street elite, yet his gaze concealed a sharp blade. Jason walked and glanced around and chose an empty seat. The 10 Death Warriors did not enter, but positioned themselves on either side of the door, resembling 10 statues guarding the entrance. Escobar exhaled a puff of smoke, sizing Jason up with a condescending look. "You are the head of the Long Shield Security. You're younger than I imagined." Jason smiled slightly calmly, replying, "Being young doesn't mean lacking strength." Escobar snorted through his nose. "I heard your company has been quite active lately, even getting involved in the South District's Yamaguchi-gumi territory." Jason didn't respond, leaning back in his chair, fingers resting on the armrest, his expression as calm as if he were sipping tea in his own living room. Williams leaned back in his chair, looking down at Jason. "Kid, the underworld isn't a tea party. With your small crew, can you really handle that much territory? Be careful not to overreach." Jason looked up at him, smiling slightly. "You don't need to worry about me." Marcus remained silent, slowly swirling his wine glass, his eyes scanning Jason. He was more cautious than both Escobar and Williams. The Long Shield team's ability to wipe out the Yamaguchi-gumi's branch overnight was not to be underestimated. However, in this setting, he would not show his hand too clearly. Most importantly, he had previously discussed cooperation with Jason. Initially, he had intended to leverage Jason's group to counter the expansion of the Yamaguchi-gumi. Yet Marcus never imagined that the Chicago branch of the Yamaguchi-gumi would be completely obliterated. This was entirely beyond his plans. "All right, everyone is here. Let's get started." Escobar pressed his cigar into the ashtray, getting straight to the point. "Today, we're here for one thing: how to divide the territory left by the Yamaguchi-gumi." The others at the table nodded, some already showing greedy glimmers in their eyes. Escobar glanced at Jason. "According to the rules of the trade, he who has the biggest fist takes the biggest share. We, the Latin Gang, have over 50,000 members, the Black Gang more than 30,000, and the Mafia has over 5,000 in Chicago. How many do you have in Long Shield?" He deliberately paused, a mocking smile on his lips. "How many? 50? Or 100? A few representatives from smaller gangs laughed, their laughter filled with disdain. Jason was not angry. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled upward slightly. He noted each of their attitudes in his mind. The one laughing the loudest was the leader of a small gang from the South District with a sharp face that screamed opportunism. The one with the most sinister gaze was the second-in-command of the Latin Gang, who had remained silent, but looked at Jason as if he were already dead. Marcus remained the calmest, continuously observing his face, betraying no hint of emotion. "Are you done?" Jason finally spoke, his voice not loud, yet it silenced the room. "The Yamaguchi-gumi's territory is already ours, legitimate and proper. You want to divide our assets. Have you lost your mind?" At these words, the room erupted in an uproar. The sharp-faced leader of the small gang slammed the table. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know who you're talking to?" Williams' expression darkened. "Young man, don't go too far." Escobar, however, laughed coldly. "So Jason is it? It's good for a young man to have spirit, but being too arrogant can lead to an early demise." He stood up, leaning over the table, his eyes fixated on Jason like a snake eyeing its prey. "We called you here today to give you face. Hand over all 25 locations of the Yamaguchi-gumi, and we three will share, leaving you a little broth to drink. Otherwise, what will you do?" Jason interrupted him directly, slowly standing up, hands in his pockets, surveying the room, before finally locking eyes with Escobar, speaking calmly. "I came here today to give you face, and now I'll tell you the Yamaguchi-gumi's territory is already ours. Anyone who tries to reach for it will have their hands chopped off. Anyone who is not satisfied can declare war right now. I assure you, you will disappear faster than the Yamaguchi-gumi." With that, Jason sat down, quietly observing their impending performance. He had already gauged the attitudes of these gangs. So far, except for the Mafia, which seemed neutral, all the other gangs were filled with hostility towards him. They seemed to wish nothing more than to silence him on the spot. Thus, he decided to state his position directly. Let's see how these people would handle it next. At the same time, he had secretly contacted Locke to prepare. Once the other side made a move, Locke would come to support him immediately. After Jason finished speaking, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. It was not fear that gripped them, but anger. Williams' expression darkened, first his face turning purple as the veins on his temples throbbed. He leaned back against the chair, his nearly 2-meter-tall frame gripping the armrests tightly. For so many years, he had always been the one to threaten others. When had he ever been confronted like this? "So Jason," Williams' voice was low and menacing. "Do you know who you are talking to?" Jason looked up at him, smiled slightly, and remained silent, waiting for his performance. Seeing Jason's silence, Williams felt as if he had punched a pillow, which only fueled his anger further. Yet he didn't know what to say, and could only glare at Jason. If looks could kill, Jason would have died 1,000 times by now. Beside him, Escobar was no better off. The cigar in his hand was being crushed into a misshapen mass, the tobacco spilling out onto the table. His eyes narrowed into slits, cold like a viper. Having spent 30 years in Chicago's South Side, having risen from a lackey to a boss, what kind of scenes had he not witnessed? Those who dared to be so arrogant in front of him had already become fertilizer long ago. A thought flashed in his mind to call someone in right now, drag this guy out, chop him up, and feed him to the fish in Lake Michigan. But that thought extinguished within 2 seconds. He remembered the Yamaguchi-gumi. Over 1,000 men gone over, not a single survivor. If this Jason truly was responsible, then if he made a move today, it could be him lying on the Escobar took a deep breath, tossed the deformed cigar into the ashtray, forcing himself to calm down. The 2 bodyguards behind him took a half step forward, their hands moving toward their waists. Escobar raised his hand to stop them. Now was not the time to turn hostile. The reactions from the leaders of the smaller gangs were even more interesting. The small, sharp-featured gang leader who had just banged his fist on the table and cursed Jason was now huddled in his chair, his gaze darting between Jason and the 3 big bosses like a frightened mouse. The bald man next to him was even more cowardly, directly shifting his gaze to the table, pretending to study the wood grain, not daring to breathe. Then there was a black gang leader wearing a gold chain, a slight cold smile on his lips, but his eyes were filled with fear. The lighter in his hand flicked open and shut repeatedly, betraying his inner anxiety. These smaller gangs were, to put it bluntly, just weather vanes. They aligned themselves with whoever was strong. Compared to the Yamaguchi-gumi, they were nothing. If even the Yamaguchi-gumi could be wiped out, how could these small gangs even compare? The only one in the room who remained composed was Marcus. He continued to hold his wine glass, slowly swirling it, a thin film of wine clinging to the glass wall. His expression showed little change, even a hint of a barely there smile at the corners of his mouth. But inside he was far from calm. He had previously discussed cooperation with Jason and knew these people were not to be trifled with. But he hadn't expected them to be this formidable. Right in front of the 3 big bosses, he was throwing around threats. Oh, was he really fearless, or did he have backing? Marcus quickly calculated in his mind. If Long Shield was indeed this strong, then perhaps the previous intention of cooperation could be pushed further. But the premise was that Jason had to walk out of that door alive today. Escobar had remained silent for a long time, the atmosphere in the conference room growing heavier, like a ticking time bomb ready to explode. Finally he spoke. Jason, Escobar's voice was calm. I don't know who is behind you, nor do I know where your confidence comes from. He slowly stood up, placing both hands on the table, leaning forward, his gaze pinned like a nail on Jason's face. But I must tell you one thing. Chicago's South Side isn't a place where just anyone can thrive. The waters here are deep enough to drown anyone who doesn't know their place. His voice was not loud, but every word was squeezed out from between clenched teeth, carrying 30 years of experience and the weight of 50,000 people. It's good for young people to have energy, but being too arrogant can lead to an early demise. I remembered what you said today. I hope you won't regret it later. After saying that, Escobar sat back down, picked up another cigar from the table, lit it, and took a deep puff. The smoke billowed from his nostrils, forming a white mist in front of his face, obscuring his expression. Williams didn't speak, but his gaze towards Jason had shifted from anger to scrutiny. He was assessing whether this young man was merely bluffing or truly had backing. If it was the former, he would soon make Jason understand what regret meant. If it was the latter, then he would have to reconsider his strategy for the South Side. Marcus finally set down his wine glass, leaning slightly forward, and formally spoke for the first time. Jason, we are all after money. There's no need to make things so tense. His words sounded like he was trying to smooth things over, but in reality he was probing Jason's attitude and the reactions of the 3 big bosses. Jason glanced at him, smiled, and said nothing. Then he stood up, hands in his pockets, surveying the room. He took note of everyone's expressions, committing them to memory. Who held animosity towards him, who was watching, and who could be allied with him. Everything was clear. All right, the message has been made clear, Jason said, his voice not loud, yet the room fell silent. I also understand your attitudes. He paused, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Then let's leave it at that. Whoever reaches out, I will chop off their hand. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door without any hesitation. 10 death warriors followed his pace at the entrance. Escobar stared at Jason's retreating figure, his expression dark enough to drip water, the cigar in his hand squeaking under his grip. Williams leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, his expression shifting between shadows. Marcus lifted his wine glass again, gently swirling it, his smile deepening. The leaders of the smaller gangs exchanged glances, their expressions complex. There was shock, wariness, schadenfreude, and even a hint of indescribable anticipation. The conference room door opened and then closed. Jason's figure vanished outside the door. All that remained was the smoke-filled room and a gathering of individuals, each with their own thoughts. Escobar slammed the cigar down into the ashtray, sparks flying. His voice was icy. The meeting continues. Next they would discuss how to unite against this new rising force. He couldn't believe that the gangs of the entire south side of Chicago couldn't deal with a newly emerged force. As for stopping Jason, he had considered it, but ultimately gave up on that idea. If they made a move, it would only provoke him and drive him into the shadows. At that time, they would be the ones suffering. So it would be better to let Jason lower his guard and then unite all the gangs in the south side to find an opportunity to eliminate him. The conference room fell into a brief silence once again. No one was willing to speak first. Marcus sat quietly, his mind racing. What Jason said earlier was not madness, but confidence. Only a madman or someone truly assured would dare speak such harsh words in front of all the gang leaders in the Southern District. Marcus had encountered many madmen, yet Jason felt different to him. That guy's eyes remained calm throughout, devoid of excitement or tension, as if he were discussing an utterly mundane matter. Only someone who truly holds a knife in their hand could maintain such calmness. Such a person must never be crossed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he stood up and slowly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have matters to attend to, and will take my leave." Escobar looked up, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. "Marcus, what do you mean?" Marcus turned around, his expression unchanged. "The meaning is quite clear. I will not participate in this meeting, just because that guy said a few words." Escobar's voice rose, his face trembling with rage. "You, a dignified mafia boss, are intimidated by a rising force like that?" Marcus did not respond, merely glanced at him. His gaze held no anger, no disdain, only indifference. He then walked out of the meeting room without looking back, followed by his bodyguard. The door closed. Escobar stood rooted in place, his chest heaving violently, the veins on his temples throbbing. "Useless," he cursed fiercely and sat back down, taking a deep drag from his cigar. Williams had remained silent throughout, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression inscrutable. He pondered a question: did Marcus truly leave out of fear, or did he know something he himself did not? The remaining leaders of the smaller gangs exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming subtly tense. The gang leader with a sharp face blinked and quietly said, "That Escobar, should we also? You want to leave too?" Escobar shot him a glance. The sharp-faced leader promptly shut his mouth, retreating into his chair, not daring to utter another word. Escobar stubbed his cigar into the ashtray, sparks flying. He stood up, hands pressed against the table, leaning forward, his gaze sweeping over each person present. "I know what you're—" His voice was deep and deliberate. "You are wondering if the Long Shield is truly that formidable, and whether we should follow Marcus' example and avoid the spotlight." As if struck by a truth, no one dared to respond. "But let me tell you this," Escobar's eyes narrowed, "if we cower today, there will be no place for us in the Southern District tomorrow." He paused briefly, then continued, "The Yamaguchi-gumi's territory has been taken over by them. What do you think they will do next? Wait to be picked off one by one?" Williams finally spoke up. "Escobar, what do you plan to do?" Escobar turned to look at him, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. "We must unite and strike first." He walked over to the Southern District map hanging on the wall, pointing at the area controlled by Lin Chen. "The Long Shield's base is here, not many in number, at most a couple of hundred. All our gangs combined have nearly 100,000 members. Just one spit from each of us could drown them. But their combat power is formidable." Williams reminded him. "No matter how strong, they are still human, not supermen." Escobar turned around. "They could annihilate the Yamaguchi-gumi because they caught them off guard. Now that we know their secrets, what is there to fear?" Williams fell silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. "That makes..." Finally unable to hold back, the sharp-faced gang leader cautiously asked, "Then, what should we do?" Escobar sat back down, his gaze growing serious. "First, we need to ascertain exactly how many of them there are and how many guns they have. Second, we concentrate our superior forces and eliminate them all at once. We cannot give them any chance." Williams added, "Our intelligence work must be thorough. We can't charge in blindly like the Yamaguchi-gumi did." Escobar nodded. "Exactly, hence we need to delegate tasks." He glanced at the sharp-faced leader and his crew. "You will be responsible for monitoring the movements of the Long Shield. Report any signs of activity immediately." The sharp-faced leader nodded vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Understood, we will keep a close watch." The other small gang leaders also expressed their agreement, each patting their chests in assurance. But what these people were really thinking was known only to them. If real danger arose, they would likely turn against them in an instant. Escobar knew these people were unreliable, yet he needed them now. Even if just as cannon fodder, it was better than. The meeting continued, beginning to discuss specific troop deployments and attack routes. Escobar drew a rough sketch on the table, marking the locations of the 25 gang bases originally belonging to the Yamaguchi-gumi and the directions of the attacking forces. Williams occasionally offered suggestions, the two of them exchanging ideas and gradually refining the plan. The small gang leaders sat nearby, their hearts racing. 100,000 people, tens of thousands of guns against a small company of 200. This level of force would be sufficient for even a minor war. In an instant, the entire Southern District of Chicago began to stir covertly. Meanwhile, Jason's convoy had already entered the farm. Lin Chen was already waiting at the door of the villa. Jason pushed the door open and got out, walking over with a grin. "Boss." Lin Chen glanced at him and smiled, asking, "Glad to have you back. Was there no conflict?" "Not that I can say. There wasn't a hay race." "What happened?" Jason recounted the events in the conference room from start to finish as he walked into the living room, including Marcus' calm demeanor, Escobar's fury, and the reactions of the smaller gangs. Lin Chen nodded after listening. Locke sat on the sofa with a Southern District map in front of him, scribbling on it with a pen. "Locke, what do you think?" Lin Chen inquired. Locke looked up, his expression serious. "Boss, those gangs will certainly not let this matter rest. Especially Escobar. He is the type who will seek retribution for any slight." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. To be a major gang in America, none were without a ruthless streak. None are simple. They are all tough and heartless. Wanting them to refrain from attacking. Impossible. He simply hoped they wouldn't act too quickly, giving him some time to develop. Once he was ready, even the entire American mafia combined would be easy to wipe out. Lin Chen turned to Jack. Jack, is there a way to monitor the communications of those gang leaders? Jack nodded firmly. Give me 2 days, and I can hack their phones, computers, and even the intercoms at their doors. Also, I need their base distribution personnel configuration and firepower. No problem, these details should be traceable in their communication records. Jack paused. If we're lucky, we might even get evidence of their crimes. Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Then let's proceed. He stood up and approached the map, his gaze lingering on every corner of the southern district. I hope they won't bring about their own downfall. Otherwise, I don't mind eliminating them ahead of time. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Locke locked himself in the studio with 6 screens flashing simultaneously in front of him, various data streams cascading down like a waterfall. Jack's hacking skills were indeed formidable, but data alone was useless. Someone needed to analyze, organize, and classify it. This was where Locke excelled. With his left hand on the mouse and his right hand typing rapidly on the keyboard, his eyes fixated on the screen, without blinking, continuously reviewing the materials. Maps detailing the distribution of the Black Gang and the Latin Gang were clearly marked with satellite photos listing the number of people, firepower configurations, and shift times for each location. The financial flow of the mafia revealed that the apparent restaurants, bars, and clubs were all involved in money laundering. There were also crime records from more than a dozen small to medium gangs, including drug trafficking, extortion, and murder, each case enough to keep them all imprisoned for 100 years. The more Locke looked, the more excited he became, his fingers tapping even faster on the keyboard. By evening, he finally finished organizing all the data. Everything was sorted and stored on a USB drive. Locke rubbed his tired eyes and took the computer with the USB drive out of the monitoring room. Lin Chen was sitting on the sofa in the living room reading a book, a management book to be precise. During his time in America, he had been catching up on his studies. Boss, it's done. Locke placed the computer on the coffee table, his voice tinged with fatigue. All the medium and large gangs in the South District, a total of 17 from numbers to weapons, from distribution to criminal evidence, are all here. Lin Chen put down his book and looked at the computer screen. The Latin Gang had a total of about 52,000 members with 12,000 core members. There were 23 major strongholds, the largest located on 7th Avenue in the South District. Their primary weapons were handguns and rifles, with a small number of submachine guns, heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers. Flour was their main source of income, with a monthly turnover of at least $20 million. The second was the Black Gang. They had 38,000 members with 8,000 core members. They had 17 major strongholds distributed in the eastern part of the South District. Their income sources included not only flour, but also gambling and usury. The third was the Chicago branch of the mafia. They had just over 5,000 members, but their network was complex with ties to the political, business, and police sectors. They had only 5 strongholds, but each was as fortified as a fortress, equipped with a professional security system. Lin Chen flipped through the pages, becoming more and more satisfied. The information was incredibly detailed down to each stronghold's shift times and each leader's habits. What about the criminal evidence? Lin Chen asked. Locke clicked on a file. These are their transaction records, money laundering accounts, and several internal call recordings. If handed over to the FBI, it would be more than enough for them. Lin Chen nodded, organizing the materials and setting them aside. Next, it was time to devise a plan. Locke, based on this information, create a step-by-step plan for the takeover. Lin Chen stood up and walked to the map. Who to target first, who next, how to execute, and how to digest afterwards. Consider it all. Locke also stood up and walked to the map. His gaze shifted from tired to sharp, his demeanor transformed. Boss, I suggest dividing it into 3 phases. Locke pointed at the markings on the map. Phase 1, clear out those small to medium gangs. They have numbers, but lack precision. Their territories are scattered, and they have conflicts among themselves. This can all be taken down within a month. Phase 2, target the Black Gang and the Latin Gang. These 2 gangs have the most members, but they are not united. As long as we eliminate the core leaders, the rest will descend into chaos on their own. Phase 3 will involve handling the mafia last. They have fewer members, but strong connections, so we cannot be aggressive. We need to slowly clip their wings and strike when they are isolated and helpless. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. This plan aligned perfectly with his thoughts. How long will it take? Lin Chen asked. Locke pondered. If everything goes smoothly, 3 to 6 months. If unexpected events occur, such as police intervention or their united resistance, the timeline will extend. Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. Then let's prepare according to this plan. Start executing the first phase in a month, first clearing out those small to medium gangs. Locke nodded firmly. Understood. By the way, there's one more thing. Lin Chen smiled. Tomorrow at noon, the Chinese restaurant officially opens. Please let Jason know and have him bring a few brothers to support it. Locke paused for a moment and then smiled back. Okay, you'll go tell him right away. The next day at noon, in the South District of Chicago on 7th Avenue, a newly opened Chinese restaurant had a long line outside. The restaurant was named Long Tongue Go, with the 3 large characters embossed in gold, flanked by a pair of red lanterns. 2 floral arrangements were placed at the entrance with the words "Grand Opening" written on them. Through the glass windows one could see the restaurant filled with people, waiters weaving between tables, bustling like a festival. Lin Chen stood across the street watching the scene, unable to suppress a smile. Just yesterday he was worried that Americans wouldn't be accustomed to authentic Chinese food. Now it seemed that his worries were unfounded. The Americans in line craned their necks to look inside, their faces filled with anticipation. A large man at the front of the line, his belly resembling that of an 8-month pregnant woman, turned to shout to those behind him. I've heard that the dishes here are particularly authentic, 100 times better than those modified Chinese dishes. The prices are also cheap. A serving of mapo tofu is only $5 while other places charge at least 10. Hurry. I'm starving. I've seen the deliciousness of Chinese food online, but everything else was too expensive. Finally, there's an affordable Chinese restaurant. Some in the line were taking photos with their phones, posting on social media with captions, "The new Chinese restaurant in the South District looks great. It'll be your guinea pig for everyone." Jason sat inside the restaurant with 10 loyalists, occupying the largest table. The table was filled with dishes: boiled fish, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, and sweet and sour ribs. Jason picked up a piece of boiled fish and put it in his mouth, his eyes widening in astonishment. My God, this is unbelievably delicious. The loyalists beside him quickly picked up their chopsticks, sweating profusely, yet unable to stop eating. The American customers nearby were no better off. A young white man, trying mapo tofu for the first time, was brought to tears from the spiciness, but while wiping his tears, he kept shoveling rice into his mouth. This is way too spicy. They'll have another bowl. A black girl ordered kung pao chicken, took a bite, and was stunned. My God, what kind of divine flavor is this? All the Chinese dishes she had eaten before must have been fake. The waitstaff were so busy they hardly paused while 4 chefs in the kitchen were in full swing, spatulas flying with the aroma wafting from the kitchen to the street, drawing passersby to stop and stare. The line outside the store grew longer and longer. It extended from the entrance all the way to the street corner, at least 70 to 80 meters long. A passerby, out of curiosity, asked, "Why are so many people in line? Are they giving away money?" The large man in line shot him a disdainful look. "What money? It's for food. Authentic Chinese cuisine. Do you understand?" The passerby swallowed hard and quietly walked to the end of the line. Lin Chen stood across the street watching the bustling scene both inside and outside the restaurant, calculating in his mind. Given the level of popularity, this restaurant could earn at least hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Once it established a firm footing, he would open branches. 1 would become 2, 2 would become 4. Before long, the sign of Long Tung Gu would be seen throughout Chicago and even America. As for any disruptions, with loyalists around, anyone daring to come would enter standing and leave horizontal. 10 p.m. At the farm estate, Lin Chen gazed at the daily report handed to him by Locke, his eyes alight with astonishment. Revenue 236,000. After deducting ingredient costs, labor, electricity, and water, net profit stood at 213,000. Achieved even on the first day when all items were offered at an 88% discount. Lin Chen scrutinized the figures carefully, confirming he was not hallucinating. Could a mere 200 square meter restaurant truly earn 200,000 in a single day? Its profitability dwarfed that of conventional establishments. After all, Longting Corporation, the entity that had recently taken over 30 gang-controlled venues, generated only around 1 million in combined daily profits. Yet one restaurant now yielded staggering returns. What if Longting Pavilion expanded across the entire United States? A single outlet could generate roughly 5,000 per month. 10 would yield 5 million. 50 would bring in 20 to 30 million monthly. Wasn't this far superior to extorting protection money? No wonder KFC and McDonald's reaped such colossal annual profits. The more Lin Chen contemplated it, the more exhilarated he became. Even if profits declined tenfold, the resulting wealth would still be staggering, and crucially entirely legitimate, free from scrutiny by authorities. Locke, we must accelerate our expansion plan, Lin Chen instructed, eyes blazing with urgency. There are 3 prime locations remaining in Chicago. Send Jason tomorrow to negotiate rent and commence renovations immediately. Also instruct the kitchen to begin training chefs without delay. Certified chefs must be ready before renovations conclude. He could not wait a moment longer. The sooner revenue flowed, the better. Though confronting gangs promised faster gains, cultivating legitimate enterprises remained indispensable. Only through such lawful foundations could he secure lasting power. Upon hearing these orders, Locke straightened, fully focused. Understood, boss. I'll begin planning immediately. Good. Expedite everything. Starting tomorrow, prepare the second outlet concurrently. I demand 4 Longting Pavilions operational in the South District within 1 month. Nearby, Jason spoke solemnly. Boss, there's something else. Today's overwhelming success drew suspicious attention. Owners of neighboring restaurants loitered outside all day, their gazes unsettling. Perfectly normal, Lin Chen leaned back in his chair. When your business thrives, envy follows. Extend courtesy first. Tomorrow Locke will greet them cordially. We run our establishment, you run yours. Let merit decide. And if they refuse to listen? Jason asked. Lin Chen smiled faintly, silent yet unmistakable. Both Jason and Locke understood that smile perfectly. If opposition escalated into provocation, consequences would be dire. The next noon, Ivanka drove to Longting Pavilion following the address provided by Calvin. She had merely been curious. How exceptional could Lin Chen's Chinese restaurant possibly be? Yet before her car had fully stopped, she froze in disbelief. The queue snaked from the entrance around the corner and stretched another 50 meters. Over 100 people waited patiently. Good heavens, Ivanka murmured, removing her sunglasses to verify she hadn't mistaken the location. She parked neatly and joined the end of the line. Ahead stood a middle-aged Caucasian man scrolling videos on his phone. "Excuse me, is this place truly that extraordinary?" Ivanka asked. He turned eyes wide with incredulity. "You're kidding? It's gone viral online. Longting Pavilion is officially the premier Chinese restaurant in the South District. I missed yesterday's seating, so I arrived 2 hours early today." Ivanka opened her phone and searched. Sure enough, Longting Pavilion had surged to the top of Chicago's local trend. Every comment glowed with praise. "The Sichuan boiled fish is transcendent. I cried while eating, utterly unable to stop. Mapo tofu with steamed rice. I devoured 3 bowls. Priced fairly, flavors explosive. This is now my official canteen." Intrigued beyond measure, Ivanka waited 40 minutes in line before finally entering the restaurant. She briefly considered contacting Lin Chen for preferential access, but seeing the long queue, she deemed it improper and chose not to reach out. Inside, Ivanka was instantly captivated. Rosewood tables and chairs, intricately carved folding screens, inkwash paintings adorning the walls, and 2 lush green plants nestled discreetly in the corners. Each table held a delicate paper lantern casting soft ambient light. Every detail cultivated atmosphere. Staff wore elegant traditional attire, moved with graceful efficiency, and greeted guests with poised warmth. Ivanka selected a window-side seat and opened the menu. Prices were indeed reasonable. The most expensive dish cost only $25. She ordered Sichuan boiled fish, mapo tofu, sweet and sour pork ribs, and Yangzhou fried rice. 10 minutes later, the dishes arrived. Picking up a slice of fish, she placed it gently upon her tongue. The fish was silken soft, fiery, numbing, savory, and aromatic flavors detonated across her palate. Her tongue tingled, as if electrified. Her eyes widened in shock. It felt as though every Chinese meal she'd ever eaten before had been counterfeit. And today, at last, she tasted authenticity. She devoured 3 more slices, sweat beading on her brow. Yet her chopsticks refused to pause. Next came the mapo tofu. Its texture resembled tender custard, rich, fragrant sauce balanced heat and spice perfectly. Paired with fried rice, each bite elevated her senses to euphoria. The sweet and sour ribs boasted crisp exteriors and succulent interiors, tangy, sweet, harmonious, and even the bones dissolved into melt-in-the-mouth tenderness. Ivanka finished 2 full bowls of fried rice and cleared every plate. Leaning back, hand resting contentedly on her abdomen, she exhaled deeply. "This is unbelievably delicious." Having spent years as an FBI agent, she dined at elite establishments worldwide. Michelin 3-star temples, New York's priciest Japanese omakase, Los Angeles' most exclusive steakhouses. None compared to this meal, not due to rare ingredients or exquisite plating, but sheer unadulterated deliciousness. So profound was its impact that she half-joked about kidnapping the chef. Ivanka resolved then and there Longting Pavilion would become her regular dining destination. Yet she made no attempt to trouble Lin Chen. No special requests, no favors sought. That modest sum remained well within her means. With one final appreciative glance at the restaurant, she smiled, stepped into her car, and departed. Meanwhile, across the street from Longting Pavilion, 3 men sat in a tightly curtained private room on the 2nd floor of a steakhouse. Tony Mack, owner of the nearby pizzeria, a man in his 40s with a receding hairline and a shirt straining against his belly, sat beside Martin Lake, the steakhouse's black proprietor, bald, draped in a thick gold-chain cigar clutched between his fingers. The third man was Kevin, a gaunt white owner of the adjacent burger joint. Their untouched steaks lay forgotten as all 3 stared fixedly out the window at the endless queue coiling before Longting Pavilion. "Look at it, just look." Tony Mack jabbed a finger toward the street, voice dripping with sour envy. "I served exactly 5 tables at lunch today. 5. Usually it's 20 or more." Martin exhaled, smoke expression grim. "Same at my place. Loyal patrons have abandoned us entirely for that new competitor. If this continues, we'll all shutter within a month." Kevin fretted, rubbing his hands nervously. "Come on, you've got to devise a solution." Tony slammed his palm on the table. "What solution?" "Their food is exceptional, prices low. We simply can't compete." Martin crushed his cigar into the ashtray, eyes flashing cold resolve. "If we cannot outshine them, we'll silence them." Tony and Kevin turned sharply toward him. Martin lowered his voice. "I know a mid-level enforcer from the Latin gang. Pay him and he'll act. Send his men to cause chaos. Smash property, spray paint, threats, issue intimidation. A few such incidents and no one will dare dine there again." Tony swallowed hard. "But could this backfire?" "I've heard rumors. The restaurant's owner has connections." "Connections mean nothing here," Martin sneered. "This is the South District. The Latin gang rules. We'll teach him respect for local order." Kevin hesitated. "Perhaps we should first negotiate. Ask him to raise prices." Tony shot him a contemptuous glare. Have you lost your mind? With business booming like this, why would he heed you? Kevin fell silent. Martin rose, decision made. Tonight I contact the Latin gang. They strike tomorrow at noon. You both contribute, 5,000 each. Tony clenched his jaw. Fine, 1,000 total. Let that restaurant vanish forever. Though Kevin winced inwardly, he nodded reluctantly. Martin pulled out his phone and dialed. Hey Sanchez, I've got a job for you, 1,000 to shut down a business. Don't worry, it's no tough target. Just a newly opened Chinese restaurant. Tomorrow at noon, bring 10 men and wreck the place. He ended the call and gazed out the window at Longting Pavilion sign, a cruel smirk curling his lips. Earning so much, you'll choke on it. Tony and Kevin exchanged glances, tension warring with anticipation. In their minds, once the Latin gang intervened, the restaurant would either close or emerge battered and broken. Then customers would inevitably return. Little did they realize, they had provoked not an ordinary restaurateur, but a force far beyond their comprehension. The next day at noon, outside the Longting Pavilion, the queue was longer than yesterday. On the second floor of the steakhouse across the street, the three bosses were sitting in their usual spot. Tony Mac had specially changed into a clean shirt today, but his beer belly still strained against the buttons, nearly bursting. He held a coffee cup, his eyes fixed on the long line outside the window, his expression resembling that of one who was watching his father's murderer. So many people in line again. His voice carried a hint of bitterness as he slammed his coffee cup onto the table. I only have 3 tables occupied in my restaurant at noon, 3 tables. Martin Lake leaned back in his chair, snorting coldly. What are you in a hurry for? The Latin gang, Sanchez's men, will be here soon. Let them make a scene and see who dares to eat here afterward. Kevin sat in the corner, glancing from the window to Martin. He moved his lips, but ultimately couldn't hold back, saying, Martin, those people. Are they reliable? Martin Lake shot him a sideways glance. They were hired for $10,000. Do you think they're unreliable? Kevin nodded, falling silent. Tony Mac became excited, standing up from his chair and walking to the window, pulling the curtain aside slightly. When are they coming? I can't wait to see the other side close its doors. What are you in such a rush for? Martin Lake glanced at his phone. The scheduled time is 12:30, it's only 12:20 now. Just as he finished speaking, a black van turned the corner. It stopped across from the Longting Pavilion. The door slid open, and a bald, burly man stepped out, a lizard tattoo crawling from his head down to his collar. He wore sunglasses, chewing gum, his gaze scanning the area like a scanner. This man was Anthony, a minor boss. Then 12 more people got out, all wearing floral shirts and ripped jeans, each carrying a gun in their pockets, and also wielding baseball bats. Anthony chewed his gum and pointed his chin toward the entrance of the Longting Pavilion. The 12 men understood and walked toward the queue with their weapons. By the window on the second floor, Tony Mac's eyes lit up, his voice trembling. They've arrived. They're here. Now we have a good show to watch. Martin Lake finally revealed a hint of a smile, taking a cigar from his pocket and lighting it, taking a deep puff, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Kevin also leaned by the window, the 3 men's heads crowded together, watching the commotion across the street. The customers in the queue were chatting merrily, when suddenly they sensed something was off. The fat uncle reacted first, seeing a dozen burly men approaching with baseball bats. His face changed instantly. He instinctively shielded his wife and child behind him, whispering, "Step back, don't get close." The crowd began to stir. Some pulled out their phones to call the police, while others began to hide to the sides. Anthony walked to the front of the queue, took off his sunglasses, revealing his fierce eyes. He glanced over the line of customers, his voice low but filled with menace. "Everyone disperse, this place is closed for business today." The scene fell silent for a second. Then the young man live streaming protested, first raising his phone and shouting, "Why? We've been waiting for over an hour." Anthony turned to glare at him, his eyes icy. "What did you say?" The young man swallowed hard, but his defiance rose, his voice even louder. "I said why. Who are you?" Anthony said nothing, spat out his gum onto the ground, and waved his hand. The 12 men behind him stepped forward, twirling their baseball bats in their hands, their expressions unsavory. The crowd was in a complete panic. Some began to retreat, while others screamed. The scene was on the verge of chaos. The fat uncle's wife hugged their child in fear, while the fat uncle's face turned crimson, wanting to argue, but daring not to. He could only stand in front, feeling anxious. By the window on the second floor, Tony Mac watched this, seeing his smile fading like a wilted flower. Yes, yes, yes. Just like that. Scare all their customers away. Martin Lake exhaled a puff of smoke, his smile deepening, a glint of triumph flashing in his eyes. Kevin also breathed a sigh of relief, but had finally begun. The 3 men were eagerly waiting for the commotion at the Longting Pavilion's entrance. However, 8 burly men suddenly emerged from inside the Longting Pavilion. Leading them was Jason, who wasn't wearing a suit today. Instead, he donned a black t-shirt with sleeves rolled up to his shoulders, revealing a well-built physique. The 8 men stood at the entrance like 8 pillars, their expressions eerily calm. When Anthony saw Jason for the first time, his heart sank. He had seen Jason before and had been thoroughly beaten by him, leaving a lasting impression. Why was this killing machine? Anthony dared not think further, forcing a smile as he approached. "Are you the owner here? This restaurant?" He couldn't finish his sentence. Jason waved his hand to his death warriors behind him. The 8 death warriors instantly sprang into action. Anthony's men reacted immediately with the quicker ones already reaching for their guns. But the death warriors moved faster. The 8 men charged straight into the 12 individuals. Without unnecessary movements, 1 punch per person, 1 kick per person. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. The 12 individuals were all sprawled on the ground, some clutching their arms, others holding their stomachs with cries of pain ringing out. Anthony stood frozen, having lost his sunglasses at some point, his mouth agape, and his eyes wide in disbelief. It really was that group of killing machines. Fuck was that idiot collecting intelligence? How could he not know that this restaurant was guarded by such a group of killing machines? Anthony cursed inwardly. At that moment, Jason walked up to Anthony, sizing him up and recognizing him. You again. Anthony opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. The surrounding customers were first taken aback, then erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. The young man live streaming raised his phone, his voice cracking. Did you all see that? 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. They took them all down. This security team is too fierce. The comments exploded. Holy shit, is this a live-action martial arts movie? What kind of place is this? Are the security guards all special forces? I must check in here tomorrow, but feel. The fat uncle sighed in relief, turning to hug his wife and child, then gave Jason a thumbs up. Awesome. Other customers quickly pulled out their phones to take photos and videos, posting them on social media. The Longting Pavilion's security team took down the troublemakers in 10 seconds. Now that's real security. From now on, I'm eating here. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be dealt with. The comments section was filled with praise, and some even started to dig into the identities of those dozen thugs. Meanwhile, back on the second floor by the window, the expressions of the 3 bosses were like night and day from earlier. Tony Mac's mouth hung open wide enough to fit an egg, and his face turned from excited red to a pale gray. His eyes were fixated on the 8 men in black suits downstairs, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. Martin Lake's cigar fell to the ground, burning a hole in the carpet without him noticing. Sweat beads formed on his bald head, which now turned into large droplets streaming down. The only thought in his mind was, it's over. Kevin fared worse, slumped in his chair, his face pale, his lips purple, as if he might faint at any moment. The 3 of them sat there in silence for several seconds, not a word exchanged. Then Tony Mac was the first to react, his voice trembling. What? How could this happen? Who are they? Martin Lake didn't answer. He couldn't. Who exactly was behind the boss across the street? A dozen people taken down in just seconds. Such terrifying combat power guarding a restaurant. Could it be this absurd? Kevin finally spoke up, his voice breaking. I told you we should talk first. What do we do now? If they find out we did this? Shut up. Martin Lake shot him a fierce glare, but the fear in his eyes was undeniable. He stood up, walked to the window, and stole another glance outside. Downstairs, those thugs were being dragged one by one, with someone coming over to shove them into that black van. Martin Lake's fear intensified upon witnessing this. Tony Mac was completely panicking, mumbling, It's over, it's over, it's over. Should we run? Run. Martin Lake sneered, but his laughter was bitter. Run where? Are you going to abandon the restaurant? Abandon your home? Tony Mac stopped in his tracks, his face ashen. The 3 of them stood in the room, each silent. Outside the sun was still blazing, but the 3 felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They finally realized that they had provoked someone they couldn't afford to mess with. A black minibus halted at the entrance of Longting Company's compound. When Anthony was dragged out of the vehicle by 2 henchmen, his legs had already gone weak. It wasn't cowardice, it was sheer terror. Earlier he had led a group to Longting Company to collect debts. That scene would haunt him for the rest of his life. Now that he had provoked them again, only one thought echoed in Anthony's mind: today would likely end in disaster. Inside the compound's warehouse, Anthony was forced into a chair flanked on either side by impassive henchmen. Jason strode in from outside, holding a bottle of mineral water. He unscrewed the cap, took a slow sip, then pulled up a chair and sat directly opposite Anthony. They sat barely 2 meters apart. Anthony's back was drenched, cold sweat streamed down his neck, plastering his shirt to his clammy skin, chill and slick. His gaze dared not meet Jason's. He stared fixedly at the floor, breathing shallow and rapid. Jason placed the water bottle on a small side table and spoke slowly. We meet again. Do you recall what I told you last time? I don't remember. Anthony stammered, his voice fractured by fear. He wanted to say he didn't remember, but feared Jason would accuse him of having no memory at all. Jason let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Then tell me, do you even know who I am? Anthony swallowed hard, his voice trembling. I do. You're with Long Gun. Last time you dealt with me. You've got quite the nerve then. Jason leaned back in his chair. After I dealt with you last time, you still dared return to cause trouble. Anthony nearly slid off the chair, his voice quivering as he pleaded desperately. Brother, I didn't want to come. Someone paid us to come. Had I known this shop was under your protection, I'd sooner die than set foot here. Jason studied him in silence for several seconds, his eyes narrowing slightly. Who hired you? The owners of the steakhouse, pizzeria, and burger joint across the street. They paid us. $5,000 each, $15,000 total, to disrupt operations, scare away customers. Anthony spilled everything without hesitation, withholding nothing. Jason listened, then fell silent for a few beats. Those 3 establishments, Locke had investigated them earlier. They occupied prime real estate diagonally opposite Longting Pavilion, yet business had remained sluggish. Now that Longting Pavilion had surged in popularity, envy had curdled into sabotage. In Jason's mind, 3 business cards were already stamped with a single word: extinction. He turned his gaze fully upon Anthony, calm, unnervingly still. Anthony ventured cautiously, "Broth. Brother, may I leave now?" "Leave?" Jason smiled faintly. "You're mistaken." Anthony's face drained of color, his lips trembled violently, eyes wide with raw terror. He dropped instantly to his knees. "Brother, Jason cut him off sharply. "I offer you 2 choices. First, I have your legs broken, then toss you out onto the street. Second, you and your men go smash those 3 restaurants to rubble." Anthony didn't hesitate. Not for a heartbeat, terrified Jason might rescind the offer. "Choice 2. I choose choice 2. Jason nodded, satisfied. "Once it's done, deliver this message to the 3 owners. If they wish resolution, they must come speak with us. Today only. Don't think of fleeing. The South District is small enough. You can run, but the temple remains." Anthony bobbed his head frantically, sweat droplets scattering from his brow. No, I'll handle it, I swear I will." Jason gestured to a nearby henchman. The man stepped forward and hauled Anthony upright. Anthony's legs still trembled. He couldn't stand unaided, and the 2 henchmen half carried him toward the exit. Outside Longting Company's gate, the minibus waited. The 12 thugs stood lined up before it, battered, bruised, wilted like frost-struck vegetables. Anthony surveyed them, drew a deep breath, suppressed his terror, and hardened his expression into something fierce and ruthless. "Listen well, we're going to demolish those 3 restaurants." One thug, clutching his swollen jaw, blinked in confusion. "Boss, aren't we supposed to go to the hospital? Why smash shops instead?" Anthony slapped the back of his head. "You know nothing. If those bastards hadn't fed us false intel, none of this would have happened. Today we settle this debt, with blood and fury." The thugs exchanged uneasy glances, reluctant beyond measure. Yet recalling Jason's methods, they climbed silently into the van. The engine roared to life, harsh grating. Anthony sat in the front passenger seat, his expression layered with dread, fury, and a reckless final resolve. En route, he phoned Sanchez to report, and received full authorization. At the pizzeria, Tony Mack sat brooding behind the counter, his face clouded in thought. Suddenly, a sharp, violent clatter erupted outside. He looked up, and through the glass window saw a mob brandishing baseball bats, shattering his sign. "Fuck!" Tony Mack bolted from behind the counter, flung open the door, and before he could utter a curse, a bat cracked across his shoulder. He screamed, crumpling to the ground. He recognized the leader instantly, Anthony, the very man he'd hired to terrorize Longting Pavilion. What are you doing? Why destroy my shop?" Anthony crouched beside him, seized his collar, eyes blazing with murderous intensity. "Fuck you. You dare ask that? Your intel was a lie. The people behind that restaurant, we cannot touch them. Now they demand we raise all 3 of your shops, and you must beg forgiveness in person from the Chinese restaurant across the street." Tony Mack's face turned ghost white, his lips quivered. No sound escaped. Anthony released his collar, rose, and waved sharply to his men. "Keep smashing, leave nothing intact." Bats whirled through air, glass exploded, tables overturned, the pizzeria's sign was stomped into dust. Tony Mack slumped on the floor, watching his life's work reduced to rubble, tears streaming unchecked down his cheeks. At the steakhouse, Martin Lake sat alone in an upstairs private room, a bottle of whiskey before him, drinking in grim silence. A thunderous crash erupted downstairs. He rushed to the window and saw a mob laying waste to his establishment. His face flushed crimson, veins bulged at his temples. He snatched up the whiskey bottle and charged down the stairs. At the landing, he collided head-on with Anthony. Without a word, Anthony swung his bat hard into Martin's gut. Martin doubled over, gasping. His whiskey bottle shattered on the floor, amber liquid spilling like blood. Anthony planted a boot on Martin's chest and loomed over him. "You're Martin Lake." Martin writhed in agony, sweat glistening, but still glared up defiantly. Do you even know who I am?" "I do," Anthony sneered. "You're a fool who doesn't know when he's dead. Thought you could harass that Chinese restaurant. Look in the mirror first, see what kind of worm you really are. Now they've spoken, all 3 of you must personally apologize at Longting Pavilion, or else." Martin's pupils contracted sharply, his rage dissolving into pure, paralyzing fear. He finally grasped the truth. He had crossed a line no mortal should ever approach. He could only watch helplessly as his restaurant was destroyed, and dared not call the police. Next, the burger joint. Kevin suffered the worst fate. He rushed outside at the commotion, only to be cornered by 2 thugs. A brutal barrage of kicks and punches left him curled on the pavement, snot and tears smeared across his face. Anthony crouched beside him, slapping his cheek lightly. "Stop crying. Today you and the other 2 owners will go together to Longting Pavilion to apologize. If you refuse, or call the police." Anthony rose, hoisting the baseball bat onto his shoulder. his eyes glacial, empty of mercy. Next time we won't break shops, we'll break bones. Kevin nodded frantically, his trousers soaked through with urine. None of the three owners dared dial 911. They knew it would be futile, and worse, since they'd initiated the provocation, any police involvement would expose their own. Soon the three stood together, silent, hollow-eyed, staring at one another in shared despair. Finally Tony Mac spoke, his voice raw, unrecognizable. Let's go apologize. Martin Lake said nothing, only closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Kevin huddled in a corner sobbing. What if they refuse? No one answered. All they prayed for now was mercy, because without it, there would be no tomorrow. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The customer flow at Longting Pavilion had just receded, and the waiters were busy tidying up the tables and chairs. 3 men stood across the street, exchanging glances, none daring to take the first step. Tony Mac's shirt collar was soaked with sweat, unsure if it was the heat or cold sweat. Martin Lake's face was ashen, dark circles under his eyes, making him look a decade older. Kevin was the worst off, with a dark water stain on his pant leg that hadn't dried, and his legs trembled as he walked. Let's go. Martin Lake took a deep breath. Tony Mac swallowed hard. Do we really have to go? Not going. Go ahead and try running. Martin Lake shot him a glance filled with despair. They said you can escape the monk, but not the temple. The 3 men crossed the street. At the entrance of the shop, 2 men in black suits stood like bodyguards. When they saw the trio approaching, they expressionlessly raised their hands to stop them. What do you want? Tony Mac's lips quivered. We are here to apologize. We came to apologize to your boss. The bodyguards sized them up and whispered into the walkie-talkie. A few seconds later, a reply came from the walkie-talkie. Bring them in. The bodyguard stepped aside, pushed open a side door, and gestured for them to enter. The 3 exchanged glances and then entered one after another. A bodyguard led them through a corridor, making a couple of turns, and arrived at a reception room. The reception room was small and simply furnished. Jason sat in a chair. When he saw the 3 men enter, he didn't stand up, not even changing his expression. He merely raised his head and glanced at them. Just one glance. The overwhelming pressure of his presence made the 3 feel as if a mountain was bearing down on them. Tony Mac's legs went weak. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat, the shirt sticking to his skin cold, and Martin Lake was not faring any better. Having worked in the restaurant industry for over 20 years, he had seen bullies, extortionists, and all sorts of difficult characters. But he had never encountered anyone with such an imposing aura. The room fell silent for a few seconds. For the 3 bosses, those few seconds felt like several years. In the end, it was Martin Lake who reacted first. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stand firm, and then took a half step forward. With a trembling voice laced with sincerity, he said, Hello, boss. We are here to apologize. After speaking, he bowed, deeply, bending at a 90-degree angle. Only then did Tony Mac come back to his senses and followed suit, bending at the waist. His voice was tinged with a clear sob. I'm sorry, truly sorry. We were misguided. We shouldn't have hired someone to cause trouble here. Kevin was the most exaggerated, directly kneeling down with a thud, his forehead touching the floor, his shoulders shaking, as if he were crying and trembling. Mr. Jason, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. I beg you, show mercy and spare us this once. Jason remained silent. He simply sat there quietly watching the 3 perform. After a few more seconds, he finally spoke. Get up and talk. Just those few short words carried an irresistible power. Martin Lake straightened up, and Tony Mac followed. Kevin was still on the floor, and it wasn't until Tony Mac kicked him with his toe that he scrambled to his feet. Jason continued. Do you know where you went wrong? Martin Lake nodded vigorously. Yes, we shouldn't have hired someone to create trouble. We shouldn't have resorted to such underhanded tactics. What else? Jason looked at him. Martin Lake froze for a moment, his mind racing, then added, We shouldn't have been envious of your business. We shouldn't have thought of bringing you down. Jason leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the 3 men. Each time his gaze passed over one, that person's back felt a chill. Jason's voice was calm. If an apology were useful, what do we need the police for? Upon hearing this, Tony Mac's face turned white, his lips trembling, wanting to say something, but his throat felt choked up. Martin Lake gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. Mr. Jason, we are willing to compensate no matter how much it is. We just ask you to forgive us this once. Kevin desperately nodded in agreement, tears and snot smeared across his face. Jason glanced at him, fell silent for a few seconds, and then extended 2 fingers. $2 million. Tony Mac thought he had misheard. How much? $2 million. Jason's voice left no room for negotiation. $2 million for each business to be transferred by the end of today. Tony Mac's mind exploded with a buzz. $2 million. His pizza shop's annual net profit was only about After over a decade of hard work, his savings hadn't even reached $2 million. This was not compensation, it was demanding his entire fortune. Martin Lake's face fell completely. His steakhouse was slightly larger than the pizza shop, but at most it could only earn around $100,000. $2 million would mean he would be bankrupt. Kevin directly collapsed on the floor, mumbling to himself, It's over. It's all over. Tony Mac's eyes turned red, his voice filled with desperate pleading. Mr. Jason, $2 million is too much. We really can't come up with that. Please, just a little less. Can $1 million work? Jason said nothing. He only looked at Tony Mac, his eyes as calm as a still pond. Tony Mac's voice grew smaller and smaller until it completely vanished. That gaze was terrifying, devoid of anger, threats, or even impatience. It was as if he was silently telling him, your words don't count. Martin Lake closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes were already red. He knew they had hit a brick wall today. If they didn't agree, not only would they lose their shop, but whether they could walk out of this building alive was also in question. I agree. Martin Lake's voice was hoarse, unlike himself, each word feeling as if it were dragged from his throat. By the end of today, 2 million will be transferred. Tony Mac looked at him, his mouth opened slightly, but in the end he said nothing. He understood. They had no choice but to come up with the money. I agree too. After Tony Mac said those 4 words, he felt as if he had been drained of all energy. Kevin was still sitting on the ground, tears streaming down his face, but he finally nodded. I agree. Jason stood up and picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table. Remember, I want to see the money today, the account number. Now you can leave. The 3 men felt as if a great relief had washed over them as they turned to walk out. Once outside the Longting Pavilion, the sunlight was so blinding that they couldn't open their eyes. Tony Mac stood by the roadside looking at his pizza shop across the street, now reduced to ruins, and tears finally fell uncontrollably. 2 million. I guess my life is over. Martin Lake said nothing, only took out his phone to start raising money. Kevin's face was ashen, his brows furrowed in worry. But what could they do? They didn't even dare provoke the Latin gang. What could they do? Who told them to provoke others? They would definitely have to. Meanwhile, in Chicago, they could no longer survive there. They needed to leave this place. Not long after, the 3 gathered 2 million and transferred it to the account Jason specified. At the same time, the 3 chose to leave Chicago. They were just ordinary people, and if they didn't leave, they could be in danger at any moment. On the other side, Anthony returned to the Latin gang's base with his subordinates. The Latin gang's stronghold. Sanchez was sitting on the sofa in his office, a bottle of whiskey in front of him, while a soccer match played on the television. He was in a good mood. Yesterday, he collected a protection fee, and his account had increased by several tens of thousands. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a young brother rushed in anxiously. Boss, Anthony is back. Sanchez frowned. So what if he's back? Why are you panicking? Let him in. When Anthony walked into the office, Sanchez's expression darkened. He stood up and scrutinized him. Tell me in detail what exactly happened. Although he had already received a phone report, it was just a simple recount, and he wanted to understand the specifics before making a judgment. Anthony opened his mouth, tears nearly falling. Taking a deep breath, he recounted the events from beginning to end. From entering the Longting Pavilion to how those 8 men in black suits took down all his subordinates in 10 seconds, to Jason recognizing him, to being forced to smash those 3 stores. As he reached the end, his voice trembled. Boss, the people behind that store are from Longting Company. Sanchez's face fell completely. Are you saying that the people who dealt with you last time are the backing of this Chinese? Anthony nodded vigorously. Yes, that's them. The leader is named Jason. He was the one who blocked us at the entrance of Longting Company last time. That scene. I will never forget it. Sanchez fell silent. After so many years in this line of work, he certainly knew who could provoke and who could not. After Anthony was dealt with last time, he had investigated the background of Longshield Security. Couldn't find anything. The more he couldn't find, the deeper the water seemed. But this time was different. This time it was his men who took the job, only to be pressed down and forced to smash the employee. If this gets out, how will the Latin gang maintain its face? What about the 3 restaurant owners? Sanchez asked. Anthony wiped the sweat from his forehead. I don't know, they probably suffered significant losses. Boss, what should we do? Should we gather the brothers and go to that restaurant? Although he had begged and pleaded when Jason caught him, he had to bow his head under the roof. But he was still filled with hatred inside. Now that he's back, if possible, he would definitely seek revenge. Shut up. Sanchez glared at him. This is not something I can decide. I need to report to headquarters. Anthony immediately dared not speak. Sanchez locked himself in the inner room and dialed the phone to the headquarters of the Latin gang. The person answering the phone was the second-in-command of the gang, nicknamed Iron Hand, a seasoned veteran in his 50s who had seen all kinds of storms. Sanchez recounted the situation in full. He did not embellish or conceal anything. He knew that such matters couldn't be hidden. After a few seconds, Iron Hand finally spoke. The headquarters is already aware. The boss means to refrain from acting rashly for now. Sanchez was taken aback. Refrain from acting rashly. So we're just going to let our men get beaten like this? Why are you so anxious? Iron Hand's tone turned cold. We have already joined forces with other gangs and plan to take action in a month. Moreover, with such a significant loss for the Yamaguchi-gumi, they will definitely seek revenge. We will wait for them to wear each other out before striking, making it easy to take them down. Sanchez fell silent. Iron Hand continued. Within a month, do not stir up trouble. What if they come looking for trouble? Then we avoid them. Iron Hand's tone was firm. The headquarters does not want to engage in battle with an unknown opponent at this juncture. Sanchez gritted his teeth, ultimately nodded. Understood. After hanging up, he sat in the chair, his expression dark enough to drip water. A month. He couldn't wait that long. Sanchez called Anthony into the office and closed the door. Seeing Sanchez's unusual expression, Anthony cautiously asked, "Boss, what did headquarters say?" "They want us to wait a month." Sanchez lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Anthony sighed. "Then we can we'll talk again in a month." "Wait." Sanchez turned his head sharply to stare at him, his eyes seeming to want to eat him. "I've been in the South District for so long, when have I ever been bullied like this? If we wait a month, those people will think the Latin gang is afraid." Anthony shrank his neck. "Then what should we do?" Sanchez stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and walked to the window, turning his back to Anthony. His voice was low, but each word carried intensity. "We can't come out in the open, so we'll strike from the shadows." Anthony didn't understand. "What do you mean?" "Not to smash the store, that would be too obvious." Sanchez turned around, his gaze icy. "This time we'll change the method." He walked back to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small plastic bag. Inside the bag was a white powder. Anthony's pupils contracted. "What is this?" "Flour." Sanchez threw the bag onto the table. "High purity enough to shut down a store." Anthony instantly understood. It wasn't about smashing and vandalizing, but about planting contraband. Then reported anonymously, leading the police to investigate. As long as this stuff is found in the restaurant, even if they have a million excuses, they can't clear their names. Food safety issues. That would be mild. Possessing and selling contraband is a charge severe enough to land the owner in prison for 10 years. Clever, truly clever. Anthony gave a thumbs up, his fear turning into excitement. Sanchez sneered. "Those 3 restaurant owners may be foolish, but they have given us an idea. Tampering with food safety is much harsher than just smashing a store, and the risk is lower." "When do we act?" "In a few days." Sanchez put the bag away. "You go find 2 unfamiliar faces that don't use our people from the gang, hire from outside. After the deed is done, let them leave Chicago and never come back." Anthony nodded earnestly. "Understood. Remember, you must be careful." Sanchez gazed into his eyes. "If you mess this up again, don't come back. When they act, remember to call the health department at the same time, so they can arrive simultaneously." Anthony patted his chest in assurance. "Boss, rest assured, this time it will definitely go smoothly." Meanwhile, Lungting Pavilion. Jason sat in the reception room, and the phone screen lit up. Bank deposit. 3 transactions, each for $2 million, totaling $6 million. He glanced at it, a slight smile tugging at his lips, then stood up and walked out. The guards at the door automatically stepped aside when they saw him. Jason got into the car, started the engine, and drove straight to the farm. Half an hour later, Lin Chen was sitting in the living room reading a book when he saw Jason come in and put down the book. "Back already? How did the restaurant situation turn out?" Jason excitedly reported. "The situation has been resolved, and we received $6 million in compensation." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, they know how to be sensible." When the restaurant incident occurred, Jason immediately called to report to him. He let Jason take full responsibility and only looked at the results. Now that the 3 restaurant owners were sensible and compensated, they would be given a way out. Jason continued, "Boss, there's something I feel is off." "What is it?" "It's the Latin gang. Although those thugs obediently smashed the restaurant, I feel the Latin gang will definitely not let this go. They will surely retaliate." Lin Chen was silent for a few seconds before speaking. "Then keep an eye on them, install more surveillance in the restaurants, and after a while we'll eliminate all the gangs in the South District, and it will be fine." Jason nodded. Then the two chatted for a while before Jason left first. Lin Chen looked at the system panel, and his assets had already reached 64 million, getting closer to 100 million. "I hope this upgrade can grant me a life-saving skill. Then I can go out." The reason Lin Chen had always avoided showing his face was due to security concerns. If the system could unlock a life-saving skill, he definitely wouldn't want to stay behind as a mere mascot. Next, he would speed up the layout of the restaurants, striving to earn more money. For 2 days, the weather remained calm. The business of Lungting Pavilion not only remained unaffected, but thrived even more. The video of the thugs being taken down by the Death Warriors in 10 seconds went viral online, turning the comment section into a grand praise fest. This security level is even more impressive than the White House, right? From now on, this will be the place to eat. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be dealt with. It's a full sense of security. I've been eating here for 3 consecutive days and can't stop. Jason sat in the office on the 2nd floor of Lungting Pavilion, watching the bustling scene of people queuing in the lobby through the surveillance screen, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, he remained vigilant. Last time, although the gang from the Latin Alliance obeyed and smashed those 3 shops, it was out of coercion, not willingly. How could the Latin Alliance swallow this humiliation? Jason took a sip of the coffee on his desk, his eyes scanning the surveillance footage. Above the restaurant's ceiling, dozens of hidden cameras were silently operating, covering every corner thoroughly. This was particularly instructed by Lin Chen, costing several $1,000s for military-grade equipment capable of distinguishing between male and female mosquitoes. It was almost completely omnidirectional without dead angles. This was to prevent anyone from secretly causing trouble. At the same time, the source of the restaurant's ingredients was also strictly controlled, to prevent them from causing a ruckus. The boss said that in some time, once the entire Southern District's gangs are eliminated, there will be no issues. Jason silently recited Lin Chen's words in his heart, his gaze sharpening. He hoped that day would come soon. At 11:30 in the morning, over 100 people had already queued outside Longting Pavilion. Among them, 3 seemingly ordinary Caucasian males walked around the corner, dressed casually, blending into the crowd unobtrusively. The leader in his 30s wore a harmless smile on his face, scrolling through videos on his phone. The 2 younger ones behind him, one wearing a baseball cap and the other carrying a backpack, looked like university students who had come together to check in. The 3 chatted and laughed occasionally, pointing at their phones, performing flawlessly. But they were unaware that from the moment they stepped into Longting Pavilion, the hidden cameras above had already started recording. After 40 minutes of waiting in line, the 3 finally entered the restaurant. The waiter led them to a 4-person table against the wall and handed them the menu. The leader, named Kujia, took the menu and naturally scanned the ceiling. He noticed nothing unusual. The cameras were hidden too well, embedded in the gaps of decorative beams, the lenses the size of grains of rice, invisible to the naked eye. The 3 ordered boiled fish, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and a portion of fried rice. The waiter took note of the order and turned to leave. Kujia pretended to look at his phone while subtly observing his surroundings. 2 waiters at the cashier, 3 food runners in the hall, and occasional movement from the kitchen direction. Everything seemed normal. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, exchanging glances with the 2 across from him. 15 minutes later, the dishes arrived. The 3 picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. As Kujia bit into a piece of fish, his eyes instantly lit up. It was indeed delicious. A fleeting pang of guilt crossed his mind. A restaurant this tasty was going to be ruined by them today. But this feeling lasted only 2 seconds. After all, the money from the Latin Alliance was substantial. Guilt. What was that worth? Halfway through eating, Kujia glanced to the sides, confirming no one was paying attention. He slipped his left hand into his pants pocket and pulled out a small plastic bag. Inside the bag were several dead cockroaches which he had prepared in advance. He moved quickly, opening the bag and dumping its contents into the basin of boiled fish. 3 dead cockroaches landed on the bright red, oily soup surface, their black bodies glaringly conspicuous. Then he took out another small plastic bag from a different pocket, filled with white powder. He tore open the bag, poured the entire contents into the nearby hot and sour soup, and stirred it a couple of times with a spoon to ensure the powder dissolved completely. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds, fluid and seamless. The man in the baseball cap and the one with the backpack were not idle either. The man in the baseball cap tossed 2 dead cockroaches into the mapo tofu, while the backpack man sprinkled a handful of white powder into the fried rice. The 3 exchanged glances and leaned back simultaneously. Kujia instantly switched to a terrified expression, jumping up from his chair, his voice filled with panic. What the heck? What is this? He pointed at the basin of boiled fish, his finger trembling, his expression as if he had seen something utterly disgusting. Nearby diners all turned to look. The man in the baseball cap also stood up, his voice even louder. What the heck? Cockroaches. There are cockroaches in the dish. He raised the plate, allowing everyone around to see the black bug corpses inside. The backpack man was even more exaggerated, directly placing the bowl of hot and sour soup in front of the neighboring table. You all take a look what's in this soup. Can this be drunk? My goodness, this is too disgusting. I just ate here yesterday, and now I feel like throwing up. Isn't this place quite popular? Is the hygiene this poor? It's a trendy restaurant, typical marketing is well done, but the kitchen is probably filthy. The noise of discussion grew louder. Some customers put down their chopsticks and stopped eating, while others stood up and prepared to leave. Kujia secretly glanced around, his heart blooming with joy. It worked. After this operation, even if they didn't shut down, they would at least shed a layer of skin. He maintained the angry expression of a victim on his face, continuing to shout, I want to report. I want to complain. This Blackheart restaurant must be shut down. Just then a waiter dressed in a Chinese-style uniform walked out from behind the cashier. He was not an ordinary waiter, but he walked with a steady rhythm, neither fast nor slow, with no sign of panic on his face. He approached Kujia and said, Sir, please calm down for a moment. Kujia glared at him. Calm down. There are cockroaches in your food, and you want me to calm down. The death warrior did not respond, merely gazing at him calmly. The calmness in his eyes was terrifying, causing Kujia's heart to skip a beat. The surrounding discussions continued, but the death warrior's next action silenced everyone. He picked up the walkie-talkie, his voice very flat. Brother Jason, there's something happening in the hall. We need you to come down. Then he turned to all the onlookers, raising his voice slightly. Everyone, please remain calm. We will handle the situation. He glanced at Kujia again, his tone still very calm. Additionally, our restaurant is equipped with surveillance cameras in every corner, high definition, 360 degrees, without dead angles. We'll know exactly what happened once we check the footage. Kujia's complexion instantly changed. He instinctively looked up at the ceiling. Yet he saw nothing. But his heart had already turned cold. The man in the baseball cap began to tremble, and the angry expression on the backpack man's face froze like someone had pressed the pause button. The surrounding diners also fell silent, all eyes fixed on the death warrior. Someone whispered, "Wow, this restaurant has surveillance." Those few people just now. The sentence was left unfinished, but everyone understood the implication. Kujia's mind exploded with a buzzing sound. He had only one thought now: to run. But his legs felt heavy as if filled with lead. At this moment, footsteps were heard coming from the second-floor staircase. Jason was coming down. At the same time, he called Derek, who had already been promoted to sheriff, to bring people over to handle the situation. The restaurant was a legitimate business, and it needed to be resolved through legal means. This would also help Derek boost his performance. What Jason didn't know was that the Chicago Health Department had also received a report, and staff were rushing to the scene. The moment Jason's voice echoed down from the stairway, all eyes turned towards him. Some regulars instantly lit up with excitement. This was because just 2 days ago they had witnessed Jason effortlessly dealing with the troublemakers and taking them away. It's him. He was the one who took those troublemakers away 2 days ago. I wonder if he will directly take care of these three. Look at those three, they seem stunned. Could it be they are intentionally framing us? It's very possible. I've been here for 3 days, how come I didn't notice their behavior? Many diners began to side with the restaurant, while only the newcomers chose to continue observing. They too wanted to see how Longting Pavilion would handle the situation. If the outcome was satisfactory, they would voluntarily promote Longting Pavilion. The three troublemakers felt an ominous chill as they laid eyes on Jason. Especially the leader Kujia, who was sweating profusely. The man in the baseball cap was trembling all over as if he had committed a crime and was caught red-handed. The backpack-wearing man wanted to flee, but upon seeing the death warriors standing nearby, he instantly quelled that thought. Under the gaze of everyone present, Jason approached the three troublemakers, scanning them briefly before revealing a faint smile. That very smile made the three feel as though they were facing the Grim Reaper. They wanted to say something, but their throats felt constricted and they could not utter a word. Jason shifted his gaze from them to the surrounding diners and confidently spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. Today, regarding this incident, our restaurant will certainly give everyone an explanation. I assure you we will handle this fairly, justly, and transparently. If it is our restaurant's responsibility, we will compensate all diners 100-fold and shut down immediately. However, if we uncover that someone intentionally caused trouble, then the consequences. The three troublemakers were instantly drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the other diners' favor and trust towards Longting Pavilion rose once more upon hearing Jason's commanding declaration. Some regulars spoke up in support. Boss, we trust you. There surely won't be such a low-level hygiene issue. I also believe in the restaurant. It's clear that those three are the ones causing trouble. We support the restaurant's thorough investigation. No bad person should be spared. In an instant, the surrounding diners began to denounce Jack and his companions. They had finally found a cheap and delicious Chinese restaurant. If it were to be shut down due to someone's meddling, where would they find such affordable and great Chinese food again? Would they have to return to eating the junk food they had before? Just thinking about it made them feel miserable. Jack and his companions sensed that the diners were turning their ire towards them, feeling the situation take a turn for the worse. At this rate, there would be no need for Longting Pavilion's people to intervene. The diners might just devour them alive. I can't let this go on. Jack suppressed his fear and turned to Jason, pretending to be bold and defiant. Are you the owner of this restaurant? What's going on with your place? Why are there dead cockroaches in the food? I will report you and expose you. The man in the baseball cap also grew bold. Yes. We must expose your terrible restaurant. We demand. The backpack-wearing man, seeing his companions so emboldened, also raised his voice. I will expose you. I will have the health department shut down this black market establishment. The three of them took turns shouting, growing louder and more self-righteous. Those who didn't know the situation might actually believe they were the victims. Jack shouted while glancing at the entrance, calculating the Latin gang should have already notified the health department, right? As long as the health department arrives, even if the surveillance caught something, they could muddle the waters. At that point, they could insist that the restaurant had planted the cockroaches to frame them, and the situation would become calm. While he was thinking, the sound of a police siren suddenly rang out from outside. It wasn't the kind of wailing alarm, but rather 2 short signals. All eyes turned towards the entrance. The door swung open, and Derek walked in. He was wearing the sheriff's uniform today, followed by 3 police officers, their expression serious. We received a report that someone here is causing trouble. Derek's tone was very official. However, the moment his eyes met Jason's, he gave a slight nod. Jason returned the gesture with a subtle nod. But just then, 3 more individuals entered at the door, dressed in uniforms with badges reading Chicago Health Department. The leader was a middle-aged white man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his expression as if someone owed him millions. Behind him were 2 younger men holding folders and cameras, looking very bureaucratic. Jason furrowed his brow slightly upon seeing the 3. Derek was the one he had called, but these 3 from the health... He instantly understood. Someone had reported in advance. Not the police, but the health department. And the timing was so precise, it was evidently premeditated. The corners of Jason's mouth curled up slightly, but his gaze turned cold. It seemed there were indeed some high-level players behind this. Whoever could summon the health department surely wasn't one of those 3 fools next door. Most likely it was the Latin gang pulling the strings behind the scenes. After figuring this out, Jason became even more composed, knowing how to handle the situation next. Kujia saw the health department personnel, and his eyes lit up as if someone drowning had grasped a lifeline. He rushed forward, his expression shifting from anger to grievance, his voice almost in tears. You are from the health department, right? Wonderful. You're just in time. This restaurant has cockroaches in the food, look, it's in that bowl of fish. He pointed at the bowl of boiled fish on the table, his finger trembling. The man in the baseball cap also caught on bringing over a plate of mapo tofu, and this. There are several cockroaches. This place has terrible hygiene conditions and must be shut down for rectification. The backpack-wearing man was even more exaggerated, directly placing a bowl of hot and sour soup in front of the health department personnel. Smell this. There's a strange odor in this soup. It must have something unsanitary in it. The three of them spoke in a flurry, eager to pin all blame on Longting Pavilion. The middle-aged man with the gold-rimmed glasses looked at the dishes on the table, his expression growing more serious. He turned to Jason and coldly stated, "I am Thompson from the Chicago Health Department inspection team. We received reports that your restaurant has serious food safety issues. Now I am here to conduct an inspection. If the situation is confirmed, we will immediately shut down this establishment." The two young men behind him had already started taking pictures, the flash going off repeatedly. The surrounding diners exchanged glances, some murmuring, "This is troublesome, the health department has arrived. If problems are truly found, this restaurant is done for." As Jason's voice fell, the entire hall fell silent for a second. The gazes of the surrounding diners were all focused on the television screen on the wall. But Kujie's mind buzzed, and he was left dumbfounded. He never expected there would actually be surveillance footage. At first he thought Jason was framing them. Now, the image was very clear, captured by a military-grade high-definition camera. Even the patterns of the crystal drop on the chandelier could be seen. The timestamp displayed 1140 a.m. In the footage, a long queue formed outside Longting Pavilion, and Kujie and his companions were walking around the corner. The man in the baseball cap was holding a phone, looking down at a video, appearing very casual. The man with the backpack followed behind, chewing on something. The three of them were chatting and laughing like ordinary college students here to hang out. However, as the camera zoomed in, Kujie's eyes kept darting around, scanning the surroundings. That kind of gaze could be easily recognized as suspicious by an experienced cop. Derek squinted his eyes, remaining silent. The footage fast-forwarded, showing the three entering the shop, sitting down, and ordering. 15 minutes later, the dishes were served. Kujie picked a piece of fish and put it into his mouth, pausing for a moment, while chewing, his eyes lighting up for an instant. An instinctive reaction, awed by the deliciousness. But just 2 seconds later, he returned to normal, continuing to eat his rice. If there were comments at that moment, they would probably float by. "Not bad acting, but your eyes gave you away." The footage continued. The time jumped to 12:03 p.m. Kujie put down his chopsticks and glanced around. He reached into his left pants pocket and pulled out a small plastic bag. The action was swift, so quick that the naked eye of an ordinary person could hardly catch it. But the surveillance captured everything clearly. Under the high-definition lens, the few dark, dead cockroaches in the plastic bag were visible, with their leg hairs countable. Kujie opened the bag and poured its contents into the pot of boiled fish. 3 dead cockroaches landed on the red oil soup, their black bodies rolling twice in the red oil, before stopping beside a piece of fish. Then he took out another plastic bag from his right pocket, which contained white powder. He tore it open and dumped the whole bag into the hot and sour soup, stirring it with a spoon. The powder dissolved instantly, with not a single bubble rising to the surface. The entire process from reaching out to completion took no more than 5 seconds. It was seamless and fluid. If it weren't for the surveillance footage, no one would believe this person was doing it for the first time. The man in the baseball cap acted simultaneously, throwing 2 dead cockroaches into the mapo tofu, even pressing them down with a spoon to make the cockroach bodies half submerged in the sauce, making it look like they were cooked inside. The man with the backpack sprinkled a handful of white powder into the fried rice, then stirred it with a spoon, making it look completely normal on the surface. The three exchanged glances and leaned back simultaneously. The next scene showed Kujie springing up from his chair, pointing at the pot of boiled fish, his face contorted in a vivid expression of terror. The man in the baseball cap held up a plate, his voice loud enough for the entire street to hear. The man with the backpack shouted the loudest, carrying the hot and sour soup and wandering around the hall. They performed vigorously on the screen. Outside the screen, their faces had already turned green. Kujie stood in the middle of the hall, his legs no longer obeying him. The man in the baseball cap trembled all over, his expression shifting from anger to fear, then from fear to despair, changing like a face-changing act, every second a different look. The man with the backpack was the most exaggerated. He leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down until he squatted on the ground, holding his head in his hands. The fat uncle finally regained his senses, turning to glare at Kujie, his eyes seeming to want to eat him alive. "You bunch of bastards. We stood in line for over an hour just to watch you act. Did you all see this? These 3 brought cockroaches to frame us." The live streaming guy held up his phone, directing the camera at Kujie, his voice trembling. "I'm right here at the scene. I'm truly amazed by this operation." The white girl's face turned red with anger. "I just posted a bad review online. I need to delete it quickly. This isn't the restaurant's fault at all." The middle-aged man at this moment couldn't hold back anymore and shouted at Kujie, "Do you have any conscience left? They're running a legitimate business, and you come here to pull such dirty tricks." The hall instantly erupted. Let's see who hired them. Police, hurry and take them away. I almost believed their bullshit earlier. The more I think about it, the angrier I get." The diners grew increasingly agitated with someone already rolling up their sleeves. A large black man in work clothes stood up directly from his chair, his bulk resembling a small mountain. He pointed at Kujia, his voice booming like thunder. "I'm going to teach you garbage a lesson today." His companion beside him quickly grabbed him. "Calm down, the police are here." Derek stepped forward, placing his hand on his holstered gun, his voice low, but commanding. "Everyone stay put, let us handle it." 3 police officers gathered around, separating Kujia and his companions from the diners. Though the diners were blocked, their mouths didn't remain idle. People like this should be locked up and serve time. In my 40 years of life, this is the first time I've seen someone so shameless. Can you 3 sleep at night? Does your conscience not ache? At this moment, Kujia could no longer speak. His mind was blank, with only one thought repeatedly flashing. It's over, it's all over. The surveillance footage was crystal clear, even showing the red sealing strip on the plastic bag. The evidence was irrefutable, not even a lawyer could save him. The man in the baseball cap's legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground, wetting his pants. The man with the backpack squatted in the corner, burying his head in his knees, his shoulders shaking, unsure if he was crying or trembling. Thompson's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He fixed his gaze on the screen, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting the light from the footage. He originally thought this was just a routine food safety report, coming over to handle it, issuing fines and sealing it if necessary. But now, once the surveillance played, everything changed. This was framing. Moreover, it was framing with solid evidence. He turned his head, glanced at Kujia, his expression cold. He then looked at Jason. Thompson inwardly cursed the Latin gang and their ancestors. They were so unreliable in their work, letting someone come to cause trouble without even understanding the surveillance. Wasn't that inviting trouble? He took a deep breath and waved his hand to the 2 young men behind him. "Wrap it up." The 2 young men paused for a moment, but still put away their cameras and followed him toward the exit. Derek saw Thompson leaving and then walked up to Kujia. He looked down at the man slumped on the ground, his voice sounding very official. "You 3 are under arrest for endangering public safety." The 2 police officers behind him stepped forward, each grabbing Kujia and the man in the baseball cap from the ground. Another officer went to pull the man with the backpack, who was squatting in the corner and refusing to get up, eventually having to drag him up. When Kujia was restrained, he finally came to his senses, tears streaming down his face. His lips trembled, wanting to say something, but Derek interrupted directly. "You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say will be used as evidence in court." A standard Miranda warning, word for word. The 3 troublemakers were escorted out, passing by the diners, who hurled These villains must be severely punished. They should spend their lives in prison. I suggest the judge give them a longer sentence. The sound of police sirens rang out briefly, and then gradually faded away. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Other diners began to speak up. "Boss, I'm sorry, I almost got carried away earlier. From now on, I'll only eat at your place. No other restaurant can give me this sense of security." I knew it. How could such a good restaurant have problems? Jason looked at these people, his expression finally shifting from calm to gentle. He pressed his hands down to signal for quiet. "Everyone, today's incident was an accident. It's also our restaurant's first time encountering such a situation. But since everyone is here to support us today, I can't let you leave with a bad experience." Looking at the cash register, he said, "All diners present today will have their meals on the house." The hall fell silent. Then the entire hall erupted in cheers. "Boss is awesome. My God, is this for real? Generous. This is how business should be done. I'm going to post this on social media, though I want all my friends to know about this place." Jason waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Everyone enjoy your meal and drink. If it's not enough, I'll add more." After saying that, he turned to walk up the stairs. As he passed the staircase, he paused and looked back at the diners in the hall, who were smiling brightly. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The boss was right. Earning money the legitimate way was much more reassuring than collecting protection fees. Moreover, this feeling of being trusted and appreciated by others was truly wonderful. In the police interrogation room, the glaring white lights illuminated the cold gray walls, and the air was filled with the scent of disinfectant. Kujia sat on an iron chair, his hands cuffed on the table in front of him, with red marks around his wrists. His eyes were filled with fear, dread, and regret. Derek sat across from him with the interrogation records spread out before him and a cup of cold coffee beside them. "So who sent you?" Derek's voice inquired calmly. Kujia raised his head, his lips trembling slightly. I don't know the name. It was a phone contact." "Phone?" Derek raised an eyebrow. "What phone?" "A stranger number called asking if I wanted a job, $5,000, just to cause trouble at a restaurant." Kujia dared not hide anything and recounted everything he knew. Derek took Kujia's phone and glanced at his call records. "This number only contacted you once, and it's a one-time virtual number. No registration information can be found." Kujia nodded vigorously. Yes, that's the kind of number. The other party was very cautious, and the transfer was also done using Bitcoin. So you didn't even know who hired you, yet you dared to go through with it." Derek's gaze was filled with a kind of pity for the fool. Kujia fell silent. What could he say? Looking back now, he felt foolish himself. The man in the baseball cap was locked in the interrogation room next door, in an even worse situation than Kujia. Soon the interrogation of the 3 was completed. Their testimonies matched. Someone had paid involved a virtual number and Bitcoin transfers with the target being to tarnish the reputation of Longting Pavilion. As for who was behind it, they truly had no idea. Derek walked out of the interrogation room with the testimonies. It was obvious someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, but those three fools were merely pawns, and now that the pawns had been captured, the player had long since vanished. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Chen. Boss, I finished interrogating the troublemakers at the restaurant. They were hired by someone, but we haven't identified the mastermind. Understood, good work, Lin Chen replied a few seconds later. Derek read the message, deleted it, and returned to the office. Next, the judicial process would begin. Ku Jia and the other two were formally arrested for endangering public safety. What awaited them was a court trial and a long prison sentence. Meanwhile, at the Latin gang's base, Sanchez sat in his office chair, the whiskey glass in front of him already empty, with the bottle beside it nearly depleted. His face was flushed red, whether from drinking or anger was unclear. Anthony stood across from him, his head bowed almost to his chest, not daring to look Sanchez in the eye. Another failure. Sanchez's voice was low, chilling to the bone. Anthony swallowed hard. Boss, we didn't know that place had surveillance, and it was military grade. All the small actions of the people we sent were captured on camera. Sanchez grabbed the empty glass from the table and smashed it on the floor. Useless. Sanchez stood up, kicking over a nearby trash can. A bunch of useless fools. You couldn't even handle a restaurant. Anthony's voice trembled. Boss, the three who caused the trouble have already been captured by the police. I'm afraid they. What are you afraid of? They don't know we hired them. Sanchez took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He walked to the window facing away from Anthony and remained silent for several seconds. When he turned back, his expression had calmed down considerably, yet the ferocity in his gaze remained unchanged. If hard tactics won't work, then we'll go soft. Anthony was taken aback. Do you mean? Sanchez continued. Besides that restaurant, Longting Company has quite a number of other businesses, right? Yes, they took over the 25 venues that the Yamaguchi-gumi used to control, including bars, casinos, and nightclubs. Then investigate them. Sanchez threw the documents onto the table. Send people to figure out the operational status of each of their businesses, looking for weaknesses. Check if they have tax issues, if the fire safety meets standards, if the sanitation is up to par. As long as we find one piece of leverage, it'll collaborate with the tax bureau, fire department, and health department to investigate them. If we can't beat them outright, well, play by the rules. Sanchez smirked coldly. In America, playing by the law is more effective than guns. Anthony's eyes lit up. Brilliant, simply brilliant. He'll arrange it right away. Wait, Sanchez called out, his gaze stern. This time the people we hire must be reliable. Oh, it can't be like last time. I promise, boss, I'll oversee it personally to ensure nothing goes wrong. The two then discussed the specific plan. Regardless, Sanchez did not want to let Longting Company off the hook, even though the Latin gang's headquarters had advised not to provoke them at this time. But he couldn't swallow this anger. Revenge was a must. Meanwhile, at the farm estate, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, a pot of tea brewing in front of him, the aroma wafting through the air. Jason sat opposite him, reporting the restaurant incident from start to finish, including Derek taking away the troublemakers, the health department returning empty-handed, and the sensational effect of free meals. After listening, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Handled well, the free meal tactic not only pacified the diners, but also gained goodwill. Jason chuckled. It's because the boss taught it well. Don't flatter me, Lin Chen said, taking a sip of tea. Any news from the Latin gang? Jason's expression turned serious. Not at the moment, but I have a feeling they won't let it go easily. Agreed, Lin Chen nodded, putting down his teacup. Anyone in their position wouldn't let it go. During this time, have our brothers keep a close eye on the restaurant, bars, and casinos. Oh, all venues must remain vigilant. Understood, Jason nodded earnestly. At that moment, the door to the living room was pushed open, and Jack walked in with a laptop. Boss, there's something going on. Jack placed the laptop on the coffee table. The screen displayed several screenshots of call records and analysis reports. I hacked into the phones of several key members of the Latin gang and intercepted a conversation between Sanchez and his subordinates. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he took the computer and examined it closely. Jason leaned in, as well the text on the screen, causing him to frown. They want to investigate the operational loopholes of all our businesses and then collaborate with the tax, fire, and health departments to take us down. Jason's voice carried a hint of disdain. They're moving to play dirty because they can't beat us. Lin Chen remained silent, continuing to scroll down. Jack added, Sanchez's subordinates have already begun to take action. They'll be sending people to scout all the venues tomorrow. Lin Chen closed the laptop, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes in silence for a few seconds. When he opened his eyes again, there was a firm determination in them. Let them investigate. Jason was taken aback. Boss, what if they really find something wrong? That's exactly why we should let them investigate. Lin Chen stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the night outside. Tax, fire, health, these are departments we need to deal with anyway. Instead of passively dealing with it, we should take the initiative. Turn over all business accounts again, making sure every tax is paid, all fire safety facilities checked, and updated, and hygiene standards at their peak. Let them investigate, and let them find nothing wrong. Jason's eyes lit up. So you mean we'll use legal means to turn their plot against them? Lin Chen nodded. They want to play by the rules. Oh well, play by the rules with them. The moment they realize all their tricks are futile will be their most desperate moment. They can use the rules, and so can we. Oh well, see who can hold out in the end. Jason grinned. Brilliant, simply. Jack laughed from the side. Then he'll be responsible for finding their loopholes and hand over the evidence to Derek, and Lin Chen nodded in agreement. It's not in his nature to be passively beaten. Since the other side wants to play by the rules, let them understand what cruelty is. In the following 3 days, the government departments of the south side of Chicago became unusually busy. The tax, fire, and health departments took turns visiting all the industries under Lungton Company. Bars, casinos, nightclubs, none were spared. Sanchez's tactics were indeed ruthless. When direct confrontation fails, administrative resources are employed to drag you down with regulations. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one thing. Lin Chen had already instructed Jason to ensure that all the paperwork for the venues was flawless. On the first day, the inspectors from the tax bureau were the first to arrive. Leading them was a middle-aged black man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his expression resembling that of someone attending a funeral. He was followed by 3 young men, each carrying a stack of forms. Jason stood at the bar entrance, smiling as he greeted them. Thank you for your hard work, please come in. The black middle-aged man gave him a glance, his face serious. We received reports of tax evasion, and we need to audit you. Jason stepped aside. Feel free to check. The books are all ready. The black middle-aged man was taken aback. After many years of auditing taxes, it was the first time he encountered such cooperation. Normally, when those bosses hear that the tax bureau is coming for an audit, they either turn pale or start making excuses. But this one before him was smiling brighter than the sun, almost as if he was eager for them to conduct the audit. Could it be that there truly existed a company without any issues? He couldn't believe it. The black middle-aged man led his team into the office and opened the account books. Page after page, every income was meticulously recorded, every expense had corresponding receipts. The taxes were paid in full, all on time. The black middle-aged man, still unconvinced, flipped through for another half hour. The result was still the same. The accounts were as clean as a freshly washed plate, not even a decimal point error could be found. He looked up at Jason, his eyes filled with a hint of unwillingness. You have your accounts in order. Jason smiled. We operate legally. This is what we are supposed to do. The black middle-aged man took a deep breath, closed the account book, and stood up. Pack it up, let's move on to the next one. The 3 young men exchanged glances and followed him outside. Jason escorted them to the door. Come back for tea next time if you have the chance. The black middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but without looking back, quickened his pace to get to the car. On the second day, the fire department personnel arrived. The leader was a burly white man walking with an imposing presence, clearly not someone to be trifled with. He brought 5 people and conducted a thorough inspection of all the bars, casinos, and nightclubs. Fire extinguishers, fire hydrants, emergency lights, evacuation routes. Each item was scrutinized in detail, as if they wished to peel back the walls to check for any hidden issues. After a round, they found no problems at all. The fire extinguishers had normal pressure, the fire hydrants flowed smoothly, the emergency lights were all lit, and the evacuation routes were unobstructed. After finishing, the expression on the burly white man's face was terrifyingly grim. Having worked in this field for over a decade, it was the first time he encountered such a well-regulated establishment. Even the placement of the fire extinguisher box in the corner conformed to standards, exactly 1 meter from the ground. How could he find trouble with this? He couldn't just fabricate accusations. He dared not do so. If there were indeed issues, he could penalize them according to regulations, perhaps finding something. But if they dared to act recklessly, the consequences would be dire. After all, who could manage these establishments without being formidable? The burly white man, clearly frustrated, turned his gaze to Jason. Did you guys get a tip-off? Did you prepare in advance? Jason replied seriously. What tip-off? We decorated according to standards, though our fire safety certificate has long been obtained. The burly white man stared at him for several seconds, trying to find a flaw in Jason's expression. But Jason's demeanor was serious and sincere, with no sign of any weakness. The burly white man could only sigh helplessly and waved his hand. Let's go. He then left with his team. On the third day, the health department personnel arrived. This time 6 individuals came, with Thompson leading them. After having been humiliated at the Chinese restaurant last time, he was determined to find some problems this time. Unfortunately, the health standards of Lungton Company's bar and nightclub were even stricter than that of the Chinese restaurant. The floors were clean enough to see reflections, all trash cans were covered, and the food storage areas maintained separation of raw and cooked items. Even the cleaning cloths were categorized by color. After half an hour of searching, Thompson couldn't even find a fly leg. Standing at the kitchen door, his face looked as if he had just eaten a fly. A young man behind him leaned over and whispered, Boss, let's go. There's really nothing wrong with their establishment. Thompson took a deep breath and turned to leave. As he passed by Jason, he lowered his voice. You guys better never have any issues. Jason smiled in response. Don't worry, the word problem doesn't exist in our dictionary. Thompson snorted coldly and slammed the door as he left. Jason watched him depart, already marking him in his mind for future retaliation. If given the chance, he would make sure the boss dealt with this guy severely. Meanwhile, as Thompson's bad news spread back to the Latin gang's stronghold on the last day, Sanchez sat in his office, his face dark and foreboding. Anthony stood across from him, afraid to speak, his head bowed almost to his chest. After a moment, Sanchez finally spoke, his voice chillingly cold. Damn it. No issues were found by the tax authorities. The fire department found nothing, and even the health department had no complaints. Could it be that they are genuinely operating so legally and compliantly? Or is it that the bribe we provided wasn't enough? Anthony replied with a mournful expression. Boss, Longting Company has all the paperwork in order, making it impossible to find any loopholes. Sanchez stood up and kicked over the nearby trash can. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He grabbed a cup from the table and smashed it against the wall, sending glass shards flying. Anthony stepped back in fright, not daring to make a sound. Sanchez was breathing heavily, his face flushed. After so many years in the game, this was the first time he felt so humiliated. Unable to win openly, and even struggling with the rules, it felt like punching a pillow, completely ineffective. One could say these 3 days had been the most torturous and frustrating of his life. From the joyful anticipation of the first day, thinking he could take revenge, to now, where the other party had suffered no losses at all. He never imagined that the previous gangster establishments were completely legal and compliant. What kind of gangster establishments were these? They were more legitimate than regular companies. One could question whether the Latin gang could ever operate so legally and compliantly. Boss, how about we try something different? Anthony cautiously suggested. Sanchez shot him a glare. What other methods? If tax, fire, and health inspections are useless, who else can we turn to? The Immigration Bureau. They haven't employed any illegal immigrants. Anthony fell silent. Sanchez sat back down, resting his hands on his head, his temples throbbing. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. No, he couldn't just concede defeat. If he couldn't handle even a newly emerging company, how would he survive in the South Side from now on? Keep watching them. Sanchez opened his eyes, his gaze filled with determination. I refuse to believe they will never make. Anthony nodded, then asked, Boss, do you think the other party might use the same methods against us? Sanchez paused for a moment upon hearing this. Then his forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Yes. What if Longting Company used the same methods against their Latin gang's establishments? That would be disastrous. But thinking of how the Latin gang had people in various government departments, Sanchez suppressed the worry in his heart and coldly snorted, what's there to fear? We have people in every department. Even if they report us, it won't matter. He said this, but deep down a sense of unease lingered. He felt that something was bound to happen. He looked at Anthony and sternly ordered, during this time, let the establishments in our area keep a low profile, who don't let anything major happen.